Despite having fine wine and meat stored at home, my sister and I were living on tree bark porridge. Even as the hidden meat gradually rotted and spoiled, I never dared to bring it out. A well-dressed young man nearby smirked and asked, "Having a tough year, aren't you?" I didn't respond, just stared at him quietly. The young man, holding a folding fan, leaned in with a half-hidden, half-revealed expression, his face wearing a sly grin. 20 taels of silver, sell your sister to my third uncle as a concubine. I clenched my fists in secret, my heart filled with rage. Seeing my tightened fists, the young man paused, then left awkwardly. Shortly after he left, I took a booklet, wine, and meat to a secluded spot in the mountains and laid all the items on the ground. Then, a line of text flashed before my eyes. Talent, equivalent exchange. This talent awakened 2 years ago and became my lifeline after transmigrating to this world. The so-called equivalent exchange wasn't truly equivalent as long as I provided martial arts manuals, food, and certain conditions. I could instantly master the techniques to their peak, skipping all the training time. However, the Great Qian dynasty strictly controlled martial arts, and being caught practicing in secret would mean imprisonment. So, I never dared to use those materials, but I knew the Lu family's young master wouldn't give up. Without means to protect ourselves, survival in this chaotic world would be impossible. The booklet, Tiger Soul Fist, was something I found on a corpse by the river outside town. According to the equivalent exchange prompt, learning Tiger Soul Fist required the Tiger Soul Fist manual, 50 pounds of meat, and 3 pounds of strong liquor. Once the conditions were met, I activated the talent. In an instant, the wine and meat vanished before my eyes, and I felt my body undergo flawless training, growing stronger. Within seconds, I went from an ordinary person to the second realm of martial arts, with complete mastery of Tiger Soul Fist. Afterward, I burned the manual. I wouldn't dare use the Tiger Soul Fist's power unless absolutely necessary. A few days later, an impatient shout came from outside the courtyard. "By Sean, come out now, we've got business." It was one of the Lu family's servants. Peering through the window, I saw the young master and a burly man holding an umbrella beyond the fence. Clearly, they came prepared. I stood up, pushed the door open, and walked over to the young master. "What is it, young Master Lu?" I asked. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he smirked and said, "Have you thought about my offer from last time?" Standing in the rain, I replied calmly, "Not selling." The young master froze, his smile vanishing instantly. He had expected my refusal and didn't waste words. With a cold glare, he spat out, "Know your place, take her by force." Then he signaled to the muscular servant beside him. Inside the house, elder sister Bai Miaotan was quietly watching the flames in the earthen stove when faint sounds of a scuffle came from outside. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Bai Miaotan pushed the half-burned firewood further into the stove and hurriedly stood up. She saw me rolling up my sleeves, head slightly lowered, my rain-soaked clothes clinging tightly to my thin frame. Yet the aura emanating from me was chilling. Bai Miaotan froze, swallowing back the words "By Sean, did they hit you?" That had been on the tip of her tongue. She thought to herself, with this kind of presence, it was hard to say who was hitting whom. Still, she was deeply curious. Her younger brother, who had never trained a day in his life. Where did this physique and aura come from? "Bai Sean, come warm yourself by the stove. Don't catch a cold," she said, pulling me to sit by the hearth. As I watched Bai Miaotan add more firewood, the crackling flames reflected in my eyes. In my mind, I replayed the earlier fight, worrying whether I had revealed any traces of the Tiger Soul Fist. I had been careful, using no techniques against the servant, relying only on brute strength in a chaotic brawl. Surely nothing could be recognized. Yet, unbeknownst to me, the Lu father and son had already sensed something amiss. To test his son Lu Jun's suspicions, the family head Lu Qingxiong was secretly preparing to send someone to probe me again. Meanwhile, the siblings finished every last drop of their tree bark porridge. Bai Miaotan suddenly said, "It's raining today, I'll go gather firewood west of the county." I frowned in confusion. Why gather firewood in the rain? She put on her elder sister's authoritative air and smiled. "The autumn rains are long, so fewer people are willing to chop wood. That means it'll sell well." After a moment's thought, I said, "I'll go chop wood, you stay home." Bai Miaotan immediately shook her head. No, Bai Shan, your hands are meant for writing, how could you do rough labor?" As soon as she spoke, she saw me straighten up, my dusty hemp shirt straining against my bulging muscles, radiating an intimidating aura. Bai Miaotan paled, her eyes filled with fear. "You've learned martial arts? Practicing in secret without reporting it is illegal." I didn't want to lie to her and whispered, "Just a little." She was utterly bewildered. This younger brother, whom she had met in a beggar's den and shared no blood with, had relied on her for 8 years. Never once had she seen him train. I offered no further explanation, only hoping she could keep it a secret. Remembering my earlier clash with the Lu family, Bai Miaotan grabbed my hand anxiously. "Then be careful, the Lu family will surely retaliate." Suddenly, As if recalling something, she rummaged at her waist and handed me a small dark gourd. Maotunjie. What's this? I asked. Puzzled, she leaned in, lowering her voice. Fresh knockout powder. If the Lu family causes trouble again, scatter this, it'll definitely help. I was stunned. I hadn't expected Maotunjie to have something like this, though I'd long known she had her secrets. She never spoke of them, so I never pressed. Without another word, I took the gourd, put on a bamboo hat, grabbed an axe, and headed out to chop wood. As I walked, my mind was filled with thoughts about my future path. Suddenly, a sense of danger emerged from a side alley, as if sharp needles were pricking my face. Outwardly, I maintained my usual walking pace, unhurried, but my peripheral vision quickly swept over the area. It was a dead-end alley. With both households tightly shut, the source of danger was hard to pinpoint, but it was likely within one of those two homes. I withdrew my gaze. The reason I could sense the danger was due to the danger premonition ability granted by the 9th level of the Tiger Soul Fist. I quickened my steps, my hand brushing against the axe at my waist, my fingertips lightly grazing the dark little gourd hidden in my belt, before swiftly exiting the county gate. Northwest of Taohua County lies a place called Black Wind Forest. People usually gather firewood from the outskirts of the forest, mostly by chopping side branches or collecting fallen twigs. But now, even the fallen twigs had been picked clean, so gathering firewood required skill with an axe. Poor technique would quickly ruin the tool. Swinging my axe, thwack, 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 branches fell one after another, soon piling up to half a person's height. I tied the firewood with rope, then yawned and sat down on a rock beneath an old tree to rest my eyes. Suddenly, that prickling sense of danger returned. I identified the direction, southeast. Leaning slightly northwest, I swiftly reached into my belt and pulled out the dark gourd. After a brief pause, I recalled my sister's warning, flicked open the stopper with my thumb, and poured a generous amount of white powder into my palm. I then hid the gourd and tightly gripped my axe. The strongest fighters in the county were, at best, those who had cultivated inner energy, and they were all prominent figures unlikely to stalk a nobody like me. If I truly faced danger, I could fight back, but doing so would risk exposing my martial skills. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew louder, the person making no effort to conceal their approach, clearly a provocation. I pretended not to notice until they were mere meters away, then feigned a startled awakening, jerking my head around as if just realizing their presence. Behind me stood a grey-clad figure, also wearing a bamboo hat, with a black iron dagger at their waist. Playing the frightened role, I instinctively tightened my grip on the short axe, backing away 2 steps as I cried out in terror. Who are you? The grey-clad man studied my face, confirmed my identity, and without a word, let out a sinister chuckle before lunging at me with his blade. I rolled aside in a hurry, abandoning the firewood, and fled haphazardly deeper into the forest. The man in grey was like a cat playing with a mouse, not slowing down to follow. The two of them, one after the other, quickly reached the depths of the Black Wind Forest. A river in a dense forest blocked the way of the White Mountain, and the teenager turned back in a hurry. The grey-robed man let out a strange laugh and once again drew his sword to chop. But suddenly, his movements stalled, because that prey that he was chasing suddenly produced a strange change. The young man removes his bucket hat, flings it away, hangs his head, bows his head, speechless, cloaks his hair, and stands in the autumn rain. The wind blew in the west, revealing his hemp clothes, which had been drenched and clung to his body, and the muscles that bulged like thick iron underneath the hemp clothes. Stretching out the clothes, a fierce aura that ordinary people would never possess rose up. The grey-robed man looked at the teenager in front of him as if he was looking at a tiger that chose to devour someone in the middle of a barren mountain. He couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps all over. But then a strong wave of shame washed over him. He would be afraid of such a small thing? The grey-robed man snorted coldly, swung his sword forward, and laughed fiercely. Little mud leg, where did you steal the kung fu from? Honestly explain. 4. One thought of the powerful, second shift. Although Bai Shan was bored, his heart was like a mirror. Hearing this, he instantly figured out the cause and effect. This is someone sent by the Lu family. But the Lu family didn't even send someone to continue to pester Sister Meow Meow about her, but instead sent someone to test if he could do martial arts? What does that mean? This means that the Lu family wants to send him to the government, to prison, to make a meritocracy, followed by forcibly robbing Sister Meow Meow and making a concubine for what's his name Uncle San. Why else would this man be so wordy and murderous? Otherwise, why did this person rush to the depths of the dense forest before making his move? It's driving him to his death. In the chaotic world, the lives of people outside the city are like grass, and those in the county are just a little bit better. And this is obviously not able to block the Lu family. Such a big door, and the county magistrate of a greeting. Does he have a grudge against the Lu family? Not really. Do people need to consider the feelings of ants when they trample them to death? No. So, did the Lu family need to think about dealing with him? Not really. The reason why the Lu family made their move is just that they are staring at the big sister. Staring is staring, unless you grovel and fulfill their wishes. Otherwise it is just not finished. A thought from the rich and powerful is also unbearable when it falls on the mudbloods. Many thoughts flashed by in an instant, while the blade light had already swept to him. But the speed of this blade light seemed a bit slow in his eyes, but he still raised his axe to block. When knives and axes clashed and sound waves shook, the opponent's sword skill was obviously not good either, and he actually blocked it. Baishan for the first time to fight with people in life and death, but the mood is somewhat unspeakably calm. In the moment of blocking the light of the knife, he did not have the slightest pause, sideways stepping, quickly approaching the body, bringing up a vicious wind. He was fast, or at least quite a bit faster relative to this Lu family's swordsman, and the other party only reacted when he was a foot inside the blade. This reaction was followed by a hard blast of a fist. The fist hadn't arrived yet, but the strong wind had already carried the particles of autumn rain and flung them at his face. Knife man with a knife is originally a pretense. The county practiced true chi, that is the third realm of martial arts, with true chi, and he is still the second realm of martial arts. The second realm is dietary therapy in conjunction with boxing to forge the body. Where will the knife? This time, he directly loosened the hilt of the Wu Tai sword, closed his hand, sidestepped, and swung his fist, which was tricky to attack towards Baishan from the side, just like a sensitive bird of prey. This was the forging fist technique taught by the most famous martial arts school on Peach Blossom County, South Wind Little Bird Fist. Baishan looked at this soft and slow fist technique. His heart froze slightly. Why is it so weak? Immediately, he came to his senses again. This fist is afraid that it will accelerate in midair, right? Do not take it lightly and be cautious. Baishan once again accelerated his speed, pouring all his strength into his left fist like a tiger's claw, swinging it to the side, blocking at the knife man's small arm. The swordsman only felt his eyes blinking, and his small arm was like smashing on a steel, his muscles tingling. Then, he only saw the fist, which had stopped slightly, blast directly into his face. He only felt dizzy as his face was slapped by a large iron pillar. The swordsman was in pain but also exploded with bloodlust, bursting out with a cry and summoning up his strength to follow the path of his fist, slamming another punch into the teenager's jaw. But the punch was still a little slow in Baishan's eyes. Although Baishan didn't see the other fist accelerate, he didn't slow down in the slightest, and with a flash of his body, he raised his elbow, struck swiftly, and roughly intercepted the saberist's arm. The swordsman let out only to feel his bones being pounded by a large iron rod, and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. He had never seen such brutal and ferocious fighting in his neighborhood before. And suddenly, the name of a boxing art rushed into his mind. Tigress, the Hermit Society's tiger. Pounce. Fist. You're a different. Break. He hissed, but every time he hissed, he was interrupted by Shiroyama with his fists, and instead, his voice changed, and Baishan didn't answer, nor did he have any intention of carrying on a conversation. What if he was countered? What if the opponent had an undercard? His eyes were like lamps shining on the earth, staring at the enemy in front of him, while his body shape was like a mad tiger, and like a never-tiring punching machine, blasting down punch after punch in the autumn rain. 1, 7, 17, punch like a blistering storm. Soon, the swordsman fell on his back in a pool of blood, breathless and dying. Baishan hung his head in silence and stood in the autumn rain, which washed away the blood from his fists, dropping drop by drop on the ground and washing away like vermilion sand in the puddle pond. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his left fist unclenched, scattering ecstasy in droves. Crap, forgot to use it. Failing Big Sister's good intentions. Seeing that the other party was still conscious, Baek-san began to interrogate him. Then he understood the situation. Everything was just as he expected. This swordsman was sent by the Lu family head to test him. However, this Lu family head was more ruthless than he thought. Even if he pretended that he didn't know martial arts, he wouldn't be spared, but would be disabled by this swordsman. And if he would, the swordsman would still cripple him, take him back, hand him over to the head of the family, and then send him to the officials for merit. And since it was ascertained that he knew the Tiger's Fist, he was a heretic of the Hermit Society. And this, if sent to the officials, it would not only be meritorious, it would be a great merit. But in that case, both he and Bai Miao-chan would be sentenced to capital punishment. As for what the Hermit Society is, what this swordsman knows is not clear, only that it is an organization that rebels against the great Qian dynasty and blasphemes the gods of the heavens. Baishan casually waved his sword, solved the knife man, a little search, searched 31 Qian, and then look around. Found a broken sack by the river, then took it, loaded the knife man, and then together with some stones, tied the mouth tightly, sunk the body into the river. He stared at the river for a few seconds, with a sense of disbelief, for he had actually killed someone so easily. However, he quickly recovered, because although this is his first time to kill, but in the chaotic world to see more death and humiliation, then worried about themselves or valued loved ones also bear this. So, with the obsession, kill people are not so resistant. It can't be helped, although it's treacherous out there. We'll have to take Big Sister out of Peach Blossom County tonight. Baishan quickly got up and treated the scene slightly, and thanks to the rain, this blood was quickly dispersed and washed away. He grabbed the UT blade and quickly returned. Then halfway through the journey, he buried the blade in the ground again and marked it. When he evacuated with his big sister tonight, he would come back here to get the knife, one for defense, and the other for pawning it for some silver if necessary. Twilight. The drizzle stopped. The teenager stood in front of the hut with his back to the setting sun, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back, and called out, "Sister meow meow." The sound of clattering footsteps came from inside the house. Immediately, the door opened, and a delicate young girl's face revealed elation. The elation of seeing a loved one return safely. The teenager said softly, "Sister Myriad, I killed someone." The young girl's smile froze as she pulled the teenager through the door, looking out again to the right and left before closing the door tightly and lowering her voice to an urgent tone as she asked, "What did you kill?" "Someone sent by the Lu family." "Just the morning?" "Yes and no." "Gee, what does that mean?" "Yes, what is being said is that this was indeed caused by that incident in the morning." "No, what's being said is that there's more to it than just what happened in the morning. The Lu family sent someone to test my martial arts, and then he tried out my boxing style as Tiger's Fist, which seems to be a boxing style that some hermit would have." "Ah, how do you know the Hermit Society's Tiger Spirit Fist?" Bai Miao-chan lost her color. She just thought that Baishan had been writing outside every day and had overheard some martial arts school of some kind and then practiced on her own, but she didn't expect it to be Tiger Fist. Baishan said, "I also didn't know that this Tiger Fist was an exclusive technique of the Hermit Society." When he said that, he fell silent again. "So what if you know? So what if you don't know? The results aren't all the same." This morning the Lu family came to rob them. Could he not stop them? In the afternoon at the Black Wind Forest the Lu family sent someone to test the waters. If he didn't fight back he would be crippled and then his big sister would be snatched away. Was it possible? Baishan said, "Sister Meow Meow, let's escape. Escape far away." That Lu family member also left a Wu Tai knife. "I hid it in the Black Wind Forest. When the time comes to take it, we can defend ourselves on the road. And when we go to a new county we can pawn it for 4 or 5 taels of silver. This silver is enough for us to start a new life." 5. Late night son-in-law recruiting, third shift. Shiroyama said and wanted to go pack his things, but he only took 2 steps. But then he stopped. Going out if too conspicuous will be seen. This pots and pans quilts naturally cannot bring, although some reluctance, but also helpless. If you want to talk about valuable objects, there are no objects at home. Which, come to think of it, there's really nothing to clean up. But then he had a second thought. Maybe he could keep the porcelain bowl in his arms. After all, with a bowl, it would be much easier to eat and drink on this road. However, hiding the bowl in his arms will definitely bulge out a bit, and that would look wrong when people see it, and would cause suspicion and lead to complications. Well, why don't you let Bai Miao-chan bring 2? After all, women have the natural advantage of hiding bowls. By the way, you can also bring a kitchen knife and a fire discount, with the kitchen knife hidden in your waist and the fire discount in your pocket. Bai Miao-chan looked at the teenager and suddenly ran over, pulled him down and asked, "Baishan, after you killed someone, where is that person?" Baishan said, "It was put into a sack with the stones and sank to the bottom of the river, and won't float up for a while." Bai Miao-chan asked again sharply, "Then did anyone see it?" Baishan recalled for a moment, then shook his head. "That person had also wanted to follow me deeper into the forest to strike, so there was naturally no one around." Bai Miao-chan asked again, "What about the scene?" Baishan said, "It was dealt with. Because of the rain, that much blood was quickly gone. As for the ground that was compacted due to the fight, I also took the distant weeds for camouflage. If it was a normal day, there might still be traces, but on a rainy day, it would be much better. At least for a while, no one would be able to find it. If they can't find it, naturally they won't follow the trail to the river to retrieve the body." Bai Miao-chan said, "But as soon as we escape, we will directly implement the fact that you are suspected of murder. The Lu family won't stop. They will go to the county magistrate, and the county magistrate will issue a wanted notice, and we will be wanted even if we go to other places. Also, there are a lot of bandits on the road right now, and some strange things are said to be going on. If you escape, you will also die 9 deaths and have no peace for the rest of your life." Baishan said, "Can't care about that much. If I don't leave, the Lu family will definitely come to inquire about the whereabouts of the swordsman that I killed. If I bite the bullet and don't answer, then the Lu family will definitely strike again. With the Lu family's background in Peach Blossom County, even if they cripple me, nothing will happen to them. When that happens, I'll be crippled, you'll be plundered, and the Lu family will continue to try and humiliate me every now and then in order to figure out what happened to the swordsman until I die. By Myo-chan, how do you know so much? Destroying corpses, making accusations, how come you know a little bit about everything? Naturally, Baishan couldn't claim to be knowledgeable from his previous life, but simply said, isn't it obvious? By Myo-chan. She thought for a moment and then suddenly said, don't rush, let me think. Shiroyama asked, what do you have in mind? Bai Miao-chan said, oops, don't say anything first. The teenager fell silent as he walked under the loophole in the broken house, grabbed the gourd dipper and scooped half a spoonful of water from the barrel that held the rain, then drank it. The ice-cold water rushed into his internal organs, making him suddenly jolt. He suddenly remembered the state he had just been in and muttered, why am I so crazy when I fight? Immediately, then in his heart, he replied to himself, perhaps it's because of fear? Fear of dying, fear of being humiliated, fear of seeing Bai Miao-chan being insulted, and as long as I lose, all of this will happen. I had to beat him to death. I had no choice, and this world doesn't give people extra choices. He stood in silence in front of the window, watching the twilight outside slowly thicken and darken. There was no light in the house because there were no candles. For siblings, candles are a luxury item, and burning them is burning money you can't afford. So, too, a shadow grew over his face, and night is falling. Peach Blossom County, every home, is bathed in this darkness. I'm going out for a while. Bai Miao-chan suddenly got up. Shiroyama froze. At this hour? Bai Miao-chan's pretty face was serious as she nodded and said, I'm going to look for the old woman from the first house on Red Tile Lane. She paused and continued, that old woman once talked to me about her son, saying that her son's name was Zhao Chang, and that he did business out of town and didn't return for years. But once I sneaked a peek at the correspondence and realized that her son's real name was Zhao Huayue. I snooped around again and learned that Zhao Huayue is the county lieutenant of Qingyuan County next door. This Zhao Huayue is said to be righteous, extraordinary strength, is into the fourth realm of the martial arts strong. I do not know how many hands have caught thieves. I do not know how many bandits on the knife-stained blood. Zhao Huayue and bandits have a lot of grudges. He is afraid of involving his mother, so he hides this relationship. But it's a relationship that the local magistrate must have known about. And I've seen things from the magistrate in the granny's house. That old woman likes me but lives here all alone. So I'll go and say something nice to her, then recognize her as a righteous mother and bring you to call her mother. In that case, if the Lu family wants to touch us again, they'll have to go through the normal procedures, instead of being able to bully others. Bai Shan said, Bai Miao-chan, you really know how to handle people. Such hidden connections can be dug out. Bai Miao-chan crossed her arms and said, I am your sister. I have to protect you. Who is like you, every day outside to help people right. So many years also did not know two friends, just like a boring would. Okay, I'm going out. Bai Shan said, I will accompany you and be your escort. Bai Miao-chan didn't refuse this time and smiled. Okay, but when you get there, you'll first hide outside. When things are done, if I need you to come in, I'll call you again. Bai Shan nodded. The big sister is like this. It looks like just a hand and foot hardworking pretty village girl, but secretly it is full of the gift of playing the muffler, but also good at dealing with relationships, or else it will not become the head of the beggar when it was in the beggar's nest. If they could really worship such a godmother this time, then their siblings would raise their status a little bit in Peach Blossom County, and not only would the immediate crisis be resolved, but their future days would also be much better. As long as he bites the fact that he does not know martial arts, the Lu family will not dare to take him anymore, and the county magistrate will not give in to the fight. Plus the Lu family dispatched the swordsman who was sent in the dark, and without it, he can only eat a dumb loss. Then after that, he saved up some silver, entered a martial arts school, and then filed to learn martial arts. Then it would be a real step on the right path. Let's hope it works. As it was agreed upon, the siblings left the house in the night. The dirt road is still wet, puddle ponds deep and shallow, reflecting the moonlight. Walking on such a road, the most important thing to worry about is stepping on chicken dog poop and so on, so it cannot be fast up. The fall breeze was cold and damp and uncomfortable. Sister and brother's broken house in the south of the county, the old lady's house in the west of the county. This road is not close, but they are also very familiar. Walking, if 3 incense sticks of time can arrive. Teenage girls walk side by side. After walking for a while, Bai Shan suddenly thought of a problem, and he asked softly, Bai Miao-chan, it's not too good for us to go empty-handed, right? Bai Miao-chan let out a pft and laughed. her eyes curving into a crescent moon. Then she patted the small gourds hanging on her waist and said softly, "Still waiting for you to think of it? I've already prepared it." By the light of the moon, Bai Shan became more and more curious about what Big Sister had packed in this gourd around her waist besides salt and ecstasy. Bai Miaochan said, "It's a nourishing powder, suitable for both young and old." Bai Shan awkwardly touched the back of his head. Although he had relived his life, his level of dealing with people had not improved much, and he was much worse than his big sister. And at this moment, he really had a feeling of being protected by his big sister. He looked sideways at his eldest sister, and her hair was not pinned, so it was tied hastily with a looped rope, but it was clean and smooth, and there was still some ash on her face from somewhere, and that ash made her skin look dull, but her neck was a delicate white like a pile of snow. The eldest sister was half a head shorter than him, standing at about 5'7", and her figure was even more on the skinny side of the category. But such a Bai Miaochan walked in front of him and stood in his way, and it was he who had stopped in front of his big sister when he had robbed the Lu family before. Shiroyama suddenly felt warmth in his heart. It's wonderful to have such a family member in such a chaotic world. The two walked and soon reached the Green Willow Bridge at the southern and western border of the county. To the surprise of the two, the bridge and the road before and after the roadway there are a lot of people in. There are cloth, there are brocade clothing, but all are teenagers, and some are accompanied by teenagers' aunt and uncle. These people are walking to the east of the bridge, and then seem to go to the north. This is perverse. Peach Blossom County is not like a big city. There is not much activity at night. Families should be nestled in the house. Bai Shan pulled a person down and asked, "Little brother, why are you still on the road in the middle of the night?" The man looked at the siblings and said, "Forget it, I'll tell you. It's not a secret." Shiroyama said, "Thanks." The man came closer and said, "The head of the Song family in the north of the county has a sickly daughter. This family cannot see the short-lived little lady. The Song family put the word out that it is a son-in-law. Any healthy man under the age of 20 can go. Got it? If she was picked, she would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. But that short-lived little lady's eyes are quite high, and it's been a few days in a row, but she hasn't picked the right one. No, even the next county has people coming." Shiroyama wondered, "Then why not go during the day?" The man said, "It is said that the little lady is afraid of the light and has to see her husband at night. No more. I have to hurry. There is still a queue here." 6. No choice, fourth shift. The Song family in the north of the county? Bai Shan has heard of this name. Seems to be a family that moved here from the north at the beginning of this year, and there were not many people when they came, but there were a lot of horse-drawn provisions, and they traveled in the flying snow. At that time, the magistrate was personally going out to meet him, which is enough to see that the background of the Song family is not simple. But what exactly the Song family did, Bai Shan had no idea, and he had no dealings with this family. After all, one was a mudblood and the other was a great lord. The short-lived daughter of the Song family head? Shiroyama thought about it, had never even heard of it, and didn't have the slightest impression of it. He walked across the Green Willow Bridge with Bai Miaochan and suddenly thought of something while pausing in his steps. Bai Miaochan, like a roundworm in his heart, softly said, "Why, do you also want to become a son-in-law?" Bai Shan said, "I want to go, but people still can't pick me. But if it does come to pass, I'm willing." What the Song family wants is to find a husband for the girl, to accompany her on her last journey, and when she dies, she is not allowed to take another wife. None of this matters to me. Instead, my siblings can have a good life, and that's fine. At the same time, I have the resources to cultivate," he added silently in his mind. Bai Miaochan smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be presumptuous. Although you look boring, but showy, and if you squeeze your fists, you can still have muscles bulging. Some girls like you like this. Why don't you give it a try? The other girls might take a liking to you." Shiroyama laughed and said, "Only weird." The two conversed with nothing more than everyday jokes. Between joking and laughing, time seems to be shorter. Soon, the siblings came to the county west of the red tile alley before. Bai Miaochan looked at the first house in the alley. It was still early, so the candlelight was still on in the house. "You wait for me under this tree." "Well, there you go," Shiroyama answered, leaning against a tree with his arms folded, looking skyward. Not far away suddenly came Bai Miaochan's voice again. "The tree body is heavy with moisture. Don't be next to it." Shiroyama smiled and straightened up again. In the distance, Bai Miaochan stood under the moon and waved at him again before turning around and running towards the old woman's house with a leap of faith. Shiroyama watched as his eldest sister was welcomed in by an old crone, then withdrew his gaze, then waited quietly. Time passes by. Bai Shan couldn't help but think, if Sister Meow Meow becomes a success, this crisis will be solved. But what if it doesn't work? He clenched his fists. A speck of dust casually sprinkled by the powerful is an unbearable weight when it falls on an ordinary person. This is the way of the world. After half an hour, the doorway in the distance seemed to open, and Bai Miao-chan assisted the crone's hand, and the two of them laughed at what they were saying while walking out of the house. Shiroyama breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the atmosphere, it should be a done deal, right? He doesn't come forward either, and continues to wait. Bai Miao-chan exited the courtyard and the crone closed the door. The young girl took a quick step and came to the teenager's side, showing a few disheveled colors. Shiroyama froze and asked, "It didn't work out?" Bai Miao-chan loosened her 5 fingers, revealing the small gourd grasped inside. Obviously the item was not delivered. She pursed her lips and said, "It's not that it didn't work out, it's just that the old woman said she had to think about it for a while." Whitehill asked, "What did you tell her?" Bai Miao-chan said, "At first they all chatted happily. Then when we got to the point of recognizing my righteous mother, the old woman seemed to understand something and asked me what trouble I had gotten into. I then said that the Lu family wanted to buy me, and you got into a bit of an argument with the Lu family servants and stopped them from coming in to rob someone. My old lady understood when she heard me say this, but she said she would have to think about it and give me an answer in a couple of days." Shiroyama froze and said, "No, it will be too late in 2 days." Bai Miao-chan's pretty face showed her urgency as she said, "Oops, I know but I think the old woman doesn't want to involve her son. Or maybe she wants to communicate with her son about this matter first, which is justifiable." Bai Shan said, "Bai Miao-chan, I understand everything you said. However, we can't wait for 2 days. Tomorrow morning at the latest, if the Lu family doesn't wait for the swordsman to return, then they will definitely come over to cause trouble. If we meet up with the Lu family, then everything will be over." Bai Miao-chan said, all right, I'll go beg her," said the young girl, thinking again. Who hasn't done this kind of begging in the beggar's nest? Don't say begging, even begging has been done. What can't be done? It was only just now that she was afraid that the crone would see that something was wrong and reject it outright, so she didn't anxiously beg, but only pretended to be worried. The young girl thought about what to say and ran into the crone's house with another smile on her face. A few moments later, she returned again. Shiroyama asked, "How's it going?" Bai Miao-chan said, "The old woman is a good person, but she doesn't have the means to make a decision on her own. She'll give us an answer tomorrow night at the earliest. I think she should have a special contact with County Lieutenant Zhao, such as a flying pigeon. But tomorrow night should already be the shortest time she needs to complete an exchange with County Lieutenant Zhao." Shiroyama fell silent. Bai Miao-chan also sighed. Both were a little hesitant. But the matter is already fraught with many uncertainties. For example, whether Zhao Huayue would actually agree to his mother accepting a righteous daughter. If it would be a yes, then the two of them will fight tooth and nail to find a way to make it through daylight tomorrow. But if you don't agree, then by this time tomorrow night, it's a dead end for both of them, with no more halfway turns. But if they don't care about the old woman's side, and directly leave Peach Blossom County, the bandits and demons along the way will make them die. And even if they really go to other counties, it is very likely that they will face a wanted man, and the rest of their lives will be uneasy. It's a fork in the road shrouded in mist, and every road is a gamble, but a gamble lost is nothing. Bai Shan suddenly said, "I'm going to the Song family." Bai Miao-chan looked up in surprise. "Ha?" Baek-san said, "Didn't you say there was hope for me? Since there is one, I'll have to try it. As long as we get picked tonight, then the crisis is solved, and we don't want the granny over here to let go. If we're not chosen, we'll flee Peach County overnight. I will never put my hopes in anyone else." When Bai Miao-chan heard this, her pretty face was stunned. Then she softly said, Fine, you're the man of the house after all. I'll listen to you on this matter." After saying that, she jumped away again, stood farther away, took a careful look at Bai Shan, came closer again, tiptoed and ruffled his hair, and then supported her elbow and rested her chin and said, "Still quite handsome, but lacks a suit. Well, you wait." Saying this, she turned again, and ran into the old crone's house, and returned in a short time. This time returning, she had in her hand an extra scholar's dress with a white background and a deep collar, a square scarf of blue and black, and a pair of green-colored boots, which she handed over, saying, "Bai Shan, change into it. This is the old woman's borrowing it to me, and it is the one that her son used to wear. You happen to be a letter writer for people, and your face is pretty, so it's just right for you to wear a scholar's uniform." Bai Shan saw that she really took the clothes out, and in his heart, he also knew that the old woman was afraid that she was sincerely treating Sister Meow Meow, if it was usually okay, but now, that old woman knew that Bai Miao-chan's side had provoked the Lu family, but she was still willing to borrow the clothes, instead of avoiding them, which had been considered a true love. Whitehill doesn't hold back. he just undresses and changes his clothes. The two of you have been together for a long time, and you still don't need to avoid this suspicion. After changing into it, Bai Miao-chan gave him a good dressing, combed his hair again, and took out the scholar's square scarf for him to wear. After a bit of fussing, it's always better. Bai Miao-chan looked at him with her chin in her hand, nodded, and laughed. It's really like a scholar boy. Bai Shan also laughed. I'm afraid that girl will have eyes that don't recognize the scholar. The two talked and laughed, but both had heavy hearts. They all knew, if it doesn't work out, then what follows is an endless journey of escape. 7. Finding a dragon in a small pond. 5th shift, Peach Blossom Township, County North. Song family, Highgate Mansion, nearly 10 feet of stone lions in front of the vermilion lacquer door. In the moonlight after the rain and the light and dark, very majestic. Instead, there was a long line in front of the door. In addition to young people in this long line, there were surprisingly many middle-aged people and even old men. Who wouldn't want to try their luck at something that they can always come and try their luck at? The long line was extremely long and turned right into a couple of alleys with a steady stream of people coming from behind. When Bai Shan and Bai Miao-chan arrived, there were several hundred people in front of them, and looking at this speed, they didn't know when it would be their turn. People were going in one by one, but not very fast. According to the current situation, if they wanted to take their turn, they were afraid that they would have to wait until morning. The two listened to the conversations around them. I'm afraid it's too late again today. Yes, this Song family's young lady chooses her son-in-law at a speed that's sometimes fast and sometimes slow, but it's only 100 or so people a night, so it's kind of hopeless on our side. There is no hope can also look. The front of the people said, into the inside although cannot see the face of that Song family little lady, but can hear talking, can be good. You don't know about that, do you? That Song family's little lady has a weird hobby. He. What hobby? The man next to him was instantly intrigued. The man who spoke sold a little, and then said, he said that if he saw a strong man, he would be blindfolded with a cloth, and then hugged from the back. My neighbor Dinyo was hugged. Dinyo said he felt a layer of cotton behind him, soft and fragrant, although he was not chosen, but it was worth it. No wonder I see that Dinyo has come to line up again. It seems that this sickly little lady is also a warm and soft beauty. No comparison to the mud-legged village girls. That's right, this is a well-bred beauty at least. Bai Shan listened quietly, a hint of eccentricity growing in the back of his mind. When you see a strong man, you blindfold him with a cloth and hug him from behind? What's this way? He turned around, looked at the person behind him who was talking, and cupped his fists. This brother, I'd like to ask for some advice on how this Miss Song family conducts her son-in-law recruitment. Before the words fell, the man behind him actually waved his hand directly and said, Don't say. Bai Shan had previously obtained 30 pieces of money from the side of the swordsman, so he wanted to use money to open the way. A slip of the sleeve, felt out 2 pieces of money, and was about to hand it over, when Bai Miao-chan on his side suddenly laughed and said, Big brother, talk about it, so that we can discuss the countermeasures together. Her voice is very friendly, and her aura of a social awkwardness spreads out. Only 7% of communication between people is by words, the rest is by mannerisms, gestures, and some very subtle things. The same sentence can be said differently by different people. Socially, if Baek Myo-chan is the rich, Baek San is the poor. As soon as Bai Miao-chan opened her mouth, a magical change arose. The man took a look at the young girl and said, Why are you in line, you girl? Bai Miao-chan wrapped her arm around Bai Shan and laughed, accompanying my brother. The man showed a dazed look, then said, It's nothing really, not a secret. That Miss Song only let the person go to the boudoir first floor hall to stand quietly, and then did nothing. If she was favorably impressed, she might have a servant come up and blindfold you, then step out from behind a white veil, stand behind you, and hug you, but after the hug, you'll be let go. As for why I did that, I'm not really sure. I'm afraid it's to test the eyes and then the hands. He. Ha, just looking and hugging? Then this little lady won't have hugged many people, right? Bai Miao-chan was a bit unhappy. Men and women are not related. What kind of woman is this? Not even married yet and she's so flirtatious? The man laughed. Hey, miss, isn't it? We've got quite a few people coming to line up on our side, just for the fun of it. Saying that, he slightly turned sideways and pointed to a man with a face full of horizontal meat in front of the queue, and then softly said, See, that's Zhang Butcher from the eastern part of the county. He has long been married, and his wife is from a neighboring village, and he's afraid that he's still at home waiting for him to sleep. However, he is queuing up here, not because he has heard that he can cuddle with the Song family's young lady for a thrill. And look at that old man, are almost into the flower age. The family does not have a few money. It is impossible to be selected, but also come here to line up. I guess it is just to see a hilarious. The man nagged for a while longer, and only after Bai Miao-chan thanked him did she stop. Bai Miao-chan pulled Bai Shan's hand and said, Wait for me. Saying that, she ran ahead again and came directly next to an old man at the front of the row. muttered for a while, and then fished out 5 pennies from her bosom and secretly gave it to the old man, and then beckoned toward Baishan again, signaling to come over. She was buying a spot for 5 cents, and the spot was already pretty far forward. Soon the White Mountain stood in its new position, and the old man walked away contentedly with 5 cents. Baishan looked ahead. He was 16th in line, which was close enough. He couldn't help but sweat silently. After living 2 lifetimes, he was still so unsociable. This time again, he was indebted to Sister Meow Meow for taking care of him. Crunch! The Song family doorway opened and the guard called out. Next, Butcher Shang's eyes lit up and he held his voice as he responded. Coming. He stepped in happily. The guard spun and shut the door tight again. Zhang Tufu walked left and right with the guards and soon arrived at the inner house, stopping in front of a small attic on the west side of the main house. The attic is wrapped in the lush evergreen wood between. Not close at all, cannot be detected, and the architectural style is also extremely ancient style, and the surrounding houses are out of place, as if it is hundreds of years ago. The house all of a sudden fell to the present, and showed an abrupt sense of antiquity. The pavilion has 4 floors, with layers of flying eaves and saving spires, looking out in all directions. Under the eaves, on the other hand, hung a single blood-red lantern, but the combined total was only 12, for the 4th story of the attic was not lit with any of the lanterns, but was bathed in pure blackness, lights burning, and the entire attic is bathed in this red light, and the shadows cannot be interspersed with overlapping, showing an eerie dead silence. At this moment, the doorway of the attic was slightly open, and the ghastly white veil was like a twisted wave, rippling slightly inside. Zhang Butcher's face was full of joy. His heart was restless, and he ran straight inside. He is a rough man. His life has never touched this kind of big family's tender little girl. This kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime awe. Zhang Butcher's mouth was full of saliva, and he swallowed hard, crossing into the attic in 3 or 2 steps. Suddenly, a cool piece of something stuck to his eyes, causing him to black out. He subconsciously went to grab it. This grabbing revealed a silk-white scarf hanky. Rough fingers rubbed on the handkerchief. Good material. Ah, must be worth some money. Zhang Tufu grabbed the napkin again and smelled it. It smelled so good. It was like the dark scent of wax plums. Thinking, he hastily put the kerchief into his arms. Then, pretending to be as courteous as possible, he shouted, "Young lady, my humble self, Zhang Hum, I wonder if I can catch your eye." Mr. Zhang, wait first. A soft and sticky voice came from behind the mantle, vaguely revealing the silhouette of a wonderful torso, sticking straight onto that white mantle. This voice and figure tickled the bottom of Zhang Tufu's heart, as if there was a big monkey that liked lust jumping up and down in his heart, so that he could not rest in peace. My son? How dare this little lady call me prince? Hey, Butcher Zhang, his face red and his heart restless, was not polite and picked a wooden chair at random to sit down. Within a few breaths, a strong black shadow suddenly walked out. The black shadow was more than 2 meters tall, and its body was more like it was growing horizontally. At that moment, Zhang Tufu was shocked. How dare he sit down again? Directly brush a pop-up. At this time, behind the curtain issued a soft and sticky voice. Zhang Gongxia, blindfolded. Let me come out closer to see you, okay? Butcher Zhang's heart was overjoyed and he busily said, Good, good, good. Soon, the 2-meter-tall black shadow came to his side and wrapped an impervious black cloth around his eyes. Zhang Tufu's eyes were dark, following which he felt a pair of cold arms suddenly wrapped around his waist behind him. The scent of lapme pounced on him, and the soft touch made him comfortable. I really want to be good with this little lady for once. Zhang Butcher's heart was restless beyond measure, itching to immediately turn around, grab the woman behind him and crush her to the ground, and then do it on the spot. But thinking of the 2-meter-tall black shadow on the side as well as the status of the Song family, he still dismissed the idea. Moments later, Zhang Tufu pushed the door and left the Song family. There was a rustle of conversation from the loft class. On the first floor of the attic, a soft and sticky voice indistinctly rang out. That man has a lot of young energy on him. It's considered to be the most adequate one I've seen today. Soon, a cold voice floated out from the second floor of the attic. It's just a baleful energy piled up from killing. Something like a mirror. It's so vain that it doesn't count as yang qi. It should be a butcher on earth. Such a person has limited potential. It cannot be raised, nor can it help the master. A soft and sticky voice resounded. That would be hard to find. In a small place like this corner, do you still want to find a pure young physique? You can't hide a dragon in a small pond, but the owner can't afford to wait. Hey, how is the master now? The cold and icy voice said. The master is too heavily injured and is still slumbering on the topmost floor of the attic. The soft, Sticky voice asked. What about it? The cold voice said. It's naturally on the 3rd floor, using its power to isolate all sense. Otherwise, even if we hide in this side place, how can we be safe? The soft and sticky voice said. Then it's just the two of us doing things. We have to be the Song family's master, the Song family's young lady, the open door guards, and we also have to measure those men's young chi. Are you tired? However, the voice on the 2nd floor only responded coldly. Not tired. Go on. When you are sure that you meet the requirements, bring it to the 2nd floor and show it to me. If it passes on my side as well, I will imitate the master's voice and speak to him. After all, it is the master that will maintain the relationship of husband and wife with him, not us. The soft, sticky voice cried out helplessly. Okay. Next, the guard of the ladder outside the door heard a voice, stepped out mechanically, came to the door, opened it, and in a rather mechanical voice externally shouted. Next, P.S. After that, I'll post 2 chapters every day at 7 a.m. 8. Do you see me as a human being? What's going on with this Song family's little lady? Why this method of recruiting a son-in-law? What am I to do about it? Shiroyama pondered silently in his mind. The line in front of him was dwindling and a few more would be his turn. Seeing that the man in front of him had already entered the Song family, Baishan stopped thinking. There's too little information to judge, but the matter of joining the Song family should be hopeless. If this Miss Song asks some strange questions, I might still be able to answer them through the knowledge I gained in my previous life. After all, memorizing a few thousand songs and writing an equation for a solution or something is still possible, but this quirky little lady is surprisingly just looking and cuddling, with no measurements at all, so I can't really do anything about it. Forget it, it was just supposed to be a try. Better think about the details afterward. Suddenly, a creaking door interrupted his thoughts. The door of the Song mansion opened once again, and a green-robed man walked out with a regretful look on his face, which seemed to still have an unfulfilled look on it, and the escort mechanically shouted. Next, Shiroyama looked sideways at Bai Miao-chan. Myrtle squeezed out an encouraging smile. Baishan nodded his head in response with a grave expression on his face, then turned around and stepped into the Song family. The Song family was worthy of being a large family, with pavilions and pavilions inside, and even a lavish little garden. The garden. Inside with the rain after the autumn wind wafted bursts of strange fragrance. Vaguely there is a refreshing smell of medicine. Obviously not the street visible flowers and plants, and not far from the aisle. Vaguely can still see the guards holding the red and yellow fur of the large mastiff in the night patrol. A single large mastiff's meal expenses. I'm afraid it's far more than the siblings' a day's meals. The standard people are not as good as dogs. Baishan was a little envious at the bottom of his heart. Shame to say, although the crossing to this 16 years, but the memory of early childhood has disappeared completely. From the beginning of memory, he is living on the streets, and then went to the beggar's nest where Miao Miao's sister to mix food. As far as he could remember, he had never been able to set foot in a rich family's mansion like this. This came in, saw, naturally gave birth to a kind of bumpkin into the city feeling, although not a shock, but also some by the mansion's momentum to the pressure. The feeling of being held down is a real one. He tilted his head to look at it, as if seeing this Song family mansion transformed into a glorious palace, while he was a grungy beggar walking in the palace. All at once, feelings of inferiority and cringing stretched out naturally, but the next moment, he only felt that a sense of grief and brutality that defied everything at the bottom of his heart erupted, and he clenched his fists and slightly arched his back, as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger with flames burning all over his body. What's the point of having a glorious palace? This kind of place can only lock up the bird in the cage, but can't lock up the tiger in the mountain. In that case, how can we press him? The change in mindset allowed Baishan to quickly return to his normal self, even putting himself on the equal and opposite side of the Song family. Although he was a little strange, but after a little thought, it should still be the reason why the G Tiger's prancing fist had been practiced to the 9th level of the grand completion. I guess the great perfection shouldn't be that easy to reach. Mrs. Inside, just stand in the hall and wait. The escort's mechanical voice rang out, and then it stopped in its tracks. Baishan tilted his head to look at the 4-story ancient pavilion in front of him, and scanned the surroundings, surrounded by evergreen trees that did not give up in the fall and winter, while this pavilion was hidden in it, which was quite eerie. Baishan turned to look at the guardian and asked, "May I ask, why does this attic seem so old, and what looks like a completely different building from the surrounding ones?" The retainer froze for a while, and suddenly said mechanically, "The master's mansion was originally built following the ancient ruins, and this ancient pavilion is the remnants of that ancient ruin, and the other houses around it are newly built. Miss loves antiquities, so she moved her boudoir here." Bai Shan said. So that's how it is. May I ask what the name of this ancient relic is? The guardian, however, no longer answered, but said, quickly go inside. The young lady is still waiting. Bai Shan no longer pursued the question, tilted his head to look at the ancient pavilion shrouded in the light of the blood-red lantern, and the dark and lightless fourth floor, withdrew his sight, then picked up the steps and walked into the pavilion. The building was cold and still smelled good. The fragrance is that of a daughter's boudoir, but it is a little too fragrant, as if it were covering up some flavor. The dark fragrance, wrapped in this tidal white veil, lingers, fluctuates, swirls, and stirs a man's heart. The red candle was ghostly, emitting a cool light. Suddenly, a soft and sticky voice rang out from before. Mr. Bai, come forward a bit. Bai Shan raised his head to look directly in front of him, only to see a wonderful silhouette sitting side by side behind the bed's mantel, a silhouette that looked incredibly alluring in the incense and veil, which was also the direction from which the voice had come. He stepped forward and said, Miss Song, I'm honored to be here. The phrase I am here to honor you was what Bai Miaochan told him to say, saying that since he was wearing the clothes of a scholar, he had to act like a scholar so that he could improve his impression. Peach Blossom County is full of mud-legged people. Pretending to be a scholar can't help but catch the eye of a girl. There was silence across the room. Not 2 seconds later, that soft and sticky voice sounded again. One more step. Let me take a good look at the prince. Shiroyama took 2 more steps to the center front of the first floor. Then the atmosphere fell into silence. Suddenly, an excited panting sound came from behind the mantel. Gongzi, come in a little bit more. Come a little closer. Bai Shan resumed his nature and asked directly, what does Miss Song think of me? His voice silenced the woman slightly. Immediately, the woman's soft voice came again. Need the gentleman blindfolded, okay? Bai Shan already knew about the interview process and answered, yes. Only after the words fell, a black shadow about 2 meters tall walked out from the darkness next to him, and Bai Shan glanced at the black shadow before allowing it to cover his eyes with an impermeable black cloth. Before long, he suddenly felt a pair of cold, soft hands behind him wrap around his waist and then hug him. Bai Shan slightly perceived that it should not be the hand of the 2-meter-tall man, but the hand of the little girl. He had once counted the time before. Those who interviewed into the second step would come out 1 minute later than those in the first step. In other words, it should be just 1 minute for this Miss Song to hug him. Soon the minute was up and the woman didn't let go. 2 minutes had come and gone, and the woman still wasn't there. 3 minutes passed and the woman still hadn't let go. Immediately afterward, Bai Shan suddenly heard a slight scolding sound tinged with surprise from behind him. What's going on? Bai Shan's heart gave birth to an odd feeling. He only felt that this woman's behavior was too willful, hugging these many men. I'm afraid it's not a nymphomaniac, right? And now she is screaming for no reason. Is she sick? So, without being polite, he asked in a straightforward manner, is Miss Song willing to marry me? The soft and sticky woman softly said, I'm not hiding it from you. In fact, I'm just Miss Song's maid Xiaomei. Miss is on the 2nd floor. You follow me first. Is it a maid? So it is. However, in a whirlwind, Shiroyama froze again, going to the 2nd floor, a process that had never been mentioned before. Was he passing the 2nd level and moving on to the 3rd? But he didn't do anything. How did it pass? What kind of criteria is this Song family using to recruit a son-in-law? As he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. Xiaomei laughed gluttonously. Sir, follow me. Although Bai Shan's heart had oddities, he had no way out. If he couldn't join the family, he could only take Bai Miaochan with him to the end of the world, and he couldn't be sure that in a few days, he would become food in the stomach of some wild beast. At this moment, he felt the pull of the corner of his coat, and after a little thought, his heart snapped, and he immediately struck like electricity. His hand claws brought up a vicious wind, and he pinched Xiao Mei's hand between the flashes of lightning and fire. Mei's hands were cold but warm, obviously human. Shiroyama secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Another giggle came to his ears. Sir, have you figured it out? Is Xiaomei a human or a ghost? He. Shiroyama said. Let's go. 9. Ant Song of Peach Blossom County. Knock, knock, breaking or snapping. Hakusan only felt that the stairs were broken, and a foot would even carry the harsh sound of a wooden ladder being crushed and compacted. In the air, in addition to the aroma of a woman's boudoir, there was a strange smell of corruption, as if the smell of corpses soaked in formalin, although very faint, but present, if not deliberately distinguish. Will only think that it is a long time not cleaned the smell of dust, but in fact, it is not. On top of that, there was a hint of an extremely hard to detect pungent odor, as if emanating from sulfur soaked in lava. The Song family really does have a secret, and not only do they, but it shouldn't be a good one. This Miss Song is sick for putting her boudoir in such a place, right? For some reason, Shiroyama had the feeling that he was in the middle of a ghost movie, and his whole body tensed up, but he had no choice but to go on. Xiaomei's soft voice came from the side, "Sir, don't be nervous, he. Mrs. right in front." As he was saying this, Shiroyama felt his last step solidify. Song family's ancient pavilion, the second floor, is here. He stood still, his eyes covered with a dense, thick black cloth. Suddenly, a cool female voice came from about 6 or 7 meters directly in front. "Sit." The female voice was slightly weak and coughed twice when she finished. Baishan asked tentatively, "Miss Song?" "Aha, I am honored by the youngest." The woman on the other side of the room seemed to be silent, while from her side came the sound of Mei's goose 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 laughter. Baishan also felt embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that Sister Miao Miao had given such an explanation, he wouldn't have been able to say such disgusting and literal words. At this moment, hearing Xiaomei laughing next to him, he opened the door and asked, "How is Miss Song going to test me?" The opposite side was silent for a few seconds and suddenly said coldly, "You passed." "What?" Shiroyama's heart shook. How is that possible? Although he was good-looking, he wasn't pleasing to women. That was true in his previous life, and it was the same in this life. So naturally, he didn't think that the Song family's daughter was convinced by his charms. So why the hell was that? The woman on the other side said, "Tomorrow during the day, my father will announce to the public that you are joining my Song family, and then he will choose a good day for you and I to get married." "Miss Song, may I ask why me? My name is Song Yuning. You call me Ninger." "Ninger." Baishan very oddly shouted out this name. This woman in front of him was all mysterious, even with a hint of weirdness, afraid that it was not just the short-lived little lady that people said was so simple. This kind of existence if he usually encountered. He was afraid of avoiding it, but now he had to shout out such a gracious title. "Nell, why did you pick me?" "Because I need yang energy for my illness, and you have the most yang energy, so you are my husband. I wonder what kind of disease Ninger has. Starting tomorrow, Xiaomei will teach you martial arts. It's a technique that is the most yang and intense, and you can only help me if you learn it." Song Yuaning fell silent as she finished speaking. Although the eerie feeling in the bottom of Baishan's heart had not yet been eliminated, he finally knew that the reason why he had been chosen was in fact due to the pure yang physique that he had acquired as a result of the great perfection of the tiger prancing fist cultivation path. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart, then said, "I also have a sister who needs to live in the Song mansion as well. Is that all right?" Song Yuaning coldly said, "Yes." Baishan added, "This morning, Lu Jun, the son of the Lu family, had wanted to buy my sister, but he was rejected by me, and we had an argument, so the Lu family might not stop." Song Yuaning was puzzled. "The Lu family?" Xiaomei explained on the side. "It's a big family in the county, with some connections in this neighborhood." Song Yuning said, "My father will speak clearly with the Lu family head, so husband need not worry anymore." The eerie feeling that had only faded down in Baishan's heart instantly thickened again, because this Song girl didn't say to go and ask the family head for instructions, but instead said how the family head would be. Listening to this tone, it was as if the real power holder of this Song family was not the head of the family, but this short-lived little maiden of hers. Moreover, the Song family and the Lu family were both large families in Peach Blossom County, so how could this little Miss Song not have heard of the Lu family? It's just so counterintuitive. However, Baishan still sincerely said, "Many thanks." Regardless of what the other party thought and what their true purpose was, this trip had already pulled him and Bai Miaochan out of the fire pit, so this thanks was still necessary. When Xiaomei saw him thanking him, the corners of her gloomy lips hooked up into a weird arc, then pulled his cuffs and said with a smile, "Auntie, come with me. I'll let the servants of the house bathe and dress you first, wash and smell good, then go into the compartment and go to bed early. If there is anything you want to take, I'll have someone go get it for you in the morning." Outside the Song mansion. "What's taking so long?" "Yeah, it's been almost 2 incense sticks of time, right? What's taking so long?" people whispered. "Hakusen, why did you go for so long?" Bai Miaochan didn't know what had happened either. Her heart was somewhat expectant, but more nervous. Crunch! The vermilion-painted gates of the Song mansion finally opened again. Bai Miaochan hurriedly greeted her, but she didn't see her brother, and the only person standing at the door was the Song residence guard. Bai Miaochan looked at the guard and politely asked, "May I ask where the teenager who just went in with you?" The guard glanced at her, seemingly recognizing and confirming, and after a pause of 2 or 3 breaths, he said, "It's Miss Bai Miaochan, isn't it?" "I'm Bai Miaochan." The guard said, "Come in with me. The aunt is waiting for you in the mansion." When the word auntie fell, an uproar broke out, and the long line of people suddenly stirred. People scattered, and the sound of chaotic footsteps rose and fell. The people exchanged words and hurried toward the Song mansion in another swarm, clustering in front of the gate. inquiring who the chosen son-in-law was and why he had been chosen. But the door to the Song mansion had closed once again. The guardian didn't answer any questions either, and like a mechanical puppet, he led the young girl behind him deeper into the dark Song family. After midnight, the bright moonlight lined the front of the Song mansion with a darkness that was incomparable. The people who had clustered here had also dispersed. Suddenly, a few barks came from the quiet deep alley. The woof 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 sound was so strong that it suddenly turned into a whimper 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 wail. The wailing gradually rested. A ghastly wind blew out from the Song mansion, and if one were to look closely with wide eyes, one could see a pale white shadow extruding from the doorway, as if it were a piece of white paper that had been flattened. This white paper is far away with the wind, falling into the shadows of the alley, the dead wood, and the street, and then going in the direction of Lu's house. Why hasn't Lu Si returned yet? Could it be that that little bastard not only knows martial arts, but his martial arts are not weak? But even so, with Lu Si's power, he wouldn't be unable to return. Lu Jun remained awake in the middle of the night, sitting in the bookstore, talking one after the other. Behind the tea table, Lu Feixiong, the head of the Lu family, dressed in green, was quietly drinking tea, his shrewd eyes flickering with a thoughtful luster. At first, Lu Jun was still able to be quiet, but now, he seemed to have seen the conclusion. Lu Si will definitely come back when he completes his mission, and if he doesn't come back at this time, then he must have planted himself in that little bastard's hands. Dad, you're right, this could really pull off something big. Uncle Three-Side also do not care. We hurry to report to the police, so that the magistrate will be escorted to the prison. Torture to force confessions, this will certainly be a great merit. In time, both you, Father, and I will benefit from this. Lu Feixiong didn't pick up his words, but suddenly raised his voice and said, "Someone come." Lu Jun froze. "Father, what's wrong?" Lu Feixiong said, "If the Bai family siblings really killed Lu Si, they will most likely escape tonight. If we don't go now, the people will be gone." Ha! Lu Jun's face was stunned. He had originally thought of sending more people during the day. After all, it was common for the wilderness to be unsafe, and the danger factor of the wilderness would rise dramatically after nightfall. So he naturally assumed that the White family siblings would not leave at night, and not only that, but maybe that sibling would hold on to their luck and press on, pretending that nothing had happened. However, when he heard his father's stern voice, he instantly came to his senses. Father is right. This dog will still jump over the wall when it's anxious, let alone a human being. That little bastard will most likely escape tonight. We need to send more people and catch them tonight. They definitely won't expect us to be so decisive either. Thinking that the little white lady would become a prisoner, Lu Jun thought that he could inform Uncle San and let Uncle San come to have a good time first, so that he could kill two birds with one stone, and get the credit as well as Uncle San's goodwill. Thinking of the complacency, Lu Jun couldn't help but reveal a smile. 10. The Night of the Tiger. Come on man, where's old Chang? Lu Feixiong shouted twice more when he saw that no one was arriving. His voice fell as footsteps finally came closer and closer outside the door. The footsteps died down a little. In the middle of the night, there was an ear-piercing creak, and the door of the Lu family study was pushed open from the outside. A tall, thin man wrapped in a green cloak came from outside, crossed the threshold, and stood in front of the door. The candlelight fluttered in the brass lamp, and the man's shadow against the white wall moved with a huff. Lu Jun immediately got up to welcome. This is the father's side of the guard, called Flying Feather Swordsman Chang Yuan, but also the Lu family strength of the strongest experts, has stepped into the third realm of the martial arts for several years. The third realm is to feel the dantian cultivated out of the true qi, which in the surrounding counties are a number of characters. Uncle Chang, Lu Jun shouted respectfully. Lu Feixiong, on the other hand, directly said, Chang Yuan, you bring more people and go bring the pair of Bai family siblings in the south of the county. There are some hidden secrets on this pair of siblings. Originally I asked Lu Si to go, but Lu Si has yet to return, and has likely met with an untimely end. As he said that, the Lu family head suddenly felt something odd. Today's Chang Yuan seemed to have kept his head down, and his hair was a bit messy, and the corners of his forehead were sweating. He was about to ask a question when the tall, thin man suddenly moved, a move that actually turned violently and closed the door with his backhand, followed by a finger pick and a lock on the door. Breaking or snapping, the door is bolted. Lu Feixiong raised his head in a huff, his eyes staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar man with a furtive feeling in the bottom of his heart as he asked in a stern voice, Chang Yuan, what are you doing? Before the words fell, Chang Yuan had already mechanically taken a step forward, the long sword in his hand sheathed like a swift wind, but with a flash of cold light, a red line had already appeared on Lu Jun's neck next to him. Lu Jun's body stiffened, his eyes stared roundly, puzzled and unbelieving, holding his neck. His throat made a broken bellows-like ho-ho-ho sound. He simply did not understand why Uncle Chung wanted to kill him. A red line gradually surfaced, and then, like a sewing thread threaded up and down, the red line expanded more and more, and blood spurted out of the artery. On the other hand, Lu Feixiong, who should have blocked or made a move, suddenly fell silent. He should have gotten angry and struck out, or maybe he should have rolled out the window and escaped. But he didn't do anything. After he finished saying Chun Yuan, "What are you doing?" his body was strangely twitching, shaking violently like a sieve for a few times, sweating profusely, his hair disheveled, and then calmed down. His body stood stiffly in place, his hands hanging down, as if he had turned into a puppet. He then removed the hanging sword on the wall before mechanically walking towards Chung Yuan. Chung Yuan also walked towards him. Both of them looked wooden, drawing their swords at the same time and stabbing at each other at the same time. Giggle, giggle. Lu Feixiong's sword pierced into Chung Yuan's brow and penetrated out the back of his head. Chung Yuan counterattacked with hindsight, slashing across Lu Feixiong's neck and chopping half of it, while causing Lu Feixiong's head to fall diagonally to the side. Pus, blood exploded. Brain matter also flowed slowly down the cold blade of the sword. Shoo, swoosh. The flavorful hot gravy hits the taste buds as your mouth sucks it in, and the freshness makes the sunshine feel brighter. Bai Shan finished a cage of soup dumplings and grabbed the next one, and Bai Miaochan next to him wasn't much better. In these times of famine, eating soup dumplings for breakfast was a dream come true, but I didn't realize it was a dream come true. The siblings kept eating without a word. In case the Song family repented of their marriage, those two could eat their way to the top. Because of the fragrant bath, as well as the change of clothes prepared by the Song family, Bai Shan, who was dressed in a brocade suit, looked quite heroic and spirited. Bai Miaochan, on the other hand, changed into a snow-white silk dress, with a fine twisted gold ribbon around her waist, her face washed of dust, her sealed face value was released, her skin was like sheep's fat, her posture was delicate, like a 100-flower fairy. Auntie, eat slowly don't choke. Xiaomei was watching from the side with a smile. Although she claimed to be a maid, she was wearing a gorgeous and incomparably large red dress, with a frivolous demeanor and winks in her eyes. She was a little wench who liked to hug men and had peach blossom eyes. Bai Shan nodded and said, "Miss Xiaomei is right. Sister Miao Miao, eat slowly, don't choke." With that said, he quickly settled for a cage. Next to her, Bai Miaochan didn't fall for it, moving her small mouth quickly, and in an instant, she also solved 2 cages. Shiroyama decides to settle for a triple cage. Bai Miaochan has the eye of the tiger and decides to finish off the 4 cages. At the small dining table, brother and sister are competing for supremacy, and chopsticks and hands are intertwined. It wasn't long before Bai Shan reached for his chopsticks again, but the steamer was empty. Damn it, I'm full but I still want to eat. So, this newly promoted aunt looked back at Mei. Xiaomei understood, clapped her hands together with a smile, and called out to the distance, "Steam some other pastries." Yes, an answering voice floated in the distance. "The maids are busy again," Bai Shan said. "Yesterday Miss Song said she wanted me to learn martial arts. I wonder what kind of martial arts." Xiaomei's peach blossom eyes picked up, then her body moved forward and a pair of small hands probed out, placing them against his abdomen. Brush. At that moment, 2 gazes stabbed over like swords. One course is from the White Mountains. One was next to Bai Miaochan's. Xiaomei smiled and withdrew her hand. Digressing, Auntie, learning martial arts needs to be reported. But my Song family has long prepared a quasi-martial arts iron coupon. As long as you go to the prefect to register your information and the name of the kung fu you practice, it will be fine. When the time comes, the governor will give you a martial arts order, which will have your information recorded in it. Remember, your registered name is Tiger Fist. Tiger Fist is the Song family's family martial arts. Long backed up in the imperial dynasty, is classified as a teachable martial art. Tiger Fist? Bai Shan heard this mediocre name. Some small disappointment, but immediately this disappointment was gone. With his talent, as long as he could step into the world of martial arts cultivation, then ascending to the top was sooner or later. However, Xiaomei immediately followed with a smirk. But in fact, what you're going to practice is not Tiger Fist, but, her gaze glanced at Bai Miaochan who was waiting for her bun next to her. Bai Shan said, "Sister Miao Miao and I are together, so I don't need to hide my affairs from her." Xiaomei laughed. "Then listen to Auntie. The gongfu you really want to practice is called Fierce Tiger Whistling Night Chapter. This gongfu we can't practice. It can only be practiced by someone with a pure yang constitution like you, and when you've practiced it, you'll be able to help Miss heal her injuries." Bai Shan was stunned. This operation is really flexible. On the surface, he registered that he was practicing Tiger Fist, but secretly, he was practicing other methods, so as long as he wasn't caught in the act, then he was really concealing it from the world, and no one would know about it. However, he whirled around and mused, "Miss Xiaomei, my talent may be rather ordinary, Mei said. It's okay, with our resources, it's only 2 years at most, we can all afford to wait. 2 years? Baishan slightly condensed. It seems that he has to control the time. After all, wealth does not reveal white is common sense. His talent is his biggest secret. He will not let anyone find out. After the meal, Bai Miao-chan, accompanied by 2 Song family servants, returned to her home in the south of the county to pack her things. Peachy-eyed little wavy goods then took Baishan to a new place. That is the Song family residence further northeast of a martial arts compound. The compound is quite spacious. The surrounding 18 kinds of weapons are complete, and there are shooting ranges, martial arts platforms and other facilities. After the 2 arrived, Xiaomei took out a wooden box that had been prepared earlier and handed it over, saying, "Auntie, the gong method is in the box. Look carefully, can you read it?" Shiroyama took the wooden box, which was obviously new, while the whole thing had an oddly mismatched heaviness to it. How much can a wooden box and a book weigh? But Shiroyama felt like he was holding up a boulder. Therefore, when he received the big stone, his body slightly sank. Then he placed the big stone on a stone bench and opened the wooden box. Inside the box was a sapphire blue silk backing, between which lay a page of gold-colored pages. But Baishan knew that it wasn't gold, because even gold couldn't be that heavy. He looked at it closely. At once, a lot of information was revealed before his eyes. The Night of the Tiger. Level, Body Forging Technique. Demand 1, Fierce Tiger Whistling at Night Chapter, full text. Requirement 2, 600 caddies of meat, 200 caddies of tiger bone wine, 3 drops of everlasting hate grass juice, 1 burning heart saffron fruit, can be attained through accumulation. Requirement 3, deter a tiger demon that carries no less than 5 devils, and sign a contract with it so that it recognizes you as its master. Demand 4, slaughter a colony of at least 1,000 people on a cloudy day and feel the pain and fear in it. By completing the above requirements, you can immediately reach the realm of the great perfection. It was just a body-forging fist art, yet there were so many demands. The tiger's prancing fist was also a body-forging fist art, but the cultivation conditions were unknown. How much worse than this? What level of martial arts was this? If the tiger form fist belonged to the teachable martial arts, and the tiger spirit fist belonged to the martial arts that required a strict examination of qualifications, then this fierce tiger whistling night chapter should belong to the forbidden martial arts that could not be taught, right? 11. The disappearing ancient pavilion, deterring a tiger demon, and a tiger demon with 5 ghosts? It turns out that the demons and devils rumored to exist in this world are not legends, but really exist. Only I've been staying in the safety of a human county, so I haven't been exposed to them. If that's the case, then the level of danger in the wilderness is simply far beyond imagination. Fortunately, I didn't run away with Sister Miao Miao, but joined the Song family. Baishan was secretly glad that no matter what the road ahead was, at least they had escaped the certain death in front of them. Seeing that he was looking at the booklet for a long time, Xiaomei smiled and approached his side, next to him and asked, "Auntie, is there anything you want to ask?" Baishan glanced at her this distance over the line and wondered, "Miss Xiaomei, could it be that your lady still wants to test me? So she purposely asked you to seduce me in order to see if I, as a person, can withstand temptation?" As a maid who dared to be so loose with the lady's husband, Baishan had only one explanation. Xiaomei froze, and then covered her mouth. He laughed, and then said, "Of course not. I will not steal with the lady, but I also like heavy young men, so I cannot help but want to lean on you next to." Baishan said, "You're not afraid of Mrs. Rebuke?" Xiaomei said, "But I can't control myself." For some reason, these windy and moon-like words came out of her mouth, but they gave Baishan a feeling of grimness and greed. Baishan suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart, gently inhaled, and said, "Since you called me auntie, you need to observe the etiquette in the future, and you must not do so again." Rituals? May let out a giggle. Hakusen, however, did not smile, like an unknowing piece of boring wood. Xiaomei managed to stop laughing and said, "Well, auntie, you do not let me touch you. I will not touch you. Just learn martial arts. Some places need to be taught hand in hand. You will not refuse it?" Baishan didn't cover up and said straight from the heart, "Miss Xiaomei, if you really want a man, just go find one. Why do you always hit on me?" He felt that he was really seeing ghosts, the previous life plus this life, or the first time to encounter this kind of thing. According to the reasoning that this small plum girl looks good, soft voice, want to find a man, that is the hook finger thing. Why bother to pester him as the aunt of the? This is not a brain disease? Xiaomei said, "In this world, there aren't many men who can have a pure young physique, and after seeing auntie, I don't want any other men." Baishanchi asked, "Is the pure young physique good?" Although he knew that the hermit's tiger's fist was not an ordinary fist, the power he obtained through it did not reach the point of not many in this world. "Did it?" Mei said. "Very good." Whitehill asked directly, "How good is it?" Xiaomei said, "If the yang qi is compared to water, ordinary man that is a small puddle pond without a source, while the ant is a constant stream of living water. Because of the constant flow, It has the potential to grow. From a small puddle of water to a river and a lake. The power of the sky. The 5 elements are superior. The 5 elements are gold, wood, water, fire and earth, while the physical nature is born, divided into yin and yang. The yang body can help fire and earth, the yin body can help water and wood, and gold is in the center, unaffected. Auntie, do you think this pure yang body is good? Bai Shan nodded, then raised his hand and touched the golden pages of this fierce tiger whistling night chapter, and asked, how many layers are there in this gong method? Xiao Mei said, Auntie may not know this, but the world's gongfu are all 9 layers. Reaching the 6th layer is considered practiced, and each layer after that requires enlightenment, perseverance, and experience in order to proceed, and if it reaches the 9th layer, it will gain even more power. Seeing her chatting about this, Baishan casually asked, what about above the 9th floor? Is there a consummation or something? Xiao Mei said, no, the 9th floor is the peak. You can reach the peak is the great circle, after that no more. Baishan froze slightly in his mind. How is that possible? Well, I guess it's because Mei hasn't seen enough. As mysterious and knowledgeable as she was, it was normal that she didn't know some deeper information after all. That was the only way Hakusen could explain it. But then he thought about it again. That Xiao Mei on what grounds to say in this world can have a pure yang physique of the man is really not much such words. If the tiger's prancing fist can obtain a pure yang body when it reaches the great perfection, then there should be quite a few people in the hermit society who are like that, right? And there were always other feats similar to the tiger spirit fist that could reach this level. I think it's because Mei didn't see enough, right? Or maybe it's extremely difficult to attain the great perfection? Or is it that the gift of equivalence has come into play, and you have gained a qualitatively different power over the perfection of others? So, that's what the great perfection is? Just as Xiao Mei was helping Bai Shan with some general knowledge, the voice of a houseboy came from outside the courtyard door. Miss Mei, Master wants to meet Mr. Bai. Mei responded, got it. When Bai Shan heard the words Duke Bai, he immediately understood the meaning. This Song family head was afraid that he hadn't completely recognized his aunt's status yet, so he wanted to meet him. He was instantly a little nervous. Lived 2 lives, although not long, but all things. His heart has a mirror-like judgment. However, he is the worst at socializing, especially in interviews, and he even suspected that he had social phobia at one time. After the interview of MS Song, there is still the interview of the Song family's head of the family, and this head of the family interview is bound to be no longer as simple as MS. If they don't pass, he and Mo Myo will be knocked back and finished. Thinking about it, he asked, do you have morning tea? Mei was stunned. What morning tea? Bai Shan said, it's the meal between breakfast and lunch. Regardless of the outcome, he decided to eat more first. If he failed at the Song family head, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat such a good meal in the future. Xiao Mei froze, then realized, let out a giggle rustling laughter, and then said, Auntie, you are ready to eat a broken head? You even made up a new word for this. Morning tea? What morning tea? Are you going to laugh me to death? Goose 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 goose. After laughing for a long time, Xiao Mei calmed down. She got up, and with a dance of her colorful big red long sleeves, she interlocked her hands and stood up in a pavilion, and then said, don't worry, Auntie, the master is very good at talking, and won't go back on his word. I think you're worried about the Lu family. Once his lordship has seen you, he'll personally go to the Lu family to talk to the head of the family there and help you solve the problem. Bai Shan thought of something and said bluntly, his lordship's itinerary, rather, has been arranged by you in a clear way. Xiao Mei laughed. I've just been in the Song family for a long time and know the master's habits. You go now. Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you here. Shiroyama, he stood up and, with the housemaster at the door, headed down the 7-colored cobblestone pathway, in the golden light of day, toward the housemaster's study in the east. These large families usually have 2 formal meeting places, an outside parlor and a rather private study. As Bai Shan walked, a strong feeling of disharmony as well as uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. He turned back suddenly, gazing into the sky not far away. From this angle you should just be able to see the 4-story ancient pavilion that served as the ladies' boudoir. But, in his eyes, the 4-story ancient pavilion that originally stood there, at some point, disappeared. No wonder Miss Song only sees her husband at night. 12. There are 6 types of laws in the order of martial arts, and the Lu family affair comes to an end. That loft that Miss Song was in, how come it's gone? Mr. Bai, don't be surprised. Everyone who lives here knows that the attic that is an ancient relic only manifests itself when it's nighttime, and disappears during the day. As for why, it should be because of the ancient ruins. The family man was calm, so calm that it was scary. Then aren't you worried about Miss Song? Miss doesn't need us as subordinates to worry. Gongzi, follow me to see the master. The houseboy finished and continued to lead the way. Standing on the cobblestone path, Shiroyama only felt that the world was slowly unveiling itself to him in a mysterious, real and terrifying way. The golden sunlight fell on him, warm and genial, and his newly changed brocade clothes smelled clean. He was slightly more comfortable in the baking sunlight, and as he watched the houseboy already move forward, he followed suit. The Song family head was a middle-aged man who always wore a smile on his face, and his brows showed the appearance of peace and harmony, making people feel that he was a very amiable elder. But if you look closely, you can find some worry hidden in the depths of his pupils, and his temples are also stained with a few points of frost. I think it is his daughter's condition makes him worried. Greetings, Song family head. Baishan clasped his fists and saluted, then secretly tensed up in his heart, preparing for the interview. He knows that his interviewing skills are kind of a mess. The Song family head, on the other hand, was smilingly sizing him up before nodding his head frequently and saying, "It's a nice kid. A good match for you, Ning. Shirazen? That passed?" Again, the Song family head laughed. "Just feel free to stay in the Song family. I've heard about the Lu family side, and I'll personally go there in a while," Baishan said. "Thank you, family master," the Song family head added. "The day of the wedding. Wait for me to calculate the time before deciding. However, considering that Yuning's body and bones are weak and can't withstand the hustle and bustle, my Song family won't make a big deal out of organizing a banquet to widely flaunt the guests, but will only hold it as a family banquet. Simply," Baishan said. "It's all up to the family master's arrangement." The Song family head smiled and added, "Your martial arts order will be done soon. Before you pay your respects, you will practice martial arts while along with Xiaomei. Cultivate to great heights early on, and then you can heal Yuning's wounds. What exactly has Miss Song gotten?" "Hey," the Song family head let out a long sigh but had no intention of answering. Instead he coughed violently a few times before waving his hand and saying, "You go find Xiaomei." "Yes, family master," Baishan respectfully answered, turned around and walked a few steps, then turned back and looked at the whiteness of the family master's temples and solemnly said, "Please don't worry, family master. I will definitely cultivate as soon as possible in order to try to help Miss Song as soon as possible. Please take care of yourself as well, family master. There's no need to worry." The Song family head froze and laughed. "Go find Xiaomei." It was at this moment that the butler, who had a rather rich figure, hurriedly walked in from outside before saying, "Family master, Auntie's martial Dao order has been obtained." The Song family head nodded. The butler took out a box from his arms and presented it to Baishan. "Auntie, please make sure to put the martial Dao order away. After that, you need to go to the government office once a year to update your information. Even if you don't have an update, you still need to go to the last one." Baishan took the box and took out a pitch-black token, holding it in his palm, and all of a sudden, mysterious information appeared in his mind. Hakusen, identity, son-in-law of the Song family in Peach Blossom County. Realm, unimpressive. Martial arts technique, tiger shape fist. Body forging level, prefectural level, registered in Peach Blossom County. The information was surprisingly extremely similar to the template that his talent had revealed. Could it be that his talent wasn't some necessary golden finger for travelers at all, but the power of this world itself? The butler on the side saw him frothing and explained, "Auntie, these martial Dao orders are cast from immortal iron, so it has extraordinary effects." Baishan said, "How many martial artists there are in this world? If everyone has this martial Dao order, is that immortal iron enough?" The butler said, "Rumor has it that it was bestowed by the immortals to the current royal family, who then cast it. As for whether it's enough, it's not something we can care about." "And rightly so," Baishan muttered, then put away the martial Dao order, followed by a word of thanks, but after a moment's thought, he couldn't help but ask, "Is the information in this martial Dao order so casually reported?" The housekeeper said, "Auntie, it's not like that. The declaration of the martial arts order is divided into two categories. One is the normal declaration, that needs to pass the layers of examination. It is very troublesome. There is also a category of special declarations, where you can just go over there directly with a stamped application, and my Song family falls into this category. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone who didn't declare truthfully, because the martial way order could only be viewed by the martial artists themselves on weekdays, and if it was displayed externally, it would often be used to acquire resources, compete for martial positions, and so on. Other people practicing martial arts hate to report more martial arts in the martial arts order so that they can gain more advantages. Where would they hide it? As for the information about the martial Dao order, let me also share it with your aunt." "Thank you, steward. I was just about to inquire. What is the meaning of the 3 docketed information after this registered fist technique?" Your aunt should be able to see that there are 3 pieces of information attached to the registered tiger fist. One is forging level, one is prefectural level, and one is Peach Blossom County registration. Peach County Register is as literal as it gets. The forging body level was an indication of the level of the realm to which this technique was adapted. Normally, there were only 3 types of gongfu types that one would come into contact with at most in the Imperial Dynasty: body forging gongfu, true chi heart method, and true chi battle method. Prefectural level, on the other hand, involves the system of the Dakian dynasty. The regional hierarchy of the Dakian dynasty is, from top to bottom, states, prefectures, and counties. The only ones that need to be registered at the county office are county-level feats. Those who were able to register at the government office were government-level feats, and the only ones that could be registered at the state office were the state-level feats. However, on top of the 3 categories, there were also the ones that were specially approved by the capital city's martial arts court, which were imperial-level feats. Of course, in addition to this, there are 2 types of gongfu. One is known as the forbidden method, that is, it cannot be practiced, and if you practice it, you will have to kill your head. There is also a category of unknown techniques, that is, has not been included in the Dakian dynasty technique management system. In the management of these techniques is equivalent to the forbidden method, unless it is evaluated. Otherwise it cannot be practiced. The gongfu management system would be revised every few years, and would be deleted, adjusted, and added to, at which time the imperial cabinet would need to request the jade seal, and then record it in a register before distributing it to the official martial arts offices around the country. But taking into account some of the big power to teach martial arts, the government also opened the door of convenience. That is, some of the power has been filed techniques you can teach yourself, and then go to the nearby official registration can be, without the need to go to great lengths to carry out the examination. And my Song family is among them. I see. Baishan nodded. This was the first time he had heard of these things, and said thanks again. The butler returned the salute with a smile. Afterwards, Baishan turned around and left. The Song family head silently looked at his back, a strange color showing in his eyes. Then he raised his voice and said, "Prepare a car, go to the Lu family. I'm going to meet their family head." The housekeeper froze, came up, and asked softly, "Sister Lun, what's the point of going when people are dead?" The Song family master's voice suddenly changed to an icy female voice. "Although I killed them, the Song family master did not know that they were dead, so he had to go. This is called feigning confusion while trying to understand in the world of humans. You all learn from this as well. Don't show your tails." The housekeeper nodded and said, "Sister Lon is right. I've been mulling it over lately as well, and realized that humans are really complicated. But I've also been trying to learn their behavioral patterns, and it turns out that it's better to talk less and listen more. Otherwise it's easy to accidentally say something strange. Go prepare the car." Yes. At this time, the Lu family. The sound of women crying and wailing resounded through the courtyard, and a woman with gorgeous clothes and narrow cheeks was kneeling on the ground and bawling, while behind her stood a few rather colorful-looking and much younger women. Suddenly, the woman with the narrow cheeks turned around and said fiercely, "It's all of you. It must be you little vixens who seduced Chung Yuan. Otherwise, how could Chung Yuan lose his head and kill Junior and Master?" Apparently, this woman was the eldest wife of the Lu family head, and those young women were the family head's concubines. "I am a concubine of lowly status, and I cannot even sit down to eat when an older woman is present." Seeing the woman's stern rebuke, some of these concubines raised their voices to beg for forgiveness. Some were furious without saying anything, and some also fell to their knees and cried. And in front of them, 3 bodies were placed. The body was lying on a bamboo mat, covered from head to toe with a white cloth, and Peach Blossom County's local lieutenant named Si Malay. At this time he is leading some inspectors in the investigation of the scene. However, the situation at the scene was very obvious. That is, this family guest named Chung Yuan suddenly struck out and killed Lu Jun, the son of the Lu family head, and then Lu Fei Xiong, the Lu family head, angrily drew his sword and killed each other in a fight with this Chung Yuan. There's really nothing to check. He who kills and he who is killed dies together. The case, straight round. Although the woman on this side was crying, the hearts of some others who were waiting to inherit the family fortune were happy. An elder of the Lu family came inside. "Lord County Lieutenant, it's really a misfortune for the family. Fei Xiong mistakenly trusted the traitors and was tragically killed." On the other side, the woman with narrow cheeks snapped, "That's not the case. That Chung Yuan must have colluded with some vixen. I must find this vixen out. This vixen is also an accomplice. She must be brought to justice." The elder Lu family member said, "Oh sister-in-law, don't worry. We'll take care of these matters, and we'll definitely investigate clearly." The woman with narrow cheeks snapped, "You guys handle it? Oh, Fei Xiong has gone, so you guys want to take over this family, don't you?" "Humph. Although my junior is gone, Layer is still here," the Lu family patriarch said. "Lu Lei has a bad character, not to mention that my Lu family is not your family's family, so what do you all say, right?" As soon as his words fell, the woman with the narrow cheeks screamed, "I know, you guys want Lu Hua to take the throne. You've been thinking that for a long time, but with me here, it's absolutely impossible. Sima Lei suddenly understood. These two people actually accepted the case, but more than sadness, both sides actually cared more about power, and what they were fighting for was nothing more than that. He quietly led the patrol out of the area. When he reached the door, he was just in time to see the carriage galloping far away. The car stopped briefly and the curtain lifted, revealing the face of the Song family head. Lord Prefect, what's wrong with this Lu family? It's Family Master Song. Hey, this Lu family doesn't know people well, and the family's disciples have rebelled against the family head. Oh, that's a shame. The Song family head sighed. My family recruited a son-in-law, and the selected teenager had a bit of a dispute with the Lu family boy yesterday, and I originally wanted to come and uncover it today, but I didn't want this to happen. Hey, the world is unpredictable. Sima Lei naturally knew about this dispute. His heart was between investigate and do not investigate. At this time heard the words of the Song family head, then directly swayed to do not investigate. This fact is obvious, but still continue to check other people's son-in-law. This is not to give the face of the Song family. Sima Lei knows that this Song family has some background in the imperial court, and if there is not enough benefit, what is the point of being offended? Thus, he said, the Lu family brat that the family head was talking about should be Lu Jun. Lu Jun has also died, so the grudge of this dispute has since been cancelled. The Song family head nodded his head repeatedly, then fished out another silver ingot from his sleeve, handed it out the window, and smiled. Tea for the brothers. 13. Panchon Ko. Sima Lei watched the Song family head's carriage go away and retracted his eyes before tossing the silver dollars back. A young patrolman behind him hastily took it. Sima Lei said, Erniu, go change the silver into copper plates and divide it among the brothers. The young inspector named Erniu weighed it and said, this ingot is 10 taels. The county magistrate is really a good man. The neighboring inspectors also picked up on this in a trilingual manner, and the surrounding area was in an uproar. Saleh raised his hand and pressed it. The perimeter calmed down. Sima Lei said, follow me Sima Lei and you will have food to eat? You will not be treated badly. Yes, my lord. The inspectors looked agitated. Sima Lei added, I won't treat you poorly, but you all have to do a good job for me as well. The Panshankos have been active again lately, so be on your guard. Watch out for their scouts coming into the county. If you come across a sneaky person, just arrest them. Yes, my lord. The inspectors responded. Peach Blossom County has about 2,000 families. Sima Lei's men have 2 arresting officers, 30 patrolmen, and 200 strong men with the name of county pawns. The constables are practiced in the county's martial arts school. Most of them are in the second realm. The strongmen are crop handlers, relying on their strength, and when they really fight, they are just a little bit stronger than the rabble. And this is the county's entire defense force. So, there is a lot of pressure on Sima Lei. Although he didn't have much of a background, he was an expert who had entered the 4th realm of martial arts, which was a bit more powerful than even an ordinary county lieutenant, and in a real fight, he would definitely be able to run. But the truth was, he couldn't run, and if he did, his future was gone. Everything was gone. County lieutenant in the local, although the real power is not small, but in the court system, but from the 9th grade of the small official, he Sima Lei martial arts, but also want to go up to the next level. The Panchon bandits, on the other hand, are the bandits that are active in Panchon Mountain in the northwest of Peach Blossom County. These bandits at first just some people were forced for the bandits, but also poor. However, over time, the nature of this change, these bandits do things viciously, and even has the ambition. Obviously they are also from the poor people out of the poor people, ran into other poor people, but no mercy, robbing money to rob the women, wantonly, randomly kill, and even eat human flesh. A koan, after all, is a koan. On weekdays, these defense forces of Sima Lei were enough. The Panchon bandits only dared to harbor in the deep mountains and did not dare to make trouble. After all, Peach Blossom County was not isolated, and the Panchon bandits wreaked havoc in the surrounding area, and did not only target Peach Blossom County, but this year, the flow of the year was unfavorable, and there was a series of disasters. As soon as there is a disaster, the refugees who have nowhere to go and are strong will develop evil thoughts. And some time ago Sima Lei got the news that the Panchon cuckoo were going around absorbing the evil people and growing rapidly. But what can be done about the locusts and the natural disaster? Sima Lei fought with all his strength, although he was on the defense against the Pan Mountain bandits. For him, this was a danger, but also an opportunity. If they do well in this mess and get credit, then they will probably get promoted. The Great Chen dynasty has been established for 50 years, and now it has passed on to the 3rd generation of emperors. But whichever emperor it was, he attached great importance to the system of reward and punishment. If you are meritorious, you will be rewarded. If there is any greed, there will be no amnesty for killing. Suddenly, Sima Lei raised his head. A cruiser ran up the dirt road in the distance. The inspector ran to Sima Lei's side and cupped his fists. Your Honor, Lord Zhao from the next county is here. He also brought many county pawns with him. What? Sima Lei raised his head in a huff. What is Zhao Huayue doing on my side? The inspector said. I don't know, my lord. Sima Lei said. Go, follow me to take a look. Zhao Huayue is the county lieutenant of Qingyuan County. Although they are both county lieutenants, the difference is huge. The gap was not a realm gap, but a gap between two counties. The economy of Qingyuan County is quite prosperous, unlike places like Peach County where you can step on chicken when you walk. Even if we don't talk about prosperity, if we talk about statistics, Qingyuan County is far better than Taohua County. With a combined total of 8,000 households under the jurisdiction of Qingyuan County, it is considered to be a small 10,000 households, compared to which the 2,000 households of Peach Blossom County is a little brother. Peach Blossom County county pawns are only 200, while Qingyuan County has a full 1,000, is the same as the county lieutenant, standing together, but all feel shorter than a head. Sima Lei was unconvinced in his heart. Why is it that everyone is at the fourth realm of martial arts, yet you can be a county lieutenant in Qingyuan County and I can only be in Peach Blossom County? That's not fair. But soon, he knew why. It's not only fair, it's fair as hell, because Zhao Huayue once escorted a nobleman to the capital last fall, and after going to the capital, he actually recognized a righteous father. This righteous father, a big eunuch with no balls. Which big eunuch it was, he, Sima Lei, was not qualified to know. When Sima Lei arrived at the west gate, he only saw more than 500 county pawns standing neatly outside Red Clay Lane in a very imposing manner. A man with a calm temperament and a country face was half kneeling in the yard of the first family on Red Clay Lane, and he was kneeling on an old crone. Sima Lei frowned and grunted coldly. You found a father, and you're still so filial to your own mother? Next to him, an inspector naively said, My lord, Prefect Zhao's reputation has always been very good. Sima Lei sneered, then walked up quickly. This approached, he only then saw that the Red Clay Alley first home courtyard. In addition to Zhao Huayue, the crone, there is actually a floating out of the dust, but delicate and incomparable white girl. That young girl stood in the sunlight. Her whole body was golden, which further revealed her sheep-like skin color, and she looked extremely beautiful. Sima Lei froze. What is this place's big family lady? How to get involved with that Zhao Huayue again? This surnamed Zhao, really good luck Among the onlookers, in addition to Zhao Huayue's 500 county pawns, there were naturally also the county's inspectors. Seeing Sima Lei appear, a patrolman rushed to report the situation. My lord, the situation is clear. County Lieutenant Zhao was leading the troops to hunt down the second leader of the Panshan bandits lineage, and happened to pass by here, so he came to greet his mother on purpose. On top of that, it seems that Dame Zhao is going to recognize a goddaughter, and it's for this reason that County Lieutenant Zhao has rushed back in particular. Dame Zhao recognizes her goddaughter? Sima Lei looked again at the white-clothed maiden who was like a 100-flower fairy and wondered, who is that maiden? The inspector said, it's Bai Miaochan from this county, who lives in the south of the county, and her brother seems to have just been recruited by the Song family. Sima Lei sniffed stunned, and then could not help but marvel and smile. This is really coincidental. If you get a county magazine win list, this pair of siblings is afraid of the most recent trend of a pair of characters. At the same time, he understood what Zhao Huayue had come to do. Although he looked at Zhao Huayue with displeasure, he also knew that Zhao Huayue was filial. The reason why Zhao Huayue let Zhao Daniang stay in Peach Blossom County was because Zhao Daniang had adapted to the life and environment over here and didn't want to move to Qingyuan County. For this reason, Zhao Huayue felt guilty, and now that Zhao Danyang even wanted to accept a goddaughter, Zhao Huayue came directly. As for why Zhao Huayue will come, Sima Lei also has a guess. It should still be yesterday Lu family that matter. This Bai Miaochan is afraid of the Lu family entanglement, so they asked Zhao Daniang for help, and Zhao Huayue know the original reason. Brought here, meaning that in the future, Bai Miaochan is my sister, regardless of the Lu family, or what people, but if you dare to mess with for no reason, then don't blame Zhao not polite, is a demonstration. For Zhao Huayue, it was hard for Zhao Daniang to like a girl and even wrote a letter for this girl. He definitely had to come. Not only do they have to come, but they have to come as fast as they can. If he was in Qingyuan County, he was afraid that he would not arrive until the evening even if he was busy. But he just happened to be in the neighborhood fighting bandits, so he arrived around noon. Now, yard, the three seemed to have talked. Zhao Huayue clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, Righteous sister, in the future, mother will trouble you for company here. Big brother Zhao is polite. I really like it here in Damsel Zhao. Bai Miaochan's almond eyes smiled into a crescent moon, very pleasing to the eye. The old crone on the side also followed and laughed. This girl can be good. To be able to accept as a daughter. The old body heart is also joyful Taida. Zhao Huayue turned his head sideways, and when he saw Sima Lei, he saluted the old crone before welcoming her. he is going to talk to this colleague about the Pan Mountain bandits. Pan Mountain is not big, but it is also considered to cross the east and west, mainly through the 3 counties of Peach Blossom, Qingyuan, and Fish Boat in the Tianyi Prefecture. And in today's situation, the 3 counties definitely need to cooperate and jointly fight against the bandits. Not only is it about the local people's safety and security, but also about the future of the 3 people. At the same time, he was also going to say hello and ask this fellow officer to be able to take care of Bai Miaochan and not let this righteous sister be bullied. On the other hand, Bai Miaochan's heart was secretly relieved. This was finally another layer of insurance. With County Lieutenant Zhao and the Song family around, she and Bai Shan really didn't need to run for their lives anymore. 14. Auntie's first day of unusual routine. What? The Lu family head, as well as Lu Jun are dead? Bai Shan and Bai Miaochan received the news near the same time, and also showed near equal astonishment. Bai Miaochan knew it from Simole. Hakusen, on the other hand, was told by Mei. An odd wave of emotions came over me. This was only last night that he himself joined the Song family, and in the early hours of this morning that Lu family head died? What kind of coincidence is that? Xiaomei covered her mouth and laughed. Auntie, what are you looking at me for? People's families kill each other and just die. Who would believe it? Shiroyama never believed in such coincidences. He glanced at the little wannabe in the gaudy big red dress in front of him and said, "Practice." Xiaomei gluttonously said, "Good. The first step of practicing is to eat and nourish the dried up martial veins. But let's skip this step. Auntie has already practiced it. I won't ask more on this point. Being a maid can't ask more about Auntie's secrets. Otherwise it won't be good to be misunderstood. White Mountains. It's only good that you're misunderstood, isn't it?" Xiaomei said. Then, "Auntie, we'll start with the second step." Whitehill said. "What's the second step?" Xiaomei said. "Continue to eat, practice your moves, and then practice your moves in a specific environment." However, it seems that Auntie has even practiced the second step, but it is only practiced, but not yet practiced enough. The gongfu that Auntie practiced compared to the fierce tiger whistling night chapter is slag. Bai Shan was not surprised when he knew the background of the Song family, the gongfu he had picked up on the side of the road. Even if it was from the Hermit Society, it was certainly not as good as this carefully selected gongfu from the Song family. However, taking this opportunity, he also casually asked, "I heard Butler Wang say that there are 6 categories of gongfu: county level, prefecture level, state level, imperial level, forbidden, and unknown. Which one does Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter count as?" Xiaomei said. "Of course it's unknown. Auntie, if you let people know that you practice this, then you will be killed." White Mountains. Never mind. Anyway, he was already going to be killed for practicing the Yi Tiger's Fist, so there was no harm in having one more. Xiaomei saw his silence and clapped her hands. "Let's not talk about this. Let's just hurry up and cultivate. Auntie's foundation is there, so let's go up the mountain first." Xiaomei's words were so full of jumps that Bai Shan had to ask, "Up which mountain? And what is going up the mountain for?" "Pan Mountain. I have a tiger demon locked up on Pan Mountain. Let it out to play with your aunt." "Tiger demon?" Shiroyama froze, then squarely admonished the little waif at his side. "Little Miss Mei, it could kill you." Xiaomei said. "It won't be. I'll be very gentle with my hands. The tiger demon won't be killed by me." Oh, Bai Shan nodded, understanding, getting it all. "You actually killed the Lu family head, didn't you?" Mei smiled and said, "I didn't kill him." Oh, Hakusen understood again. A normal person would obviously re-emphasize that it was a family killing each other. Where would he say "I didn't kill him" with a smile on his face? But in the back of his mind he was getting more and more puzzled. If he had deduced correctly, the Song family had gone straight to kill someone's family head just because of the words of his door-to-door son-in-law? Are you that wild? Roar! A loud roar rang out from the depths of Pan Mountain. All of a sudden, the beasts fled in horror, the birds scattered in fear, the fallen trees flew, and the withered forest trembled. Clunk, 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 clunk. Deep in the mountains, the metallic sound of chains clashing clangs and clatters. A giant tiger with black stripes on a white background that was about 2 meters tall and almost 4 meters long was roaring and struggling angrily. And as it did so, a pitch-black chain was pulled straight, but it couldn't break. Around the giant tiger, there were 5 or 6 other pale shadows shivering. Xiaomei pointed at the giant tiger at the end of the forest path and stomped her feet, shouting, "Auntie, beat it, beat it, beat it into submission, and you'll be able to comprehend part of the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter." Bai Shan stroked his chin, looked at the huge monster in the distance, as well as the 5 or 6 unclean shadows beside the monster, estimated that this should be the tiger demon carrying no less than 5 ghosts, and this coincides with the equivocation of Mighty Tiger Whistling at Night episode. It seemed that this Song family member genuinely wished for him to learn this gongfu, rather than paying lip service to it. However, he was early. After all, this was the first time he had seen demons and ghosts. Therefore, Bai Shan looked sideways at Xiaomei and said with a straight face, "Miss Xiaomei, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Ha, misunderstanding? Xiaomei lost her color. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Shiroyama said. I can't beat it. Xiaomei revealed a look of astonishment and muttered. How could this happen? How could this happen? Aren't tiger demons very easy to deal with? Shiroyama eyed her. Where is this from? Xiaomei froze for a long time, then suddenly jolted, seemingly awakening, and said, Auntie, let's go back. I made a mistake. It hasn't come to this, mainly during the daytime. The better the sunlight, the easier it is for me to get dizzy, and when I get dizzy, I do the wrong thing. And just now I was mistaking you for someone from our old family. Hey, let's not talk about it. I was the one who made a mistake. Oh, Hakusen nodded. The little plum girl sometimes spoke articulately, sometimes her mind wasn't clear, and what she said always hid a lot of information. But, it's good that it's a mistake. The grass is yellow on the Pancheon Mountain Pass, and because there is a tiger demon here, it is the mountain bandits who do not dare to come close to explore, and the two naturally do not encounter mountain bandits. The brocade-clothed boy and the big red-clothed little wannabe strolled down the rugged mountain path on the back of the boa constrictor that looked like it had weed tattoos. At the bottom of the mountain, there is a Song family carriage waiting, and it only takes an hour to return to the county. By the time the twilight was like blood, and the dead leaves were dancing in the sky by the cold wind, the aunt and the maid had already sat back in the carriage. Xiaomei shouted to the old driver of the royal carriage back to the Song mansion, and then leaned against the wall of the compartment. Looking at the opposite side of the young man, she naturally moved her buttocks again, dragging the wide sleeves of the big red dress, leaning directly over. Shiroyama reached out and silently drew an invisible line on the car seat with his finger, then raised his eyes, forcing them with both eyes on the little wannabe who was approaching. However, Mei completely ignored his gaze in this invisible line and went straight across it, leaning against his side. Bai Shan reminded, I'm the aunt, you're the maid. Mei said. Oh, however, she showed no signs of moving away, and although she didn't make a move, she leaned in close. Bai Shan sighed softly, only to feel that life is too magical. There is a maid like this, then the young lady does not know what kind of it is. Either he was too dim for the carriage or he raised his hand slightly and lifted the curtain. Autumn winds and twilight rolled in, casting a crooked corner of light on the ground. Xiaomei squinted her eyes at the sudden sunlight and said angrily, Auntie, close the curtains, it's so dark. Bai Shan's expression stared slightly, then he lowered the curtain, and darkness was suddenly restored to the carriage. Mei exhaled comfortably. Bai Shan casually asked, Miss Xiaomei, where is your hometown? Xiaomei said in a glutinous manner, of the capital. Our young lady is a great lady of the capital. It's just that young lady likes it here, and feels that the scenery is beautiful and the air is fresh. That's why the old master moved his family here. Bai Shan thought about the chicken, crumbs, rotten coal in those cramped alleys and muddy paths in Peach Blossom County, as well as the stench wafting out of the open pits, and asked directly, Miss Xiaomei, do you believe it yourself? Mei said, believe it. Oh, Shiroyama decided it was better not to talk about it. The air returned to silence. The teenager leaned against the wall of the darkened compartment in silence, listening to the wheels turn and the wind blow, and the wisps of golden light along the curtain had finally dimmed completely. Twilight has passed and the world has entered the night. The night was boundless, the ice wheel was high in the sky, and a clear, cold glow spilled down. Deep within the Song family, in the lush and evergreen old forest, an ancient pavilion stood quietly. The four corners of the 4 floors of the ancient pavilion, 16 lanterns, 12 bright, but the uppermost one is extinguished. The dark shadows and the lantern bloodlight shining through the old attic interspersed and overlapped, giving it an ancient, eerie feel. Returned to the Song family. Bai Shan tilted his head and saw this ancient pavilion again, or rather, his wife's boudoir, always felt hairy and seeping in his heart. Xiaomei said, Auntie, starting tomorrow, it's better to practice the moves on the fierce tiger whistling night chapter. However, I can't learn this gong fu. I just roughly know some of the core of the cultivation, mainly rely on your own. As for some of the special foods and herbs needed to cultivate this technique, the Song family has prepared them all. Bai Shan nodded and casually asked, Can I hang out at Song's house? Xiaomei said, Yes, you are the aunt of my Song family, who would dare not let you go shopping? Shiroyama asked, Is there a taboo? Xiaomei said, Not at all. Feel free to wander around. Auntie, Whitehill reminded, I'm not from your old neighborhood. Mei said, It doesn't matter. You won't find anything anyway. Bai Shan said, Oh, but why did you add the latter sentence? Mei froze, covered her mouth, and asked carefully, Shouldn't I say it? White Mountains, are you sick? Still, he casually said, It's nothing, so what if I want to go see Ninga right now? He wanted to take the opportunity to explore the lower ancient pavilion. Xiaomei said in a glutinous manner, Look at Miss It's also fine, you're the aunt, it's only natural for the aunt to look at Miss. However, you will be stopped by me, he he he. After saying that, the little peach-eyed wench in the big red dress ran away. The direction she ran is the mysterious ancient pavilion. 15. Auntie's little cotton patch. Sister Meow Meow. There's something wrong with this song family. When you say it like that, I think there's something wrong too. So you found out too? Yeah, they give too much. You know, by Sean. They actually arrange a late-night snack at night. The girl who delivers the midnight snacks told me that she can eat 6 meals a day. Bai Miao-chan broke her hands and counted. Breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, midnight snack. Gosh, 6 meals, this is too problematic. What kind of family arranges 6 meals a day? That's giving too much. White Mountains. I'm afraid Nmes. Xiao Mei didn't listen to her morning tea, so she had someone arrange it this way, right? This is really the aunt's little coat. Bai Miao-chan continued. By the way, at noon today, Zhao Huayue even brought over a good 500 county pawns, and then shouted at me righteous sister in front of so many people. In this way, we have 2 backgrounds, the Song family and the county lieutenant Zhao, and we're really safe. Well, I've packed up almost all the things at home, but the house can't just sit there empty. I want to sell it for some money, but come to think of it, every family in Peach Blossom County has a house to live in, so who would look at our crappy house? Oh, and your scholar's clothes, where did you put them? I have to wash them and return them to the other lady Zhao. Bai Miao-chan instantly threw out many topics, successfully bringing about a distortion of the original topic. Bai Shan saw her talking vigorously and knew that the ups and downs of the events of the past 2 days had left her in a state of excitement, so he interrupted. Sister Meow Meow, I'm afraid that we've just gotten out of the tiger's den, and into the wolf's lair again. This Song family, it's weird. Bai Miao-chan then calmed down, stared with wide almond eyes and asked in a small voice, what's wrong? Bai Shan said, that short-lived little lady of the Song family is called Song Yuning, and Song Yuning's boudoir is in the 4-story ancient pavilion deep within the Song family, and I need to be blindfolded to enter that ancient pavilion. Bai Miao-chan said, everyone is blinded. Bai Shan said, however, I was the only one who entered the 2nd level, and while on the 2nd level, I smelled a strange odor. The strong smell of rouge masked 2 flavors. The smell was faint, but I could smell it clearly. A smell of dead bodies. There's also a pungent sulfuric odor. His voice got softer and softer. On top of that, I suspect that the Lu family head was killed by the Song family. It was only last night that I mentioned it to Song Yuning, and as a result, the Lu family head died. Bai Miao-chan looked at him quietly, then suddenly said, Sha Shan, even if the Lu family head was killed by the Song family, it was done for us. You can't talk about people with this. It's not kind. Bai Shan said, I just feel that the Song family is very strange. Perhaps they are hiding it well from the outside world, but I see many anomalies. I'm not saying this to you in the hope that you'll do anything, but I hope that you don't do anything. The Song family sees my physique and wants me to cultivate a technique, and the estimated period given is 2 years, so they shouldn't be able to do anything to us before practicing it. Of course, maybe the Song family really wants me to help Song Yuning heal her injuries. That would be best. Bai Miao-chan thought for a moment and suddenly said, how about I find a way to help you get a job outside and become an inspector? Jumping out of this circle, maybe you can get to know the Song family better? Bai Shan said, let's wait first, and even if I want to go, the Song family may not agree. They definitely want me to focus on cultivation instead of running around, and I actually want that myself. After all, running around outside without power is something that can happen. Bai Miao-chan's beautiful eyes turned and said, Bai Shan, you are very talented in practicing martial arts. Staying here to cultivate at ease is indeed the right choice. I've probably already gotten a good look at the topography of the Song family when I went in and out of the house today. In the Song family's inner courtyard, the westernmost part is the ancient pavilion that disappears during the day, which the family man says is an ancient relic called the Temple of the Great Light. Then there is the complex where the inner families live, where we are staying now. In the center is the home's master bedroom. On the east side is the householder's study, and further east, there was a deep turquoise pool with a small loft on the side that wouldn't disappear during the day. I asked the house guard, that attic should be a book collection. Maybe you can go and take a look. Firstly for the harvest, and secondly from the Song family's book collection, to guess the truth about the Song family. Sister Meow Meow, you even know that the ancient pavilion will disappear during the day? You even know that the ancient pavilion was once called the Great Light Temple? Of course, my brother doesn't know how to handle people and doesn't know the way. It's only natural for a sister to be a living map and a know-it-all. Shiroyama smiled. After living 2 lifetimes, his character still hasn't changed. In his last life he was bad at socializing and good at getting lost, and he still was in this life. But in his last life, he only had lackluster navigation. But in this life, he had Sister Meow Meow. Knock knock. Excuse me, anyone? Shiroyama stood in front of Bitten's pavilion, grasping the brass door ring and tapping it gently, the clapping and shouting, like mallets smashing on an empty drum. The sound came muffled through the empty loft, and seemed rather harsh in the night, giving a feeling of oppression and unease. Inside the door, there was suddenly a slight clattering sound, directed diagonally upwards behind the door, as if it were the flapping of huge wings. As his wings flapped, an eerie, searing breeze escaped outward through the doorway of the loft, festering into a prancing white vapor on the icy autumn night. Baishan sniffed and smelled the faint odor of sulfur. He narrowed his eyes and didn't knock on the door again but muttered, "Since no one is there, it's better to come back during the day. Cats have 9 lives, but curiosity, however, can kill a cat." Shiroyama wasn't curious. He chose to bring the little plum girl along during the day. Early the next morning, the peach blossom-eyed maid in her gaudy big red dress sat in Baishan's courtyard, and seeing Baishan step out to rinse his mouth with strong tea and wipe his teeth with a tender branch, he smiled in a sticky way and said, "Good morning, auntie. You brush your teeth quickly and then have breakfast." Shiroyama answered. Xiaomei saw that he had brushed his teeth well. Then she clapped her hands, and outside the courtyard, a servant walked over with a dinner tray. The dinner plate was filled with well-cooked meat, a bowl of porridge, and a jug of wine. Xiaomei said, "Tiger bone wine, to improve the body. Drink it after practicing." Baishan glanced at the meat and wine, which once again coincided with the needs of the fierce tiger whistling night chapter. It seemed that the Song family had really prepared their needs. He wasn't polite and sat down directly, gorging himself on meat, saying as he ate, "Miss Xiaomei, I want to go to the Song family's book collection. What's auntie doing in the book depository if you're not practicing?" Baishan wasn't going to cultivate. To him, cultivation was a waste of time, and since the Song family had prepared their needs, he was going to make himself capable of accepting them. Where did this ability come from? He decided to check out the book depository. Maybe he'd get a chance. Moreover, through the collection of books, he was able to look at the Song family from another angle. As many thoughts flashed by, Baishan got up and asked, "Miss Xiaomei, are there any other feats in the book depository?" Xiaomei said, "There are. All are my Song family in the imperial dynasty filed over the cultivation of kung fu, and can feel free to see." "Just why do you want to go to see those kung fu?" Baishan said. "Fierce tiger whistling night chapter is too deep." Xiaomei drifted off. "Oh, auntie wants to take a look at the other feats first to improve her understanding before coming back to learn the fierce tiger whistling night chapter?" Shiroyama nodded. Not to be outdone, Cottonwood finished his self-brainstorming straight away, avoiding him having to explain too much. Xiaomei thought about it. This fierce tiger whistling night chapter, she can't learn, and the profoundness of this gongfu is really non-trivial. It's normal that auntie wants to see other gongfu, so she said, "Well then, auntie, follow me." "Good morning, Miss May. Auntie is here too." "Good morning." In the small attic behind the deep pool, an old man with a hunched back and hanging sleeves that didn't see his hands was greeting. Baishan glanced at the old man in a casual manner, but in his heart, he was secretly observing. The old man's body had a bit of an odd stiffness to it, and when he hunched his back, the pair of grayish, shroud-like sleeves were practically dragging to the ground, while his hands were shrunken and hidden in his sleeves, so that they couldn't be seen at all. Xiaomei said, "Auntie wants to read a book. You're not allowed to disturb." The old man let out a ha. "Jia, hey, ha." The old man let out a hee-hee, "Jia," strange laugh, and then said, "I'll listen to Miss Xiaomei." Xiaomei said, "Auntie, go read a book. Well, remember to come out before it gets dark. He's going to sleep." Hakusen remembered the flapping of wings he had heard last night and nodded without asking too many questions. May added, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Shiroyama shook his head. May let out a no and stuck right next to him. Baishan wondered, "Didn't I say no?" Xiaomei said, "But auntie is comfortable around me. I can't control myself." White Mountains. "Then what are you asking me for?" Xiaomei said, "Forget it, auntie." 16. The Great Graveyard? The Book Depository? The book depository was dark, without even a single skylight, and only many gorgeous carved copper lamps were added to the walls. The light from the copper lamp wavered slightly, illuminating the shadows of the bookshelves arranged lengthwise and crosswise, flickering and casting down to the floor, pulling out eerie shadows of varying lengths and shaking slightly, like a big graveyard full of headstones stuck in the moonlight. This was the first feeling of the White Mountains, but it felt so outrageous that Shiroyama just threw it away. Whirling around, he noticed the smell in the air again. The sulfur smell he had smelled outside the door last night was gone, replaced by the smell of books. Forget about last night for now. Baishan shifted his thoughts to the books on the shelf. He looked around and took a copper lamp in his hand. The copper lamp is cold in the hand. Look carefully, but it is an odd palm shape, cold and slippery. I do not know what kind of metal. He raised the lamp slightly. The light held out a small, bright range, enveloping him, May, and the bookshelves within 2 or 3 steps of his eyes. The books were well organized and kept in separate sections. He swept his eyes over them one by one. There was the category of gongfu, history, and culture. Such a collection of books was already considered very impressive. Baishan was aware that the mudbloods were not even qualified to ask how much the book cost, so it was clear that the book was a luxury. Most of the knowledge of history among the mudslingers comes from the channels of "you pass it on to me, I pass it on to you," storytellers, hearsay, and blowing each other up. History? Mudbloods who can't even read a big word don't have a clue. Kung Fu? Mudbloods are forbidden to touch it. What's more, the mudbloods couldn't touch it if they wanted to. The book, high above the ground, can't get mud on its pages. However, in the Song family, there were many such feats. From this, it can be seen that the status background of the Song family is decidedly extraordinary, and is certainly not comparable to a small local family like the Lu family. He had originally thought of saving up his silver to study at a martial arts school, but now he had directly dismissed that idea. The Song family's collection of books was far too bountiful than the martial arts center. Can I read all these books? You're the ant. You can watch it all. Is there anything forbidden? There are no taboos, so feel free to look around. Auntie, Little Miss May, I'm not from your old neighborhood. Then, there are no taboos when I'm around, I guess. What happens when you're not there? Nothing will happen. You're the master of the house. Who will do anything to you? In this family, Miss is the biggest. You are Mrs. Man. Who will mess with you? Miss Maximum? What about the head of the family? House master. Master. Well, he. What does that mean? He. I heard that you also told the family head that you will definitely cultivate as soon as possible in order to strive to help the young lady as soon as possible. You also told the family head to take care of herself as well, so there's no need to worry. He. Ha. Goosey. The little plum girl's head tilted as she laughed. Shiroyama said, actually, you're a goose spirit, aren't you, Little Miss Plum? Who's a lowly thing like a goose spirit? White Mountains. When Miss Xiaomei had laughed enough, she stopped, but instead of continuing to talk about this topic, she said, the feats in this collection are all docketed, and they are the ones that our Song family can pass on. It's just that if you decide which technique you want to learn, you'll have to have someone report it to the government again, which means it's convenient to make an addition to the martial arts order. Shiroyama nodded. May also quieted down. Deep darkness. The teenager is silent. Hand on the copper lamp. Slowly walking, between the side head. The afterglow glanced, only to see Xiaomei cheeks colorful. This colorful more and more set off the skin's fairness, as if all the blood color of the kind of bleak white. He turned back to the bookshelf and focused his attention back on it. The title of a book was illuminated by the light of a copper lamp, while falling into the eyes of Baishan. When his finger touches the books of Gongfu, the corresponding information will emerge from his mind, telling him what is the minimum requirement to cultivate the Gongfu to the great perfection. And when he sees something he is interested in, he will pull it out and look at the Gongfu a little bit to see how the Gongfu will be cultivated to the end and so on. At first, Baishan was worried that Xiaomei was spying on him, but he soon realized that he might have overthought it. Xiaomei just stayed next to him, uninterested in what he was reading, as if she was just rubbing off on the yang qi, although it is rubbing yang qi, but Baishan did not have that kind of being sucked yang qi, and uncomfortable, or even the feeling of physical weakness. On the contrary, it is some sense of coolness. The hibernation of the heart of the beast are calmed down quite a lot. It seems that Xiaomei should be gently just the right rubbing. It seems that Mei should be gently rubbing just the right amount, and this kind of rubbing may also be a little good for him. At least he also feels physically and mentally relieved. Most of an hour later, Baishan took 3 feats. The first book, Clear Like Mind. This was a peaceful method of true qi cultivation, and although the fierce tiger whistling night chapter that the Song family wanted him to cultivate was only a second realm body forging technique, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, he was able to break through to a higher realm first, practicing his true qi, and then return to cultivate. The second book, 3,000 Needles of Red Thread from the Deep. This is a technique that can exert great killing power just by holding an embroidery needle, and belongs to the category of true qi battle technique. The true qi battle technique was different from the true qi heart technique, and the body forging technique. In a nutshell, body forging feats are the foundation. They are what allow your body to cultivate feats. True qi heart method is to cultivate true qi, so that your power will have a qualitative change. And beating people who can't use true qi is like an adult beating a child. True qi battle methods, on the other hand, were methods to specifically utilize these true qi, which were profound and marvelous. Baishan also chose this because embroidery needles were so hidden that no one would notice if he put a few dozen of them around his waist. The third book, Leaf Blade. This is a skill that can be transformed into a flying sword as long as the leaves are picked. Although it is said that when the true qi is thick, flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people, but this is only to hurt people, and the range of the attack is also very limited. The leaf blade, on the other hand, is a true chi battle technique that digs deep into this art, and it is said that when practiced to a high level, the falling leaves are incredibly precise and can kill anyone within 150 paces. 150 paces, which was the range of the Imperial Dynasty's great bows and powerful crossbows, but the great bows needed to be drawn and the crossbows needed magazines. The prelude was too long, and the frequency of attacks wasn't that frequent, but if you practice this, leaf knife, fling your hand. It is more than a dozen flying knives off the hand. It seems like more than 10 heart of the divine archer quickly open the bow. Its power can be imagined. The most crucial point is that the leaf blade is concealed and can be used as long as there are leaves next to it, which is the same reasoning as the 3,000 needles of red thread from the deep boudoir. 3 books? May looked over. Aha, okay, I'll have the butler run a checklist for the aunt to the officials. Miss Xiao Mei, I want to go for a walk on my own. I haven't gone out alone since I entered the Song family gate. Bai Shan decided to try to see if he still had personal freedom. Well, going out? But if you go out, I won't be able to accompany you. Xiao Mei held her mouth, revealing a look of regret. Bai Shan was first stunned at the words, then his heart was overjoyed, but he pretended to be curious. Yesterday, didn't you take me to Pan Mountain? Xiao Mei said. During the day, I don't go to crowded places. I'll be uncomfortable if I stay for a long time. Saying that, she fumbled from her waist and grabbed a small silver and white gold patterned pouch and handed it over, saying, Auntie, you always need money when you go out shopping. Right, and you'll need money for your cultivation afterward. Right, so take it. Bai Shan looked at the tiny dried up pouch and thought that it shouldn't be too much. So take it. So he fetched it. Just as he fetched it, Mei's finger jabbed forward. A cold, sharp sensation came from a drop of blood from Bai Shan's index finger that landed on the small pouch. Before Hakusen could have a seizure, he already understood why. This small sack bag was actually a Qiankuan bag that one would only see in fairy tales in their last life. In short, it's a storage space, and in this space at the moment, 4 things were placed. For one thing, a large chest containing neatly packed silver dollars. The dollar bills are small, the kind that are 10 taels apiece, while a box is 100. This is a total of 1,000 taels of silver. Secondly, a pile of meat, and because of the special problems of time and space in the Qiankuan bag, the meat does not decay. With a sweep of his mind, he knew that there were 1,200 pounds. Third, a pile of wine jars, stacked as a whole. The altar wasn't small. It should have been packed in 10 pounds, and with a slight sweep of his mind, he knew that the combined total of 60 altars would be 600 pounds of wine. There are 3 types of liquor combined: 200 pounds of spirits, 200 pounds of tiger bone wine, and 200 pounds of 100 flowers wine. It's 5 white porcelain vases, neatly arranged. However, because it was a Qiankuan bag, the objects in the porcelain vase Bai Shan could also quickly know clearly. These porcelain bottles contained vegetable essence Dan. Each pill contains 10 pounds of vegetable essence. Eat 1. The same as drawing 10 pounds of vegetable nutrition. Here are 5 bottles of 10 pills each, which equates to 500 pounds of vegetables. Shiroyama stood frozen in place. This is giving too much. He touched the silver platinum patterned Qiankuan bag and had the feeling that he was dreaming. Suddenly, his expression moved again as he saw a flash of gold color on the side of the Qiankuan bag. It's faint, but it stings. It was rendered like a drop of paint splashed on rice paper of a pale gold color. But more than paint, Hakusen inexplicably felt that it looked like blood. But where in the world is there golden blood? 17. Vu Na risks revisiting the hometown. What is it? The little plum girl came over to look at it sorrowfully and said, I forgot to dispose of it cleanly. Saying that, she raised her hand, and in her big red wide sleeve, her bone jade-like fingers ghostly probed out, and with a stroke on the mustard bag, the pale golden trace disappeared. White mountains. What the hell is this? It's blood. He. Can you expand on that? Fooled you. The little plum girl covered her mouth and laughed. Goosey. White mountains. Little Miss May finished laughing and said with a straight face, Auntie, it's better to talk to you. This bag is called the mustard seed bag, and the space inside is roughly the size of a small grocery room. After dropping blood, you have become the owner of this mustard seed bag and are able to take out and put in items from the bag at will. There are some resources and money in here, so you can use them as you wish. And if you don't have enough, ask me for more. You guys, who the hell are you? It's not you guys, it's us. You're my Song family's aunt. You're also a Song family member. He. The peach-eyed little tramp hadn't been proper for more than 2 seconds before she rubbed up against him again, pressing herself against Shiroyama from the slanting side nearly. This made Bai Shan couldn't help but think of some female ghosts that liked to lie on men's shoulders. Are those female ghosts on the man's shoulders also because they want to suck some yang energy? With that thought, he took another quick look at the little tramp's feet. There are shadows. The feet didn't float. There was a sense of steady ground. The little feet wore deep red embroidered shoes, gaudy as if they were wrapped in a swirling mass of plasma. Seemingly noticing Bai Shan's gaze, the little wannabe stood on tiptoe on her embroidered shoes and raised them again, revealing her snow-white feet, softly asking, "Auntie, do you want to touch it?" Shiroyama wondered. "Why are you touching?" The little wannabe said, "I heard that male humans lose their yang energy very quickly if they get horny, so I'll be able to get a little more." Male humans? Is it true that you can't think straight until it's dark? This reveals so much. The little tramp cocked her head and thought about it, then suddenly came over and asked, "Auntie, why don't you give it a try? I'll be careful and won't destroy Auntie's foundation." White mountains, he asked in the tone of when in Rome. "Do as the Romans do." "Miss May, have you sucked in the yang energy of many male humans?" The little wave of goods said, "There is those men moved the idea of color. The spirit will be like a flame burned up. That burning can be all the yang qi. All I have to do is lift a finger and all those flames are mine. Then those men's lustful thoughts are gone, and they feel comfortable and cold with a jolt. But then again, they will rarely be colored to read in the future. He. But I certainly couldn't if it was an ant. There's an idiom for drying up, and there's another idiom for living and dying. I won't dry up with my ant, but I will take care of my maintenance, and I will be careful to lie down on my ant." Bai Shan eyed her. The little plum girl's words were always so spontaneous, always so capable of opening up his knowledge of the world and his grasp of more information about the Song Mansion. "Auntie, where are you going?" "Take a walk. I'll ask 2 of the houseguests to accompany you." "No, I'll walk alone." After Bai Shan went to the Song family's credentials and greeted the guards watching the door, he walked out of the Song residence. Along the way, many people saw him, have cast a glance, and then whispered. Vaguely can be heard some ****** luck. Why? Door son-in-law status is low. In the family is not so good. Do not look at now wearing a brocade coat. May not be 2 days to be stripped and thrown out and so on. Don't look like you're wearing a brocade coat now, but you can't be sure that you'll be stripped and thrown out in a couple days or something like that. These voices made Bai Shan feel a little bit like a flunky at last. Not only did he not get angry, but on the contrary, he felt that there were many more human flavors here than in the middle of the Song Mansion. As if he had walked into the normal world, he followed the roadway to the south, first going to the county office to complete the formalities for practicing the new kung fu, and then going to his original home to take a look around. Bai Shan walked all the way, and then he arrived at the county office in the center of Peach Blossom County. After taking out the Wuda order, he went to the Wu Yamen without any problem. Dakian dynasty, totaling 9 states. The state has a lot of government, and then there are many counties, and then include villages and so on. Among the counties, the governor is the largest, i.e., the governor, who is a 7th grade official. Next is the county lieutenant, from the 9th rank. In addition, there is also a special part, that is, the Wuya. As the name suggests, Wuya is the management of the local martial arts yamen. This yamen and the state capitals have a special officer, named Wu Xian, Wu Shifu, Wu Shizhou. In the larger counties also have, named Wu Xian, belonging to the 7th rank, but Peach Blossom County, such a small county, but did not set up the Wu Yamen, and just took a room to exercise the function of the Wu Yamen. The governor was afraid of trouble, so he left it to the county lieutenant, Simalay. Simalay in turn often threw to the heart of the following patrolman. Of course, the inspector will not register indiscriminately, but only to a fixed number of convenience. Southwind Birdie-Fist Martial Arts and Song Family are obviously in this directory, but the difference is that the Southwind Birdie-Fist Martial Arts Center only has local county privileges in Peach Blossom County, while the Song Family obviously has a lot. Yo, isn't this the aunt of the Song Mansion? When are you going to invite us for a wedding banquet? As soon as Bai Shan entered the door, the inspector in the government office recognized him. After all, he is now considered a celebrity in Peach Blossom County. In the eyes of others, he is taking advantage of the sky. The next life is considered to be free of food and clothing. Even if he walks on the road, he also should be smiling from ear to ear. But in Bai Shan's own eyes, he was now as close to the abyss as he was to thin ice. Benefits are accounted for. Gratitude is also really grateful. If it is simply practicing kung fu, and then for the Song family little lady healing, or even for the Song family little lady widowhood, he is very willing, and feel that it is what he should do. But, the Song family is too evil, and Miss Song is as evil gets, and it's completely unknown to outsiders. Hearing the inspector's question, the teenager smiled and said, "We'll have to listen to the family head's arrangements." The inspector said, "It was only yesterday that your steward Wang came to fetch the martial arts order for you, saying that this tiger-shaped fist is a good kung fu for the Song family. You are really a sparrow that has become a phoenix. Your luck is really enviable. What are you doing here today?" Bai Shan said, "Add another technique. It should be one that the Song family has the right to teach." "Add another door?" the inspector said in consternation. "Speak," Bai Shan said. "Clear light mind technique. Clear of clear water. Light of light. Mind techniques?" The inspector's complexion stared. His eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked up and asked with a smirk, "You've studied martial arts before?" Baishan shook his head, then repeated the words he had prepared earlier. "The housekeeper said that it would take a year to update, so I thought that I would simply register it earlier, and after the tiger-shaped fist, I would be ready to cultivate this clear light heart technique." And he signed up for one. Anyway, even the tiger fist was fake in the martial arts order. So what did it matter if there were a few more disciplines missing? The inspector seemed to accept this reasoning and asked, "Where are the Song vouchers?" Baishan took out a piece of paper stamped with the Song family seal from his bosom and handed it over. The inspector took it, compared the voucher seal and the retention seal, and said, "Okay, but you'll have to wait a little bit. I have to check this clear light mind technique first." Shiroyama said, "Thank you." The inspector returned to the back hall and came out with a large thick booklet, following which he began to search, and before a few minutes, he looked up and said, The Song family can teach the clear light heart technique, and it's at the prefecture level again? You bring the martial arts order, I'll register it up for you." Baishan handed out the martial Dao order and said, "Trouble." The inspector took the martial arts order and turned into a closed room, then turned back a few minutes later and handed it back. "Thanks a lot, you kid is really lucky. I just looked through it and realized that the Song family can actually teach so many feats, even state-level ones, or they can be specially approved. This is a truly powerful family. It has a big background." The inspector lamented again and again, his eyes glistening with lemon, sour to the touch, and at the same time, his heart also dispelled the idea of tracking down whether the Song family's aunt had ever learned martial arts before. Baishan looked at the martial arts order. Hakusen, identity, son-in-law of the Song family in Peach Blossom County. Realm, unimpressive. Tiger-shaped fist, forged body level, prefectural level, registered in Peach Blossom County. Clear light mind technique, true chi mind technique, prefectural level, registered in Peach Blossom County. The message had been added successfully, and Baishan politely said goodbye before turning around and walking out of the Peach Blossom County martial arts office. Outside the courthouse, the sun was shining. Shiroyama walked quickly. In the bottom of his heart, he muttered, "It seems that the government office is really attached to stealing martial arts, so next time, it's better to progress step by step to avoid attracting unwarranted trouble." In the old house in the south of the county, 3 porcelain bowls are placed properly, the pots are cleaned, the rather old quilts are neatly folded, the roof's gap is repaired, and the sunlight slants down from the window, illuminating the fine dust that floats in the air. Apparently, Bai Miao-chan came back yesterday and cleaned up her home. The teenager stood in the old house, looking around with a few glimpses of dismay in his eyes. He's here today, and there's no telling when he'll be back next. Even if it's a kennel, after 8 years, that's still emotional. The landscape outside the broken house, the weeds and trees in the yard, the stars and sun on the broken house, all seem to be deceased. When all of this, in a sudden to change, the bottom of the heart will be born, because this go through the years, these old people will never see again. Shiroyama drew out a long wooden bench with some cracks and graffiti marks and sat on it. The dirt floor was pitted and the benches were unevenly placed, but this bench was made 8 years ago by him, who was still a big boy, and by Miao-chan, who was already like a young girl. He gave a little reminiscent look, then put it back on the bench. He's going to find Bai Miao-chan home, not a house, but with loved ones. Bai Miao-chan is his only family. 18. Signs of crisis. Whoring resources. Coo, goo goo. The well wheel creaked and squeaked, and a woman was arching her back, pulling at the thick rope, and when the bucket bobbed and peeked out of the mouth of the well, she moved forward a little closer to remove it. Behind the women, there were children chasing and playing. Baishan waited for the woman to bring up the bucket of water and asked, "Auntie Qian, have you seen my sister?" The cloth-clothed woman stopped her movements, glanced at the person who had spoken, then glanced at the brocade clothes he was wearing, and laughed. "It's Xiao Shan Ah, you've really climbed into a good marriage here." As her words fell, the children next to her ran and gathered around the white mountain to watch. Other waifs came up to him and smelled his brocade clothes. These kids and Shiroyama were all familiar with each other, and Shiroyama didn't mind. The woman said, "Your sister has gone west, and should have gone to Red Mud Lane." She recognized Dame Zhao of Red Mud Alley as her godmother, and then County Lieutenant Zhao of Qingyuan County became her big brother. "Hey, both of your siblings are well off." "Thanks, Dame." Shiroyama thanked him politely, then walked quickly west. He was in possession of a huge sum of 1,000 taels. It was unbelievable. The shock he felt when he first received these silvers was only now slowly rendered away, making him happy. The mood had to be shared with Myrtle, and the money had to be scored. A tael of silver is 1,000 coppers. 1,000 taels of silver is 1,000,000 coppers. The mudbloods, who had been working their asses off, topping out at a few dozen coppers a day, were truly shocked by the 1,000,000 coppers. He calculated in his heart, when there was no disaster, he and Sister Miao Miao could earn about 40 won per day, and if he saved money, he could still save 21 after eating. If he saved it, it would take a full 50,000 days, or roughly 137 years, to earn that much money. He just felt his feet float. Although the Song family is evil and creepy, it gives too much away. He really hoped that the Song family would not mess with him. Then he would return the favor to the Song family. Whether the Song family was good or evil, it didn't matter to him. If the Song family is righteous, he is righteous. If the Song family is evil, he is evil. There are bad guys in the positives and good guys in the negatives anyway. It is enough to know how to repay favors, and to have no shame in one's heart and in heaven and earth. Whatever happened to good and evil? Between thoughts, Hakusen had already crossed the Green Willow Bridge. After walking for another incense stick of time, he vaguely heard the sound of a small child bawling in the distance, and the direction was exactly over Red Clay Lane. Baishan's expression moved as he walked quickly. From afar, he saw 3 or 4 children crying at the head of the county, with 2 inspectors beside them asking questions and Bai Miaochan watching. Now that Bai Miaochan is the righteous sister of Qingyuan County's lieutenant, and Sima Lei knows her, coupled with her innate socially powerful aura, the 2 policemen actually did not drive her away, and even said a few words to her from time to time, as if she was a member of the family. Normally, the inspector questioned, next to the irrelevant people are not allowed to stay at all. But Bai Miaochan did not know when it became an exception. At this moment, Bai Miaochan was originally listening and comforting those children again, but as if she had a sense with Baishan, she suddenly turned back and then saw him. The young girl waved her hand, then greeted her. After the 2 of them met, Bai Miaochan pulled him to the side and said somewhat grimly, "Those children's parents went outside to look for food, and none of them came back, and the inspector said that it was the Pan Mountain thief who did it. There are many refugees this year, and the Panshan pirates are absorbing the evil folk among them, growing stronger and more unscrupulous. Not only do they loot the neighborhood and kill at will, they also target the ordinary refugees, taking away the only food and clothing they have. I don't know what will happen if I meet a young or slightly attractive woman." Shiroyama looked at the children who were crying not far away, 3 boys and a girl, one of whom he actually recognized. That is when he set up a writing stall last year, in his next door to sell vegetables to the family's children. He also remembered that the name seems to be called Nyo Jinbao, from the fortune into the treasure, meaning that the man who sells vegetables often a bao shouted. Now Baishan can still remember that shouting tone. He slightly lowered his eyes. The color also showed gloomy. "Would like to say Song family gave me 1,000 taels of silver, such words cannot speak." Seeing him like this, Bai Miaochan gently pulled his hand and laughed. "Aya, you don't care about these chores outside. Quickly go back to practicing martial arts." Shiroyama looked to her. The white girl's eyes curved into a crescent moon with a smile. Baishan secretly clenched his fists. Only with hard fists could he protect everything he held dear. He then pulled out 2 silver dollars from the storage space in his arms and stuffed them into the young girl's hands. Bai Miaochan looked at the 2 silver ingots in her hand and froze, then realized, from the Song family? Baishan moved over and lowered his voice. 1,000 taels were given. 1,000 taels. Bai Miaochan's almond pupils rounded. This was already more than she could imagine. 1,000 taels. Baishan repeated softly. 1,000 taels. Well, 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels. The siblings looked at each other, the gloom they had just felt being put aside for the moment, and the 2 giggled. Bai Miaochan gasped again, holding the 2 yuan bao in her fingers. 2. It's too big. 10 taels apiece. I have to go to the money bank to exchange it for a smaller one. I haven't been to a money bank yet, Shiroyama said. I'll go back first. Bai Miaochan took his hand and said, "Wait, what's wrong? I've changed it into silver beans, and I want to give some to those who have helped us before, Dame Chen, Uncle Tian, both give 3 taels, and then, if possible, these kids I would help slightly. After all, their parents were gone, and even if they defected to a slightly related relative, they were afraid that it wouldn't be a good thing. When we first came to Peach Blossom County, there were quite a few people who helped us, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to stay here. But don't worry, I won't help people indiscriminately. I'll help people who really need it." When Baekmyo finished speaking, she looked at the teenager and waited for his response. Shiroyama nodded. His big sister was always more humane than him, unlike him, but he's not really selfish and egotistical. But there's a sense of sheer loneliness, the sense that even though he seems like he'll be hot and heavy with others, he's inexplicably not close to them at heart. It may be nature, or it may be the aftermath of crossing over. Feeling that such a big world, he came alone and empty, and all the memories of his childhood are gone, and even more so after becoming a beggar and sitting alone by the corner. If not, Bai Miaochan always pulls him to talk. If not, in the beggar's nest fights, Bai Miaochan always fights with him to match. If not, the Skyfire pirates forced the beggar's nest to fall apart when Bai Miaochan just happened to be by his side. If not, the 2 people lived together for 8 years. Maybe he is still a person who lives alone. Baishan looked at the young girl in front of him and solemnly said, Sister meow meow. What's mine is yours. 1,000 taels you can spend as much as you want. It's alright if you spend it all. When you use it, you only need to ask me to take it. You don't need to tell me how to spend it. Bai Miao-chan raised her hand, pressed down her hair, and then poked it out flat forward, just topping the bridge of Bai Shan's nose, and she laughed as she cocked her head. At that time, you weren't as tall as me. Shiroyama smiled back. Yeah, Auntie is back. The young girl in the bright red dress stood in the darkened pavilion, looking at the teenager who had just walked through the gate. Bai Shan walked over and said, Miss Xiaomei, I want to seek 3 medicines, Chang Polish, red thread fruit, and golden leaf mint. Do we have these 3 medicines in the Song family? Clear Poland, red thread fruit, golden leaf mint. These 3 medicines are the very special herbs needed to practice clear light mind technique, deep red thread 3,000 needles, and leaf blade. Bai Shan went in to ask about these 3 medicines when he passed by the pharmacy, but the pharmacy didn't sell them, saying that they are only available in the state capitals and other places. But it seems that these medicines are still controlled medicines, and the price is quite high. After Bai Shan quietly stuffed 10 copper plates, the pharmacy fellow quietly told him Qing Poland sells for at least 700 taels of silver per plant in the largest pharmacy in Tianyi province, and it needs to be booked half a year in advance. Bai Shan froze on the spot. He suddenly realized that for someone who truly cultivated, the 1,000 taels of silver in his mustard pouch was really very little. It would only barely allow him to cultivate a house-level technique. This was only a shock to the poor and accustomed Bai Shan. Cultivating this kind of thing is too money-consuming. Not rich people can't play but this also completely cuts off the possibility of mud-legged people to turn over the sky. Rebellion? You're overthinking it. Bai Shan just experienced a moment of rich people feeling. Suddenly feel that he has become a poor That's why he came to ask Xiaomei if Song's family has it. And if so, let's whore it out for nothing. The peach blossom-eyed little wench looked at him with interest, then said, Our Song family naturally has them. They're all in the medicine garden. Auntie directly. Forget it. I'll accompany Auntie. After saying that, she rubbed over again and pressed close to Bai Shan's side, saying, This daytime it's better to be comfortable around your aunt. Bai Shan looked at her so skillfully close movements, and then looked around at the guards, household servants and maids passing by. It's like those people didn't even see it. He was in a good mood when he thought of being able to whore out a few 1,000 taels of silver resources for nothing, and he looked at the little wannabe much more smoothly. Then, together with the little wannabe, he walked in the direction of the medicine garden. He also remembered that when he first came to the interview smelled a lot of strange fragrance. At that time he thought it was the Song family planted in order to appreciate the strange flowers. Also thought that it was the small garden of the rich and noble family, but now he realized that it was a medicinal garden. 19. Stitching Pill Garden, Kung Fu Mutation. The Song family. It was an old woman who guarded the herb garden. The old woman was sitting in the garden entrance hut, like she was embroidering. From afar, she saw her hands like cramps, like she had a seizure, pinching fine needles and weaving them through the flower cloth. When Bai Shan got closer, he realized that the old woman was not embroidering, but sewing. She was sewing pieces of floral fabric of different colors together closely, as if she were patching. Patching is an act of thrift and frugality whereby poor people do not want to throw away broken clothes, but use cloth of the same color or a similar color to patch up the holes. But the old lady was as if it were simply a hobby. She was not patching clothes, but simply sewing. The fabric was thick and dozy. Some of it was cloth and some of it appeared to be leather. It's so mixed together. It's eerie. This behavior, at least, is not something a normal person would do. Little Miss May shouted, Auntie is here. Only then did the old woman raise her head, and Shiroyama caught a hint of a vicious, resentful, creepy look. But it was evident that the severity was not directed against him, but was merely an inertia which had not had time to be withdrawn. And the next moment the old lady's countenance became placid. She gave an O and said, Master Auntie can look around. Take whatever grass or fruit you like. No need to talk to me. You are helping the lady. This medicine field, even if you turn over, the wife will not care. But if other people come, hey, Shiroyama froze. Is there any internal conflict in the Song family? Normally, the old lady must have said this to the little plum girl. However, the little plum girl didn't seem to be half-conscious, as if she didn't hear this meaning in the old lady's words. Bai Shan was puzzled, but suddenly his heart shook and he looked sideways at Xiaomei. Xiaomei's cheeks were white, her lips were red, wrapped in that big red dress and plasma-like embroidered shoes, lying down as a beautiful corpse. Suddenly, a grim feeling arose in Bai Shan's heart. Perhaps he was the one who didn't hear what the old lady meant. The focus of the old lady's others is not on the word others but on the word people. If Miss Xiaomei is not a human being, then she is no one else. Xiaomei felt his gaze and raised her hand to wipe her face. I forgot to apply rouge today. White mountains, Xiaomei also muttered, then said in a glutinous manner, Auntie, take it. It's all from your own family. Bai Shan looked at the old woman and said, I want a plant of clear Poland. And also, before the words were finished, the old lady said, Get it yourself. Xiaomei said, Auntie, I'll get it for you. With that, the little wavy goods let go of Bai Shan's hand and ran out, tiptoeing sideways among the paths of the medicinal fields, and when they stopped at a peculiar flower with wave-like petals, they shouted from afar, "Auntie, Qing Poland wants one plant, right?" Shiroyama said, "Right." Xiaomei brushed the strange flower and pulled it out by the roots. Then, following Bai Shan's instructions, he picked 3 red thread fruits and 9 golden leaf mints respectively. Bai Shan looked at these resources in front of him. If he went to buy them, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take them down without more than 2,000 taels of silver, and there was also a time cost. With a wave of his hand, the 3 medicines went directly into the mustard bag. In the meantime, the old lady didn't say a word at all, nor did she express any semblance of dissatisfaction with the little plum girl. After picking the medicine is not over, Bai Shan and Xiaomei girl together to prepare other necessary items, busy until twilight, only barely ready. After placing each of these items into his mustard pouch, he went to have a dinner and then returned to his residence after parting ways with Xiaomei. That night, the night was young. Song family's inner mansion. The courtyard gate is closed. In the small courtyard, Bai Shan changed into his strong clothes and sat cross-legged under the eaves of the house. 3 feats were placed in front of him. Corresponding information also surfaced. Clear light mind. Level, Jinchi mindfulness. Requirement 1, clear light mind, full text. Requirement 2, 1 plant of clear Poland. 3 caddies of new tea, 100 caddies of Baihua wine. Requirement 3, recall the scene of a large area of water that is rough and then calm in an unoccupied environment, and realize the meaning of it. Leaf blade, level, Jinchi warfare. Requirement 1, leaf blade, full text. Requirement 2, 9 intact gold leaf mints and 9 of each of the 100 leaves intact. Demand 3, standing under the old tree with falling leaves. Feel the scene of falling leaves, pieces like knives and realize the meaning of it. 3,000 needles of red thread in the boudoir. Level, Jinchi warfare. Requirement 1, 3,000 needles of red thread in the boudoir, full text. Requirement 2, 3 red thread fruits, 2 copies of rouge and powder, 1 red sari. Requirement 3, to experience the scene of men embroidering flowers in an environment scented with rouge and powder, and to realize the meaning of the scene. The need for these 3 feats had long been read many times by Bai Shan. He had also been busy preparing them before dark. In the meantime, the little wannabe was quite curious, but she didn't ask many questions, and she gave him whatever he wanted, especially that 100 kinds of leaves, each kind of 9 pieces, but also intact. This is simply to kill, if a person to collect, afraid to know to get when. But the little wave goods but launched the maids and houseguests together to help pick, which is ready. As for the red sari thing, the little tramp gave out her treasured sari. Rouge and powder and embroidery thread are also sponsored by the little wannabe. After the sponsorship, the small wave goods also asked for embroidered shoes and blasphemous clothes. Bai Shan categorically rejected. The small wave goods look quite regrettable between. Many thoughts flashed by, and Bai Shan muttered. In contrast to a body forging type technique like Tiger's Prancing Fist, a true chi-type technique has changed significantly. The material needs went from the ordinary wine, meat and vegetable categories to expensive special herbs and items. The need for experience has changed from merely accomplishing cognitive observation and mastery of characteristics to cognition and mastery in a specific environment. However, a technique like the Ye Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter did not conform to this law at all. The requirements were incredibly harsh, and even a technique with a higher realm could not match it in terms of demand. Miss Xiaomei said that this is an unknown gongfu, that is, one that has never appeared in the Imperial Dynasty's gongfu management information, so it seems to be true. Bai Shan retrieved his thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, a clear Polish plant, 3 pounds of new tea, and 10 altars of 100 flowers wine fell in front of him. He pressed his 5 fingers onto the booklet of the Clear Light Heart technique, and closed his eyes to feel it. The night is long and all is silent. Bai Shan's mind was tranquil as he began to complete the 3rd requirement of the Clear Light Heart technique. It may be difficult for others to recall the sight of a large area of water that was rough and then calm, because the imagination of the unseen cannot be recalled after all. But the White Mountains can. He closed his eyes. At once, the scene came to mind. The mantle of the earth seems to be melted. The crust of the earth produces violent justification, and the sea, as if boiled, raises a tsunami that covers the sky. A city, the world's highest snow-capped peaks, people running and screaming, people embracing each other and calmly waiting to die, monks rolling up their sleeves and banging on the bells at the top of the mountain. All living beings are interwoven into a tsunami apocalypse scene of natural disaster, and as time passed, the tsunami finally calmed down, gradually turning into an endless blue. Water and sky, new land resurfaced, and all was calm again. Bai Shan sat alone in the dark movie theater. There was no one around him. He quietly watched the post-apocalyptic disaster movie. The frenzied apocalyptic scene and the calm scene after the apocalypse turned into light and shadow, illuminating his face brightly and uncertainly. All the memories passed away, all images crushed. The 3 needs of clear light mind are fulfilled. Bai Shan felt that the body began to produce changes, as if he had already practiced this heart many times, day and night, transporting breath, sense of gas, open the orifices, through the veins, until every corner of the body, the mind can be moved at will. Mosquitoes and insects cannot fall on the skin. Dust cannot be contaminated with half a point. New information came to him. Hakusen, longevity, 16 of 88. Gift, equivalent exchange. Realm, Wu Dao 5 realm, overall enhancement 2. Jin Chi Bu body 1. Foresees mind technique. True Chi mind technique. 9th level of great perfection. Effects, sitting in oblivion. Startling the dragon. Tiger's prancing fist, body forging grade. 9th level grand completion. Effects, dangerous premonition. Agile reaction. Pure young physique. What's going on? Shiroyama suddenly sensed something unusual. Didn't I cultivate the clear light heart technique? How did it become the 4 C's heart technique? 20. Horseback riding through the late fall. Falling leaves and sad knives. Realm, Wu Dao 5 realm, overall enhancement 2. Jin Chi Bu body 1. Foresees mind technique. True Chi mind technique. 9th level of great perfection. Effects, sitting in oblivion. Startling the dragon. Overall enhancement 2. Body forging and dietary therapy can make a martial artist's physique 2-3 times stronger than an ordinary person. And after cultivating True Chi feedback and long-lasting exercise will make you even more advanced, thus making you another 2-3 times stronger than the former. Achievable by cultivating to the 7th level of the 4 C's heart technique, which automatically overrides the overall enhancement of the tiger's prancing fist 1 and is directly reflected in the realm, rather than appearing separately in the 4 C's heart technique category. True Chi cloth body 1, the 3rd realm of martial arts. For the cultivation of Chi sense, feel the Dantian. This is the true Chi sense. Martial arts 4 realm is the opening of the peripheral body of the large orifices such as spring, True Chi such as springs, gurgling, moisturizing the body, filling the Dantian. This is the True Chi pass through the orifices, the 5th realm of martial arts. For through the peripheral body of the 12 chakras, carry the True Chi to each corner of the body to do the heart and the intention to be in harmony with the intention of the Chi in harmony with the force. This is the true Chi cloth body. This can be achieved by practicing the 4 C's mind technique up to the 8th level. Sitting in oblivion, when you are in a state of silence for a period of 10 breaths, the power of your next Jinchi type attack will be increased by 0.30, 5 times the usual power, and the speed of the attack will be increased by 0.30, 5 times the usual speed, and it can be superimposed on the other increased powers, achievable by cultivating up to the 9th level of the 4 C's mind technique. Frightened dragon, when you have completed the state of sitting in oblivion and have selected a target to strike, when you strike with a true Chi type of power, enemies outside the target cannot attack you. The smaller the difference in strength, the greater and higher the likelihood of not being able to be attacked. If your strength is higher than your opponent's or your opponent's strength is only a little bit higher than yours, you will definitely not be able to be attacked, attainable by cultivating the 4 C's heart technique to its fullest extent. As Baishan felt his power and then recalled the process of enlightenment, his previous confusion was slowly answered. So, the sight of a large area of water that is rough and then returns to calm is simply a request for the practitioner to go out on the ocean, or on a large lake in hurricane weather, to feel the power of the heavens and the earth from it, and then to turn it into a sense of realization, and apply this sense of realization to the cultivation. But I exceeded that goal, because I recall the vision of doom, of the world after doom. So the clear light heart law became the 4 C's heart law, which was considered a level up. But after all, I haven't really experienced that kind of doom, so I've only risen 1 level, not 1 step up. I think it was raised from the prefecture level to the state level, right? Or maybe to the emperor level? Or maybe it's simply a new technique? Unfortunately, my own information doesn't reflect state-level government or anything, so it's impossible to make a judgment call. On top of that, the 3rd realm of martial arts is the Dantian Chi sense, the 4th realm is the opening of the aperture in Sea of Chi, and the 5th realm is the penetration of the meridians and that the true Chi cloths the body. I didn't expect to actually break through directly to here. Shiroyama got up, walked out onto the patio, and tried his hand. True Chi isn't that magical, there's no fancy vapors or anything like that. However, when exchanging blows, those who had just finished forging their bodies with true Chi cloth against those who had only just grasped the sense of Chi were like strong adults bullying kindergarten children. It's a qualitative change in power that can't be matched. However, when dealing with enemies of the same realm, it is not possible to fight with bare hands. Of course, you can use the body forging time of the boxing method, but these boxing methods rely on the muscles and sinews more. Has not taken into account the application of the road of true Chi. The way of martial arts is never sloppy, almost, or blindly practiced. The difference is 1,000 miles, 1 step away from life and death, under equal strength. If one used the forged body fist technique and one used the true Chi battle technique, the former would be killed by the latter in 9 out of 10 cases. After completing the rough cognizance of the 4 C's heart technique, Baishan swept his eyes over the courtyard. There's a tree in the yard. The trees had sparse leaves that clung to the branches and shook. Thus, he looked towards the second true chi battle technique, leaf blade. Brush. With a wave of his hand, 100 types of leaves, gold leaf mint, fell onto the wooden floor in front of him, and then disappeared, while the corresponding requirement 2 was completed. The next thing is to stand under the ancient tree with falling leaves and feel the sight of falling leaves, pieces like swords once, and realize the meaning of it. Baishan muttered as he walked to the tree in the courtyard, raised his right hand and pressed his 5 fingers against the tree, then closed his eyes and began to sense the meaning. In his mind, a scene naturally surfaced. There were downtrodden men on horseback, passing through woodlands where the trees had fallen. His pupils were deep, and he was holding a flask and a flying dagger. Take the wood and sit in a world of flying leaves and carve this wood in silence. In the falling leaves, he took the lifeless wood and carved it into the shape of his regret. That regret is a woman. Every hair on the woman's head was sculpted. The man brushed away the fine dust of wood shavings with pale, long, but rock-steady fingers, blew it away, and took another sip of his strong drink, coughing endlessly, coughing until my palms are covered in blood, as if late fall has passed early and winter's plums are blooming. The man's flying daggers, routinely, but few people will understand that his flying daggers can also be regrettable carvings so vividly. How many times did that carve to do that? A leaf is a leaf. A leaf is not a knife. Knives can hurt. Falling leaves can be sad. When you pick a leaf, you can of course use your thick chi to give it power, and throw it like a sharp arrow from a strong crossbow. But, such power is missing the heart. Baishan reached the 5th realm of martial arts, true chi cloth body. Naturally understand the heart and intention. Intention and chi and force reasoning. True chi battle method in fact also follow this reasoning. There was the power of true chi and the intention to kill, but there was no heart. Then, the power will naturally be much worse. And what is my heart? The falling leaves are like knives. It's not the person who gets hurt, it's the heart. If the heart does not move, how can a falling leaf become a sword? A sword without a heart is no more than a common weapon that can be mass-produced in a blacksmith store. White Mountain closed his eyes and quietly sensed. Then the 5 fingers that pressed against the tree moved gently, and many of the leaves that were already shaking left the branches, fluttering and falling down. Tilting his head back in it, Baishan raised his hand and grabbed a leaf, but instead of shooting it out, he let it continue to fall. Just as this leaf fell to the earth, a wave of realization rushed into Baishan's mind. He seemed to have practiced this gong method for a long time, and just in the moment of touching the leaf, he was able to integrate his true chi into it very well, and the leaf was as if it was his arm, and 200 paces were the distance of his attack, which had already exceeded the original 150 paces of the leaf blade. New information about the gongfu surfaced in front of his eyes. Heartbreak blade, true chi battle technique, 9th level, great perfection, function, flying dagger master, no false shots. Flying Dagger Master, mastering the offensive and defensive skills of flying daggers to the point of perfection. Example, when you pick a leaf, or move any object with a thin blade present, you can treat it as a flying dagger, and within 200 paces, it will not miss. 200 paces, more than 200 meters, more than half a circle of the soccer field. Standing on one side looking at the other side of the people can only see a small shadow, but now with a hand to pick leaves, skimming, but able to routinely take a person's life. The gong method has mutated again. Leaf blade has turned into heartbreak blade. It seems that I'm still sensing a bit more. Leaf blade originally only allowed the martial artist to perceive the trajectory and movement of the falling leaves, to feel the thin edge on the falling leaves, and to use their imagination to think of it as a blade, so that would be enough. Yet, I seem to sense the mood of a martial arts myth. Lord seeking happiness is already a myth in his Jianghu, feeling his state of mind and realizing his intention. That's why there's such a change. 21. I protect you. Brush. Shiroyama waved his hand again. 3 fresh red thread fruits, and the rouge, red sari, and embroidery materials provided by the little wannabe fell in front of them. The need this time is to experience a man embroidery scene in an environment scented with rouge and powder, and to realize the meaning of it. Well, I probably know what to do. The teenager took a deep breath and sat on his knees, his fingers picking open the rouge box. The rouge is a cream, the gouache is a powder, and the scent is very light when smelled up close. An odd feeling arose in Baishan's heart. He didn't hate it when women used rouge, but doing it as a man was kind of gross. The Oriental girl is pretty, but that's just an act. The real Oriental girl is not like a flower, even if it wasn't a Kisame look-alike. Shiroyama never wanted to become an Oriental girl, not even for a moment, but in order to practice. Try it, the stuff is ready. Baishan gritted his teeth, his fingers smeared a little rouge, had a pinch of water powder, followed by grabbing an embroidery needle and a piece of silk cloth, sat in the smell of rouge, closed his eyes and began to imagine the scene. red net, dresser, a man shaved beard, rouge powder, wearing as a woman feel delicate piercing pink clothes, not male or female, demonic incomparable. The man in pink was holding an embroidery bandage frame in his left hand and pinching an embroidery needle in his right hand, and was embroidering a flower with a daughterly smile as he looked down. It seemed that the sound of a doorway being pushed open was heard not far away. The man in pink put down his embroidery needle and softly shouted, "Lian Ting." His posture is charming, seemingly gentle and virtuous. A thousand submissive little girls' posture is undoubtedly. "Lian Ting, you go back to." The scene was suddenly interrupted. Shiroyama stepped back from the visualization and proceeded to gasp loudly, because it's a state of feeling, and not just reminiscing. The vicarious experience will be deep, and that vicarious feeling clashed strongly with his true heart, more and more violently as he went deeper. Unless he changed his heart, otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to practice this gong method. No way. Baishan only felt his face turn pale. He only felt that if he continued, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. Gazing at this, 3,000 needles of red thread from the deep boudoir booklet for a few seconds, he closed the rouge and powder box again, following up with a wave of his hand to put all of these back. Forget it, you can't practice this without practicing. Let's return these to Miss Xiaomei tomorrow. Just so it seems that feats aren't practiced casually. Auntie, how does it feel? Does it fit? Rouge moved. Hey. The little wannabe's eyes glowed in amazement as she looked at Baishan. I didn't do anything. With a grin, the little wannabe let out a very perfunctory syllable. Ow. Finished. The little tramp grabbed the red sari and sniffed it again. Shiroyama turned and walked away, walking and unconsciously running, the little wannabe behind him laughing out a goose call. Shiroyama ran down the main aisle of the inner courtyard before breathing a sigh of relief, something he was determined not to do in the future. He looked up at the direction. Further east was the book depository. Go to the book depository and you can go get new feats. But Shiroyama wasn't about to go now. Although he had broken through the fifth realm last night and had learned a true chi battle technique, it was far from enough. He is like a schoolmaster who has received a certificate of completion in the ivory tower and is longing for the outside world. But, having perfect control of knowledge and being able to apply it perfectly are two similar, yet different, fields. Baishan didn't want to gulp down indigestion. He decided to spend a few days settling down before going to the book depository to find a new technique. If he hadn't been able to disclose his power, he would have wanted to just find someone to practice on. It is only in the midst of practice and experience that what is learned can be truly utilized. A few days later, the Song family's backyard, the residence of the inner family. The light of the sky drooped down, and under the old tree, the brocade-clothed boy sat on the ground. His eyes were slightly closed, like a sleeping baby, and his breathing was long. The west wind swept by, and a leaf fluttered lazily off the old tree. The teenager raised his hand, and somehow, that hand was so fast that it pulled out a shadow, directly holding a falling leaf. The hand is still, and so are the leaves. The teenager became like a statue, but in the next instant, a terrifying aura rose from his body, which slowly converged on the fallen leaves at his fingertips, as if what he was holding was not a withered leaf, but a flying dagger that could chase souls and snatch lives, glittering with the bright light of the blazing sun, forcing people's eyes and making them fearful. No one had the confidence to escape such flying daggers. When he grabbed a flat, dead leaf, he had grabbed the lives of those around him. All he has to do is throw out dead leaves and people will die. He took the dead leaves and anyone could have died. The teenager casually threw away the dead leaves, and the ghastly aura dissipated. After these few days of familiarization, I've finally made some progress, and if I can find a sparring opponent or a suitable place to practice, it should be even better. Never mind, that's not going to happen for a while. I'd better go check on Sister Meow Meow. She's been running out a lot these days. She should have gone to Red Clay Alley again. Bai Miao-chan is indeed at Zhao Dinyang's house on Red Clay Lane, and Zhao Dinyang's house was bustling with activity. 3 or 4 children were gathering by the old tree outside that fence, and an older boy was still climbing it, yelling as he did so, "There's a bird's nest in the tree. I can see it, and when I get up there, we'll have birds' eggs to eat today." Below, 2 boys and a girl looked up blearily, one skinny boy quite envious, while the other shouted, "Be careful." The girl, on the other hand, was shouting in the direction of the house, "Sister Bai, Han Yang is disobedient and is climbing a tree." With the fall of the voice, a delicate white-clothed girl came out of the house of Zhao Danyang's family, and it was none other than Bai Miao-chan. The boy climbing the tree heard the girl call and said angrily, "Hua Xiaoshan, what are you calling for? It's not like I pulled out the bird's eggs and didn't share them with you." Sister Bai. When he saw Bai Miao-chan walk out from the house, he panicked. His hands clattered and danced. One didn't have a firm grip, and actually threw it downward. Ah, my ass! The older boy named Han Yang screamed loudly and miserably while still in midair. The two boys below were rushing to get it. Bai Miao-chan had only just left the house as well, and her face couldn't help but show a look of anxiety. On the other side, Bai Shan was walking to the entrance of Red Clay Alley. When he saw the scene, he instinctively thought of using the power of his true chi to fly over and make the falling boy land smoothly. But in a whirlwind, he dismissed the thought. Now that he had used his true chi and demonstrated extraordinary speed, the matter of that extraordinary martial art might have leaked out. Or of course it might not, but he wouldn't take any chances. So, he didn't move. Ouch! Han Yang fell and rolled with the other two boys who had picked him up. Bai Miao-chan hurriedly ran over and inspected. The three boys just had a red patch on the ground in some places. It wasn't serious. Next time don't be so naughty. It's not because you suddenly came. Sister White, the older boy muttered. The little girl next to her shouted, "And you're mean." The older boy rubbed his butt and commiserated. "I wasn't mean." Snap, snap. Suddenly, 3 bright sparkles fell out of midair and rolled twice in a bone-jarring circle in the dirt. The older boy shouted as if he had seen his mom. "Sugar!" He spread his arms out like an eagle spreading its wings, trying to take all 3 candies into his arms. Snap! Bai Miao-chan gave him a chestnut and said, "One for each." With that, she looked slightly sideways at the white mountains behind her. Bai Shan took another candy and gave it to the little girl next to him, who sweetly said, "Thank you, brother." Baek-san took it again and gave it to Baek Mio-chan. Bai Miao-chan pulled off the candy paper and stuffed it into her mouth. Shiroyama ate one too. The siblings smiled at each other. These are the children whose parents disappeared that day, and they really had no place to go. And living in the original house was unsafe for one thing, and there was no food for another. I talked it over with my godmother, and she said she happened to be afraid of being alone, and there were empty rooms in the house, so she said she would let some of the little children come here and live together. Bai Miao-chan and Bai Shan explained. Not far away, for children watched White Mountain carefully. The little girl stood straight and said sweetly, "Brother Bai Shan, I'm very good." The other 3 children followed suit, and when it was Han Yang's turn, the older boy blushed and didn't say it, but changed it to "I can help." Bai Miao-chan said, "You guys go have fun." "Aha!" The children answered and dispersed. Bai Miao-chan watched them go far away before she turned back to Bai Shan and said, "Bai Shan, how come you're free to come find me today? I see that you've been practicing martial arts all this time. Did you encounter something you don't understand?" Bai Shan opened his mouth and wanted to say, "I've already reached the 5th realm of martial arts," but it was difficult for him to say it. So he said, "No, I just miss Sister Miao Miao." Bai Miao-chan laughed. "It's been 8 years since we've seen each other with our heads down, counting the time in the beggar's nest before. It's more than that. It's been so long." "Still want to awe?" Shiroyama said. "It's not comfortable without you." Bai Miao-chan slightly avoided his gaze and raised her hand to help him straighten his clothes again, asking softly, "Is your martial arts very high?" Bai Shan nodded. In this Peach Blossom County his martial arts skills are still really high, not to mention the Song family. He is afraid that he is the number 1 in Peach Blossom County. Bai Miao-chan patted his arm and said, "I knew you were good, but you have to keep it a secret, or else people will know that you secretly practiced martial arts before, and even if the government doesn't move you now, it will ultimately leave a handle." Whitehill said, "Well, I know." Bai Miao-chan paused and couldn't help but lower her voice again to ask, "How powerful?" White Mountains. Sister Miao Miao is also a woman after all, and a woman's curiosity is similar to a cat's. Gossip is natural, and knowing the secrets of their loved ones gives them a sense of security. Bai Shan didn't want to frighten her and said softly, "Already at the 3rd realm of the martial Tao, with a Dantian and Chi sense." "What?" Bai Miao-chan was dumbstruck. Bai Shan looked at her expression and added, "Actually, it's the 4th realm of the martial Tao, with the passage of the orifices, and the Dantian transforming into the Sea of Qi." Bai Miao-chan's face was covered in JPGs of little old me. "You're not right." Bai Shan didn't dare to say more, but digressed. "Sister Miao Miao, do you want to learn martial arts?" Bai Miao-chan froze and hung her head slightly before softly saying, "I can't learn. My martial vein is broken." "How did it break?" "As a child." "Let's not talk about it." "Sister Miao Miao, I am now living a very happy, not just cannot practice martial arts. You practiced well to protect me not on the line? Or you have a wife, not to protect your sister?" The white girl revealed a cute smile. Her eyes were squinting into a crescent moon as the moonlight shone on Bai Shan's face. Shiroyama said, "I'll protect you." 22. A sparrow cannot become a phoenix. A python cannot become a dragon. While the siblings were chatting, suddenly, dense and neat footsteps came from the south gate. Hundreds of county pawns wearing soft armor and equipped with long swords entered the door in a row, with great authority. At the head of the group was a burly man in a suit of armor. grasping a large gun. When these hundreds of county pawns entered the south gate, they stood in formation to one side. That wasn't the end of it. Right after that, another battalion of hundreds of county pawns ran from outside, and the one at the head was Zhao Huayue. Zhao Huayue held a man covered in blood and rushed inside as soon as he entered the county gate. The man in armor grasping the lance is commanding the county pawns, lining up and defending, guarding in front of the door, looking ready to attack at any time, and the atmosphere is filled with the smell of swords and crossbows, as if there are any enemies to break in from the outside. Bai Miaochan moved closer to Bai Shan and whispered, "That's Wang Zhaofei, the county lieutenant of Fishboat County." Bai Shan observed the county pawns. Although they were standing in a straight posture, many of them were obviously wounded and had obviously fought a great battle. Bai Miaochan's beautiful eyes turned and looked towards the distant alleyway. Brother Zhao should be heading towards the medical center. The person he's holding is covered in blood and I don't know who it is. Let's follow him over and take a look. Bai Shan suddenly said, "Will you take me to call out to Big Brother?" Bai Miaochan was stunned. Then she patted her own brother's arm and laughed. "What's wrong with you? Zhao Huayue is over 30 years old, 2 years older. We can all call him uncle," Shiroyama said, not used to so many more people. Bai Miaochan let out a pft and laughed, then said, "Listen to you." After saying that, she said softly, "It's just that the trees want to be quiet but the wind won't stop, and this year's situation is special. I am worried about the Pan Mountain thief. These are things that we, the common people, know about after the fact, and when we really do know about them, it's already too late. That's why I wanted to go over and see if there's any news from Zhao Huayue's side." White Hill said, "The wind is more than just me." For some reason, he felt that he and Bai Miaochan's small family with an additional big brother, especially awkward, he is not accustomed to, and do not like, even if it is considered a small family, will not change. Recognizing a godmother is nothing, but recognizing a big brother is just not okay. Bai Miaochan laughed, "Then I won't go, and I won't go in the future. But I still have other ways to get news. You can't stop me. I am your living map and know it all. In the future, when you have cultivated and become strong, I will also be able to protect you and help you. Otherwise I am afraid that I won't be able to keep up with you, and won't be able to enter your world." Whitehill said, "It won't. The sun is setting and the west wind is soughing. The last 2 leaves of the old tree in the yard have finally blown off as well." Bai Shan sat in front of the stone table in the wind, quietly looking at the new gongfa taken from the book depository. It was also only when he was cultivating and going out that little Miss May wouldn't stick to him. The Song family had a not-so-small background on the surface, but in terms of the feats they hid, there weren't really that many, and there were only 6 books in total. However, considering the strict Gongfu management system of the Dacian dynasty, 6 books were already enough to start a sect, not to mention the fact that there was also a state-level book in these 6 books. This time, Bai Shan had fetched the remaining 3 merit laws. They are, Tiger Fist, Ladder Body Technique, and Burning Plains Mind Technique. The Tiger-shaped fist was a house-level body forging technique. Bai Shan looked it over and felt that it was even worse than the tiger prancing fist, but it was a technique registered in his martial arts order, so he naturally had to learn it. The Cloud Ladder Body Technique was a stance-type true chi battle technique, while the Burning Origin Heart Technique was a new true chi heart technique and the only state-level technique registered in the Song family's martial arts management system. Shiroyama scanned the cultivation needs. Tiger Fist. Requirement 1, Tiger Fist, full text. Requirement 2, 40 pounds of meat, 50 pounds of vegetables, 3 pounds of spirits. Requirement 3, recognize what a tiger looks like and be able to recall at least 10 actions of a tiger clearly. Ladder stance. Level, Jinchi warfare. Requirement 1, ladder stance, full text. Requirement 2, 1 winter bird's nest, 1 intact feather of each of the 30 species of flying birds. Requirement 3, in an open environment, recall at least 30 scenarios in which birds rise up to the sky and realize the meaning of the scenarios. Burning of the original mind. Level, Jinchi mindfulness. Requirement 1, burning plains mind, full text. Requirement 2, 3 fire cage hogweed, 1 burning flamingo heart feather, 120 pounds of 100 flowers wine. Requirement 3, recall the grandeur of a spark that started an unquenchable fire at noon on a mountaintop or an open elevated area similar to a mountaintop. Obviously, the Burning Origin Heart Technique, as the only remaining state-level heart technique in the Song clan's book depository, was a bit more demanding in terms of requirements. Bai Shan just scanned the unfamiliar words fire cage hogweed and burning flamingo's heart feather and knew that they must be expensive and strictly controlled. And recall a little starfire to start an unquenchable fire is even more difficult. Where do ordinary martial artists go to recall this kind of thing? A forest fire? And this is a state-level technique. In addition, the intact feathers of 30 species of birds is also difficult to deal with. 100 flowers wine 120 pounds demand is also a small problem. After all, his mustard seed bag only 100 pounds left. If you don't practice, you won't know how poor you are. Seeing how late it was getting, Shiroyama decided to go back in the morning and see what he could whittle down. Although there are many good things in the Song family's medicine garden, the Song family after nightfall is mysterious, scary and dangerous, and although Baishan is the ant, he doesn't dare to run around without any inhibitions. White Hill, I figured out what happened this morning. Peach Blossom County, Qingyuan County, and Fishboat County, the three counties had joined forces and launched a campaign against the bandits the day before yesterday, totaling more than 1,000 well-equipped county pawns. The leader was the lieutenant of the three counties, and as a result, lost over 200 men. Even Sima Lei died. Zhao Huayue tried desperately to bring him back, but Sima Lei was too badly injured and lost too much blood, and the doctor was unable to save him. Now, the governor was having people fast-tracked to the Skywing Mansion to ask for help, while inviting the local families and also the martial arts school to discuss ways. In short, the people don't know what's going on yet, but inside the county courthouse there's a lot of panic. No one would have expected the joint three-county campaign against bandits to fail. Bai Miaochan, who had returned, pulled by Shan and spoke softly about the news she had scouted out during the day. This failure is a serious problem, because the big boss of the Pan Mountain Pirates, the second boss are only the existence of the third realm of martial arts. After that there is no existence of the third realm. As for those evil people, really on the battlefield is also the rabble. Although many people, but as long as they are killed by the punch once, but also on the gas week, their weapons, with the exception of the leaders who could use better swords, were all miscellaneous weapons. But on the side of the three counties, more than 1,000 county pawns are well-equipped and well-trained. Zhao Huayue and Sima Lei were all existences of the fourth realm, and although Wang Zhaofei was weaker, he was also an old county lieutenant who had spent many years in the third realm and was familiar with the laws of war. The lineup comparison shouldn't have lost at all, but still lost. I didn't ask about the process, which is supposed to be more deeply classified, but I always had a foreboding feeling in the back of my mind when I looked at them. By the way, there's another place to look. Zhao Huayue went to Zhao Daniang and made sure that Zhao Daniang went with him to Qingyuan County. Zhao Daniang promised by Shan. Think about it, Zhao Daniang didn't agree to go to Qingyuan County with Zhao Huayue for such a long time, but she agreed to go this time. What does that mean? That means this time it's really serious, and staying here any longer will kill me. That's why I had to agree. The young girl lowered her voice and whispered softly at the teenager's side. Bai Shan suddenly said, "Did Zhao Danyang take you?" Bai Miaochan said, "I told her that I wouldn't go anywhere while my brother was here." Dame Zhao said, "She wants to meet you tomorrow morning. Whether you go or not, she will wait until noon." "Are you going?" Shiroyama said. "Go." Next day, morning. "I know that you are Miao Miao's brother, and I had wanted to take you with me, but you are the son-in-law of the Song family, and I can't take you away because you are already tied to the Song family. The Song family may also have a decision to make, but that should lag a lot. Old me wants to take Miao Miao to Qingyuan, and after that, if the Song family comes, you siblings will still be able to meet." The kindly old crone and the brocade-clad young man stood talking in the fenced yard of the first house at the entrance to Red Clay Lane. The early morning light, piercing through the branches of the trees next to it, cast down diagonally. Old me can't let go of this place either. But, my Huayue said that this time it's really very serious. There seemed to be a high-level person behind the Pan Mountain bandits. Sima Lei was sent flying by a small thief with a single punch, either a sneak attack or a punch when Sima Lei was fully focused. Then Sima Lei kept spitting out blood as if his liver inside his body was shattered. The Sima prefect is the number one person in our county. He is very capable. That only means that there is someone great in Panshan-ko. It's reasonable to say that the imperial court controls martial artists, and people like this are on record. But Huayue and the others checked all the people practicing martial arts in the surrounding area, and there was no match at all. In other words, this is a martial arts thief. Auntie, what does it mean to be a martial arts thief? Stealing and learning kung fu. That is a martial thief. Huayue said that martial arts are the cause of turmoil in the world, and if someone takes them wantonly without the permission of the court, then they are thieves. Oh Xiao Shan, you know all about the situation. Persuade that girl Miao Miao to go to Qingyuan with the old body. I'm sorry, dame, I won't persuade her. Why? Is what my old self said wrong? Or have you not yet realized the severity of the problem? Little Mountain, you're right about everything, and I understand it all. Then why? That's the only sister I have. Come with me. Her righteous brother Huayue can give her peace. I thank the old man for his kindness, but I will not oblige. Humph. The old woman's eyes suddenly became ruthless, and the walking stick in her hand also struck fiercely twice, following which she turned around, wanting to leave directly, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, "The old body may as well caution you. It is good to emphasize love and righteousness, but if you are blinded by the illusion in front of you, then you will do a bad thing out of good intentions. By refusing to let her go, you're putting her in danger. you're not doing it for her own good, you're doing it for yourself, and you're overestimating yourself. A sparrow on a branch can't become a phoenix, and a python in the river and the sea can't be transformed into a dragon. You're just a son-in-law of a rich family who thinks he has a few skills. The crone's voice grew louder and faster, and it was clear that she was quite angry and uncomprehending. When Bai Shan saw her finish, he didn't get angry and politely said, "Thank you for the old man's admonition, and thank you for taking care of Sister Miao Miao." After saying that, he turned around in silence and left Zhao Danyang's house on Red Clay Lane. 23. Wedding postponed. Seen through? When Bai Shan returned, Bai Miaochan was waiting for him under a tree not far away. "Bai Shan, how did your talk with Dame Zhao go? Why does it seem like there was a fight?" "It's nothing, it's just that she must take you away, but I firmly refused." Bai Shan slightly lowered his head, paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly asked, "Bai Miaochan, am I being selfish?" After he asked, he looked up at the white girl in front of him. The young girl wore a bright smile. She no longer had to answer, because her smile at that moment had given the answer Hakusen wanted to know. Shiroyama smiled back. Bai Miaochan crossed her arms and said, "If you really let me go with Dame Zhao, I will definitely beat you." After a moment's thought, she clenched her fist again, raised it high and shook it, emphasizing, "Hit it hard." Well, Shiroyama's heart warmed. Bai Miaochan snapped again. "Really? Such a little thing can also be said by you to quarrel? Sister is also convinced you." Bai Shan laughed. "How can I have the 8-sided skill like you, Sister Miao Miao, to get along and get along well with anyone?" Bai Miaochan laughed. "You shouldn't be presumptuous either. A martial artist, perhaps just like you, Xiao Shan, is good. How is it good? How come I don't know?" Holding a breath in their hearts, converging sharpness in their bodies, not moving like wood, but moving like ferocious beasts. For martial artists do not need to speak or laugh in a rounded way, their language is their fists. Bai Shan couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Miao Miao, I finally know why Damsel Zhao likes you. Your sister is everyone's favorite." Bai Miao arrogantly crossed her arms. The two siblings joked and laughed for a while, and when they were about to part ways, Bai Shan said, "Sister Miao Miao, can you help me quietly buy 100 flowers wine?" He wanted to cultivate the burning origin heart technique, but he was still 20 pounds short when it came to 100 flowers wine. It's not impossible to take this 20 pounds from Song's family, but for one thing it feels weird. After all, Miss Xiaomei only gave him 200 pounds. Where can he spend it so fast? Secondly, he wanted to find out what was going on out there. Cunning rabbits have 3 caves. The Song family is so evil and weird. If they really are malicious towards them, then he can be a little more certain when he escapes with Sister Miao Miao again. 100 flower wine. Bai Miaochan's beautiful eyes revealed a thoughtful look as she thought for a moment. "I'll find out. If you can buy it, how much do you want to buy?" Bai Shan said, "Buy 20 pounds. More is fine, but try to keep it a secret." With that, he took out 4 more silver ingots from his mustard pouch and handed them over. Bai Miaochan took the silver and hid it, then said, "Leave this point to your sister." After noon, Bai Shan continued to cheekily ask Mei about special plants and items such as the winter-returning swallow's nest. When the little plum girl heard this, she went and fetched them all for him. It seemed that the core resources related to the Song clan's feats were all complete in the Song clan. 1 hour later, "Auntie, this is the winter return swallow's nest you asked for, the fire cage pigweed, the burning flaming bird's heart feather, and the intact feathers of 30 species of birds of prey. This side hides the bottle with 3 drops of long hate grass juice, 1 burning heart saffron fruit, and the fierce tiger whistling night chapter is also put here for you, so that you can comprehend it at any time." The little wavy goods took the 6 boxes of different materials, pushed them over, and brought him the golden pages as if they were torn from somewhere, then asked with a smile, "Auntie, are you really practicing the other techniques of the Song family?" Bai Shan put away the resources first, then said, "Fierce tiger whistling night chapter is too obscure. I want to cultivate other techniques first before folding back and cultivating." The little tramp suddenly said quietly, "Last night, I told Miss about Auntie's sudden advancement in cultivation." When he heard the words surging forward, Bai Shan's heart jerked violently. Not really. After he practiced to the 5th realm of martial arts, true chi cloth body, he was also unable to tell the cultivation level of people such as Zhao Huayue. On the surface, everyone looked normal, and no one knew who was in what realm unless they showed the characteristics of the corresponding realm or presented a correctly registered martial arts order. How did this May girl see it? Little Wave Goods laughed. "Auntie doesn't need to be nervous. Miss said that everyone has secrets, and it's even better when Auntie cultivates so fast and is already at the level of a supreme demon. And since I know that you are at such a level, my Song family will give you as much resource support as possible, but I ask that you cultivate the fierce tiger whistling night chapter as soon as possible." Bai Shan's complexion stared as he asked, "How did you see it?" Xiao Mei smiled cheekily. Master Auntie's yang qi has become more and more comfortable to rub against. Master Auntie should have given birth to true qi and opened all the orifices to form the sea of qi, right? It's only been a few days. Bai Shan sniffed and was secretly relieved. It turns out that little Miss Mei was making a rough judgment call with this. She judged that she was now in the fourth realm of the martial Tao of the Sea of Enlightened Qi, but in reality, she was already in the fifth realm. He didn't want to discuss more here and digressed. "How is she doing, Miss Ninger?" Little Wavegood said. "Although Miss can say a few words, her condition is very serious. Hey, this wedding banquet might have to be pushed back to winter, or even spring. By that time, I hope that Auntie will have made some progress. I also know that this technique is difficult to practice, but since Auntie is both a body of pure yang and has such a great talent, you should be able to do it." Bai Shan said. "Winter or spring, please ask Miss Ninger to be able to take care of her body. I will cultivate as soon as possible." The little plum girl's red lips grinned with a happy smile. Bai Shan added, "By the way, Miss Xiao Mei, I've heard that the Panshan invaders are absorbing refugees and may turn against Peach Blossom County. When the time comes, no egg is left intact when the nest is overturned. Should our Song family make plans early?" Pan San. "Ko, there are still thieves on Pan Mountain?" Mei froze, revealing a very confused look. Shiroyama couldn't help but freeze too when he saw her freeze. A feeling of oddness that had been eliminated due to a slight familiarity surged up again. Miss Song doesn't know about the Lu family. Little Miss Mei doesn't know about the Panshan Ko. They clearly lived in the Song family in the northern part of the county in Peach Blossom Town, and they clearly should have had a deep knowledge of the other families in the area, the local surroundings. But, not only do they not have deep knowledge, they don't even have the minimum knowledge. It was as if, although they lived in the Song family, they were actually living in another separate world, and they didn't care about the outside world at all. Why? This is so weird. Xiao Mei thought for a moment and said, "It's also good if there are pirate bandits on Pan Mountain. Ah, Auntie, this fierce tiger whistling night chapter is to be sensed in the midst of killing, and I don't think Auntie likes to kill, so let's go kill the bandits. He. White Mountains." His intention of talking about the Panshan Ko was to see if the Song family would go back to exterminate the Panshan Ko. After all, the death of the Lu family head last time was basically the work of the Song family. But apparently, the Song family was willing to assassinate the head of a family in the same county, but didn't want to go outside and kill the Pan Mountain bandits. What's that about? Is it the distance? But no matter what, Bai Shan could see from Xiao Mei's face that the Song family wasn't afraid of the Panshan bandits at all. And in this way, even if the Panshan bandits broke into Peach Blossom County, and Peach Blossom County was completely lost, he could still drag Bai Miaochan to hide in the Song family. The thought of it made him feel a little more solid. Sure enough, talking to the little wannabe always yields a lot of information. A secluded inner sanctum. Shiroyama closed the door behind him. He decided to practice the Tiger Fist first. With a wave of the hand, 40 pounds of meat, 1 altar of 10 pounds of spirits, 1 white porcelain bottle containing 10 pills of vegetable essence Dan appeared in front of him. With another swing, 40 pounds of meat disappeared, 3 pounds of spirits disappeared from the wine altar, and 5 vegetable purity pills disappeared from the white porcelain bottle. Bai Shan put away the rest of the wine and vegetable pure Dan, looked at the tiger-shaped fist booklet placed in front of him, and muttered, "The requirements for Tiger Form Fist are simply to recognize what a tiger looks like and to be able to clearly recall at least 10 of its movements." This requirement was quite a bit lower than Tiger Fist, and it was quite simple. However, I still want to try to see if I can raise the level of this Tiger Fist by visualizing a more powerful image. After a little thought, he closed his eyes at once. Moments later, a feeling of morning bells and twilight drums, disregarding the cold and heat, practicing the fist day and night, and after a long time, finally reaching a great accomplishment surged out, and his body became strong as a result, and this sense of fortification diverted to all the various ministries around his body. Tiger-shaped fist, forged body level, 9th level grand completion, effects, overall enhancement, overridden, agile reaction, overridden, fierce aura, overall enhancement, overridden. This forging technique has not produced additional enhancements to your current body, which can only be possessed by practicing up to the 6th level of this boxing technique. Agile reaction, this effect has not had an additional enhancement on you, which can only be possessed by practicing this fist art to the 9th level. Fierce aura, in battle, your attacks will intimidate the enemy, while making it unable to play normally. The smaller the difference in strength, the greater the intimidation, strength higher than the opponent. It will produce a great suppression. This boxing art can only be possessed by practicing it until it reaches the great completion. 24. Climbing to the Heavenly Palace. Night outing. Power doesn't stack up roughly, and having practiced a higher rank technique and then practicing a lower rank technique of the same type, the benefit will be much smaller. Beyond that, perhaps because of the need to identify as a tiger look and movement, I didn't seem to be able to improve even when I imagined a more exaggerated picture. True chi-type feats on the other hand mostly aim at intent, or something that exists in one's mind like one's own senses, hence the existence of mutation enhancement. Baishan put away the tiger fist and looked at the cloud ladder stance again. This is a stance type of true chi combat method. The book said that after practicing to a high level, the stance speed can be greatly improved. In addition, can also be but have to rely on, can move effect. At that time, even if he stood in front of a cliff wall, he could still climb by the jagged bumps on the wall. And as for climbing the city wall, it was perfectly fine, unless the wall was smooth and had no gaps. He raised his hand and waved it, and a copy of a bird's nest that was as white as an icy fluffy donut, as well as 30 kinds of flying bird feathers of different shapes and colors appeared in front of him, and then disappeared again. Then, he moved slightly and landed on the roof between vacillations, because it was daytime. The four-tiered ancient pavilion to the northwest of the Song family hadn't appeared yet, and all the other houses didn't look very tall, and Peach Blossom County is a countryside cranny of the hell. So once climbed this tile roof, the line of sight actually became open. Turning his head and looking around, he saw that the short houses of Peach Blossom County were sparsely and disorderly situated, with a tiled roof as if the ground had been pulled up. In the distance there was also the deserted farmland that had been struck by the disaster, and 3 or 2 tattered scarecrows that were askew. Baishan retracted his gaze and mused. In an open environment, recall at least 30 scenarios of flying birds rushing up to the sky, and carefully comprehend the mood in between. Since it's comprehending the mood, I'll have to think about it. The day was nearing twilight, there was a dimness in the sky, and the sun was no longer as strong as it had been in the afternoon. Baishan sat on the roof, the color of reminiscence showing in his pupils. If the gift of equivalent exchange could be the power of this other world itself, then, the memories of a traveler are the wealth of his own experience. However, he didn't have the kind of special skills like successfully making gunpowder and soap even after crossing over. Nor did he have the kind of atmosphere that caused the world to be shocked by ascending to a restaurant and reciting poems. All he had were some ordinary memories, and the most of these memories were TV and movies, as well as his own imaginings and perceptions. I thought they were useless, but now it seems that they could be his greatest asset. Imagining and ever feeling and empathizing will do wonders for him in his practice. There is a big bird in the country, stopping at the king's court, not gossiping and not calling for 3 years, but if it doesn't fly, it will soar to the sky. If it doesn't call, it will be astonishing. Its shape is like a chicken, its voice is like a phoenix, and its eyes have 2 pupils. It is called the bird of heavy brightness. Its bird rushes up to the sky, with infinite strength, fighting fierce beasts and demons, and the ugly kind naturally retreat. Nirvana in the fire, the phoenix in flight, monitor its feathers. Also Fu in the sky. A variety of intentional sensations rushed into Baishan's heart. Only after he had counted each of the 30 flying birds rushing into the sky did he calm down, sitting as calmly as an infant sleeping, with an unspeakable peace in his heart. Obviously, he had exceeded the requirements of this sense, and this superlative completion had been transformed into a massive surge of power and sensation into his body. He seemed to have practiced this stance for a long time, so long that this power had been engraved in his bones, allowing him to use it easily even when he raised his hands and feet. He stood in front of an unoccupied and majestic pass, looking at the walls, and suddenly rose up, then stepped on the slight projections in the gaps in the walls and soared up to lift the vertical. He ascended the walls, but yet he didn't seem satisfied, so he threw a handful of leaves. The leaves are driven high by the gusts of wind that cross them. He tilted his head back and looked at the leaves. His toes stepped again and he soared up and stepped on a leaf. How light are the leaves? It is so light that it can't even carry a small stone. How can it carry a person? But a miracle happened. The tip of his foot gently nodded on the leaf, and he actually used this leaf as a point of reference, while lifting up again, thus stepping on the next fallen leaf. The gusty wind rolled the fallen leaves, and he traveled along with them as if he was in a void in the air. The many images disappeared, and new information about the feats surfaced in his mind. Ascending to the heavenly K, Jinshi battle technique, 9 levels to perfection, function, body technique patriarch, 1 leaf ascending to the sky, master of body technique, achievement of the ultimate in body technique, 1 leaf to the sky. Those who have achieved great success in the practice of the stance can cross a river with a reed, but how many people can reach the sky with a small leaf? You can use an extremely light object as a pedal to lift or move across the sky when it is impossible to do so, and the maximum number of consecutive steps with 1 breath of true energy is 9. Late afternoon, Bai Miao-chan returns. The 2 siblings ate in the dining hall across the street from the Song family's inner mansion and began to discuss. Baishan, I checked today. 100-flower wine is a regulated alcoholic beverage because it is conducive to qi nourishment and is an important resource for true qi cultivation. If you want to buy 20 pounds, You are required to present your martial Dao order, as well as register in order to purchase it, but there's no way you're going to reveal your identity. Hakusen, so I'm going to start using more than enough to test the waters. At first the other party was non-committal, but loosened up when I added to the 100 pounds I wanted to buy. However, the man selling the wine asked to trade tonight at the small Star Lake outside the East City Gate at Ohio time, and the price has changed from the usual 200 won a caddy to 400 won a caddy, and if he agrees to do so, he should give him a message before tonight at Yuho time, and he will tell the exact location of the trade at that time, and he won't wait for the expiration of the deadline. I guess it should be that business is not doing well this year, coupled with soaring prices, so that the person selling the wine heard that we were going to buy as much as 100 pounds, and his mind moved to bypass the registration and hack a little bit of money. As for the time, it's possible that he gave it so hastily because he was worried about a long night. You weren't recognized, were you? No, I changed into a cloak with a hat. Most of the Jianghu visitors dress like this. It's not too strange. As for the voice, Bai Miaochan's voice suddenly changed, becoming somewhat low and hoarse, as if she was a ruthless and cold woman. He won't recognize it. After the change, Bai Miaochan smiled and winked, and changed her voice again. Have you forgotten? No, Bai Shan laughed. Big sister, how could I forget your ability to change your voice? In the past in the Beggar's Nest, Big sister will also change voice, suddenly full of aura, suddenly lovely and soft, suddenly and cold, will also learn cats, larks and other animals called. In short, it is able to use different voices to cope with different environments, otherwise it would not be able to become the head of the Beggar's Nest. It had been a long time since Big Sister had done this in these 8 years of living together, but Shiroyama knew that Big Sister's ability to mix things up had never been weak. Bai Shan said, Sister Miao Miao, you go and tell that person that you can trade, and then I'll go alone at night. Good, Bai Miaochan answered, although she still had some strength, but after all, her martial veins were all broken. Naturally she didn't know any martial arts at all, so she couldn't go alone. Be careful, although that person is an old county resident who has lived in the county for decades. I don't really know him well, and he may not have stored some dark thoughts. Half an hour later, wrapped in a gray cloak, Bai Miaochan walked quickly through the moonlit alleyways before arriving at a small wine shop in the eastern part of the city. In these chaotic times, there's no business at all in the brewery, and the doors have long been closed. Bai Miaochan knocked on the door. The doorway opened slightly, and a hoarse voice came from inside. Closing time. Bai Miaochan, on the other hand, said in an icy voice, my master has agreed, so you mustn't miss your appointment. She used master to give Bai Shan a tiger's skin, so that people will think that his status is extraordinary, and dare not do something out of the ordinary. The words had only just fallen out of his mouth when tiny wax pellets popped out of the doorway of the brewery. Bai Miaochan took it as soon as she could. A hoarse whisper came through the doorway. Address. Bai Miaochan didn't reply and turned around. Another half hour. Returning to the Song family, Bai Miaochan first went back to her own mansion for a bit to fetch a side of grey cloak and a wooden mask, then came to Bai Shan's mansion and handed Bai Shan the wax pill. Shiroyama crumpled the outer layer of waxed clothing wrapped around him and rubbed open the small slip of paper inside. Little Star Lake, Green Arch Bridge. Bai Shan glanced at it, then looked at the red candle lit in front of him and casually burned the note. Bai Miaochan handed over the grey cloak and wooden mask again. Try it. It was just a normal grey cloak and wooden mask, but Hakusen felt it fit perfectly when he put it on. He looked at the sky. In the alleyway outside the Song mansion, there was suddenly a crisp bang sound. It's dry. Be careful of fire and candles. Long cries echoed down the silent road. It's first shift, and the appointment was for the second watch of the night, so it was just right to try to get there at such a distance. I'm going. Is everything okay on the Song side? The Song family doesn't care about anything else as long as I practice that technique. Aha. Bai Miaochan gently nodded and took 2 more steps forward, reaching out her hands to help the teenager straighten out the cloak ties on his chest, pursing her lips and softly saying, White Mountain, you must be careful when you go. You are less experienced. Don't fall for others' tricks. When you arrive at the location, don't show yourself first, and then show yourself when you see the other party coming out alone. After that, don't say any nonsense. Coldly pay for the goods and then immediately stay away. Don't worry, Sister Myrtle. Shiroyama opened the door and stepped out onto the moonlit cobblestone path. Late at night in the Song family, the inner courtyard was silent and quiet, while in the outer courtyard there were stiff-limbed servants pulling large red and yellow mastiffs on their nightly rounds. When Bai Shan went out, they didn't ask or care, and some guards even opened the gate directly. After walking out of the gate, Bai Shan's body swept and flashed into the shadows, like a devouring tiger, burrowing into the reckless nighttime mountain forest. 25. Rejoice in Mithraea and compete in patience. At this moment, at the foot of Panshan Mountain, in a hidden dark and dense forest, the moonlight shone down. The forest shadows were gloomy, and the campfire burned, the red flames swaying and occasionally emitting explosions like popping beans. Several pitch-black figures were sitting around a campfire, while outside were the 30 or so men who were making their rounds, as well as hundreds of dirtbag-like tents. These men were all dressed in rough garments, with long swords, and with grim faces and fierce glints in their eyes. They did not appear to be good people. This is a stronghold of the Panchon bandits. Suddenly, the sky was filled with the sound of fluttering feathers. A one-eyed man by the campfire looked up with a huff and raised his hand. A carrier pigeon flew in the distance, claws spread wide, and landed on the back of his hand. The one-eyed man unwrapped the letter paper wrapped around the paws of the carrier pigeon, looked at it, and passed the note out in parts, showing it over to a few people next to him, followed by a quick rise, grabbing the note and running toward a lavish tent in the darkness not far away. This one-eyed man is the second leader of the Panchon bandits, One-Eyed Bear Chen Sangwang. The adults living in the luxurious tents, on the other hand, had just arrived in early fall. This lord was a fat woman with a good manhood, all fat and shaking like 1,000 layers of meat blanket. She was 5'8" but weighed nearly 400 pounds, and was often accompanied by 7 handsome teenagers. After the arrival of this adult, he helped the Pan Mountain bandits to develop rapidly, selecting vicious refugees and absorbing them into the bandits, causing the Pan Mountain bandits to grow at a terrifying speed. And in just 2 months, the number of people went from hundreds at the very beginning to more than 4,000 now, and this growth rate has not stopped yet. On top of that, this adult's strength was also very unfathomable, although she had never personally made a move. The previous joint siege of the 3 counties was broken by the teenagers under her, but with a single punch, that Peach Blossom County's county lieutenant Sima Lei spat out blood and flew out, and was said to have died without treatment. The Panchon bandits were afraid of Sima Lei, and had not dared to cause trouble in the neighborhood because Sima Lei was in Peach Blossom County. But now, the Sima Lei that they feared was casually exterminated by a teenager under that lord. This disparity left the second lord in deep awe. He didn't dare to inquire about the fat woman's purpose, but just did as he was told. The fat woman also did not hide her identity, directly declared herself called Joyful Maithreya, while the 7 handsome teenagers are called children. Maithreya, for the Buddhist Maithreya Buddha, big belly, tolerate the world's intolerable things, smiling mouth always open, laugh at the world's ridiculous people. This fat woman is called Joyful Maithreya, but she doesn't have half the spirit of a Maithreya. It just means that she is fat and has a lot of skills. Originally, this title would have surely angered the Buddhist sect. However, at the time of the fall of the previous dynasty, the Buddhist sect had also died out. Who the Joyful Maithreya was, why he was here, and what his purpose was, the second leader didn't know, much less dare to ask. Although he had a lot of human lives in his hands and was rampaging through the mountain ranges of this county at the edge of the Skywing Prefecture, in the end, he didn't know much about the outside world either. At this moment, the second leader came to that luxurious tent holding the letter paper. Luxury tents and those earth-bag tents are completely different. A look is extraordinary, as if it should not appear in this poor mountainous place. But if you look closely, but also only see the luxury, and cannot be seen from these luxuries in the doorway of what is actually. The one-eyed man handed out the letter paper forward respectfully and said, "My lord, the insider in Peach Blossom County gave news that someone wants to buy 100 Flowers wine, and has made an appointment to meet at the Green Arch Bridge by the Little Star Lake at Ohio time." As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, a handsome boy ripped open the curtain and reached out to grab the letterhead. Sounds of singing and flattery came from the tent. Sister Maithreya is really skillful. This Peach Blossom County's insider has indeed sent us news. This is not a martial artist who has practiced true chi and cannot use the 100 Flowers wine. In that case, there will be one less hidden expert in Peach Blossom County. If it weren't for the fact that Sister Maithreya couldn't do it herself, where would there be a need to go through all this trouble? This is also because Sister Maithreya is worried about me, fearing that something bad will happen to me afterward when I follow the bandits into the county to ransack it. Sister Maithreya is thinking of the greater good, not worrying about you. The handsome teenagers also sounded demonic, but apparently, the wine seller at that wine shop was actually an insider who had colluded with the Pan Mountain thieves. However, he is also one of the many insiders, and the purpose is, firstly, to provide help for the sacking of Peach Blossom County, and secondly, to eliminate the county's masters in advance. After all, the only ones who could still spend money on 100 pounds of 100 flower wine at a time like this were naturally only experts who had practiced true chi. Such a master can be a source of variability, so they need to be eradicated in advance. Just then, the fat woman sitting in the center, like a mountain of meat, slowly spoke. This time he opened his mouth, but his voice was sweet and cloying. "Woohoo, what do you think?" As her voice fell, the only man among those 7 children who stood quietly beside the fat woman said in a deep voice, Sister Mithraya, you can send 2 children and bring a dozen or so more people to check it out. If it's a young boy, then catch him alive for your sister. If it's a woman or an old man, just kill him. Okay, as you wish. As soon as she spoke, the remaining 6 children argued, each one wanting to go. The experts in this kind of poor mountain backwater couldn't be any higher. Before that, Simale was blown up to the sky by the head of the robbers, yet he was still killed by them in seconds. What a standard opportunity to please the joyful Mithraya. If the joyful Mithraya really likes you, then he will make a home with you, which is mostly a very expensive estate. 6 children are aware of. Before there have been 3 children in the outside settled home, not only settled, and their own has become in the local rivers and lakes quite a prestigious figure. But whenever joyful Mithraya looks at you, he will give you a name, and then after a period of time he will help you to settle down. At this time, the Fuhu who came with them is such a person. The other 6 pavilion children envy incomparably. They naturally all want this family, want to become a big man in the eyes of others, so it is very fierce competition. The joyful Mithraya casually named 2 people, Little 6, Little 7, let's give you a chance. The 2 handsome teenagers who had been named showed joyful faces and fell to their knees, licking the tops of the fat woman's feet curtly. The fat woman was tickled by their licks and let out a giggle. Giggle, giggle. The feet flipped and stomped on the 2 men's heads for a while longer before saying, go on. Naturally, she wasn't worried. What can the mudbloods do with all the practice in a small place in the nooks and crannies of a mountain village? Squeak, squeak. The wheels rattled. A man pushed a crate down the still flat dirt road with 10 jars of 100 Flowers wine, 10 pounds each. With caution flashing in his eyes, the man carefully pushed the crate and quickly arrived at the Green Arch Bridge. This strip of land was also chosen really great. In addition to the broken green stone bridge and small Star Lake, the view is open. Even if the forest is also far from the distance, it is impossible to hide people. Everything was clear in the moonlight. The man with the cart was naturally the wine seller who had made an appointment to trade at the hour of midnight. When he arrived and saw that the other man had not yet arrived, he looked to his left and right, as if waiting for someone. The White Mountains are actually long overdue. He had consumed his true chi to catch up and naturally arrived much earlier, and at this time, he was already in the forest that was quite a distance away to meditate and recover. On the way, he also made it a point to look and didn't spot the cartman, assuming that the man had a hidden wine cellar out there, and then went the other way. Originally, in the Song family, Sister Meow Meow was telling him to wait for someone to manifest before going out, and to go straight after the deal was made. But he didn't think so. He wanted to wait longer, until the wine seller had waited impatiently and left. Then he'd follow him too. Wait until you see what this wine seller is really thinking before trading. With his current amazing stance, he could hide in a tree without making a sound, while the overall enhancement too gave him several times the physical quality of an ordinary person. The vision of these eyes is naturally opened and the hearing of the ears is naturally enhanced. Time passes by. The moon was shifting, but it was quiet by the Green Arch Bridge. Why isn't this guy coming? That's how long it's been. The man selling wine was a bit anxious. He paced back and forth, mentally muttering to himself, "Numb nuts. The practicing masters in Peach Blossom County are just a few from the family, or from the martial arts school. Where did this pop up as a what master? Forget it, whatever. Those bandits should be nearby, and as soon as the master of this whatever comes out, the experts in the bandits will kill him and dump his body in the river. Don't blame me. I can't help it, neither can the first mistress. It's only a matter of time before this Peach Blossom County is broken, and that old Lu family is too ruthless. How can Madame regain her power if she doesn't contact outside help? Even if this robber ransacks the county, the unlucky ones are the mudbloods and those damned old things of the Lu family, and the First Lady is forced to do so. After all, it was also the first time he had colluded with bandits, and the man selling alcohol had a lot on his mind and was in a mess. For all he knew, the expert among the bandits was hiding under the bridge, and as soon as the man appeared, the bandits would pour out from under the bridge and slash the man to death. Another half hour or so passed. The man selling alcohol was completely confused. The man hasn't come yet. Had he been tricked? On normal days, if he had been fooled, he would have cursed at most. But now, those bandits are still hiding under the bridge. What about this? The man selling alcohol was cold and sweaty. After a few moments more, the bandits under the bridge couldn't stand it any longer and clattered out. Walking in front of them were more than a dozen ferocious bandits, and these bandits directly surrounded the man selling wine. The two gorgeously dressed handsome teenagers, however, stood behind them with disdain and grim looks, holding their swords. The one who rushed forward was a bandit with a scar on his cheek, and he stepped forward to give the man selling alcohol a sharp push on his shoulder. The man selling alcohol could not withstand the push, and his body stumbled backward, falling heavily onto the muddy ground. The scarred bandit grunted and laughed. "You dare to fool us?" The man selling wine also did not dare to climb up. Hastily prostrate, long kneeling in the mud, repeatedly begged for forgiveness. "Master, master." Small even if there is the great guts would not dare to deceive the master's awe. that person indeed about to arrive at this time, but also said that her master will come to the transaction in person. Master, what a master. The scarred bandit went up for another kick, then drew his long knife. Still not giving an honest explanation? Otherwise chop off one of your hands. This long sword was obtained after defeating the 3 prefectures Union army, and the scarred bandit had long wanted to open the blood. Master, I really had an appointment with that person. I really didn't lie to you. The man selling wine also didn't know why that person had an appointment but didn't show up. At this time, he was begging bitterly. The scarred bandit casually slashed. Click. The man selling alcohol's left hand was instantly broken. Blood was flowing. His whole body shivered in pain, but he didn't dare to wail loudly. The scarred bandit looked at the face of the knife and said happily, "Yo, this is a good knife. Brothers, a good knife. Ha ha." In the distance, Baishan quietly watched the scene. Although his vision was a bit blurry due to the distance, he could still see clearly after all. The county liquor seller is in league with bandits? That was something he hadn't thought of. It seemed that this Peach Blossom County was getting more and more dangerous, but there was no way for him to leave. What should we do? He thought about it for a moment, and then he had an idea. Etc. As long as those bandits have some brains, they should know that the man who sells the wine is not lying, and he only needs to wait until the two sides go their separate ways. Then follow the man who sells the wine to get all the 100 flowers wine first, and then catch him and throw him to the official government of Peach Blossom County, so that the man will tell the whole story of all the matters of collusion with the bandits. As for how to deal with these bandits, let the governor have a headache. After seeing the situation clearly, as well as having perfected all the powers he could cultivate, he would then look for an opportunity to see if he could slaughter 1,000 bandits. These dogs are really vicious and are no longer considered human. 26. Destroying the bandits, mending and touching corpses. East Peach County, Little Star Lake, Green Arch Bridge. The man selling alcohol is being tortured by the bandits, but he knew nothing. Indeed, he had nothing to say. Right at this moment, among the 2 children who had been watching the show at the back suddenly stepped out and raised his voice. Well, I don't think this person looks like he's lying. The bandits hastily stopped. Your Excellency is right, the boy said sorrowfully. Since it's not a lie, that means someone did ask him to trade 100 flower wine here. In that case, this person who asked him out is most likely still in the neighborhood. Along with the joyful Maithreya, his psyche, though twisted, had seen a lot of ferociousness in the Jianghu, and he would naturally guess that the other party might hold due caution and covet from the sidelines. As the words fell, the bandits hurriedly looked around. The starlit bridge is to the east, with open views and quite few trees. To the west, along the roadway to the southwest and northwest, there are 2 sparsely wooded areas each. The 2 children glanced at each other with a grim light in their eyes. Shao Chi, you are less senior than me. I'll let you pick first. If you pick the wrong one, don't come back to take credit from me, and when you get to Sister Maithreya's side, say that I captured the person. Hey, I'll take the forest in the southwest. After choosing the direction, the 2 of them each led 7 or 8 bandits to run directly over, and then stopped at the entrance of the forest, allowing the bandits to enter the forest to search, while they held their swords outside, ready to strike. Although the 2 men were only at the 4th realm of martial arts, each had been taught by the joyful Maithreya to kill the battle tactics, and once they got close, they were able to tear apart the other's true chi protection with their feminine power, thus hitting the inside of the body directly. At this moment, the 2 stood here with the feeling of being great masters. Baishan watched the bandits approach and understood what was going on after a little thought. This place is sparsely wooded, and he is not an immortal. If he leaves, he will certainly be seen in shadow or notice the movement. In that case, he might be able to rely on his stance to leave easily, but the wine seller was afraid that he would surely die. In this way, the matter of someone colluding with bandits in Peach Blossom County was completely cut off. Anyway, Baishan didn't believe that this was the only person in Peach Blossom County who colluded with bandits. As the bandits drew nearer, a sense of danger was also slowly being born. Hakusen compared it to the first time he felt a sense of danger, and felt that the sense of danger was weaker than it had been then. At that time, he was a 2nd rank, and so was that Lu family swordsman. Now that it's weaker, does it mean that the other party is weaker than they are? Maybe it's a disguise? Maybe the other side has a kung fu to hide their chi? Maybe there are great masters snooping around? Maybe the other party was harboring treasures he didn't know about? After all, he was still too little cognizant of the world. The bandits were getting closer and closer, and Baishan quickly locked onto a handsome teenager at the entrance of the forest. Mang it once, and if you miss a blow, immediately disappear far away. Whitehill had a decision to make. For a moment, Baishan's heart was as calm as a windless lake, while the murderous, ferocious beast under the surface of the lake awoke again. He fixed his eyes on the handsome young man, and the energy in his body suddenly erupted. His body technique was already out of this world, and at this moment, it was even more powerful. As if he was a sturdy soaring dragon, crossing the sky under the light of the golden and clear moon, his speed was ridiculously fast, and as he detached himself from the tree, he had caught 4 leaves in his right hand and ran his left hand through them. This is a small forest in the northwest. The boy was on alert, and when he heard a movement, he quickly looked sideways, only to see a silhouette pouncing out of the forest in the distance. Sure enough, it's hidden. In that case, the credit is his. He reached out and drew his sword, staring dead on at the figure that was approaching at a rapid pace, and his true chi began to gather around him. Suddenly, obviously still nearly 300 paces away, this child vaguely saw the figure raise his hand. He didn't care at all. After all, a distance of 300 paces, not to mention using a concealed weapon. Even the armor-piercing crossbows that the army was equipped with couldn't reach it. This was common sense, but the thought had only been born when it instantly turned to horror. For he saw a leaf appear extremely suddenly in front of his eyes. He could merely see, but his body could not react. Brush! The leaf was like a bolt of lightning, and the leaf blade approached in an instant, directly slitting his throat. The breathing tube inside his throat was cut in two and blood exploded. The child clutches his throat and lets out a ho-ho-ho sound as he falls backwards. Baishan also froze. So weak? Maybe it's a combination of a sit-and-forget and dragon? He was holding a flying leaf, that is, like a flying sword, with a range of 200 paces, which was directly extended to 300 paces with the addition of sitting in oblivion, and his strength and speed were also much faster. Who could block this? As for the surprising dragon, he was worried about someone interfering, so he used it as soon as it came out, but it was for nothing. When Baishan saw the handsome boy fall, he folded his body like a gray shark twisting in the water and rushed towards the other child like an electric light, and it was just as he scurried out of the woods, killed the man, and then darted out onto the moonlit roadway, slightly to the southwestern side of the forest, that one of the bandits shouted out as an afterthought. There! Someone! The other child who was searching in the southwest direction hadn't even looked at the situation before he saw a silhouette appear, and then the other child suddenly died. He didn't even see the leaf, and even after seeing it, one wouldn't dare to imagine what kind of leaf could be shot from such a long distance and still carry such horrifying power, precision, and speed. At this time his brain is dumbfounded. Seeing the moonlight, that berserk figure resumed to run towards him. He just wanted to open his mouth, but the words only reached his mouth, filling the mouth wind. See, the other party has already crossed the roadway, away from him but more than 30 feet distance. The speed of this stance was ridiculously fast. The child was horrified. An intense fear grew in his heart. Instinct took over his body. He didn't even have the heart to resist. He turned around, pulled his legs and ran. White Mountain shoots another leaf. This time, although the leaf did not have the bonus of sitting in oblivion, but its own power is also very scary. At this time, drilling into the night wind, such as the flash of electric light to violently cut open the boy's protective true chi, and accurately from the back to cut off his throat. The child flopped forward and fell to the ground, like a duck with its neck snapped, twitching on the ground, fear and doubt still flickering in his eyes. Without pausing, Baishan's body folded again and charged at the nearest few bandits again like a whirlwind. The bandits had only shouted a few times when they realized that the leading 2 adults were dead. The bandits were confused for 2 seconds, and then directly collapsed, turned around, like birds and beasts scattered, fleeing. Baishan's figure fluttered, and his left and right hands fired in quick succession, like magazines in gun barrels. The handful of leaves grasped in the left hand are the magazines, and the leaves flying out of the right hand are the bullets fired from the muzzle. Brush! 2 slices went down, and 2 bandits had their necks cut. Brush up! 4 slices went down, and 4 more fleeing bandits flopped to the ground. The so-called routine means that if you want to cut the neck, you will never cut anywhere else. To cut the center of the neck, you would never cut the top or bottom of the neck. Baishan also didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and continued to flash his body, the leaves in his hand shooting out furiously like a machine gun. If this kind of picture was seen by the pleasure-seeking male, he was afraid that he would be shocked and lift the coffin boards. In just tens of seconds, the combined 15 bandits on both sides were all dead. The ghastly white moonlight shone on the scarlet blood and fresh corpses, revealing a scene of brutal killing, and an inexplicable sense of enlightenment is rushing to the heart of Baishan, so that the violence in his heart into the bottom of the abyssal volcano magma seems to be rushing out, but only rushed some slight back, apparently not enough. This is the killing required to cultivate the fierce tiger whistling night chapter, right? Sure enough, you have to kill enough people 1,000 at a time to succeed. However, the current me shouldn't be able to do it yet. That is, I've already consumed some of my true chi after only killing these 17 people. If I were to actually face 1,000 people, I'm afraid that my true chi would be exhausted and I would die. Shiroyama calmed down a little, putting the thought aside for the moment, then glanced back at the man selling alcohol. The man selling alcohol had already been trembling on the ground in fear, and he didn't even dare to escape. Hakusen withdrew his eyes and began to make up and touch the body. Mending is a must. Who says a broken neck means you're dead? Touching the body is also necessary, and the mustard seed bag plus touching the body is even more convenient. Do not have to worry about touching things have no place to put. White mountain figure flashing. Every place, first with the leaves and the brow of the person, the heart and then cut again. Broken gas. Brain death plus heart death if it is not dead, then he also has nothing to say. After mending the knife, he began to touch the body one by one. Soon, he finished touching it, because there's really nothing to touch. Trying to feel out the kung fu? This is something that is impossible in the tightly regulated Dakian dynasty. The harvest totals are as follows. 1. 15 standardized long knives used by people in the government. This thing can't even be sold. 2. 2 good long swords. The sword has a forging pattern. Although it seems that the knight is not the kind of powerful forging pattern, but it is also quite sharp. It should not be a few taels of silver at cheap goods. Estimated that it can be sold to nearly 100 taels a. 3. 50 taels of silver denomination of 2 silver tickets. Silver tickets were written on the upper end of the Ministry of the Household. Official tickets, written in the center of the flat foot color silver 50 taels. The center of the Ministry of the Household is stamped with the seal. These 2 silver tickets are afraid to get a big city of the household category to spend out. The center is stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Revenue. These 2 silver bills are afraid to get the big city of the government to spend. How did the mountain bandits have the silver tickets of the Ministry of the Household? Sean frowned slightly, and then looked at the 2 teenagers' gorgeous clothes, revealing a slight look of contemplation. Whirling around, he dismissed his wild speculations. It is also highly probable that the household silver bills may have been transferred to the money changers and then into other people's hands. However, these 2 teenagers were clearly not Panchon Ko, which again, I don't know where the forces were. It's getting messy. 27. Harvesting, handing over of officials, evening meal. The wine seller was shivering, although he was cautious and his mind was heavy. Tonight's encounter made him completely understand one thing. There was no reasoning in front of the bandits. Even if you hadn't made any mistakes, the other party would cut off one of your hands for fun. This is not a Jianghu. Jianghu people at least talk about our rules. These bandits are not anything. However, those ferocious bandits, as well as the Chinese-clothed swordsman who looked extraordinary at first glance, were suddenly taken care of, in a matter of tens of seconds before and after. Dangerous. Too dangerous. The wine seller covered his broken hand, and it seemed as if his entire soul had been drained clean. Oh, First Lady, you're thinking wrong. These bandits have no allies at all. They won't keep their word. Then, his pupils suddenly tightened, and in his line of sight, the mysterious man with the gray cloak and wooden mask was sweeping in from afar. Wine seller blessed to the heart. Understand that this mysterious person in all likelihood is the master. He suddenly a jolt, with all the strength of his body shouted, Master, spare me, spare me, spare me. There are great horrors between life and death. The wine seller is now a handful of tears and snot on the face, the crotch of the pants even wet. In the bottom of his heart, he was in despair. He colluded with the bandits and wanted to ambush the master. This is a dead man. Sean stood in front of him and deliberately hissed, I ask, you answer. Answer wrongly and you know the consequences. The wine seller froze and gasped. Little can live? Shiroyama hissed. Look to yourself. The wine seller hurriedly said, Master, just ask. Shiroyama interrupted. What's your name? Lu Ing. Lu's family from Peach County? The wine seller hesitated for a second, then whirled around and said, Yes. Why collude with bandits? Grandpa, I was also forced to do something. Brush. The wine seller didn't see anything but the crunching sound of cracking silk breaking through the air, and saw a strand of hair at his ear and temples break off and fall lazily. The wine seller was so scared that his whole body had a jolt of fear. His legs wobbled and he prostrated himself on the ground and said, It's the First Lady. It's Mrs. Lu. When the head of the Lu family dies, Mrs. Lu wants her youngest son Lu Lei to take power, but the second master and the others support Lu Hua. Madame Lu couldn't fight the second master, so she came up with the idea of colluding with the robbers and wanted them to help her kill Lu Hua and kill the second master. In return, she'll be the inside man for the bandits. Oh yes, in addition to Mrs. Lu, there are some rich merchants in this county who are also involved, and these people I know them all. Master, I'm Lady Lu's beloved. Madam insisted on this. I can't help it. I was really forced to do it. With a wave of his left hand, Sean put the 10 jars of peach blossom wine on the crate along with the crate into his mustard pouch, so that the 100 blossom wine had another 200 pounds, and he didn't have to pay for it. Then, his right hand continuously points around this Lu Ying's broken arm, pointing and sealing the blood, and then lifting him, he performs his body technique and whirls away, running out 3 or 4 miles in one breath before temporarily stopping at a hidden place and asking, Where's the wine cellar? The wine cellar would have had to haggle a bit, but at this time, his liver and guts were all cold, so he didn't say a word more, and busily said, "Here, further south of here, there is a hidden wine cellar of the Lu family. The 100 flowers wine that I traded with you, master, was all taken from there." Shiroyama said, "Take me." Yes. A few moments later, Baishan also took 40 altars of Baihua wine, 50 altars of spirits, 10 altars of willow leaf burnt. Altars are all 10 pounds of the system altar, the center of the vertical engraved Jinzhou Jin Meng official kiln. As far as alcohol was concerned, Whitehill knew quite a bit about it these days. Spirits are needed to forge the body, and true qi needs 100 flowers. Tiger bone wine, on the other hand, was used for special feats. Of course, it also naturally possesses the forging effect of spirits. As for willow leaf roast, it is the Lu family's secret brewed wine. The principle of its production is naturally not to take willow leaves to brew wine, but refers to the fact that the color of this wine is turquoise like a willow, and the taste is sweet and slightly sweet, so that even those who can't drink wine will drink a lot of it without realizing it. This wine is fragrant in the mouth, but after a moment, it will give birth to the feeling that the internal organs are burning up. In the role, perhaps nothing, not even the effect of 100 flowers wine to nourish the qi, but it is a good wine. The market price of 100 flowers wine is 201 for 1 catty, while this willow leaf roast is sold for 501 for 1 catty, and this is evident. After picking up the wine, Baishan directly pulled the wine cellar back to Peach Blossom County. At this time, the county office of Peach Blossom County is still under martial law. The death of the county lieutenant. The people are in fear. The governor then pulled all the county pawns, 2 shifts in 2 shifts to carry out inspections, and the county's 2 arresting officers, respectively, responsible for the day duty and night duty. A policeman suddenly heard a click on the roof not far away, and hurriedly followed the sound to look up. Only a dark shadow was standing on the roof of the county courthouse. The dark figure was carrying a man in his hand. The inspector hastily drew his sword and scolded in a stern voice, "What man?" His voice startled the people in the neighborhood, and at once, footsteps poured in from the perimeter. The county courthouse at night grew noisy and boisterous. The county constable who was on duty tonight also gripped his longsword tightly and flew in. The black shadow was none other than the returning Baishan, who was carrying Lu Ying, hoarsely commanding, "Remember, give a clear account of everything, and you can live if you deserve to live. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I will kill you." Lu Ying hurriedly nodded. I know. Ah. Beksan suddenly raised his hand and threw Lu Ying downward. Lu Ying screamed miserably, but 3 inches from the ground, but found that only feel the body under the birth of an invisible force. That force and the ground impact and played a buffer roll, so he is a smooth landing. Lu Ying became more and more appalled. This person's true qi was so terrifying to such an extent, the more he dared not take any chances. Baishan swept his gaze across the black crowd that surrounded him and hissed, "There are rich merchants and families in the county that collude with bandits with the intention of collaborating inside and outside. This person knows the original story. I'll leave it to you." A horse first rushed to the front of the sheriff, froze, eyes sweeping the ground, to see the lying person, said, "You are Lu Ying from the East County Liquor Store?" He realized at once that there was a big problem, but when he looked up again, the dark shadow on the roof was gone. He hurriedly looked around, only to see that under the moon in the distance, the lone shadow was like a cracking eagle soaring away, and the speed of its stance was staggering. Although the strength of the constable was only the peak of the second realm, but he still knew the goods, and in an instant, he could see that the strength of this black shadow was ridiculously high, not to mention those family masters in the county at this time. Even if it was the county lieutenant, Lord Simole, or the owner of the Nanfeng Birdie Fist Martial Arts Hall, they were all far less than that. When did such a character come to this county? Shocked, he still reacted and shouted hurriedly in the direction of the dark shadow's distance, "Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot." The young girl, dressed in a white snowsuit with a gold ribbon, and with worry between her almond eyes, paced anxiously back and forth in White Mountain's small courtyard. "Why haven't you come back after being gone for so long? Could we be in some kind of trouble? I should have prepared some powerful poison for him." But, as she was doing so, she suddenly heard a whistling wind. Bai Miaochan turned her head, only to see a figure wrapped in a grey cloak land in the courtyard, and the figure removed the wooden mask, revealing the face of a clean-cut teenager. "Sister Miao Miao, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Sleep your big head off." The white-clothed girl rushed over and hit his arm, snapping, "You didn't come back so late. Can your sister sleep?" "I'm fine. Did the deal go well?" "Smooth. Not only did he not pay, but he moved all the wine in someone's cellar. The main thing is that I found out that the wine cellar actually colluded with the bandits, so I went along and killed the ambushed bandits, moved the wine, and then threw the wine cellar to the government. That wine cellar is a member of Lu's family, with Mrs. Lu behind him, and he also said that there are many rich merchant families in Peach Blossom County who collude with bandits. These people are really seeking skin with the tiger, not afraid in the slightest. Bai Shan was somewhat emotional. Bai Miaochan froze as she sniffed. The amount of information was really not small. Bai Shan added, "Big sister, seriously, this time when I was killing the bandits, I saw two experts who were obviously not bandits, but the bandits were led by those two. I'm worried that there are some big shots behind this Panshanko. We can't get involved in this game, and I didn't reveal my identity today. In these few days, you must be careful when you're outside. Run back to the Song family if you encounter danger." The Song family, it's still safe. Bai Miaochan nodded and said, "Your sister is fine and resourceful. However, next time this happens, you must be careful." Aha, back so late. Hungry? Hungry. Why don't you hurry up and lie down? You'll be hungry for a while and then you'll fall asleep. No. So, I have bacon here. Have some bacon? Come with your sister. Your sister is hungry too. We'll put down 2 bowls of noodles. The bacon can be shredded with vegetables to make a stir-fry to cover the noodles. Where to eat? The dining room across the street. Of course, the Song family's catering room. Bai Shan's complexion stared, revealing a cautious look as he said, "Sister Miao Miao, this catering room. I know, there are strange that fat chef at a glance there is a problem, but your sister has made good. The fat cook said agreed to me to go at night. Inside the pots and pans I can also use. White Mountains. When did you order it? How did you puncture it?" Bai Miaochan laughed. "During the daytime, I brought a lot of spices and sauces, vinegar, oil and salt from the countryside workshops to go and that fat chef kowtowed to the road. Kowtowed and cooked." Bai Shan wondered, just spices, sauce, vinegar, oil and salt? How is that possible? Bai Miaochan laughed. "Depends on the person." Shirasan was shocked. How many skill points did she put into socializing? In his opinion, that fat chef in the Song family's dining hall was about the same type of existence as the old man with drooping sleeves in the book depository and the old lady sewing in the medicine garden. Can you even do that? 28. Butcher's kitchen. Backstabbers. Song family, inner courtyard dining hall. The red candle on the pale table was lit, illuminating a cramped, soft light. The light grew dimmer and dimmer, and was very dim by the time it reached a half-lifted curtain. Behind the curtain, there was the kitchen. At that moment, the sound of knives cutting boards came from the kitchen. Pour, 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 pour. Bai Shan took a piece of meat from his mustard pouch and was shredding it with his knife. Next to her, the white girl was rolling up her sleeves washing green and red peppers. The greasy kitchen window was open, and with the moonlight coming in from outside, it wasn't too dark. Cut the green and red peppers as well. Bai Miaochan handed him the washed double peppers. Shiroyama took it and quickly shredded the double pepper again. Bai Miaochan, on the other hand, was already skillfully heating up the pan with oil and then carefully sprinkling down the shredded meat. A smell of meat puffed up. Both siblings couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of emotion at the back of their minds. Where would they have been able to afford to eat oil in the past? Even the candles in the dining room could not be lit, let alone oil. For a moment, both of them felt so happy. It's really a blessing to have a hot bowl of noodles with oil dripping in the early hours of the morning when you return from outside, and to have someone you can eat the noodles with. The two tacitly refrained from saying, instead concentrating on stir-frying the vegetables and cooking the noodles. An incense stick of time later, 2 bowls of thin noodles topped with shredded pork with double peppers and poached eggs had been served. The two siblings faced each other and ate with their heads down, purring. Shiroyama glanced around, and it was awfully quiet. He suddenly remembered that little Miss May had once said to him, "It's best not to come to the inner courtyard's dining hall at night. Old Han doesn't like to be disturbed." Old Han, that's the name of the fat cook here. But now, he and Bai Miaochan had been busy for half a day, but still nothing had happened. Soon the noodles went down, warmth flowed out of the small of his back, and sleepiness came over him. Bai Miaochan, on the other hand, held the bowl and turned to the kitchen to wash the pots and dishes. Unsure of her, Bai Shan got up and followed closely. A few moments later, the pots and pans, cutting boards and knives were all scrubbed clean, or nothing happened. Go back. The young girl took her brother's arm and, with a cat-like yawn, walked out of the inner dining room. As the doorway closed, an eerie and creepy giant shadow appeared abruptly in the darkness of the dining room. The black shadow had a monstrous body, slightly hooked its head, and exuded a strange rusty odor around it that was cold to the bone. Staring straight in the direction of the doorway, and on the body of this weird giant shadow, something was dripping down. It could be blood, it could be something else, no one knows. Outside the door, Bai Shan, who had just walked across the cobblestone path, suddenly felt something and turned back sharply, looking behind him at the already closed door of the dining hall. Bai Miaochan was startled by his actions and reached out to hit his arm. Scary. Ha! Bai Shan stared for half a second, then slowly turned back and said, "It's nothing. If we want to have a late-night snack in the future, let's eat in the courtyard." Bai Miaochan said, "That's fine. Just buy a small stove and add pots and pans. Her eyes twitched, but she didn't ask any questions. Shiroyama also followed her words. Can you help me quietly get some flying daggers? Miao-chan laughed. Leave it to your sister, the young girl said, hugged the young man's arm tightly, and the two of them also walked together in the cold wind of the late fall of this weird deep house. The sky, it will be bright. At this time, Little Star Lake, west of the Stone Arch Bridge, four handsome teenagers were carrying a large pink sedan chair that landed here. The sedan chair is really big, and the four shoulders of the four handsome teenagers pressed on the four lifting frame is actually made of steel with good toughness, but even so, it is still being pressed to bend a little. Visible sedan chair and the weight of the person is how exaggerated. The person in the sedan chair is naturally joyful Mithraea. She waited a long time for the child did not return, so she personally came to check. As for the bandits, with Fuhu, she was not worried at all. At this moment, she sniffed her nose and suddenly frowned. There's the smell of blood. Go and take a look on all sides. As the words fell, a handsome teenager standing in front of him shot out, and after making a round in the distance, he returned, fell to his knees, and pretended to sob uncontrollably. Sister Mithraea, Little 6, Little 7 they were killed. The people died right in front of them. As the words fell, the curtain of the sedan chair opened violently like an iron door, slapping out two waves of strength on both sides. A mountain flew out of the sedan chair, bouncing twice on the ground like a meatball, and arrived hundreds of meters away. Then the mountain settled down, looking at the bodies on the ground and at the two handsome boys in the pool of blood, with a cold light flashing in his little eyes. The four teenagers hurriedly followed suit. Sister Mithraea, we've looked at it. Little 6 and Little 7 are dead, as well as the thieves who followed them here, but the only one who reported it is not here. This thing is not obvious, that the Lu family played a double act. This is to trick us on the hook, wanting to wipe us out, but it is Little 6 Little 7 suffered. The Panchon bandits are so loud now, and the three counties' allied forces were repelled before. The Lu family is just a small family in the county. How could they dare to do this? Could it be that reinforcements from the Skywing mansion have already arrived? Egu, all of you stop arguing. Sister Mithraea has her own judgment. Where is the need for you to say more? The joyful Mithraea's fat face clouded over. The Lu family. After a long time, she said in a cold voice, have Chen Sangang send someone to sneak into Peach Blossom County first thing tomorrow morning to find out the situation before saying anything. I don't want to show my face easily. Yes, Sister Mithraea, the teenagers agreed, and joyful Mithraea suddenly moved. Her obese body erupted with swift and incomparable strength. Almost instantly, she appeared in front of the dead child, grabbed the child's corpse, and transported her hand to pluck it violently. The child's head was actually ripped off hard. The joyful Mithraea looked tenderly at the head and said, Shao Qi, I will avenge you. I will kill every single one of the Lu family, and those who ambushed you, they will all die as well. Then, she dodged to the other side and pulled off the head of another child. Little 6, I won't let you die in vain. I'll take you home. Shiroyama slept comfortably until noon, got up, washed up, and went out the door and was directly pasted by the peach-eyed little wannabe. The little tramp didn't seem the least bit interested in what he had done last night, instead just wanting to quietly follow this ant. Where to eat? Auntie? Go to Old Han's. Baishan actually liked to eat at the outer dining room, but today he wanted to check out the inner dining room. He wanted to get to see if last night's late-night snack had led to any follow-ups. Yeah, Auntie, come and eat. A low, buzzing voice with a bit of a creepy sniffle rang out. The curtain lifted and a meaty mountain of a fat man stepped out. Lao Han is 2 meters and 3/4 tall and a meter wide, standing there, just like a wall. His eyes were wan and a bit squinted, his already small eyes showing only 2 narrow slits, as if he hadn't woken up. Baishan greeted respectfully, Hello Master Han. Instead, Miss Xiaomei raised her large red wide sleeves and pointed upward at the fat man in front of her and asked, Old Han, what are we eating today? Meat, soup, the fat cook answered in an inning voice, then turned around, lifted the curtain, and entered the kitchen, and it didn't take long for him to come out with a plain wooden tray, which distributed 2 bowls of stewed soup, in which all the bones and meat had already simmered, and mixed with the meat as if it were a bowl of sticky meat porridge. But even though it was meat porridge, a strange aroma wafted through it. The fat chef placed the broth in front of Baishan and Xiaomei before sitting down, his eyes staring straight at Baishan. Auntie, drink it, it's a tonic for your body. 29. Mystery broth, colorful plums. Baishan looked at the very suspicious bowl of broth, and truth be told, this was the first time he had eaten in the inner dining room. The inner dining room is close, but the chef here is Old Han. Creepiness and mist hung over Old Han, much like the old lady sewing in the medicine garden and the old man with the drooping sleeves in the library. If it wasn't for Bai Miao-chan dragging him here once last night, he really wouldn't have come in today, and he understood what Big Sister meant. In her own words, that is, you live in this area. People do not recognize all usually do not greet. In case something happens, who will help you So before the neighbors of the Qian Dan Yang, Tian Dajie, these people are older sister out of, and then linked to as good. But big sister is also really nice to others, and not just pretending. For example, after getting the silver, the first thing big sister thinks about is not how to spend it, but thinking about sending some money to those who used to help her, but now they are poor. That's having a human face. At this time, Baishan looked at the bowl of batter like broth, and then looked at the opposite side of the old Han staring straight at him. Old Han's eyes narrowed into two slits, and inside seemed to be two fires jumping and hovering, burning quietly. Shiroyama glanced at the little tramp on his side in the afterglow. The little tramp sat smiling and didn't seem to have any intention of giving an answer key. Hakusen withdrew his eyes, grabbed the broth, and started eating it with a spoon. This food froze him. Fresh. It's so fresh. It was eaten from the muscular texture of the meat inside, but you couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. But since he ate it, he didn't stop and just ate it all. After he ate it all, he only felt a flame welling up in his abdomen, which seemed to be a small sun, emitting strong but not injurious light and heat, penetrating into his internal organs, sinews, bones, flesh and bones, making him seem to be lying in a hot spring of sunshine, warming up all his bones and soothing him immensely. Old Han let out a roar. Shiroyama suddenly realized that he might have taken advantage of the situation. This soup, it's not easy, he shouted from behind. Thanks, Uncle Han, this soup is really good. Without stopping, the fat cook lifted the cloth curtain and dug into the kitchen. Shiroyama retracted his eyes and realized that the little wannabe was resting her cheeks and looking at him with interest. After meeting the line of sight, the little tramp smiled and said, "Auntie, Old Han is treating you well he even made you a meat soup." Shiroyama asked, "What the hell is this broth?" Little Wavegood said, "Don't care what it is, it's tonic anyway, but if Old Han doesn't want to make this broth, he won't even do it even if I ask him to. When did you make Old Han like you so much?" Baishan softly lamented in the bottom of his heart, "This is taking advantage of Sister Meow Meow's light again." After the meal, Baishan also did not rush to cultivate Burning Origin Mind technique, although the required materials are all complete. But the last requirement is at noon on the top of the mountain, or similar mountain tops of the open high place to recollect. It was now past noon, and Peach County did not have open high places resembling mountain tops. On top of that, Baishan also wanted to take another look at the situation and understand the terrain, so that when the situation was a little clearer, he could then go to a safe mountaintop above Panshan to cultivate. Small yard. The teenager was dressed in a strong suit and was practicing in the yard. He closed his eyes, recovering from last night's tussle, thinking about how he could do better, kill faster, all the while contemplating an imaginary enemy, an imaginary dilemma, and considering how he should face it. The talent of equivalent exchange would allow him to directly achieve great perfection in his techniques, but this great perfection was only the great perfection of his techniques, not the great perfection of his heart, nor the great perfection of his use. A sharpshooter who shot 100 times on the shooting range might not be able to perform at the level of the shooting range when he was actually on the battlefield, and even if he was able to perform, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. So perhaps, his survivability is still not as good as those whose marksmanship is not as good as his. After an hour, Baishan closed his fist, his power suit soaked to the skin, steaming outward with white snake-like smoke. For some reason, he only felt that his chi was inexhaustible, and after a set of punches, he actually felt that his body had been strengthened in some way. Very subtle, so subtle that it was not enough to change the overall enhancement 2, but this overall enhancement of 2 is not a point, but a zone, and Baishan felt that he had moved a little further in this zone. However, his Gongfu had long been cultivated to perfection, and even if he practiced it, he could only improve his proficiency in applying it, but not enhance it any further. What was that all about? Looks like it's Uncle Han's broth. This broth is really tonic, and I feel like I haven't digested the powers in it at all. They are still in my body, waiting for me to absorb them all. Shiroyama walked out the door. Outside the door, the little wannabe, dressed in a big red dress, with a shapely body like a puddle of spring water, lay on her back in front of the stone table, resting her elbows on her cheeks, playing with the long hair that hung down from her shoulders, which was dark as if it were a dark current in the depths. On the sycamore, the last leaves fall. The little wannabe heard the door slam, turned to look at the sweaty ant, and directly got up and stuck over, followed by a comfortable sigh, like the kind of coolness that comes from eating an ice watermelon on a 3-volt day. "Maids, boil water for Master Auntie. Master Auntie wants to bathe," the little wench called out. As the words fell, a respectful reply of yes, Miss May came from outside the stone door in the distance. 1 incense stick of time later, Shiroyama soaked comfortably in the warm water of the barrel. The 2 pretty maids and the little wench were standing not far away, their eyes glittering as they watched him, and if he hadn't told the 3 women to stand far away, I'm afraid they would have stood directly next to the barrel, hooking their bodies to look inside. The two pretty maids are still a bit astringent. The little wannabe is directly supporting her elbow and resting her cheeks, looking at him with a smile, and her lips are moist and almost dripping with water. Shiroyama shrank back. This Song family is really weird, not to mention the others. Let's just talk about the Song family's maids, household servants and guards. The maids gave a feeling of being charming and pretty, while Miss Xiaomei stood at the pinnacle of these maids, and the maids all listened to Miss Xiaomei. The housekeeper gives a very dull and mute feeling, never seen to speak, all hurriedly bowing his head, walking back and forth in the yard, and then at night pulling a large mastiff around the outer courtyard. But the inner courtyard does not care at all. The guards, on the other hand, gave a very stiff feeling, usually not seen at all. The number of people seems to be not much, just 3. These 3 are taking turns to guard in front of the Song family's gate, one every day. Auntie, back rubbing aw? The soft and sticky voice of the little wannabe rang out. Master just finished practicing. There must be a lot of mud and dirt on this body, so I'll rub it for you. If you want to try the one I mentioned last time, we can come here in broad daylight right now. The voice was charming to the bone, and the seductive intent was exposed. Bai Shan took a deep breath and dived under the water. While tightly guarding his mind and suppressing the dryness that had arisen at the bottom of his heart, he drilled out of the water and said, Miss Xiaomei, I want to be alone. The peach blossom-eyed little wannabe stomped her embroidered shoes and directly rebuffed. No way, oh auntie, I am definitely going to watch you bathe. Shiroyama eyed him. Why can you say it so brightly? The small wave goods goose laughed up, red lips moist to drip water. This is not an ant together for a long time, only to know ants good well. White mountains. He glanced again and found that the two maids beside the little tramp had a similar thirst in their eyes. The thirst was bizarre, with a hint of greed mixed in. Bai Shan said, what would Ning Er do if she knew? He moved straight out of MS Song's house. The little tramp froze. Miss, well, you're home miss. Bai Shan understand. One thing down, one thing well. This Song family, Miss Biggest, move out Miss Suppress everything. The little wannabe was a little hesitant. Okay then. After saying that, she looked sideways at the two maids beside her. You guys quickly go out, can't you hear that auntie wants to be quiet? The two maids answered and then left reluctantly. The little wave of goods is as steady as a mountain, not moving. What to see, what to see? Shiroyama coughed twice. You go out too. The little tramp giggled. If Ninger knew. No, even if the lady comes, I still want to see it most. I won't lean over. The peach blossom-eyed little wannabe waved her big red sleeves and shouted from afar. Shiroyama was stunned. Are you that wild? Twilight fades and night rises. The little plum girl finally went back into the ancient pavilion. Bai Miao-chan also came back from outside. Hakusen, a lot did happen out there today. Some bandits pretended to be refugees and blended into the city, and then went so far as to sneak up on the Lu family. However, the government seems to have been alerted long ago, and ambushed some inspectors outside the Lu family. When the bandits struck, the inspectors reacted quickly, swarmed up and subdued those bandits, and are now being severely tortured. Because of this, the Lu family was only killed 1 and injured 2. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. According to the rangers, they were also puzzled as to why the bandits had blended into the county to kill the Lu family, but anything more than that, they didn't say. Oh yeah, when this happened, the county's already terrified atmosphere has thickened again. People are on edge everywhere, and the magistrate has had people spread the word that the reinforcements from the heavenly winged mansion are on their way, so that people don't have to worry. Bai Shan thought about it and said, the officials reacted quickly. It should be crooked. After they got the news from the wine seller's side, they would naturally send people to quietly keep an eye on the Lu family. They didn't expect to stare at the scene of the bandits' assassination. It is estimated that they didn't expect it themselves. As for why the bandits killed the Lu family, it should be that after the wine cellar was taken away by me last night, the bandits suspected that the wine cellar had betrayed them, so they came to take revenge. But, it's still a bit odd. Where's the weirdness? If there is a high person behind the bandits to guide them, then this high person will definitely not let these few minions into the county to kill the Lu family members, but should just let these minions to spy on the news. And what's going on here? The Lu family took the fall for him, and Bai Shan had no problem with that, but he was a little curious as to why the bandit did it. Bai Miao-chan's beautiful eyes turned and smiled. Greedy for credit. Greedy for credit? That's right, greedy for credit. You said that there is a high person behind the bandits, so these minions who usually don't have a chance to perform have a hard time getting a chance. So it's not like they're playing chicken blood. When their brains are hot, they think of helping the high person to slaughter the Lu family, make a big achievement, go back to get a big reward, and then do it. Bai Shan laughed. In that case, the Lu family's pretense of colluding with the Pan Mountain thieves, but actually being bent on Peach Blossom County is really conclusive. In that case, the Lu family is going to become a loyal family. Bai Miao-chan smiled. Then we have to congratulate the Lu family. 30. the loyal Lu family, a government-level offering. Everyone's vision is limited, and the information obtained is bound to be incomplete. In the view of the joyful Maitreya and the Pan Mountain bandits, the Lu family's wine cellar used a letter to trick out a dozen bandits and 2 children, while being killed by the ambush of the government's masters. Originally, the name hadn't materialized and still needed to be explored, but this time it kind of fell into place, because the undercover agent who entered the city was actually arrested again at Lu's house. Bandits don't know the ins and outs, they only see the surface information and are likely to make a prisoner's dilemma type of guess that is careful, least risky, and in their best interest. That is, the Lu family had really joined forces with the government, and Mrs. Lu had acted as a double agent, pretending to receive them, but in fact, she was making every effort to draw them out. And the Lu family can be said to be directly placed on the grill, inside and outside, have a mouth to say, tormented very much. If the storyteller, in order to hype up the atmosphere, will certainly be eyes glowing, shocked what a beat, said Pan Mountain bandit leader see brothers die tragically, the heart of the indignation, thinking of the word of righteousness, then angrily led the group of bandits. A swarm of rushed to kill to Peach Blossom County, but the opposite is most likely true. Brothers, my ass. When a brother dies tragically, the bandits don't think about revenge, they think about whether the point is hard or not. Will I die if I go? This dead brothers still have no heritage or something. Do not hurry to grab it, then it is gone. Hakusen meticulously at ease and observed for 3 days. 3 days later, he realized that the area around the county had actually calmed down, and the bandits seemed to have disappeared. In Peach Blossom County, it's amazing that there are still people out there peeling bark and looking for wild vegetables. Why is it so calm? Hakusen could probably tell why after a little thought. For one thing, that night, he killed the 2 young men in Chinese clothes and more than 10 bandits are using the leaves. The discerning can see that this is from the same person's hand, which will certainly form a deterrent effect, and it is easy to let the bandits give birth to the feeling that in fact, the support of the Tianyi mansion has long since arrived, and Peach Blossom County is preparing to catch turtles in a jar. Secondly, the bandits have been thwarted twice and are suspicious. To summarize, the bandits must have decided to explore the situation before making any plans. This is more and more indicative of the presence of a higher power behind the bandits. Otherwise, where is this discipline and binding? However, this calmness was also good for Baishan, who could just go to Pan Mountain to put the burning origin heart technique into practice. The morning light had not yet risen and the sky was gray. Peach Blossom County, white walls and black tiles of the short houses filled with a thin mist, so that people's vision is blocked. See what can only see a vague outline. Last year at this time, the county's streets have long been walking buyers and sellers, but this year, natural and man-made disasters. Bad years, but still very cold. Baishan opened his eyes and rose from the bed, changing inside into strong clothes that made it easier to move around, wrapping the hooded gray cloak that Sister Meow Meow had given him around the outside, and then checking the contents of his mustard pouch again. In addition to 159 caddies of meat, 70 jars of spirits, one of which used 7 caddies, 20 jars of tiger bone wine, 20 jars of 100 flowers wine, 10 jars of willow leaf roast, 90 large silver ingots, 2 official bills of 50 taels denomination, 5 bottles of vegetable puree pill, one of which used 5, 3 red thread fruits, 1 crate, 15 long knives of official standard and 2 ordinary wrought in patterned long swords, 20 more flying knives. Flying knife is 3 inches and 7 minutes long, can be easily clamped by the finger. This is the County East Blacksmith Young Marijuana casting, a total of 52 silver, because of the added money, before and after the casting time but spent 5 hours. The style, however, is the most common, and is the uniform style around Xin i.e., Xinzhou and Jinzhou in the 9 states of the Deqin dynasty. Why? In this Jianghu casting weapon blacksmith, unless particularly famous, otherwise will not deliberately to innovate, more will not take others to provide the weapon design plan. After all, this Jianghu casting weapons, although the blacksmith, kill another person. When the family and friends of the killed want to take revenge, if they can't find the murderer, they will probably look for the blacksmith, making it a uniform style. On the other hand, avoids this problem. This, too, addressed Whitehill's concerns, although Sister Meow Meow is very careful to buy, but if the blacksmith made a special style, then in case someone check over, or very likely to check to Young Marijuana, and then check to other places, ultimately is a trouble. After checking his belongings again, Shiroyama pushed out the door and headed for the western end of the county at a brisk pace. Originally, he had wanted to get a map of the surrounding area, or at the very least a map of Pan Mountain, as a way to understand the terrain and pick a suitable location for cultivation. However, he soon realized that trying to obtain a map in the Dacian dynasty was even more difficult than obtaining a merit law. It was simply impossible. There were also special laws and regulations that explicitly stipulated that it was a major crime to conceal or paint maps of public opinion, and it was a capital crime to buy or sell maps of public opinion, and as long as the evidence was conclusive, one could be beheaded directly. Therefore, Bai Shan's plan to buy a map and go pick out a place to cultivate was directly lost. However, he wasn't worried. His last experience had made him vaguely aware that the stronghold of the Pan Mountain Bandits was probably in the east of Peach Blossom County. So, this time, he would go west, and then pick a hidden place a little farther away. Master, Peach Blossom County is another 10 miles or so ahead. Is it really good for us to dress up like this? In the mist, a teenager's voice rang out. Another calm man's voice responded. At the bottom, you can see more things so that you can take the initiative. From now on, you don't need to call me master, just call me Big Brother. It's Big Brother. Master, what about me? Another young girl's voice rang out. The calm male voice said, you're also called Big Brother. Big Brother, aha. The man in cloth nodded. This is a strong man in his 30s with a teenager, a young girl. The strong man's body is slightly stout. The look is not angry, even if it is deliberately hidden, but also only in the face more gray, can be decorated over. This burly man in cloth was none other than the advance reinforcements sent by the Skywing Mansion Ancient Frost Plains. Ancient Frost Plain, a government-level provider stationed at the Skywing Mansion, enjoying the treatment of the 7th rank from the 7th rank, with the strength of the 5th realm of the martial Dao. The teenage girls were his disciples, all of whom were martial artists who had entered the 4th realm. Offerings is a special system of the Dacian dynasty after the ban on martial arts. It is this system that allows the Dacian dynasty to completely suppress the Jianghu, but also many strong people in the Jianghu hate the Dacian dynasty to the bone. However, that many disobedient strong people have been killed. The rest are either incognito, or drilled the household registration basket, change their names, start over, but no matter what, the blood feud between them and the Dacian dynasty is impossible to quell. That being said, there are two mainstream choices for martial arts practitioners after they have achieved strength. One that continues to be practiced in legitimate jungle forces. Second, to join the government, to earn the name of offering, and then, like the army officials, to be rewarded for their achievements. Unlike those legitimate Jianghu forces, the official government possessed countless gongfu, while the Jianghu forces possessed only a few. Therefore, the government's offerings are very popular. However, the quota of these offerings is also very limited. Every recruitment of offerings will lead to not a small amount of open and secret fights. Every time out of the mission will also lead to a lot of offerings to fight because of the merits of the cause. This time, it was this ancient Frost Plains that got the assignment. However, after a little bit of understanding, Gus Hang Yuan did not appear directly, but chose to disguise himself in cloth and rough clothes, and secretly entered Peach Blossom County. Suddenly, this prefecture-level offering slowed down his steps, and after taking 2 more steps, he actually stopped directly. Behind him, the 2 disciples froze. The young girl asked, Master, brother, what's wrong? The teenager was also puzzled. Why did the master suddenly stop while walking? However, Ancient Frostplane did not reply. The burly man looked serious, his arms slightly hanging down while the hanging fists were slowly clenched. As his fists clenched, thick veins like gnarled old tree roots floated and protruded on his arms, while a thin layer of black aura flickered on his fists, extremely powerful and appalling. The teenage girls were instantly alert, tensing up and looking around. In the thin mist, the 2 finally heard footsteps and saw an unmistakable blurry gray silhouette of a humanoid figure wrapped in a cloak and wearing a wooden mask. At this moment, walking in this kind of place and dressed up like this is suspicious at a glance. But even though it was suspicious, the teenage girl would not have reacted as strongly as the master if she had encountered it. However, the 2 knew that master must have sensed the danger by doing so. The common people only know that Gu Shuangyuan is quick to strike and has profound boxing skills, but few people know that Gu Shuangyuan's premonition is extraordinarily powerful, and that Gu Shuangyuan can always detect some hidden crises. As the 2 sides drew closer, the gray shadow stopped in its tracks. Gus Hang Yuan looked grave as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is your excellency?" Instead of answering, the gray shadow let out a hoarse voice and asked in return, "Are you a Panchon Ko?" Gus Hang Yuan said, "No, what about you?" The gray shadow hissed, "Neither am I." Ancient Frostplanes became more and more vigilant, narrowing his eyes. "Your excellency might as well say your identity." Walking in such a place at such a time, before he could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted. Gray shadow around the body rose up a vicious and incomparable aura, as if the mountain wilderness jumped out of a choose people to eat the ferocious beasts. This aura so that the ancient Shuangyuan whole body instinctively taut, as pulled to the limit of the bowstring. A feeling of suffocation rose from the bottom of his heart. The two men are at a standstill. After a few seconds, the gray shadow dispersed its aura and hissed, "I have no malicious intent, nor do I intend to get involved in anything. The Panchon Co., the government, none of it has anything to do with me. You, don't make trouble." Gus Hang Yuan hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, then gave him a deep look and sidestepped out of the way, allowing the gray shadow to walk past. It wasn't until the gray shadow was far away that fine beads of sweat and thin heat welled up on him. "Big brother, that person?" The young man and the young girl couldn't help but ask curiously. Just now the two of them didn't feel the aura of the gray shadow, or the aura of the gray shadow didn't lock onto the two of them. Gus Hang Yuan gruffly said, "He's terrifying, and I don't know what his identity is." "Forget it, let's not talk about it first. Let's seize the time to enter Peach Blossom County." "Yes, big brother." 31. The whale swallowed the air and the dragon spat out the pearl with a humming sound. Panshan. A gray shadow wrapped in a cloak took several detours and darted up the winding path with no stone steps. Soon, the gray shadow cautiously chose a mountain peak, and then rushed on top of the barren cliffs of that mountain peak, took off his mask, and tore off his cloak, revealing a clean-cut teenage face. Beyond the cliff, for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles, it was just radiant. The sky was beautiful, not cloudy, and the autumn sun was high in the sky, sprawling across the center of a long, boundless sky. Shiroyama tilted his head and took a deep breath of air from this cliff. Ascending the cliffs, the view opens up and the sun shines like a flame. In this situation, Baishan only felt that the soul is being put into the water wash. The dust in the state of mind is also being diluted. A kind of heroic feeling is from the bottom of the heart to rise out. I see. It's true that you can have different thoughts at the top of a mountain at high noon. The mood, the state of mind is changed. This is still just an ordinary mountain. I don't know how I would feel if I went to those famous mountains. I've climbed mountains before, but the hiking in my memories is still a lot worse than actually standing at the top. The environment is, indeed, important for cultivation. The next step, then, is to recall the vast spectacle of a little spark starting an unquenchable fire. According to the burning origin heart technique, this heart technique can be practiced to a great extent. It can be more and more courageous. The true chi is like a starfire, gradually igniting the body's wilderness, and it can reach its peak after half an incense stick of time. And under this peak state, the true chi will be 10% to 20% more than usual, and this state will last for half an incense stick of time, and then after that, it will slowly recover after half an incense stick of time. Hopefully, it will mutate. White Mountain sat on his knees, on the ground, in the midst of the sluggish, fiery mountain wind, and closed his eyes. He remembers that scene. In the dark cold universe, the stars are not even ants. Human beings, just a little feeling, will give birth to a strong sense of insignificance. And a meteorite, which was cutting through the silence and vastness of the void, then pulled by the gravitational pull of some planet, was coming straight for it. The earth showed shadows, the ground was under high pressure, and the giant beasts walking on the earth had not yet realized the coming of the natural disaster, and were still following the law of the weak and the strong, chasing each other and killing each other. Then the impact was made, and in the case of that planet, the impact created a horrible mushroom cloud. But this impact is nothing more than a spark in the vastness of the universe. On the planet, intense energy rushed to the entire world. Earthquakes rose up, land cracked, giving birth to a large abyss-like gully. Surrounding life directly vaporized, ashes flew away, mountains and rivers shattered, great rivers sunk, volcanoes erupted, ashes swept the sky to cover the sky, terrifyingly high temperatures, magma flames, rose up, but were wrapped in that ash, rather than being able to dissipate, which could be described as indestructible. Such a sight is impossible to think of without having seen it before. That kind of shock is bound not to arise if you have never seen it. Shirazen recalls the unquenchable fire started by this little spark. Perhaps all burning origin mind technique needed was to recall a forest fire, or to recall a city fire, or to recall the sight of a family burning after a killing spree. But Shiroyama doesn't care. He directly recalls the destruction of a planet. As the memories wound down, Shiroyama felt a strange power arise in his body. Normally, this power was the gongfu he had sensed, but this time it was different, because the power was still climbing. Baishan, a little perception, will understand that the original appearance of this power is actually linked to the Uncle Han broth and the undigested energy, and these energies into one, once again enhancement. He felt as if his body was going to burn, searing hot. The sea of chi in his dantian seemed to have been hit by the meteor in his imagination, directly setting off a monstrous tsunami that surged madly toward his meridians. Ouch! It hurts. The teenager's body trembled, as if a snake was hidden in his skin, undulating and swimming, and large drops of sweat poured out of his pores, which in turn turned into white smoky heat steaming into the sky. A long time, it took this agonizing feeling to calm down. New feats were finally created. Whale swallowing mind technique, Jinchi mind technique, 9th level grand completion, effects, overall enhancement 2, covered. Jinchi Cloth 2, Whale Swallowing Chi, Dragon Spitting Pearls. Overall Enhancement 2, lasting forging and true chi feeds bring about 2 physical enhancements, overwritten. Jinchi Cloth 2, compared to Jinchi Cloth 1, your Jinchi has been significantly increased in storage, purity, speed of use, speed of recovery, and method of use, and has reached the limit of what it could have been before Jing cleansing and marrowing, available at the 8th level of training. Whale Swallowing Chi, suck in a breath, making it like a meteorite, crashing into the sea of chi in the Dantian, setting off an indestructible fire that burns the sinews, bones, skin and blood of the 5 viscera, 6 bowels and 12 chakras, making all the powers related to oneself increase by 0.3 to 0.5 times, including the power of the true chi, the body's strength, speed, reaction, resistance, etc., and restoring the normal state after this breath is dispersed, which can be superimposed. The continuous use of this power will increase the consumption. When the chi is used up, you can overdraft power, will fall into a state of weakness after the battle. The more overdraft power, the longer the recovery time required for weakness. This power will only take effect when the degree of true chi cloth body and the degree of overall enhancement are the same, can be possessed by practicing up to the 9th level. Dragon Spitting Pearl, condense the air you sucked in into a pearl and spit it out, causing a force equal to your full strength, and this attack will not affect your original attack, can be possessed by practicing it until it reaches the full circle. Sure enough, it's mutated. With proper observation, it can be mutated. But this kind of visualization doesn't seem to be repeatable. When I move to visualize a certain scene and then come back to visualize the same content, my mind will only generate the corresponding gon directly. This means that my kanji is bound to this gongfu. In that case, I'll have to deliberately save a few senses to use for important feats in the future. At the very least, I have to keep memories like the Big Bang. This whale-swallowing heart technique is far too powerful compared to the Burning Plains heart technique. The Burning Plains heart technique needs time to slowly enhance, and the extreme of the enhancement should be 1 to 2% of the true chi class, but the duration is slightly longer, able to reach half an incense burning time. The whale-swallowing mind technique, on the other hand, was to take in a fierce breath, which could make oneself fully enhanced, and the range of enhancement was from 30 to 50%, which was already equal to sitting forgetfulness. However, both the mobilization conditions, the number of times, and the range of enhancement were all stronger than sitting forgetfulness. What's even better is that even if my strength is depleted, I can still use the whale-swallowing mind technique to overdraw my strength for the fight, and although I'll fall into a drastically weakened state afterward, it's still better than dying right there on the spot. Perhaps, using such power, I could manage to slaughter 1,000 bandits. No, it's not steady enough. I need to see it again. Dragon Spitting Pearl. This is equivalent to at a certain moment, suddenly one more me to attack. Even the strongest enemy will be caught off guard by this, difficult to resist, and will be killed directly. For the true chi cloth body to be able to reach level 2, it should not be unrelated to Uncle Han's broth. Baishan analyzed his power. His eyes were calm as he looked into the distance, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. The light of day shone brightly on the somewhat depressed barren hills. The teenager suddenly took a deep breath. As this breath entered his abdomen, he only felt his true chi boiling and tumbling, and his body seemed to be stimulated while being filled with infinite power. That breath along with the true chi constructed an invisible and extremely cohesive chi bead in his body. Poof! When Baishan was about to spit out the chi beads, just like lifting the lid of the pressure cooker, 2 white vapors erupted from his nostrils, and at the same time, he let out a natural humph sound. Then he opened his mouth. Ha! The extremely condensed chi bead directly broke through the throat and ruthlessly impacted into the void in front of him. Boom! It seemed like a daytime thunderbolt rising from the ground, startling countless birds in the surrounding area. 32. Imperial Dynasty Martial System, searching for another technique. Into the night, autumn rain fell. The heavens and the earth are desolate and cold. Fallen leaves into the mud. The rain hit the roof, but then splashed open, fell to the ground in the puddle pond, bloomed 100 flowers, broken but the sadness of the departed. Baishan hurriedly returned while the night was still young, and when he opened the courtyard door, he smelled a pungent smell of meat. Familiar voices came from afar, along with the smell of meat, shielding them from the lonely cold of this late fall. Why are you back so late again? Some anger floated on by Miao-chan's pretty face. Baishan scratched his head. Sister Miao-miao, I went for a walk outside. With that said, he sniffed his nose, then walked over quickly, looking at a stew pot on a charcoal grill under the eaves of the house, where a white aroma was escaping from the side of the lid. Shiroyama sniffed again, and the 2 white scents burrowed in. Wow, that smells good. What is that smell? With that, he was about to lift the lid of the pot. Snap! Miao-chan opened his hand and said, "It's mutton." Then pushing and shoving, he said, "Look at yourself, you're all wet. It's chilly. Go bathe first, then come and eat the meat." Shiroyama smiled. Miao-chan pouted. What are you laughing at? Go! Baishan turned to the courtyard and inhaled fiercely, and at that moment, the autumn rain in the entire courtyard seemed to be subjected to a powerful attraction, deflecting a few inches in midair and drifting in his direction. However, the suction force lasted but a split second, so the deflected rain didn't pummel Baishan, but instead formed a misplaced rain curtain, a strange sight. Immediately afterward, intense true chi flowed around Baishan, and the warmth penetrated through his body, as if there were many hot hair dryers blowing the wet clothes from the inside out. A thick foggy domain immediately vaporized around Baishan. Even when she was close at hand, Bai Miaochan could only see that what was in front of her was a humanoid silhouette wrapped in a thick fog. After a few seconds, the fog cleared, and all the vapor was baked off of Whitehill's clothes, which were still radiating warmth. Shiroyama exhaled his breath away. This chi, naturally, was not spat out in the manner of a dragon spitting out a pearl, yet it still transformed into a white arrow in the air, pulling out a trajectory. Bai Miaochan looked at him dumbfounded. Baishan smiled and sat down, urging, "The body is dry, open the pot." He was hiding things from others, but he had nothing to hide from his big sister. Bai Miaochan froze and said, "Are they all this strong?" Shiroyama said, "That's for sure." Bai Miaochan said, "You're not a genius anymore. The demons don't even deserve you. You're a god." She was aware that before coming to the Song family, her own brother was still only a martial Dao second realm existence, and then, he suddenly broke through to the martial Dao fourth realm. But what was that just now? Which fourth realm of martial arts in the world can achieve this? Not to mention the fourth realm of martial arts, even the fifth realm of martial arts. Bai Miaochan was full of joy and asked in a low voice, "How many realms have you had?" Shiroyama raised his hand and waved his 5 fingers in front of the young girl's eyes. The happiness in Bai Miaochan's eyes was on the verge of flowing out. She was truly happy that Baishan had become stronger, but she was uneasy and instructed, "Don't show your wealth. Smother it, don't let anyone see." Baishan said, "Hurry up and starve." Bai Miaochan went to fetch 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks before unveiling the pot, and all of a sudden, the aroma was overwhelming. The milky white lamb soup bubbles tantalizingly under the charcoal fire, driving the neatly sliced pieces of skin lamb inside to roll gently. "How much is lamb now?" 600 cents a pound now. 600? 600. So expensive. I took it straight from the outer dining room. Bai Miaochan's eyes smiled into a crescent moon, like a thieving kitten. In a flash, the meal went from out of pocket to public expense, and Baishan didn't feel any heartache. "Eat up, I'm going to eat every last drop of soup." The siblings started straight away. Used to be poor in the past, the night is usually hungry. However, when hungry, lie down. Hungry and confused also fell asleep. A closed eyes and open eyes is a new day. Now, Baishan joined the Song family. In a way, both of them are a bit of a hungry ghost cast feeling. Food is not running. Originally, the Song family had arranged for a night snack, but the Song family after nightfall was too eerie. Plus Baishan had to cultivate and go out at night. So naturally, he didn't want the Song family to arrange it. And today, Bai Miaochan cooked this meal, which was considered to have opened the door to a new world for the two of them. "Sis, keep getting the evening meal afterward. Worthy of being my brother." Just as I thought. Eating at night, it smells so good. Sisters and brothers, facing each other, trying to dry rice. The next day, early, it's really getting comfortable around Auntie. The little tramp twisted around, trying to stick it to her. Hakusan silently reached out his fingertips, pointing in the direction where the little wannabe had posted herself, signaling not to come any closer. But the little wavy goods with a winking smile, continue to approach, seeing that it is about to hit the finger when poking the flesh. The little wavy goods are not afraid at all, and even some anticipation. Baishan hurriedly retracted the finger. The little waif pressed herself against his side with precision. Then, as if waking up early to get some fresh air, she took a deep breath and stretched again, letting out a sigh of comfort. Correspondingly, Shiroyama felt his body go a few degrees colder. The little tramp was very sensitive, sensing that Baishan's complexion had moved, so she softly said, "I only took the overflowing young chi, which is beneficial and harmless to your aunt. Don't worry." Baishan sidetracked the topic and said, "Recently I've encountered some confusion in my cultivation, and I want to look at more techniques. Do we have any techniques in the Song family other than the ones in the book depository?" The little wannabe froze. "The Song family has 6 techniques. Isn't that enough for you?" Shiroyama said, "Want to see more?" Little Wavegoods also did not dwell on this, but said, "This is very troublesome, because there is a rule in the Deqian imperial dynasty that whichever power one joins can only cultivate the gong method of that power, but not the other powers, or else it is a violation of the prohibition. Specifically, I'll have Butler Wang come and tell you about it." Baishan wasn't frustrated. He already knew that Deqian's control over this part of cultivation was harsh and incomparable. Moments later, the butler arrived in a hurry, and after understanding the situation, He said, "Auntie, if you want to cultivate the techniques of other forces, the only way is to transfer the relationship to this new force. This middle process is quite cumbersome. Need the original forces. The new forces are out of the application to go to the Wu Yamen for the transfer of relations, but also on the applicant will be rigorous examination of the power to update the martial arts order. If nothing goes wrong with this process, then the identity in the auntie's martial arts order will change from flunky of the Song family in Peach Blossom County to a new identity, and then only after that can he cultivate the new power's techniques. However, there was an exception, and that was the forces licensed by the imperial dynasty. Such forces could make a transfer if they were recruiting, just by saying so, and these forces were allowed to use clan as their name, as a way to differentiate themselves from gangs and the like. By joining the clan, one could practice quite a lot of techniques. However, under this universal sky, the place where the most feats are cultivated is the imperial dynasty itself. Baishan wondered, the imperial dynasty itself? Does that mean you're going to be an official? The housekeeper said, Auntie, it is not to be an official, but to be an offering. The imperial dynasty offerings are divided into 4 levels, just like the merit audit, county, government, state and emperor, which are adjudicated by the county-level martial arts office, the government-level martial arts office, the state-level martial arts office, and the capital city's martial arts office, respectively. However, not every military court has the right to decide. In addition, once the ruling of the offering must be immediately reported to the Ministry of the Household. The Ministry of the Household review will be for this offering into the special household registration, and so on the special household registration out of the only is considered to be an offering. Of course, there are 2 categories of feats, forbidden and unknown. There are also 2 special classifications for this offering. These are the Dragon Underlist and the Shadow Offering. Under the Dragon List, the Shadow Offerings? The Dragon under the list is an extremely powerful person among the offerings. The Shadow Envoy, on the other hand, hides the identity of the envoy, enjoys the benefits of the envoy, and does some special things for the royal family and the imperial court. However, shadow offerings, very few people know about it, so don't go around talking about it if you know about it. Auntie, Baishan said. Many thanks to Steward Wang. Auntie is polite. The steward smiled and said, if you really want to see other feats, you can actually spend money to go to the martial arts hall. The feats taught by the martial arts hall are usually extremely basic. As long as you pay the silver you can go and learn. This is a strong people system in the imperial dynasty. Once you've negotiated on the martial arts school side, just go to the local martial arts office and file a copy. The martial arts office won't even issue a martial arts order specifically for that purpose. Baishan's mind drifted off. There were so many patrolmen, most of them had reached the level of the second realm of martial arts. But if there were so many martial arts orders as well, wouldn't this martial arts order be rotten out there? The martial Dao order was forged from the divine iron provided by the immortals, so it shouldn't be that much. Now it seems to have an explanation. However, it's hard to get more feats, but if he didn't get more feats, he wouldn't be able to continue to improve. 33. Searching for the law of war, one man repels the beasts. Afternoon, Shiroyama went straight to the Southwind Birdie Fist Martial Arts Center. Join the martial arts school. 50 taels of silver for half a year, and if you don't achieve anything, you won't be refunded. Then how do you cultivate after entering the pavilion? Where did the troublemaker come from? Is this prying for news? The boxer in front of the door was a bit impatient. Look at the clothes you're wearing. You should be from a rich family in the county, right? Why do you ask? If you want to practice. Before the words fell, Baishan silently handed out a silver bean, about 1 or 2, which Bai Miaochan had exchanged at the money changer. That boxer froze, quickly received the silver beans, then said, first, practice the posture. To the pavilion's special medicinal food conditioning, but the money for this medicinal food has to be calculated separately. Until the posture is correct, the body is properly conditioned. Only then can you further practice the fist. This Southwind Little Bird Fist's boxing is about flexibility. Once it is performed, the fist will be like a bird, fluttering and flying. Baishan probably understood that this should be unrealistic if he wanted to see the feats directly. Thinking about it, the Gongfu is the food guy of the other pavilion owner. How can it be easily shown to others? He politely said, forget it then, he said and turned to leave. The boxer secretly shook his head and muttered, another male child who was afraid of suffering. This is to see the ferociousness of the bandits on the Pan Mountain. Thinking of making a hasty last-minute effort. Hey, useful? After Baishan left the martial arts school, he couldn't really think of any other place where he could find new techniques for a while. And without new techniques, he couldn't gain more power. There's not much point in returning to the Song Mansion now. Why don't we get out of the county and go to the mountains to get some practice with the beasts? For one thing, I can improve my ability to use feats, my state of mind when fighting, and find a group combat method that suits me, which is also considered to be a few more advanced rehearsals for slaughtering 1,000 people by one person afterward. Secondly, I can explore the terrain of Pan Mountain in the meantime, so that I won't get lost in the mountains in case I escape afterward. As soon as he said he would do it, Hakusen headed straight for the west gate of the county. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. During this time, Shiroyama familiarized himself with his power while learning about the dynamics of the county. The reinforcements from the Skywing Mansion had arrived, and had managed to kill and capture a number of bandits, largely revitalizing the people's hearts. That lord from the Skywing Mansion, whom Baishan had also met from afar, was the same man he had bumped into on the roadway earlier. At that time, he didn't know, but now he knew that this was the Skywing Mansion's mansion-level provider Ancient Frostplane. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being. He was just a son-in-law of the Song family. The Song family, too, is nothing more than an alien family. It was a gloomy day. White Mountain once again came to Pansan. Here, he had sought out a good place to try out. It was a gorge with a spring, surrounded by wild beasts that often came to drink. According to some hunters in Peach Blossom County, this place was called Mouth Gorge, a place for wild beasts to deliver rations. Whoever came here would soon be targeted, and then would be killed by the wild beasts as prey, and then brought back to use as rations. Peach Blossom County and some of the villages under the jurisdiction of a number of people died here. That is, Baishan now come over. You can still see in the weeds some wrapped in the mud of the tattered bloody clothes, or some of the white bones, human and animal bones. There are also children's clothes. These children should be playing at the entrance of the village, and as a result, the coveted beasts directly bit off their necks and took them away. The beasts here are very sensitive and form a hierarchy, with the wolves downstream and the tigers upstream. When White Mountain came to an old tree not far from the spring, a wolf suddenly turned his head hesitantly, for he smelled an unfamiliar odor. Shiroyama peeked out from directly behind the tree and waved at the wolf. The coyote let out a low, threatening whine at once, but instead of coming at him alone, it was rallying its surrounding companions. Shiroyama grabbed a stone, weighed it, then fixed his eyes on the coyote and projected it violently. Snap! The stone hit the wolf's back with precision. Ow! The coyote's body jerked agilely and directly exploded, quickly looking in the direction of where Baishan was and charging over angrily. White Mountain also does not move. A ferocious and vicious aura around the body but violently rose up. The cold sense of oppression instantly overlay and go, as if goosefeather snow drifting into the soul, so that people appalled do not dare to move. The coyote that was running angrily towards the wolf suddenly had its legs weakened, and because of inertia, it continued to rush forward for a couple of meters, and then stumbled and crawled backwards, while emitting a whimpering wailing sound. Not only this wolf, but the subsequent coyotes that came over were also scared and slumped down, cowering backward one by one. The teenager carried his fists, a fierce aura lingering around him as he advanced one step at a time. He takes one step forward, the wolves take one step back. After a few steps, the wolves could no longer withstand this kind of terrible oppression, and immediately dispersed, running out into the distance, as if what was coming here was not a human teenager, but a ferocious monster wrapped in human skin. Bai Yuan looked at the scattered wolves. This is really an unexpected gain. I didn't realize that the ferocious aura of the tiger-shaped fist, after its great completion, would have this kind of effect. Is this what it means when strength is higher than the opponent's? It produces great suppression? Fierce aura is definitely a windfall now. Although he had skillfully mastered the way to diffuse this aura, he didn't really know what he could use it for. Just like mastering missiles, missile power, and missile launch buttons, but he hadn't actually used the missiles to kill or injure the enemy, so he was ultimately lacking in the use of them. But experience can make up for that deficiency. Previously, he had used it once when he first went out and encountered Ancient Frostplane, and then Ancient Frostplane gave way to him, but he also just assumed that this, a fierce aura, could only work on a single body. However, it was only during the time he spent practicing in Pan Mountain that he realized that the fierce aura seemed to be able to intimidate a single person as well as a group, where the changes existed in one's mind, and the strength of the aura was exactly the same as one's own becoming stronger. He had come to this pack of wolves today with the intention of experimenting. If the test was successful, he would have to master some more details and variations, and when he was fully skilled, he would take the initiative to find the bandits. After all, by relying on that fierce aura, a straggler clearing power, and the whale swallowing chi, an accelerated killing and overdrafting power, he already possessed the potential to take a stab at it. However, when a man is killed, he dies, there is only one life, and he must do all he can before he faces it. And just then, a vicious whistling sound rang out from afar. Ouch! With the sound of this whistling, the wild wolves that were scared and scattered stopped in their tracks. Baishan curiously observed the wolves, whose spiritual aura seemed to be screwed up and converged into a ball. Individual coyotes would be shocked by their own aura, but packs of wolves seemed to be unafraid if they were one. He continued to catalyze his aura around him, and an icy and bone-piercing oppression rolled out. But this time, the pack of wolves no longer retreated, but slowly stood up straight, their pupils flickering with an eerie cold light. Ouch! The vicious whistling sound resounded again. Baishan followed the sound and saw that on a boulder 200 meters away, there was a mighty black big wolf standing, which stood with its back against an ancient tree surrounded by 4 people, its size and aura far superior to that of an ordinary wild wolf, and its eyes flashed with a ferocious light as it stared at him from afar. It seems that if a wolf king exists, it can gather a pack of wolves and then break this aura of mine. On the other side, the pack of wolves, as if they had been given the order, were no longer afraid, and actually pounced at him. There were more and more wild wolves here, hundreds of them, and if Baishan killed them one by one, the drain on his strength would be quite frightening, and as he killed, he would inevitably attract other ferocious beasts. If he really wore himself out like this, he would have to be eaten by some beast today. However, he possessed a stance at this level of the Ascendant K, so it was still no problem for him to run. However, his trials for the day had just begun. In an instant, Baishan raised his hand and clipped a flying knife out of his mustard pouch with both fingers. The flying dagger squared off, flashing cold and slicing through the blade. Baishan looked at the wolf's head and raised his hand. The flying dagger shot over like electricity. Whoosh! That big black wolf also reacted quickly, and actually jumped up stiffly, trying to dodge the knife. But the next second, the flying dagger went straight through its throat, and carried it back out again, nailing it straight to an old riverside tree behind it. Half hanging, lolling, blood trickled down from the wound, dripping onto the wetlands by the stream as the big black wolf's body instinctively jerked and jerked. And just then, the pack of wolves had pounced in front of White Mountain. Baishan activated his true chi and charged straight in, one punch at a time. Simple and brutal. Boom! Boom boom boom. The coyotes were smashed one by one. However, all the wild wolves that were struck by him looked like they had been hit by a lead balloon, and their bodies were directly dented by a large chunk. After a wave of exchanges, the coyotes died more than a dozen directly. Hokusan was surrounded by a pack of wolves and once again used fierce aura. The cold and harsh aura spread again, and the wolves, as if reminded of something, let out a whimpering wail. This time, without the Wolf King, the pack of wolves no longer had the guts to face White Mountain and fled away. Baishan chased after him and slaughtered several more wild wolves. None of those wolves even dared to turn back and fight him again. Some of the wolves seemed to have crossed the border and entered the tiger's area, and the tigers in the upper reaches of the river swooped down, biting the wolves that had crossed the border to death, and then clustered together, letting out a roar to the White Mountains downstream. Hokusan first unsheathed the flying dagger that had previously shot down the Wolf King, and then proceeded to do the same to the tigers. It wasn't long before he killed the Tiger King again, and in doing so, the tigers fled along with the pack of wolves deeper into Pan Mountain. Looking down from high, the teenager, dressed in a strong suit, strolled through the canyon, while in front of him, the wild beasts that normally devoured people and ate flesh and roamed the mountains were fleeing frantically in fear and moving away from him. A spectacular and shocking sight. 34. Crane Fairy Golden Feather. Second Tri-County Siege. Clever use of the aura really saves a lot of work. If I had fought these beasts hard, I would have definitely been consumed long ago. But now, I still have strength left. It's because I only need to spend my strength to decapitate the Wolf King and Tiger King, and then I can force the beasts to be in a big mess, thus escaping. Then, if I want to decapitate 1,000 thieves, I only need to decapitate those few leaders and then break their guts. That's all I need to do. It's the same thing as in the battlefield when two armies are fighting and capturing a thief is the first thing to do. The difference is that many times even if the enemy's head is decapitated, the enemy army may not retreat, but may instead kill the blood. And even if the enemy army will retreat, there is a time gap in between. But my fierce aura is able to turn this uncertainty into certainty and erase this time delay. Baishan recalled the scene in the forest that day while recycling the flying dagger. At that time, he had killed 2 gorgeously dressed swordsmen with a swift chop, and the rest of the thieves had dispersed in a flurry. The same scene as today. He breathed a secret sigh of comfort. Finally, I've found a group combat battle method that suits me. First, open the aura. force the opponent's leader to reveal himself, then kill the opponent's leader with a thunderous force, then continue to open the aura to scare the pawns away, and the rest is harvesting. Harvesting is so much better than consuming face-to-face killing. In this way, the purpose of coming here to practice is also accomplished. Then, the next step is that I still need to go figure out the high-level battle power among the bandits. If I go forward rashly, only to run into someone stronger than me, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's a pity that I can't find more merit laws. Otherwise, I would have cultivated dozens and hundreds of merit laws all the way to great perfection. Then I think it would have been much easier, right? I don't want to think about feats right now. I'd rather find a way to see the bandits. If possible, I'll have to find out information about the bandits' base camps and distribution. Bai Shan didn't want to take any chances. If he died, Bai Miaochan would definitely not end up too well. Many thoughts flashed by, and the path to the future had been analyzed. His figure vaulted over and he climbed to the top of another nearby mountain, observing the surrounding terrain. That doesn't really mean much, though, at best, he can be familiar with the places he has traveled and seen. As for the overall mountain terrain, the trail map, and where each side of the trail led to, he had no way of knowing. It's better than nothing. After all, this world can't get a map. Bai Shan somewhat missed the lack of navigation, but even if it was, there was definitely no signal in a place like this. He was looking at it when he suddenly became aware of a flash of blinding gold color in his vision. What's that? Shiroyama snapped his head sideways, looking in that golden direction. It was something floating in midair and was moving away with the wind. Bai Shan stepped up, directly chased and swept over to the golden ware, holding 9 branches, one by one thrown high, line, ascension K, method, and then came to the midair, to see the golden. It was a golden feather emitting a holy aura, surrounded by mist, like a golden flame and a holy sun, appearing extremely extraordinary. At least the White Mountains have never seen it. There is a similar one. It's in a fairy fantasy anime. However, the animated ones are ultimately not as realistic and shocking as the ones in front of us. Many thoughts flashed. Bai Shan directly out, grabbed the golden feather, and then whirls to the ground, and then opened 5 fingers, looking at the feather. The feathers were very soft, but extremely tough. Trying to rip off a single strand of hair was impossible, and even with a flying knife, it couldn't be cut. Bai Shan tried again to pour in his inner strength, and the result was that he still couldn't cut through it. The feathers emit a dense golden mist from the inside out, from which the sense of flame is derived. What's this thing's feathers? Bai Shan gazed at the golden feather, and for some reason, the little golden stain of blood that had been on the mustard pouch at his waist suddenly appeared in his mind. The color is very similar. No, not very similar. It's the same gold color, Shiroyama recalled. He suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, and immediately put this golden feather into his mustard seed pocket, and then took out the gray cloak from his pocket, quickly wrapping it around his body, pulling down the hood to cover the bridge of his nose and above, and then turned around, like a gray flame drifting in the direction of Peach Blossom County. It's time to go back. At night, Bai Shan returned to the Song family. Since it wasn't too late, the two were ready to go to the dining hall for dinner. Baek-san wanted to go to the outer dining hall, but he was pulled by Baek Mia-chan to Uncle Han's place across the mansion. But this time, Uncle Han didn't cook any more broth and didn't intend to make dinner. Instead, he smilingly handed the kitchen over to Bai Miao-chan and let her mess around with it. However, Bai Miao-chan's cooking skills are actually very rough. Just 6 words cooked, no strange taste. As for the flavor is good or bad, it depends on the day to play. When she used to live in a small ramshackle house, she'd cook her vegetables with just a pinch of tiny saltines and then stew them to death. And now, all kinds of oils, all kinds of spices, and soy sauce and vinegar and so on. It's a question of how much of this to add, when to add it, and how long to cook the dish. Fortunately, Bai Miao-chan played well today. 1 sweet and sour pork chop, 1 vegetable stir-fry, and 1 pork chop and corn soup were completed in an organized manner. 3 dishes were quickly accompanied by rice on the table. However, Bai Miao-chan took 3 bowls. Sister and brother sat opposite each other. Uncle Han bowed, sitting on the table next to him, his eyes sickly narrowed a slit, like Guan Yu who ate fat. There is a kind of Guan Gong does not open his eyes, open eyes will kill flavor. Bai Miao-chan waved her hand sideways and smiled sweetly, calling out, Uncle Han, come and eat together. This side seat is reserved for you. However, my cooking is definitely not as good as yours. Come and comment on it. Roar, roar, roar. Uncle Han let out a strange laugh and said in an earned voice, eat some more. Be careful of being hungry at night. Bai Miao-chan was unforgiving. Hungry? Uncle Han froze and laughed crookedly. Bai Miao-chan directly got up and pulled the fat chef's arm like a little girl pulling on her elders. Uncle Han, quickly sit over and eat together. Shiroyama silently watched his big sisters play. I can't learn. I really can't learn. It wasn't a matter of what words were said, but the fact that at the moment, the spooky kitchen had become the home turf of his big sister. Then the fat chef was literally pulled over to her, arching his back and hooking his head slightly, his left hand already lifting the rice bowl. Bai Miao-chan said happily, dinner is ready. The two siblings and Uncle Han then began to dry the meal. Bai Shan glanced over, and Uncle Han was actually eating his food. On the other side, Bai Miao-chan was talking to him, looking like she didn't even half treat Uncle Han as an outsider. Hakusen, I've heard from the rangers that there's going to be a war again soon. The matter involved thieves and bandits. Bai Shan immediately came into the spirit. Sister Miao Miao, what's going on? Bai Miao-chan said, the new Lord Gu is still very capable. In the past 2 days he has identified several groups of bandits that have entered the county and has followed the trail to grasp the distribution of bandits in Pan Mountain. But the number of bandits was too great, and Lord Gu felt that he couldn't fight that many even if he poured out all of Peach Blossom County's county pawns. So he once again joined forces with Qingyuan and Fishboat counties to prepare for a second joint 3-county campaign against bandits. Bai Shan said, these bandits are really rampant, always bullying us ordinary people who are living a good life. If Lord Gu can really eliminate the bandits, it will be a benefit to the people. The fat cook on the side listened with a smile, and every now and then lowered his head to continue drying his rice, as if whether there were bandits or not had nothing to do with it. Next morning, Bai Shan took out the golden feather and placed it in front of Little Miss May. Hey, Crane Fairy's feather? Little Miss May didn't speak without thinking, and directly named the feather. White Mountains. 35. Beggar's Gang Prototype, Zhao Huayu's Snatch People, thanks to the old book friend ZED_ZZ reward. This, what do you call a crane fairy's feather? Shiroyama inquired politely. The little tramp said, just, auntie, hide this feather. Don't take it out, especially outside. Don't take it out for anyone to see. There's nothing else. The ant should do what she does, and it's nothing to do with you. With that, she hurriedly got up and said, Auntie, I have to leave for a while. Bai Shan pursued, is the mustard bag you gave me from Crane immortal? Little Wavegood said, yeah, so you mustn't let the mustard bag be seen by anyone else either. White Mountains, that was his guess, and he didn't expect it to be confirmed. Little Miss May is quite honest. Looking back again, the little wannabe had gone far away. He shook his finger, and once again flicked out the golden-colored mistborn feather from the mustard bag, scrutinizing it, feeling the divine aura emanating from it, and glancing at the direction where the little wave cargo had gone. One sacred, the other eerie. Gridlock, Jingwei, distinct. Several more days passed in a flash. However, not much progress has been made in the White Mountains these days. Unable to obtain new feats, this point deadlocked his room for improvement, but he couldn't do anything about it. The Imperial Dynasty's martial system was such that trying to find feats was an impossible task. Therefore, he set his sights on the Tri-County Anti-Bandit Army. When the Allied forces engage the bandits, he will look for an opportunity to complete the slaughter of 1,000 villages quest. These days, however, he was not without rewards. Although the upper limit of his power had not been increased, his utilization of the Gongfu had progressed drastically. These many feats he had originally achieved great perfection, so once he grasped the tricks of applying them, it would enhance his overall strength. During these days, he continued to go to the mountains to hunt packs of beasts in order to hone his group combat skills, and then eschewed his flying daggers to fight some king of raptors alone in close combat to sharpen his combat instincts. And then, wrapped in a cloak, he walked the streets of Peach Blossom County and asked himself not to be noticed by anyone. Today, all of these adventures are clearly reaping results. Nowadays, even if he was wrapped in a cloak and traveled through the alleyways of Peach Blossom County, no one would notice him. The principle was simple. His 5 senses that were very different from normal people were able to clearly perceive the people around him, and when those people were about to see him, he would utilize his stance to quickly move and turn to a place where others couldn't see him. This is also borrowed from the location. If it is on a flat road, or an endless wilderness, it cannot be hidden in any way. Bai Shan only felt that he had sharpened his sword for a long time, but whether the sword was sharp or not, it still needed to be verified by facts. At this moment, he was wrapped in a gray cloak and swept through the streets and alleys like a stream of flame. There were sounds of shouting, talking, walking and other sounds coming from the surroundings, but he was using his perception and stance to walk on the edge of these sounds, while making it possible for him to observe others, but they couldn't perceive him. It's like an invisible man. White Mountains circled back to the old house in the southern part of the county. It's been a long time since I've been here, and revisiting the place softens my heart. Suddenly, he heard that there was actually movement in the direction of the old house, and after a slight freeze, he quickly flashed over. His figure then swayed outside a few trees, and he stuck behind the wall of the old house. From this position, He was able to hear all the movements around the old house as well as inside. Voices were coming from inside the house. Sister, by that big commotion that erupted 2 nights ago, I figured out that it was still the bandits retaliating against the Lu family, and as a result, the Lu family has long since become the official government's bait, specifically used to catch the bandits. I've also heard about this. The new Lord Gu is really powerful. Do you know about the incident in front of the vegetable market 2 days ago, where the Lu family used knives to slash and kill the thieves? This was authorized by Lord Gu, and that Lu family killed one of the captured bandit leaders. I know it too. Sister, by listen to me. That night, our county was actually attacked by a group of nearly 100 bandits, but those bandits didn't go anywhere. They went straight to the Lu family. As a result, Lord Gu had already laid an ambush at Lu's house and wiped out those nearly 100 bandits, and even killed an expert. These news of yours are all from before me. Some time ago I saw an elite team of several hundred people coming from the west, just not into the county. I guess that was the follow-up reinforcements from the Skywing house. And a few days ago, I saw the county pawns secretly mobilizing to go out and set up camp outside. And today those big camps are just gone. It must be that the allied forces of the 3 counties have already set out to fight the bandits. I hope Lord Ku kills those bad guys. Those thieves have done too many bad things, and someone as good as Lord Ku will surely be able to defeat them. Sister Wang is so good. It is by those bad people to strip the clothes. And then, so did Papa Guai. He saved that bad man, and then that bad man led a big one-eyed bandit over and killed Papa Gua, and robbed Papa Gua's rice, and killed a lot of people, one by one. The children's voices ringing, one moment describing nowadays Lu family how loyal, a moment and said the 3 counties allied forces set off today, a moment and said that the bandits are ruthless, cruel and violent. It seems that when it comes to the bandits, the children always have endless stories of misery, and some said or even some of them even cried when they talked about it. Shiroyama listened quietly through the wall. Apparently there were many more children in the old house than just the 4 he had first seen. In this calamitous world, once a child's parents die it means those children are not far from death, unless, of course, they can meet a nobleman. However, even if the nobles pick a servant, they have to pick a teenager or a young girl who has already grown up. But for just over 10 taels of silver, there are poor families who are willing to sell their sons and daughters. These kids are stunted and can't do anything. Who would want them? I didn't realize Big Sister had taken them in. He finally realized where his big sister got so much of her information. It's amazing how many of these kids have become her eyes and ears. Maybe it was intentional or unintentional. Maybe it was because Big Sister was trying to help him. Or maybe it was because Big Sister remembered the hard life they used to live in the beggar's den. So, Big Sister even took in so many children and gathered them together. Just as he was thinking about it, the thin, comforting voice of Sister Myriad came from inside the house again. Those sniveling children finally stopped crying. Immediately after that, Sister Myriad's voice sounded again. Xiao Sheng, the white flour needs to be kneaded for a while longer so that the steamed buns will be fluffy and delicious. Okay, Sister Bai. The well-behaved girl's voice rang out. Sister Myrtle's voice sounded again. All right, one little glutton. Today my sister also brought candy over. Han Yang, you're a big kid now. You'll share the candy. Don't worry, Sister White, but be fair. I will. Then the sound of bags clattering came from inside the house, and Hakusen could imagine a child king standing at the front, with the children behind him lining up to come and share the candy, and the dainty white girl sat on the edge with a lovely smile. Baishan leaned against the wall, and although it was cloudy at the moment, an inexplicable warmth and peace filled his heart, as if there was a campfire that blocked out the darkness and cold outside. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves treading on the ground came from the distance, and the direction was getting closer and closer. It was actually the old house. Shiroyama froze, his complexion moving slightly. The old house, where no one would even come, much less someone coming on horseback. Besides, by the sound of it, this was at least a dozen horses. After a moment's thought, his body flashed and flew up to an evergreen tree behind an old house, following which he hid in the shade of the tree and looked into the distance. Outside the old house, 16 horses were coming down the fairly level dirt road. The head of the person with a Chinese character face exudes a sense of composure, quite some righteous temperament. This is actually Zhao Huayue. Zhao Huayue quickly arrived in front of the old house, then shouted, "Righteous sister!" Hearing the sound, Bai Miaochan hurriedly stepped out of the house and stood under the eaves of the house, calling out with a smile from a certain distance, "Big brother Zhao." Then he wondered, "Brother Zhao, you've been busy fighting bandits lately. How come you're free to come to my place?" Zhao Huayue quickly stepped forward and crossed the fence, then said, "Righteous sister, come with me to Qingyuan County. My mother feels lonely over there by herself, and she would like you to go over there to keep her company." Bai Miaochan said, "Thank you for godmother's kindness, but Bai Shan is still here. I won't leave. Please ask godmother and big brother Zhao to be able to understand." Zhao Huayue said. You and Baishan are just siblings. Siblings naturally have times of separation. Since Baishan has joined the Song family, and you're not young anymore, you're also at the age to talk about marriage. You have to think about your future life, right? Bai Miaochan said. These are Miaochan's own personal matters, so I hope that brother Zhao and godmother won't ask about them. Zhao Huayue said, my mother has helped you and likes you so much, she even recognized you as her goddaughter. If you don't go to Qingyuan to accompany her, can you live up to the word filial piety? My Dakian honors loyalty and filial piety. If your sister refuses again and again, will she have a guilty conscience? Bai Miaochan froze, then said, no matter what brother Zhao says, it's impossible for me to leave the White Mountain, so please stop talking about it. Zhao Huayue frowned. Since you recognized my mother as your godmother, then you need to listen to my mother, otherwise you are unfilial. Since it is unfilial, the whole world can take charge of it. I, as a son, can't see my mother alone. Today, you should come with me to Qingyuan. What's more, he lowered his voice, Peach County is in danger. Bai Miaochan froze. How? Isn't it true that the Tri-County Coalition Army has only just been formed, and the second campaign against the bandits is about to begin? It hasn't even been fought yet. Why did Zhao Huayue say Peach Blossom County was dangerous? Is he trying to scare her? Zhao Huayue, however, didn't continue to explain, but said, in short, you must listen to my mother, and it's for your own good that I'm taking you away. You'll understand later. After saying that, the man actually bent his body, his arm probed out like a bow, and his 5 fingers were like electricity, quickly grabbing at Bai Miaochan. Bai Miaochan didn't know martial arts, so this grab would definitely be a solid one. But just then, suddenly, Zhao Huayue's hand stopped as a cold light cut through 2 inches in front of his hand. If his hand didn't stop and instead continued to grab forward, the cold light would viciously cut off his hand. Brush! The cold light landed. Zhao Huayue hurriedly looked down and saw that it was a thin leaf, but the leaf actually cut into the stone on the ground. He froze, then turned cold and looked around hastily. Bai Miaochan took the opportunity to run away backwards. When she pulled away from the distance, Zhao Huayue only reacted. He naturally understood that this piece of leaf is a warning, and can do to leaf into the stone, but the leaf does not break such a degree, is far beyond him. He looked deeply at the opposite side of the white girl, and did not say much. A turn of the horse's head, turned around and steered away. The remaining 15 mounted policemen followed behind him, gradually go far away. This leaf, other than Zhao Huayue and Bai Miaochan, no one else saw it and only felt that the conversation between the two couldn't be more normal. On the other side, Baishan moves directly, transforming into a cloud of fluttering gray flames, closely following Zhao Huayue. 36. Tracking. Bandits appear. Zhao Huayue sped up his horse and took 15 riders out of the county's eastern gate. Baishan floated with his hands in the air, following closely behind him, as if he were a ghost chasing after a soul in the mountains. After reaching the second level of his true chi cloth body, his true chi recovery speed has been significantly improved, and now following a fast horse. The consumption is not minimal, but it is in a will not affect the outbreak of a big battle at any time in the consumption category. However, if he followed him for a day and a night, then the exhaustion of his body would inevitably drive the recovery of his true chi to slow down, and that would not work since again, the view of the forest on both sides is relatively out, and after a few twists and turns, the landscape ahead finally changes. By the side of the official road, an army wearing soft armor and equipped with County Pawn's standard swords had already stood neatly. At a cursory glance, the number was about 500. Zhao Huayue lifted the reins and called out, "Phew," then stopped in front of the army. The other knights stopped as well. The man dressed as a constable quickly stepped out and came in front of Zhao Huayue's horse, respectfully saying, "County Lieutenant Zhao, Lord Gu and County Lieutenant Wan want us to immediately enter the Panshan area and start a joint fight against the bandits." Zhao Huayue nodded and answered good, then swept his eyes over the 500 county soldiers under his command and clenched his fists and waved fiercely. "Depart! Follow me to exterminate the Panshan bandits." Willing to follow Lord Zhao, the county pawns were highly demoralized. Zhao Huayue turned the reins, shouted "Ride," and steered his horse forward, while the 500-member Qingyuan County team drew up and followed him, heading for the mountains. Shiroyama posted himself behind a boulder in the distance, his brows furrowed slightly. "I did not expect this war against bandits to come so suddenly, but the way of war is to pay attention to surprise. There is nothing to say. However, this Zhao Huayue seems to be very interesting. Are going to fight but also to go first to rob the big sister." This clearly did not take the 3 counties siege seriously, and he said things like Peach County is dangerous and you'll understand later. Zhao is not colluding with the bandits, is he? That's why he's saying that, knowing the siege is bound to fail, isn't it? As if Zhao will not be so stupid. And even if Zhao colludes with bandits, there are so many county guards here. It is impossible to collude with bandits. That's a message to the bandits to set up an ambush? Or something else? The simple incident of bandit suppression was suddenly shrouded in a layer of fog. Baishan thought for a while, only to feel that it is all a blind guess, meaningless, listening to the sound of footsteps to go far away. He only from the boulder behind the body. Agile bodies such as chasing hunting wild panther continue to follow this Qingyuan County army to the Pan Mountain advance and go. This was sudden today, but Shiroyama had been preparing for this day for a long time. Now that there were allied forces opening the way, he also took the opportunity to find the stronghold and base camp of the Pan Mountain thieves, and then wait for the opportunity to complete the cultivation requirements for the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter. The trees were in shadow and flew backwards and forwards. The mountain passes are rugged, like great snakes winding and gradually rising. Seeing the Qingyuan County pawn entering the mountain, Baishan only stopped his step slightly. He looked around a little, only to find it a little familiar, and then thinking carefully, he matched the terrain in his mind. During this period of time, he had nothing to do but come to Panshan and wander around, in order to understand the terrain. Since it was right, the road ahead was sort of clear to him. This is called the Black Wind Mouth, a place with more miasma and poisonous insects, and hunters don't usually come here, and there should be no fork in the road further on, just like 100 rivers converging into a large canyon, and then the canyon further on forks off again, dividing into a maze of complex terrain. Old people who used to go up the mountain called this place the Gorge of No Return. It looks like the main camp of the Pan Mountain thieves is probably here. I'll climb up high and take a look first. Since Baishan knew where the Qingyuan County army was going, he didn't follow them any further, but chose a fork in the road, picked a high peak, climbed quickly to the top of the mountain, and then looked down on the surrounding area. At this look, the surrounding situation became clear. The three-county coalition is really all over the place, but those three teams were on three different mountain passes. The mountain passes are interconnected by paths, half an incense stick away from each other, and are advancing forward in a zigzag pattern. In this way, even if the bandits set up an ambush by utilizing the geographical advantage in mountain dangers, they can only trap one team, while the other two teams can quickly hear the commotion and come to support them. In the three-county coalition, Qingyuan County and Fishboat County were on the left and right sides, led by Zhao Huayue and Wang Zhaofei respectively, both numbering about 400 or 500, and the center of the Peach Blossom County is actually the most people, and the front and back of the two armies are actually differently dressed. Hanging in the back of an army of only 200 or so, at a glance is the Peach Blossom County native county pawns. In front of the more than 500 people look, the equipment morale is obviously better than the native county pawns a lot. Baishan recalled the words he had overheard behind the old house earlier, and naturally guessed that these more than 500 strong soldiers should be the reinforcements sent by the Skywing Mansion, and it seemed that this had been snowed out by Lord Gu, but at the same time, he is also considered to have a new understanding of the status of the worship. This government-level worship, even able to mobilize the government's army, is also considered to be quite high power. After observing, Shiroyama withdrew his sight. Now that he was sure that the three armies were going to the Gorge of No Return, he was ready to take a step ahead and check out the front. Doing other people may not be able to, but his body method is out of the ordinary, and can even 9 leaves to ascend to the sky. In the mountains and ridges, if encountered cliffs other people need to detour, he only need 2 or 3 leaves can fly over, since it is much more convenient. After 2 incense sticks of time, Baishan had already crossed over a dozen peaks. Suddenly, he stopped and looked into the distance. Deep in the depths of the Gorge of No Return, there was actually a group of dark and pressurized teams. Obviously, that's the Pancake Pirates. There were a lot of Pan Mountain thieves, and roughly speaking, it seemed to be more than 3 times the size of the 3 counties' allied forces, nearly 5,000 people. Sure enough, it's here. These bandits are actually hiding in the depths of the Gorge of No Return. It's really a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. But this place, Baishan observed further and couldn't help but be happy. It's quite a coincidence. A few miles further west from here is also where the Tiger Demon is. He retracted his sight, looked at the foot like an ant swarm of Pan Mountain pirates. His heart had a calculation, and then he continued to penetrate like a swift wind, swept through the barren forests and pale mountains, and followed the direction of the mountain road where the Pan Mountain pirates had come out, and went in the opposite direction. His direction was naturally the Panshanko's main camp. His goal was to slaughter 1,000 bandits and then feel the pain and fear of the bandits, thus fulfilling the needs of the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter. On the other hand, because of Baimyo-chan, he had heard too many good deeds done by bandits during this period of time, and had also seen too many children who had lost their loved ones and were crying in mourning. It's also revenge. Shiroyama moved quickly, searching carefully. Moments later, between the mountains, a cottage came into view. The plaque hanging in the center of the fortress reads Panshan Volunteer Army, while the long streamers hanging on both sides read Acting on behalf of heaven and rewarding the good and punishing the bad. Sure enough, it's here. but these words are still really hypocritical and ridiculous. Bai Shan stood on a high cliff with a wide view, overlooking this Pan Shan Côte Jean. In the large fortress, there were still quite a few bandits making their rounds, but there were already much fewer compared to the ones who had struck out. Ancient Frostplane is indeed a capable person. This is directly figuring out where the Pan Mountain Thief's main camp is, and then pulling up the allied forces of the 3 counties plus the Skywing House's elites that have been snowed in to lay siege to it. In that case, I'll start attacking this mountain fortress when the front line goes to war, and I hope I can succeed. Bai Shan took one more look at the bandits moving forward in the canyon, sat down on his knees, took a deep breath, and began to regulate his breathing in order to recover the strength he had just expended in his rush. 37. Hidden. Inside, at this moment, on the mountain road of Black Wind Pass, nearly 5,000 bandits were walking hurriedly and aggressively towards the 3 counties' allied army. After the last big victory in sweetness, plus the superiority in numbers, these bandits were no longer afraid, and would even win a big victory to laugh at those prudent bandits, calling them soft eggs, and calling them they even laughed at the cautious bandits, calling them weaklings and saying, they don't even dare to go up. What else do they dare to do? The leaders of the bandits were none other than the big boss, the 3rd boss and the 4th boss. This big boss and 3rd boss were both martial artists who had entered the 4th realm, and the 4th boss had also entered the 3rd realm, and at this time, they were all full of fierce faces, and their eyes flashed with a ferocious light. They are not scared at all. Out of that lord is here. 2. The joyful Maithreya was wearing a bandit's garment, a special garment made up of the cloth clothes of 4 regular bandits. She had a special yellow bandana tied around her head, and in her hand she held a ghostly sword, common among bandits. Beside her, there were 4 children, 3 following somewhat curtly to one side, and only one walking directly in front. The 3 children curried favor as they walked. Sister Maithreya, it's just 3 counties of dirt. Why do I need you to personally take action? Yes, Sister Maithreya, this will dirty your hands. Joyful Maithreya sweetly said, little husbands, your hearts. Maithreya, I know all, but this time I must pretend to be a mountain bandit to strike. As long as this army of the heavenly winged mansion is killed and dispersed, then the reputation of the Pan Mountain invaders will grow, and then it will roll up a snowball, the more that gets bigger and bigger, until it overruns this entire new state. And then, the one at the top will only be satisfied to occupy the new state? Fuhu froze at the front of the line. Although he didn't know who the one above was, he still lowered his voice and said, Sister Mile, even if we help the Pan Mountain pirates, we can't overrun the new prefecture. This new prefecture is also a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Joyful Maithreya grinned his fat mouth and laughed. Little Vuhu, don't worry, the higher-ups have their own arrangements. After this time, I'll give you a home. Fuhu's eyes lit up and he busily said, many thanks to Sister Mile. The envy in the eyes of the 3 children next to him was plain to see. On the other side, the joyful Maithreya, who was originally smiling, suddenly narrowed her small eyes, and her smile disappeared in favor of resentment. Peach Blossom County killed 3 of my husbands, and the murderer who killed Little 6 and Little 7 must have been hiding among these people. The one who killed Little 3 is Gu Xuanyuan. I must kill Gu Xuanyuan with my own hands today, and then find that murderer and rip off his head. Fuhu, Sister Maithreya, I am. When I strike, you help me keep an eye on the surrounding. Joyful Maithreya was not careless. Yes, Sister Maithreya, the man walking at the front answered. Pansion thief, cottage. The bandits were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and there was no discipline. These bandits, because most of them were made up of evil people among the refugees, were also wary of each other and only gathered around with people they knew, forming a small circle with each other. Because it was overcast, the campfire had been lit long ago and was smoldering angrily. The bandits talk about the upcoming encounter on the front lines, but there is one rather exceptional case. Those were 3 burly men with dirt smeared on their faces and cloth scarves on their heads, as well as 2 slightly thinner, smaller bandits. But look carefully, those 2 small bandits are actually 2 disciples beside the Ancient Frost original. The young man called Ancient Han, the young girl called Ancient Tanyan, are with the master changed the surname? Why change? No one knows. As for the other 3 burly men, although they looked grim and had a ferocious light in their eyes, their bodies were all a bit taut, which fully showed their inner nervousness. Obviously, they were also the elite patrolmen or constables sent by the Ancient Frost Plains. As for the clothes, Gus Hang Yuan captured so many bandits, randomly stripped off a few sets that would be there, and that's where the information about cuts and such comes from. Bandits will naturally change the cut after someone is captured, but because it's not the army's sake, there exists a popularization time for the change of the cut. Gus Hang Yuan is to use this time to sneak people in, letting them pretend to be bandits, mixing in with the bandits to act on an opportunity. And the exposure of the bandit strongholds is also exactly the result of the work of these several people. The exposure of the bandit stronghold was also the work of these people. At this moment, 4 of these 5 people in the small circle were discussing softly. Another carried a ghostly sword and swept the surrounding area with a hideous glance. Summarize the information. Guhan has seen too many things in the past few days, progressing very quickly. The youthfulness faded. At this time the temperament actually showed quite calm. He is only 17 this year. The realm has also been the late stage of the fourth realm of the martial arts. The 12 meridians have already passed through 10. The distance from the fifth realm is also just the last 2. Compared to him, the ancient Tanyang is slightly worse. The 12 meridians have only passed through 3. Guhan has thick eyebrows and big eyes, very much a bit of heroism. At this time, he said, I'll say first, Master's guess is right. There really is a high person among the bandits. Ordinary bandits call that high person as Lord, while I overheard the bandit leader call that high person as Mithraea. But today, that Mithraea has already brought her subordinates and the bandit army together to meet the 3 counties' allied army. We don't need to worry about this, because Master has long prepared a secret weapon for this high person hiding behind the bandits, 500 Skywing elites. These elites are equipped with 500 continuous fire powerful crossbows, and even though there is no general in charge of the army to set up a formation, no expert can withstand the 500 continuous crossbows firing in unison. When he said that, he stopped and looked at the senior sister at his side. Ancient Tanyang has a shapely figure, clean features, and speaks and works very crisply. Now pretending to be a mountain bandit also stuffed a lot of cotton in her clothes before she succeeded. She followed up with, Master asked me to check if the bandits had imprisoned any refugees, and I really did when I looked into it. This place was originally a cliff. The left and right sides are like walls of mountains. It can be said that it is easy to defend, but there is no way back. However, there was a big secret cave hidden in the wall below the cliff, and the bandits could go down by hanging baskets if they wanted to enter the secret cave. Inside the secret cave are refugees, said to be hundreds of people, all young women, and little boys and girls, for the bandits to vent their pleasure. So some bandits also called that beauty hole, and the husbands of these women, the fathers of these children or other male relatives, were killed outright and thrown off the cliff. How could such a thing happen? Really damned, damned, damned. The veins on Guhan's brain burst up, clenching his fists. I really don't understand. Obviously they are all refugees. Obviously they have all suffered. Why do these things that are worse than anything else? Gataniang also shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. On the other side, a burly man coldly grunted, when your life is almost gone, you naturally do whatever you want. Where do you care if you are human or not? These things just deserve to be killed. Guhan shook his head. If it were me, I wouldn't be like this even if I was dying. Another burly man said, there's no point in discussing this. Let's think about how to create chaos. I've roughly scouted this place, and there are at least 1,000 people left here after the bandit army left. There are still over 1,000 people. Gu Tanyang's beautiful eyes glared. So many. The strong man said, this is still a small amount. Bandits once established reputation. That snowball cannot be bad. That's why Lord Gu is so cautious this time, applying for the allocation of 500 Skywing House elites, also equipped with a continuous shooting crossbow, in order to cut off this tumor. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Guhan thought for a moment and said, either poison them, right? If you poison them, you can directly make these thieves lose their fighting strength, and the rear will naturally be in chaos. A strong man said, it's too slow, and it's easy to be detected. As long as one person appears abnormal, the others will be alerted immediately. After all, Guhan lacked experience and said, that's right. Then, a burly man suggested, set the fire. Guhan said, the mountains are already damp. The fire can't be lit. Even if it is barely lit, it can only burn 1 or 2 houses, and then it will be quickly extinguished. Either that, or use poison. How can we use poison? The bandits here all drink from the mountain springs, and all the poisons we're carrying will be quickly washed out even if we pour them into the springs. It's useless, and if we pour it into the kitchen pot, it won't work either. These bandits eat by taking a bowl when you arrive, and another bowl when he arrives. As soon as something happens to one, the others will immediately go on martial law. Immediately, another strong man retorted. Guhan said, what then? Isn't this insoluble? Gu Tanyang said, all right, you guys don't argue. Guhan said, what idea does senior sister have? Gu Tanyang's beautiful eyes brightened as she softly said, senior brother, and everyone else, it's not like Master asked us to cause chaos. He just asked us to probe the situation and then pick up the pieces. I think Master is afraid that the bandits will kill the trapped refugees or something, right? We'll just wait patiently. If the enemy invaders fail, they will surely retreat back here, and then take the refugees imprisoned in the secret cave in the cliff as hostages to threaten Master and the others. And at that time, when we make trouble from it, the thieves will surely be in chaos, and that's the time for Master to lead the people to rush over. That's what our role should be. As her words fell, the crowd felt as if they had been awakened. However, the hearts of the people are also very reluctant to eat official rice and so young. At least some of the heart for the people gas. However, despite being heroic, one cannot be a hero, because even if it was Guhan, at most, he would be able to decimate more than 30 second realm bandits by himself, and then 9 times out of 10, he would run out of true chi and lose. As for Gu Tanyang, she was only able to deal with nearly 20 second realm ones. Although the other 3 burly men looked tough, they were actually all just practicing their true chi, and were only able to fight about 10 second realms by themselves. 5 people fight to the death can replace more than 82 realm bandits. Bandits naturally do not have so many 2 realm, but which may also hide the 3 realm. Who knows? Coupled with the bandits and the 4 realm leaders sitting in the town, as well as 2 fists are difficult to beat the 4 hands of the siege environment. It is simply not possible to replace theoretically so many people. Maybe you are fighting with the front of the people. The back of the bandits will give you a knife or an arrow, or a burst of poisonous smoke, so it can only be dismissed. Suddenly, the distance was suddenly lively, and the sounds of killing drifted from with the mountain wind. Guhan's complexion tightened and he said nervously, "There's a fight." 38. Breaking into the walled city. Who? Shiroyama exhaled a cloudy breath. The turbid air mixes into the peaks and dissipates. Shiroyama stood up as well. Into the eyes of the mountain scenery gloomy, the wind through the mountain holes, such as the slovenly low, such as the ghost choking, and that counts. The righteous army flag of the Panchon pirate stronghold is located in this gloomy and weeping between. Baishan silently got up, grabbed a handful of leaves and put them into his mustard pouch, and grabbed 2 flying daggers, holding them in his hands on the left and the right, and then undulated and zigzagged like a spirit ape, piercing through the winds and stepping down on this steep, paper-like wall. Today was a very important day for him, and many days of preparation had gone into this moment. He's going to kill a lot of people, and may perish as a result, but in any case, his mind was at peace, for he had done much to prepare for this day. Snap! He steadily landed at the bottom of the peak, looked at the mountain bandit stronghold in the distance and stepped forward. The roar of the 3 counties' allied forces and the main force of the Pan Mountain bandits fighting had already drifted in the wind in the distance, and now was the best time to strike. His figure fluttered and swept forward like a ghost for a distance of tens of feet, and the bandits in the mountain fortress became clearer and clearer. Baishan gripped a pair of flying daggers tightly, looked at the large fortress in front of him, and quickened his pace. As he got closer and closer, the 2 gatekeepers in front of the mountain gate, standing under the Pan Mountain volunteers, finally realized the oddity. One of them rubbed his eyes and said, "Mother asterisk 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 her, am I hallucinating? Why does it look like there's a guy walking over there?" Next to the bandits are dozing off. Last night and a few brothers played a little pussy played too much. The little pussy was played to death directly thrown off the cliff. Convenient. And they also tossed and turned enough. Now sleepy, so they casually said, "How is it possible? Adults, Big Boss only took the brothers to go outside to kill people. How is it possible that someone can come to us here? You must have misread it. Don't talk nonsense. No, someone is really coming." The former bandit violently grabbed the hilt of his sword, stepped forward, and asked in a stern voice, "What?" However, before he could say the word human, he saw a white light flying, and then there was a burning pain at his neck, followed by the sky spinning in the gloomy mountain scenery and sky spinning several times in his eyes. Baishan left hand right hand spin out 2 flying daggers into 2 rounds of sharp silver disc, chopped through the 2 necks, flew up 2 heads, and chopped off the back of the justice for heaven and reward good and punish evil wooden columns. Heads rolled down the mountain street in a bone-jarring fashion. Baishan walked past the 2 severed robbers, picked up the flying knives, and re-grabbed them in his hands again. A flying knife of more than 2 taels of silver can't be used and then thrown away. His eyes naturally gazed at the droplets of blood that were sliding down the blade. His whole body was inexplicably hot. The killing, and the coming killing, completely ignited him. He suddenly thought of Bai Miaochan. If Bai Miaochan saw him now, would she be afraid? It shouldn't be. After all, he had told Sister Myriad before that he had killed quite a few people, and Sister Myriad was just worried if he was alright. Then there's nothing to worry about. The commotion over here caught the attention of the bandits in the big fortress. Many bandits looked sideways and realized that someone had actually broken into the fortress and killed the 2 brothers guarding the gate, so they all showed fierce glints in their eyes. Some drew their swords and rushed, while others approached slowly. The foremost 10 or so bandits quickly closed in to within 10 paces of Baishan, and like hungry wolves, they pounced and slashed down indiscriminately. Baishan calmly took 2 steps back. His left hand grabbed out the leaves in his mustard pouch, and his right hand took the leaves and shot forward. Boo! 1 down. Fetch again. Shoot again. Boo! Another man down. Keep taking. Keep shooting. 7 steps later, there are only 3 or 4 bandits left. Those few ferocious bandits then noticed that the brothers who rushed together were gone, and looking back, their faces turned white, the blood that had just surged up all gone, and they began to turn their heads and run back. When they retreated, White Mountain advanced, as if by a walk. Further, shoot a leaf. Die a man. No false starts. Killing people with flying leaves at such a close range didn't consume much for him. As for the matter of a handful of leaves spread out, kill everyone, the consumption is too large, belongs to the rough type of consumption, and lacks precision. After all, by chance this, heartbreak slash, is the attack of a single leaf? Is a single person's lock, rather than a group. After killing them, Bai Shan swept a glance ahead, only to see that more bandits had rushed in front of him, and behind them, more and more bandits were surrounding him. But the later bandits had already seen how powerful Bai Shan was, and this grey-robed man in a wooden mask just waved his hand, and a dozen or so of his brothers were dead. However, most of those who guarded the place were fierce and poor, and someone in the crowd roared in a fierce voice, "He didn't take a weapon, he used a concealed weapon. We just need to get close enough to hack him to death with a messy knife." Right, even if he's an expert, it's useless. Although the true chi protection is strong, it can't block a few slashes of the knife. Bai Shan wanted to kill the speakers ahead of time, but realized that these people were hidden in the crowd, and he couldn't target them instead. However, he was prepared for this situation. The beasts had been experimented with many times before in the mouth gap. Now, try it on someone else. In the distance, on a high ground, Gu Han, Gu Tanyang and others were discussing strategies. Suddenly felt a huge commotion suddenly erupted in the distance, as if a little fiery spark fell into a barrel of kerosene, and directly and violently exploded. Roaring, running sound endless. Several people rose at once and followed the sound curiously. This look revealed layers and layers of circling bandits, surrounding a man in gray, and behind that grey-robed man were already sprawling corpses of bandits. A few people froze, their faces revealing a look of surprise and shock. What kind of person is this? How did he break in here alone? Did Lord Ku say it was one of ours? Is it one of the masters of the house? I don't know. Master didn't tell me about it, but this person is too reckless, isn't he? Yes, I heard from my master that a person's dantian is only so big, and there is only so much true chi. When fighting intensely, the speed of recovery will definitely not be able to match the speed of depletion, and by the time the true chi is depleted, the expert will be nothing more than a second realm martial artist, and a third realm expert, able to defeat 10 second realm martial artists. The fourth realm can defeat more than 20 or 30. The fifth realm because of the true chi cloth body. Recovery speed has been improved. That beheading 100 people is also almost the limit. Even if it is the sixth realm of the martial arts realm of easy to wash the marrow of the level of the strongest, but only able to defeat 300 or 400 people. This was still in a normal sparring situation. Now, even though there is no military formation, this is a bandit's den. He broke through alone, with enemies on all sides, and One-Eyed Bear and the others are still here. Should we help him? But by helping him, we're going to be exposed. Hey, let's Suddenly, the crowd's discussion broke right off. Gu Tanyang incredulously pointed to the distance and said, "Look, you guys, look." The remaining 4 people looked at it and fell into a stupor. In the bandit cottage, the grey-robed man was advancing alone, while the bandits surrounding him were all retreating. The grey shadow took 1 step forward, and the bandits took 1 step back. The grey shadow took 10 steps forward, and the bandits took 10 steps back. This vigor was like a great general charging into battle and bathing in blood, forcing the enemy to retreat with his overwhelming bravery, his eyes of fury, and his body of dead souls. 39. Slaughter Mountain. How is it possible? How could this person's vigor be so strong? The bandits are all vicious masters. How could they be scared like this just because only a dozen people died? Yeah, that's too much? The 5 looked on in disbelief. Suddenly, Gu Tanyang delicately said, "I remembered. He is not an expert from the mansion, but the person we saw on the road that day when we came with Master only. At that time, he even asked Master if he was a Panchon Ko, so it turns out that he has a grudge against the Panchon Ko." Gu Han laughed bitterly. No wonder the Master gave way at that time, so he felt that this person was powerful. The offerings in the mansion aren't like this, but who is he? Gu Tanyang said, "No matter who it is, the one who is killing the bandits is one of our own. We have to help him. We have some power, so if we get up from behind to receive him at this time, we can definitely do it." Saying that, Gu Tanyang's delicate body stretched and was about to get up and draw her sword. Gu Han hurriedly pressed her down and said, "Take a look again. If he can hold out for a while, we'll strike again. Otherwise, if he dies before we make our move, then not only are we exposed early, we will also be in danger." Gu Tanyang's beautiful eyes moved. Then she shortened her body and sighed in a delicate voice. "Hey, I hope he can hold out for a little while longer." A roar suddenly rose to the sky. "Take him down. No more powerful than a man with 2 hands, not 3 heads and 6 arms. What are you afraid of?" With the fall of the voice, the bandits who were originally forced to retreat by the fierce aura suddenly came to life. "Second Master, it's the Second Lord." Before a cacophony of voices could settle, the roar resumed. "I, Panchon Volunteer Army, have set up 10 chairs, and this is only the 5th one. Whoever of you can kill him will sit on the 6th one." The one-eyed, ferocious bandit was sitting in the high pavilion of the fortress with a large sword. The word gathering of righteousness is written on the high pavilion. Unfortunately, this one-eyed bandit was hugging left and right, clinging to two wonderful women as he nibbled around. This is naturally the second leader of the Pancheon pirates, one-eyed bear Chen Sangang, and in this gathering hall, there was another man with handsome eyebrows but hiding an evil nature. While this man simply pulled a beautiful woman to perform shameless acts in broad daylight, the beautiful woman cried pear blossom with rain, and kept begging for mercy, but this man was not moved. Instead, he was excited and laughed loudly. This is the fifth leader of the Pancheon Kori. Chen Sangang raised high and far away, naturally can see the scene at the foot of the mountain. Originally he was still a little nervous, after seeing that there is only one person, then directly out of the voice. At this time Unluck roar. If you kill him, not only will you sit in the sixth chair, you'll also be able to pick out two concubines from the beauty cave. Don't make a move yet. This last sentence directly ignited the thieves' madness. The thieves suppressed their fear, and the fierce light began to flash in their eyes again. There were already some practiced men hidden in these people, and at this time, with the promise, were not to sell their lives, a man with a dried-out donkey face suddenly rolled out from the back of the ground. The large sword in his hand danced as a piece of bright silver that tripped the ground, wanting to chop off the gray shadow's legs. Another broad-faced strong man leapt up from the front, grasping a large sword and slashing down on his head. Baishan raised his hand a leaf, then stepped forward, jumped up broad-faced strong man throat knife, fell to the ground, and then the donkey-faced man saw that the knife would fall short, so he rolled forward 2 more times, but this roll was not yet over. Another leaf fell and took his life, but after the two, the thieves swarmed, Baishan also when not in their direct contact, prancing and flashing to fly on a cottage on a big tree, and then the eyes fell to the just out of the sound place. Sure enough, people and animals are different. The Wolf King roared and would stand tall, whereas the words of men are hidden in the depths, but now he climbed high, but also see the distance. See the one-eyed bandit sitting in the gathering hall. Chen Sangang also saw him, a teasing smile flashed in his one eye, although he admitted that this visitor was powerful, but at this time, so far apart, what could he do? The White Mountains are not how it is. At this time, he was in the middle of a battle and was unable to sit in silence for 10 breaths to achieve sitting in oblivion, but he took a deep breath, which induced a great chaos of air currents in midair, and then coalesced the entrance into a meteorite that fell from the sky and crashed between his dantian. The whale swallowed the chi, stirring up the violent flow of chi running around in the body. Shiroyama silently grabbed a flying sword. The range of the flying dagger expanded rapidly under the influence of the whale swallowing chi, from 200 paces to 300 paces. 300 paces, already covering Chen Sangang in the distance. Shiroyama took off and threw out his flying dagger. Then without looking, he was about to turn around and jump off a tall tree. But suddenly, a piece of feathers of wild geese floated down leisurely from the sky and landed not far from the White Mountain in a wobbly manner. Baishan stopped the original action. Then whale swallowing chi state of power. A little tree body. The body rushed to the sky. Virtual swept a few feet, just in front of the feather, the tip of the feather, and then swept forward a few feet, scattered a leaf, continued to step. He was able to step on 9 leaves, but under the whale swallowing chi, he was able to step on 13 leaves, though 13 leaves had not yet reached the gathering hall. They had already left the bandits' encirclement and landed in front of the gathering hall. Baishan's figure directly pulled out a shadow, swept up to the gathering hall, swept inside, and sure enough, that one-eyed bandit had already been nailed to the seat. The flying dagger penetrated his head and stuck dead in the back of the chair. On the other hand, a handsome but somewhat evil-eyed man was in a daze, and when he saw that someone was suddenly coming, he grabbed his big axe and chopped toward the White Mountain. White Mountain does not move, nostrils humming out 2 strings of white gas, followed by a shocking huss spewed out. Boo! The evil man's entire body was like hitting the muzzle of a cannon that was being fired. Only a boom was heard, and the whole thing actually exploded violently. Flesh and blood flying, arms and legs and heads and organs all part of the home, spilling everywhere. The several humiliated women had thought that someone had come to save them and were about to speak, but when they saw this scene, they directly froze, and there was even a beautiful woman who was so horrified that she fell softly to the ground. Baishan didn't have time to care about the women and came directly to Chen Sangang. Baishan took a look at the spine of the head he dragged out and also felt a little uncomfortable, but now was not the time to throw up. He quickly swept out, then spun around, turned again, and flew up to the top of the gathering hall, and slowly lifted up the head of the third leader of this pan-mountain thief, and shook it to the pirates who surrounded and came over in the distance. The bandits were all dumbfounded. The scene where the second leader's head was attached to his spine can no longer be described as horrible, but it's not over. Shiroyama grunted and threw his head down. At the same time, he flew and moved, stepping on the head, then stepped on it and shot towards the bandits. The hearts of the bandits, which had been coalesced with great difficulty, slowly began to collapse, and the horrifying images in front of them, which far exceeded their imagination, directly turned into a basin of ice water, dousing their madness. Evil people need to be warned by evil people. Bullying is the nature of the bandits, although Baishan is not an evil person, but now he has to become an evil person. Therefore, when he landed on the ground, his left foot naturally stepped on Chen Sangang's head, and then transported his energy to step down. Boo! At the same time, a ferocious and berserk aura spread out from Baishan's body. Escape! The bandits were shocked and completely collapsed. They did not hesitate anymore, turned around and pulled out their legs, frantically fleeing for their lives, wishing that their parents had given them 2 more legs in the first place. Baishan looked at the scattered bandits and breathed a light sigh of relief. Well, it's back to a familiar scene. Consumption is a lot, but the rest is the killing. Go ahead, taste the fear and pain you bestow on others. 40. Broken Cliff. With a flutter of his hands, Baishan grabbed the 2 forged pattern longswords he had seized earlier from his mustard pouch, and his body floated forward to kill. Slaughtering is a physical task, and killing with leaves all the time is too consuming to last, so switch swords. Although Baishan has not learned any sword skills, but at this time he also does not need sword skills at all, only has grabbed 2 watermelon knives, from east to west to kill, all the way to slash, cut out a bloody road is. Run away, escape, the devil. The bandits were like travelers who encountered a big bug in the middle of the night. They just ran wildly with all their strength. How would they dare to stop and fight against it? But how can a traveler match the speed of a big bug? Baishan drifted like a ghost, quickly arriving behind the 2 bandits. A sweep of the long sword. Boom, boom. 2 human heads flew and exploded, blood spraying out from the severed heads. Swipe again, chop again. 1 more head rolled off in drips. Straight jabs. With a giggle, it passed through a man's head, and then pulled out again, bringing out blood and brain matter. Baishan wrapped in a grey cloak. The face under the mask is a little quiet, eyes a little out of focus. The brain is blank, only a kill word. He held his longsword in both hands and focused on chopping and killing indiscriminately. Heads flew everywhere they went. Blood splattered wildly like a rainstorm, staining the grey clothes into bloody clothes. Having lost their 2 leaders and witnessed such a bloody and violent scene, coupled with Baishan's ferocious aura, the bandits didn't want to resist at all, only thinking about running faster than their companions and dying a Taoist friend instead of a poor one. Baishan also kind of understood why in the battlefield someone was able to fight many with few, able to dozens of riders to break into the opponent's thousands of camps to charge back and forth. None other. Gas 2. As soon as you break the morale of the opponent, the strength of the troops is null and void. The current bandit is also like this, only his fierce aura accelerates the process of morale collapse. He is now the order of killing is also very clear. First kill the fleeing out, and then in turn to cover up and kill the cottage, and finally slowly looking for hidden in the cottage of the little mouse. Make sure to kill no one left. So scary. This person is so scary, Gu Tanyang muttered, her body actually shivering a little. The 4 men at her side all had similar expressions. Gu Han trembled. Not only is it terrifying, it is also sensible. Sensible to the point of terror. He didn't make much of a move in the beginning, didn't consume too much, but was forcing Chen Sangwang to speak, and when Chen Sangang had exposed his position, he directly, but how is that possible? So far, did you guys see that? He stepped on the feathers of the honkers and then on the leaves. What kind of stance is this? Another strong man said in horror. Where is it just the stance? He is killing those bandits who have lost all their guts. They already don't dare to fight with him. They only dare to turn their backs to him. And that's not much different from an ordinary person. In this case, he doesn't even need to consume much. He can chase and kill the bandits one by one. How is this possible? This is one person scaring thousands of people. Is he a monster? I don't know. Anyway, there's no such person in the Skywing Mansion. Another burly man muttered. Guhan suddenly came to his senses. The bandits are definitely going to threaten him with a hostage. Whether he is threatened or not, we definitely can't just sit back and do nothing. Quick, let's go in the direction of the cliff. Little Confessor is right. Let's get moving. The 5 of them quickly got up and ran directly towards the direction of the cliff. When the 5 people rushed to the cliffside has long run to more than 30 bandits. These bandits are thinking of escaping to the secret cave below. One is to hide. After all, the mysterious gray man is heading out to kill the past. The second is that if the mysterious gray man is looking for, but also can take a hostage to do the threat. The third is that the secret cave and the majority of young women. And now since all of them are like this, they do not have to care about anything, can be cool, just cool it. If they are finished, they will directly kill people and throw them to the bottom of the cliff. Quickly, release the hanging basket. That devil's coming. He's coming. A full-faced bandit's voice was trembling. with a crying voice. The red knife in and the white knife out wouldn't scare them so much, but the way the second leader died just now really scared him. This bandit felt that he was just a pure white rabbit compared to that mysterious man. All the other thieves and bandits are pretty much the same. Gu-han and the others looked at the number of bandits here before exchanging a glance with each other. The five pretended to go forward casually, separating again in the meantime. When they reached the group of bandits, the five of them quickly drew their swords, chopped, swung their swords, and continued chopping. By the time the bandits reacted, half of them were already dead. The rest hastily dodged out of the way, gathered together, drew their swords, and one of the chief thieves roared, "What for?" A burly man on Gu-han's side showed a fierce light in his eyes, and with a hefty grin, "Bull *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** trespass will be killed without pardon. Gu-han sniffed, secretly sweating. He just wanted to say thieves and bandits suffer death or something like that. Fortunately he did not say it, otherwise it would have been an honest man. The dozen or so thieves on the opposite side froze, and when they thought about it, the big boss would indeed send someone to defend the beauty cave. Which, that leading bandit said, it's not that we want to enter the beauty cave, but right now, as you guys can see, that big devil is killing too fiercely. If we don't hide then it's a dead end. Ancient Tanyang heard the 3 words big devil, heart secretly funny. You these ferocious poor and evil. No evil will also call others a big devil? You think it's a big devil, but I think it's a good kill. While the burly man on Gu-han's side continued to pull on the tiger's skin and snapped, no one is allowed to go in without Big Boss's consent. The face of the leading bandit changed even as he said, if you don't give us a chance to live, then no one will live. He said that he even swung his sword directly, chopping at the rope of the hanging basket, and proceeded to cut it. Gu-han and the others froze and quickly struck out. The bandits on the other side roared and charged. Gu-han and the others quickly killed the bandits, but in the end it was too late. The thick rope was cut by a sharp blade, the heavy basket bumped a few times on the rugged cold mountain wall, and then rolled down into the deep valley, emitting intermittent, fading away from the muffled sound of impact. A strong man rushed over and tried to block it, but he still didn't make it in time, and this strong man swung his sword directly at the last pirate in anger. The bandit swung his sword to usher him in, but how could he be a match for this strong man who had cultivated his true chi? Seeing that he was about to die, suddenly a knife popped up from the ground and abruptly teased into the strong man's crotch. The strong man had no time to luck out and react, only to feel an unimaginable sharp pain hit him. His body stiffened violently, while the pirates on the opposite side accelerated and rushed up, taking advantage of this opportunity to slash his head. Old Ma! Another burly man rushed up and killed the bandit with a slash, then looked to the ground, where the slash that had just protruded from the ground turned out to have been stabbed by an undead bandit. This burly man was enraged and fumed, mending each of the corpses on the ground. A few others also looked sad. They were too careless to have not noticed the thief who played dead. White Mountain kills people, only beheads them. If a person's head is gone, he is naturally dead, and there is no such thing as the heart grows on the right side, so it didn't kill him. The pirates have completely collapsed, just one hard to escape. Some fleeing pants are wet, some turn around and kneel down crazy kowtow. Some are shouting I have a secret, I want to use the secret in exchange for my life. Spare me. Some are looking for a place in the bushes pretending to be dead like to hide in the, but no matter what they did, Shiroyama just killed in silence, regardless of begging for mercy, regardless of secrets, regardless of pretending to be dead, they all beheaded anyway. Swing the sword, retract it, keep chasing, keep swinging, keep killing. Both of his hands were numb, and the blade of his forged tattoo sword was a bit dull, but Baishan was still killing. He silently counted the numbers, counting how many people he had killed. Counting is better than having a blank brain. When heads become numbers, it doesn't seem so scary anymore. If you kill Zhang Sanli Si, you will at least think about whether they have any friends or relatives. But if you kill 100 people or 1,000, you won't seem to think about it. Intense fear emanated from the fleeing bandits, and the screams were a mix of pain. All of it was being turned into nutrients and poured into Baishan's heart, causing that power in his heart to soar. An hour and a half later, Baishan turned back from the outside, which was killing a round trip, and returned to the Pan Mountain Thief Cottage. He had already decimated about 1,200 people, average 9 seconds to kill a man. At this time, the cottage was different early on from before, silent as if a large cemetery, wafting a strong smell of blood. The teenager's hands hung slightly, and then he fiercely gripped the hilt of his sword, rushed into the interior of the mountain fortress, and began to search for those thieves and bandits who were hiding. Half an hour more, 228 more were slaughtered. He finally came to the end of the Panshan cottage, the cliffside. He looked at the 4 men in front of the cliff, 2 strong men to see him in gray into red, the edge of the cloak pattering dripping blood down, around the body as if wrapped in a dense netherworld. The strong aura of horrific, cannot help but be scared of the legs soft, The words cannot speak. Guhan reacted quite quickly, knowing that if he didn't speak at this time, he would be killed by mistake in all likelihood, so he hastily bit his tongue, and under the stimulation of the severe pain, he hurriedly uttered, "Elder, we're not thieves and bandits." With that, he reached out his sleeve to wipe his face, wiping away the dust from his face, and continued to shout, "Elder, elder, we really aren't thieves and robbers, we're from the government." Next to her, Gu Tanyang also reacted, hastily wiping her face and shouting, "Elder, it's us, we met outside Peach Blossom County that day. We also came to kill the bandits." Bai Shan recognized that the two people were indeed the teenager and young girl who had followed Gu Xuanyu inside that day, and he glanced at the corpses of the robbers on the ground again, and without uttering a word, he turned around and drifted away. He could feel that requirement 4 of the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter had been completed, and now he was in a strange state. In short, it's a body like a substantial fury. Case STH. He wanted to try the tiger demon side. If the tiger demon can be subdued, then the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter will be considered practiced. Since there were officials over here who had infiltrated ahead of time, it would be just right to give them a good time to wrap things up. 41. Subduing the tiger demon. The gate of thoughts. He's gone. This man is terrible. Terrible. How could there be such a killing god on this side of Pan Mountain? I'm so scared I can't breathe. Me too. The crowd was distraught. Just now when the man in blood appeared, they all felt as if they had been pressed into an ice hole by a rough force, trembling to the point that it took a great deal of courage to even say a single word. They finally understood what kind of terrifying existence those thieves had just faced. In their place, they would have fled and died just the same. The crowd could only be secretly thankful that the blood-clothed man seemed to be one of their own. After a long time, the 4 of them broke free from their earlier fears and started doing things. A burly man was dragging the body of his dead companion, dragging him away from the bandits alone, and carefully retrieving his head and placing it at his neck, and then looking around for a white cloth in order to cover his body and wait for the burial afterwards. Another strong man was checking the hanging basket mechanism, and then said, "Although the hanging basket and ropes are gone, the mechanism is intact, so as long as a new hanging basket and ropes are installed, it is still possible to pick up people. It's just that the people in this secret cave definitely can't get out now." Gu Han said, "I have good stance, I'll try to go down and take a look." Gu Tanyang said, "Senior brother, don't take the risk. Even if you go down, you'll need the key to enter the cave." Guhan also knew that this wasn't the way to go. He was just anxious. If time passes, everyone down there will starve to death, and we don't know what's going on down there right now. Gu Tanyang said, "Let's look around for any new hanging baskets and ropes, and then wait until the allied forces from Master's side come over and we converge. If the key is there, I guess it might be on Chen Sangwang, since Chen Sangang was decapitated by that senior. We're just in time to search the hall. Senior's sister has a point." Gu Han nodded, and then he glanced in the direction of the Gorge of No Return, his thick eyebrows frowning slightly as he said with some worry, "I don't know what's going on over at Master's side." Gu Tanyang said, "Don't worry, senior brother. Master's side is the elite Skywing Prefecture army. It will definitely be no problem to exterminate the mountain bandits, and there are also allied forces from the other 2 counties. Shoot the arrow, keep shooting, whoosh, 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 whoosh." The crossbow arrows were like the rain that rose up against the sky, with a sharp ringing sound through the sky, and they all shot towards the meat mountain-like figure in the center. Giggling and giggling and giggling, many of the crossbow arrows hit the mountain of flesh with precision, even sinking deep into the flesh. However, that meat mountain just made a fist with both hands, and the crossbow arrows directly rebounded out, falling blackly on the ground. How is that possible? How is this possible? Is this still human? The county pawns on the side of the 3 prefectures' Union army grew paler and paler. At this time in the unreturning gorge has long fallen a lot of corpses side by side. The rest of the people have long been separated. In the center of the decisive fight to watch, on the side of the 3 counties' allied forces, 500 Skywing House elites took out their continuous firepower crossbows and started shooting, clearing up the mess. The bandits naturally ran for cover, but thus flowed out into the open, revealing a woman with a mountain of flesh. The woman stood in the clearing, motionless under a sudden rain of crossbow bolts. No matter how many arrows were stuck in her, nothing seemed to work. With a slight shake of her fat, she flicks all the arrows away. After a few times like this, the morale of the 3 counties' allied forces began to show signs of collapse, and even the Skywing House's elites showed signs of shock in their eyes. The joyful Maitreya stood before the 2 armies with narrowed little eyes and shouted, "Ancient Frost Plane, come out." Gus Hang Yuan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and stepped out to rebuke. "Who are you and why are you helping these bandits?" The joyful Maitreya, however, did not answer this question in the slightest, but said sorrowfully, "You're the one who killed my 3rd child, aren't you?" Gus Hang Yuan froze for a moment, recalling the day he fished for a man in Chinese clothes, and said, "Yes, it's me." Joyful Maitreya asked again, "I'm going to ask you a question, and if you answer it honestly, I'll give you a hard time. After saying that, she asked through gritted teeth, that day by the Little Star Lake, outside the green stone arch, who set up an ambush in conjunction with the Lu family's wine cellar? Ancient Frostbite actually wanted to know the answer to that question. During this period of time, in addition to fishing and tracking down the base camp of the Pan Mountain thieves, he was also looking for this mysterious and powerful ally, only to fail. Thoughts flashed by. His stout body stood upright, his unruffled look falling on joyful Mithraea. Give me pain? I was ordered to fight bandits. Do I want a bandit to keep his hands off? Gus Hang Yuan stretched his body, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and snapped. Fetch the spear. Behind the battle line, at once, two blue-clad armorers came carrying a 10-foot spear. The joyful Mithraea swept a glance at the spear. This weapon was hardly used by anyone in the Jianghu, as it was inconvenient just to carry it, but it was used a lot in the military. In an instant, the ancient Shuang Yuan has taken over the spear. The bottom of the spear clang smashed on the ground, dust and soil flying, the clouds turned off. Sharp meaning like gold and stone long sound. Gus Hang Yuan said, have you ever heard that a general on the battlefield is like an eagle in the sky, a leopard in the forest, and a fish swimming in the water? After he said that, his aura began to rise, as if the power of each and every one of the allied forces of the 3 counties on the battlefield were drifting towards him. You know the way of war? You're bringing the chi of your soldiers from the 3 counties to fight me? But, how much can you gather? How long can you last? Joyful Mithraea's brows furrowed. Interesting. Let me see just how much weight you have, said. Her fat mouth reveals a hideous arc. A step, the earth followed by a tremor shake, and this meat mountain-like woman is already more than 10 feet away. Gus Hang Yuan was holding a big spear. Although he didn't have a strong horse, but he had hot blood. He roared kill, and then charged wildly at the joyful Mithraea. Both armies were infected by the two, and also rushed to kill again, like 2 waves of frontal tidal waves. Finally, here again, Bai Shan lifted his hood and took off his blood-red wooden mask, revealing a clear teenage face. No one would have thought that the mysterious gray-clothed man who had just brutally slaughtered would be such a teenager who still looked a bit introverted and silent. The mountain shadows were hulking, and it was just that it was already afternoon, and the sky was overcast and depressing, as if it were a hand coming down from the sky. Roar! Giant roars rang out from the depths of Pan Mountain. The ground shook and the birds flew apart. At the end, a white background and black lines of the giant tiger is frantically pulling the black chain. Issued clang 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 metal sound, continuous, piercing people's eardrums, while the black chain is being pulled by a huge straight, but how can not break, around the giant tiger. There were 5 or 6 faint shadows floating around, giving it a very unclean feeling. Bai Shan stood in the autumn wind, looking away from this tiger demon and devourer. The first time he came was with the girl Mei, and at that time he was actually scared. This time, however, it was a real improvement. At the very least, the sense of danger had reached a normal category, similar to when he had encountered the ambushed Lu family swordsman. This meant that this tiger demon's strength was similar to his. Thinking carefully, it also makes sense. Fierce Tiger Whistling Night Chapter, this kind of second realm technique but need to deter a 5th realm tiger demon. This is outrageous. Now indeed should also be so. He quietly stood in the tiger demon opposite the distance of about 10 feet. Silence, breathing, sitting forgotten, followed by a deep breath. Seems to be the body filled with infinite blood fury and climbing on the body of all the non-dispersible souls sucked into the mouth, turned into a falling meteor, smashed into the Dantian Sea of Qi, attracting the gas indestructible fire, burning sinews and bones and blood and flesh of 5 organs and 6 bowels and 12 veins. Following that, he took a step out, his figure pulling out a rather widely spaced residual shadow, and in a matter of moments, he arrived in front of the tiger demon. Roar! The tiger demon roared wildly. The teenager held this swallowed breath and said in a hushed voice, I can set you free. The tiger demon let out a low growl, but did not charge up. Apparently the aura of the human in front of it was terrifying enough. If it was uninjured and unincarcerated it would naturally not be afraid. But now, it could not. Recognize me as Lord and I'll take you away. Roar! The tiger demon had its own wild bones, exploding with a cry. The surrounding devils trembled and the birds flew in fear. Shiroyama watched him quietly. Suddenly, 2 streams of white air erupted from his nostrils. Hoof! Ha! Boom! Like a cannonball shot out. Next to the boulder was instantly blown to smithereens. Spattered stones shot in all directions. The birds that were flying in shock were actually appalled by this exaggerated boom fell down from midair, and have like rain. Tiger demon. Roar! Shiroyama, HM. Ha! Tiger demon. Monkey. Bai Shan endured the burning of his body caused by the continuous use of the whale swallowing chi dragon spitting pearl and continued to swallow chi while saying in a deep voice, "Recognize me as your master." The tiger demon shut up and stopped roaring. Bai Shan quietly looked at the front of this huge white tiger with black stripes, although he did not know how to let a demon recognize him as the master. But Xiaomei girl once told him that the lady before she was seriously injured once on this tiger demon slightly magical powers, so that this tiger demon has the characteristics of the recognition of the master. As long as he can get the recognition of this tiger demon, then the tiger demon will recognize its owner. Finally, the tiger demon slightly lowered its head, as if it had submitted. It closed its tiger's eyes, and a tiny sliver of white like torn flotsam slowly drifted out from its brow, and proceeded to fall between Bai Shan's eyebrows. As it fell in, the tiger demon seemed to have consumed a great deal of strength, and the entire demon prostrated itself on the ground. The White Mountains, on the other hand, had an experience that was magical beyond words, as if there was an extra door in his head. By opening this door, he would be able to see any of the tiger demon's thoughts and memories, and with just one thought, he could destroy the door, and the tiger demon would thus have its soul torn apart and fall into dementia. This control was all-encompassing, as if the tiger demon had placed an extraordinarily important item on his side. Even if he died, the tiger demon's soul would be torn apart. Therefore, the tiger demon was not only controlled by him, but would also protect him by all means even in a critical situation. It worked! Bai Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart, and 2 lines of arrow-like white chiffon shot out from his nostrils and landed on the dirt floor in front of him, stirring up rising dust. 42. Name-giving, breakthrough. Finally, it's done. Shiroyama sat on his butt, literally paralyzed with exhaustion. He sensed the door in his mind and was curious, and after a little thought, he decided to go and open the door, thus peering into the memories of this tiger demon in order to expand some insights and information. He went out with one thought, and the doorway opened slightly. Only then did it open, and a torrent of thoughts surged furiously down the gap in the gate of thoughts. Bai Shan only felt a stabbing pain in his head and hurriedly closed the door to his thoughts. In just this momentary effort, there were many more memories in his mind, which were as if he had experienced them himself. They drink their blood, roam the mountains and forests, hunt for thousands of miles, lie down behind the mother tiger to mate in the most primitive way, and then abandon her in the first place. These unimaginable fragments of experience were like discordant notes crammed into the middle of some complete human growl, giving birth at once to a piercing murmur which, like a knife, churned in the brain. Luckily, though, Hokusen was only open for a split second. Soon, his own memories and experiences drowned out these foreign memories and experiences. His headache slowly subsided, but his body was actually sweating a layer of white hair. In that instant just now, an illusion arose in my heart. I became unable to recognize whether I was White Mountain or a tiger demon. It turns out that snooping on someone else's memories, especially across species, is an incredibly dangerous thing to do, that's likely to wash out of one's mind and leave one completely lost, as if 2 bottles of different colored solutions were mixed together. Then, it would become like no one but a new unknown being, but this being must be insane, and the tiger demon clearly didn't react when I snooped. It was unaware. Bai Shan thought about it in conjunction with the feelings he had just experienced and quickly got an answer. He was afraid to open the door to the tiger demon's thoughts again. After a slight rest, he also disregarded the dirty dirt on this ground, directly sat down on his knees, and with a wave of his finger, 3 things directly appeared on the ground. The bottle containing 3 drops of the juice of the long-hate herb, the box containing the fruit of 1 heart-burning safflower, the gold-colored pages of the book, Fierce Tiger Whistling at Night chapter. Tiger demon, sniff, sniff, sniff. Then, misty-eyed and hooking his big head forward, he stuck his tongue out and nudged it toward the box with the burning heart saffron fruit, as if he wanted to eat it. Just as it was about to eat it, its tiger's eyes widened and its body shook. It's stuck. It's being pulled by the chains. It's reaching the limit of distance. The tiger demon's eyes were filled with tears as she looked towards Bai Shan. There's no shame in pampering your master. Bai Shan froze, then realized that this tiger demon was afraid that he thought he had taken something to give it to eat. So he said, "This is not for you to eat." The tiger demon retracted its body, then twisted its tiger body and slapped the pitch-black chains behind it with a pair of paws, making a clanking sound as if to say, "Master, help me unlock the chains." Bai Shan looked at the chain. "Also feel a headache." The Tang monk collected Wukong, at least to help Wukong uncover the 5 elements of the Mountain of the Charm. This collection of tiger demon. Not even people cannot open the shackles, right? Can you talk? Shiroyama asked. The tiger demon stretched out his paw, gestured on the ground, and quickly wrote a line. Can understand, can write, doesn't speak. Bai Shan also didn't know what was going on with goblin transformation. This knowledge was beyond his current cognitive realm. He said, "Since you can understand words, what is your name?" the tiger demon grubbed twice, wanting to write a name, but lifted his paw and put it down again, lifting his paw once more, before he wrote the line, "Master gives his name." Bai Shan said, "My surname is Bai, and the tiger is the king of the mountains." The tiger demon's eyes lit up. Bai Shan mused, "Why don't we just call it White Middle King, Tiger Demon?" Immediately, a small voice suddenly came from Bai Shan's mind. "Many thanks, Master." Bai Shan froze and suddenly reacted. So it was still possible to speak through this gate of thoughts. He tried to move a thought, "Be quiet for a while, until I break through." This thought was born, and White Mountain delivered to the door of the tiger demon's thoughts. The door didn't open, but his thoughts seeped in. Soon, the tiny voice passed back, "I'll come to protect my master." Really? And what is the principle of this gate of thoughts? That flotsam floating out from the tiger demon's brow, was it its divine soul? Miss May can't do it yet, even asking Miss to do it? Bai Shan cast aside this unanswered question, and with another wave of his hand, he took out 600 pounds of meat and 200 pounds of tiger bone wine and began to comprehend the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter. The wine, the meat, the juice of the long hate grass, and the fruit of the burning heart saffron disappeared. There was a flash of light on the golden pages of the Fierce Tiger Whistling at Night chapter. Memories of the killings tumbled up. The memories of subduing the tiger demon came flooding back. The many needs disappeared, and a power so strong that it even made Bai Shan's heart palpitate gushed out. And this power directly surged into Bai Shan's sinews, bones, flesh, and blood, and his internal organs, and he slightly hung his head, but not because of frustration or powerlessness. Birds of prey will strike, and they will fly with lowered wings. Beasts of prey will fight, and they will crouch with their ears. Unlike the past, the feeling of training, Bai Shan only felt bathed in a hot fire. This fire also do not know where to come from. He waved his fists in the fire. Every punch and every blow is filled with a shocking sense of violence. Ferocious sense, fist power, flame together forging his body, so that he can go further. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The body emitted a slight thunderous sound. The meridians were expanded and perfected in this thunderous sound, and the bone marrow became denser in this thunderous sound. As this thunderous sound churned, a stream of black, bitter juice drilled out of his pores, and an unprecedented sense of relief surged through Bai Shan's heart. New information about the power came to mind. Hakusen, longevity, 16 of 148. Gift, equivalent exchange. Realm, martial arts v realm, overall enhancement 3. True chi cloth 2. Fierce Tiger Whistling at Night chapter, forging level. 9th level grand completion. Effects, Yang Yin physique, tyrant, night demon. Whale swallowing mind technique, Jinchi mind technique. 9th level of perfection, function, whale swallowing chi. Dragon spitting pearls, foresees mind technique, true chi mind technique. 9th level of great perfection, effects, sitting in oblivion, startling the dragon. Other feats omitted for now. Overall evaluation, you obviously haven't taken the elixir of easy marrow cleansing yet. You already have the physique of easy marrow cleansing. Although your true chi is still slightly short of half a step, it's infinitely close. You're open for business, aren't you? I've heard Miss May say that the 6th realm of the martial Tao is the realm of I Ching and marrow cleansing, a realm that can drastically increase one's personal power, allowing one to go one step further from the original limit of the true chi cloth body. However, to cleanse the marrow requires a panacea, which can only be applied for by going to the Great Qian capital. As for those that have been strayed, it's not unheard of, but taking it privately is a major offense. Shiroyama quickly scanned for changes in himself. Longevity increased by 60 years. That is, an aeon. Is this the effect of a qualitative change in the physique to achieve an overall enhancement of 3? Overall enhancement 3. Body forging and dietary therapy can make a martial artist's physique 2 to 3 times more powerful than an ordinary person. True chi feedback and long-lasting exercise will be another 2 to 3 times stronger than the former. And after I Ching cleanses the marrow, another qualitative change occurs, which is 2 to 3 times stronger than the former, which is considered to be the limit in a way. After looking at the overall one, his gaze coalesced again on the 3 powers brought by the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter. Tyrant, when you have the advantage, you will completely suppress your opponent. Even if your opponent is stronger than you, they will be afraid and will not be able to play normally, thus weakening their strength by 0.10, 2 times. With the growth of the battle time, your opponent's strength will be gradually weakened up to 0.30, 5 times, and it can be superimposed. This power overrides the fierce aura and makes the fierce aura even stronger than the original effect. Reach 9 levels. Obtainable. This power overrides fierce aura and causes fierce aura to have an even stronger effect on top of the original one, obtainable upon reaching 9th level. Yang inflammatory physique. On the basis of the pure Yang physique, it rises 1 level higher, making all your powers belonging to the 5 elements of fire in the future increase by 0.61 times. But you can't cultivate the power of the 5 elements of water, which is opposite to it, and it can be stacked. Reach the 9th level. level. You can obtain it. Obtainable upon reaching the 9th level. Night magic, when you are at night, or in an environment where visibility and light levels are equal to or lower than the color of night. It makes all powers related to yourself increase by 0.6 to 1 times, including true chi power, physical power, speed, reaction, etc. Stackable, attaining great perfection. Obtainable, a night demon that can boost its own relevant power by 0.6 1 times at night. Yang Yen, which can boost the power of the 5 elements of fire category by 0.6 1 times. Sitting in oblivion, it can enhance the next true chi attack by 0.30 5 times after sitting still for 10 breaths. Whale swallowing chi can, after taking a deep breath, boost one's own relevant power by 0.30 5 times during the period when that breath does not dissipate. So, do a little interval intersection. In the nighttime me, sitting in meditation for 10 breaths, then completing the whale swallowing of chi, and then utilizing the so-called 5 elements of fire true chi power. I was able to additionally boost my original power by up to 2 by 2 by 1, 5 by 1, 5 times, which is 9 times. The minimum is 1, 6 by 1, 6 by 1, 3 by 1, 3 times, or, let me do the math. Well, it's 3 times. As for the actual lift, it depends on the state I'm in at the time. However, I'm still not sure about the power of the 5 elements of fire category. So right now, the maximum multiplier I can theoretically raise is 5 times. This is already a terrifying increase in a fight where the difference is a tiny fraction of a mile and life and death are on the line. This fierce tiger whistling night chapter is so powerful that it's still only a body forging level technique. So, I don't know how terrifying the true chi mind techniques or battle techniques above this would be. 43. The moon shines on the lonely tomb, causing 1,000 years of trouble. The deep mountains of the west wind. The teenager sat next to the manticore. He was so tired that even if his body was dirty and bloody, he had to lie backward and rest for a while by tuning up first before finding a place to take a bath. He casually picked a piece of withered, strong grass and held it to his mouth, shaking it as he glanced over the 6 shadows cowering behind the tiger demon. That's obviously the ghost of the devourer. The 6 ghosts of the devourer are like a family of 6. A young girl, a strong man and a beautiful woman, an old man and a small child. All 6 of these devils were clearly a bit overwhelmed by the prospect of facing their master's master. Hunched over far away and carefully bent over, Shiroyama only looked at it before withdrawing his eyes. The devourer, being devoured by the tiger, has a grudge, and so draws more people to be devoured by the tiger. Apparently, the devils are pathetic, yet hateful and can be evil, and a man-eating tiger is definitely considered evil to people, but one becomes their master. Baishan let out a self-deprecating laugh as he rested his hands on his head. I really didn't think that one day I would actually become a villain. The 4-meter-long white tiger with black stripes was lying on the ground, looking at his master, wondering why he suddenly called himself a villain. Twisting his body, fiddling with the black chains with his paws, and lifting his paws to dig into the iron ring around his neck, a timid voice resounded in Baishan's mind. Master, are you done cultivating? Okay, so, open. Although the tiger demon didn't understand how it was able to cultivate, it couldn't care less and only wanted to open the chains. Wait for dark, Shiroyama returned. The tiger demon timidly said. Then, meat? Baishan glanced at the tiger demon. Raising this thing was like raising a car. The car needed gas and the tiger needed meat. Shiroyama casually asked, how did it work out in the past? The tiger demon responded in Baishan's mind. The devourer led it. Whitehill asked, people? The tiger demon nodded. Shiroyama scanned it and wondered, where are the bones? The tiger demon said, too hungry to eat even the bones. Shiroyama froze, instinctively wanting to ask if the other party was a bandit. If it was a bandit, then he felt that his own tiger demon hadn't done any evil and wasn't too bad. Then it was as if he had become righteous as well. But what if it's a neighboring hunter? Baishan looked up at the sky, tossing and turning for most of the day. Towards evening, this cloudy sky actually turned clear. Thick pale red evening sunlight spread all over the sky, such as burning to the end of the flames, presenting a blend of ashes of the deep. The sky is clearing, but it's getting dark. A long time. He didn't bother to ask the tiger demon what kind of people he was eating after all. He's already thought about it. Just be the bad guy. It's not like he has a choice anyway. There's no way he's not going to use the tiger demon. Even if the tiger demon had truly eaten innocent people, it was impossible for him to avenge those people. Good people don't live long, and misfortune lasts for 1,000 years, so I hope both he and Sister Mule Mule will live for 1,000 years. Still, there was no way he was going to go against what he wanted. Middle King, no more cannibalism. Ha! The tiger demon exclaimed. What's to eat then? Whitehill said, I'll give you meat. As for living things, you need my permission before you can eat them. Go back. I'll make you a list when I get a chance, and it will regulate your diet. Tiger demon. It twisted and turned, playing with the chains with a pair of paws snapping as if in silent protest. Baishan suddenly snapped, "If you dare to eat another person, I will break your divine soul with a single thought." The tiger demon stopped moving and sat up straight with a whoosh, behaving like a big cat taking a dump. Baishan threw out 10 pounds of meat from his mustard bag, then slightly closed his eyes and lay down for a while, which restored some strength. Before I knew it, the sunset had gone and the river of stars filled the sky. Shiroyama opened his eyes in the darkness and rose up on his knees, sitting still for a moment before taking a deep breath. The tiger demon that had been eating good meat and also lying on its back suddenly exploded, an instinctive reaction to a powerful threat being right next to it. The tiger demon looked to the source of the threat, which was none other than his master. The owner, who was sitting in the night at the moment, had a terrifying aura surrounding him, clearly just a teenager barely out of the category of skinny, but as if he was a ferocious beast in human skin. The tiger demon hurriedly sat up a little straighter to show that he was proper and respectful to his master. Baishan's figure moved and appeared beside the tiger demon. His right hand explored fiercely, transforming into a magic hand that tore through the darkness, directly grasping at the iron ring on the tiger demon's neck. His fingers were like sharp claws that chopped off gold and broke off iron, fiercely clamping down. Ding! There was a dull crack. The collar hanging around the tiger demon's neck cracked at once. The tiger demon froze. His master was so fierce. Baishan was also slightly stunned, but on second thought, he realized that this shackle was probably designed based on the premise of practicing one's own fierce tiger whistling night chapter. In other words, as long as he practiced this technique, he could directly open the shackles. But on second thought, if he used sit and forget and whale swallowing chi, could he open it? However, if he didn't cultivate other techniques, how could he deter the tiger demon? In that case, both were at least partially, if not fully, taken into account. However, 9th layer and 9th layer perfection seem to be two realms, and the power of Night Demon can only be realized when one reaches the 9th layer perfection, and the power of Night Demon can only be realized after reaching the 9th level grand perfection. So has this factor been taken into consideration? If one didn't think about it, then one still couldn't beat the chains. Perhaps it was simply up to Miss May to unravel it? Forget it, don't think about it. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. The tiger demon got rid of the bondage, shaking his head and wagging his tail, ran far away. The 6 devils hurriedly followed the tiger demon. Baishan wasn't worried about it escaping. This tiger demon was just bored for too long, so it went to move its muscles. He got up, followed the sound of water to a mountain spring, and then undid his cloak. The cloak was covered in blood and stains from his body, so even if he washed it, he couldn't wear it. "Middle King," he called out in his head. It wasn't long before a whirlwind came whooshing in from the distance. The tiger demon arrived with 6 devils. Baishan said, "Help me gather a bit of dry branches. I want to make a fire for it." The tiger demon was so excited that he didn't even talk back in his head and went straight to collecting. For his part, Baishan leapt straight into the spring in his inner garments and cleaned up. He took out the mask and washed it properly for a while, but it was stained with too much blood. No matter how much he washed it, the wooden mask always carried many red threads as if it was messy with blood traces, which was appalling. And the clothes were black and muddy even though they didn't have many blood stains imprinted into them, which was barely enough to get them clean. Before long, the tiger demon ran over with a lot of firewood in his mouth, piling it into small clusters. Baishan took out the fire folders that were always in his mustard bag and raised the bonfire, and when the flames blazed, he threw the cloak in and burned it clean. Then he rose from the water, and without having to take a deep breath, he realized that his power was in the midst of a substantial increase. This is the power from the night demon. As long as it's nighttime, I'll always be between 0.6-1x power increase with no additional cost. This power, it's terrifying. Baishan before to use the true chi to dry the water of the clothes, but also need to use the whale swallowing chi. But now he just a little luck. Huge true chi is like a big river tide, surging and spewing, white mist wrapped around a thin silhouette, not a few. His clothes were all dry. He tilted his head, looked at the moon that was pouring down, and breathed a long sigh of relief, sort of recovered more than half of his energy, and then went back to sleep. Then it was all complete. But he suddenly jumped up and sat on the tiger demon, and with a wave of his sleeve, a strong wind swept up the bonfire, causing it to go out. It's better to check on the situation of the 3 counties fighting bandits before going back. Ancient Frostbite is a powerful person, so it should be fine. A few moments later, on the rocky, dark mountain of Tsuewe, the moonlight pierced through the cloudy sky and turned into a bright pillar of light, casting down in the gorge of no return, where the corpses had fallen. On the high cliff above the gorge, a morose and huge black-striped white tiger was standing quietly, its fur fluttering in the wind with a sense of power. Baishan sat on the back of this nearly 4-meter tiger demon. silently overlooking the battlefield at his feet. Go down and look. With a command, the tiger demon moved at once. Tread, tread, tap tap tap. The tiger demon was between the walls, quickly maneuvering across, and soon landed on the ground before stepping on his paws and walking towards the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood in front of him. As he walked, a gulping gurgle sound came from his throat. Baishan casually grabbed a piece of meat from his mustard pouch and threw it into its mouth. The tiger demon takes a bite of the meat, then walks away as he chews. For his part, Shiroyama looked around. Suddenly, he pulled on the tiger demon's neck fur. The tiger demon stopped at once. Baishan looked sideways, his pupils slowly contracting. Under the moonlight, the 10-foot-8 spear was broken into 2 pieces and stuck diagonally on the ground. While on the ground there were also 2 corpses, which seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of huge force. The first half of the body was a burly man, his eyes still glaring, angry and jaundiced, looking up at the sky in indignation, refusing to rest in peace. Baishan was silent for a long time. He leapt up from the tiger demon and came to that corpse, lifted his hand over his face and made him close his eyes, then grabbed a jar of willow leaf burning from his mustard pouch, slapped open the sealing clay and sprinkled a splash of sweet and fiery liquor in front of that corpse. He nodded at the corpse and said, "Good day, Lord Ku." After saying that, he retrieved the willow leaf burn and rejoined the tiger demon, patting the tiger's head and saying, "Run inside." The tiger demon galloped up and swept up a vicious wind, carrying its master deeper into the unreturning gorge. 44. Beware. How did ancient Frost Plain die? There was doubt in Whitehill's mind. Naturally, he could infer from the previous Chinese-clothed swordsman that there were other forces behind the Pan Mountain thief, but surely Frostbite must have speculated as well. Now it seemed that he had made too great an error in judgment and had died at the hands of that power. Now the question is, how many of that power are actually in the bandits? Hakusen was also observant when he just made a simple offering. The single wound on ancient Frostplane's body was the tear caused by that huge force, and from that perspective, the other party was also just one person. In other words, Hiroshihara was defeated and abused by his opponent in a head-to-head battle. Shiroyama always felt a little weird because it wasn't. Ancient Frost Plains' level was still quite high, even if he was defeated. It wasn't a tragic defeat to this extent, and there were most likely other factors involved, which led to his death in battle so tragically. What is it? Shiroyama's form crouched slightly lower, his eyes sweeping to either side. The tiger demon was very fast, even a little faster than he used his stance to hurry with all his might, and the peaks on both sides of Tsueiwei were like sorrowful ancient statues, pressing down heavy shadows in the moonlight. The 4-meter-long white tiger with black stripes has a hideous face, and occasionally pulls out fishy saliva from its mouth, and its body is accompanied by 6 groups of sorrowful ghostly shadows. The figure riding on the tiger demon was also terrifying, with slightly reddish clothing, a wooden mask with blood, and an unwashed fury. All of the above gives the impression that a scary boss is on the way without any sense of caution or exploration. How is it that the bandits have returned? Lord Gu, did they lose the battle, or was it a draw? How could this be? Stop talking and hide. Wait until the bandits disperse. Then we'll step out and carefully blend in with them. 2 burly men hunkered down in a woodpile in one of the gloomy grocery rooms. There was a tar paper window in the woodpile, and the tar paper had been poked through a couple of small holes in the hardwood branches of the woodpile, just enough to peek outside. Just after separating from that mysterious blood-clothed man, the 4 of them were busy, looking for white cloths to cover the corpse, hanging baskets and thick ropes, keys to secret caves, and information about that joyful Mithraea. In the woodpile, a burly man suddenly asked, "Where are the 2 little offerings?" The other strong man said, "We found the thick rope, but there is no hanging basket. We came here to look for it in the grocery room, and those 2 little confessors should still be by the cliff, right?" However, hearing the movement of the bandits returning to the mountain, they should have found a nearby place to hide. The 2 little confessors are stronger than us, so don't worry. Wait, no good. What's wrong? White cloth. A burly man suddenly turned ashen. What white cloth? That's the white cloth that covered the old horse's body. Just that one piece of white cloth. How blinding. Another burly man came to the realization that so many bandits had died. Just one had a white cloth covering it, which in the mountains of corpses simply gave a high light to the bright lights. Even the most stupid people knew that there was something wrong with him. If you think about it a little bit, you can realize that the one who covered the white cloth is not a bandit at all, but an outsider who mixed into this place, and is the accomplice who killed these many bandits. Otherwise, why cover the white cloth? There were so many people in the bandits that they were bound to remember that there were 4 other people with old Ma, and they could even remember what the 4 of them looked like. In other words, they no longer have the luxury of pretending to blend in with the bandits. The burly man sighed, but said nothing. Who would have thought of now in that situation just now? And who would have thought that Lord Gu, who had allotted 500 Skywing elites, would fail? Copper-armed ape Yuan Jihong is the Pan Mountain Pirate's big boss, a tile knife face, both sides of the broken hemp, deep eye sockets hidden in the vicious light, at a glance as it can be subdued. Scary look. In the fight just now, the oldest 4 are dead, but he is still alive, only slightly injured, can be seen in the depth of his foundation, which is not easy in the refugees. However, this Yuan Jihong in fact is not a refugee, but a martial arts school practiced a few years, and went to the dartboard trickle more than 10 years of the old geezer. The reason for the bandits is not forced by life, but just happened to run into some thieves and the spoiled girl. He looked at the heart, suddenly had some ideas, and then went up to deter those thieves, and then back to the cottage, locked up in that good girl, with a dog collar, spoiled every day. From that moment on, he suddenly felt that such recklessness was much more comfortable than following the rules. He wanted to be an Earth Emperor, eat, drink and play, control life and death, rob if he wanted to play with a woman, and kill whoever he saw as unpleasant. Then, he began to absorb the refugees in the ruthless, and in that natural disaster help, Pan Mountain Bandits' unexpectedly rapid growth, and then came to rejoice in the Mithraea, that is to get further growth. Such a person was capable in his own right, otherwise even with the help and resource support of joyful Mithraea, he would not have been able to develop to such a point. But, such a tough guy but a little shaky. Being a bandit, no fear, went to war, wasn't afraid, but now, one can't help but be a little afraid. Quite a few bandits were coming from the perimeter, reporting to him about the situation in the cottage. Big boss, I've seen it from my side. It's all are brothers of their own families. Big boss, I've seen it from my side as well. All of them are our people. There are no unfamiliar faces. Big boss, I've tried the blood of more than 10 brothers. It's not poisoned. Yuan Jihong snapped. How is it possible? How is it possible that there are no other bodies? How can it not be poisoned? There are still nearly 1,500 people here. 1,500 people. Is it true that not even a single body of the other party was left behind? And there's only one road here, leading to the gorge of no return, and it was fine when we left, and we didn't see anyone sneak past. So what's going on? What's going on? As he was talking, another sharp-faced, short-bearded bandit ran over. Big boss, come take a look. Yuan Jihong said, have you found Lao Er and Lao Wu? Hair, found. They're all dead, and dead. The sharp-faced, short-bearded bandit was filled with white. Yuan Jihong didn't ask any more questions and said, take me to see. The group quickly arrived under the gathering hall. Yuan Jihong looked at a step suffocated with ridged head in front of the stone steps. His pupils tightened and he swallowed deeply. The head was deflated in the center, the face long since deformed, one popped eye hanging by a bloody thread of pull, the other rolled far away, apparently bursting out. The only reason I recognized this as the second lord was because of a hair ornament in his hair. Yuan Jihong only felt a cool air running up to his head as he muttered, this doesn't look like the government did this. That statement is a crock of. Everyone who saw this sight did not think of the crown. Big boss, you come and look upstairs. Upstairs. Fifth boss. Sharp-faced, short-bearded bandit only felt his stomach churning. He just thought of the death of the fifth master. He felt disgusted. Killing people is not head pointing to the ground. No more ruthless, but the horse split the body, which has seen the fifth master like that. The sharp-faced, short-bearded bandit couldn't even help but think, is this some horrible demon from some deep mountain shiki coming to hang out here for a while? Shoo, cover your mouth, close your eyes and don't make a sound. In the gathering hall, Gotaniang probed slightly from the wooden post and made a soft sound. She spoke to the 3 women hiding behind the large water tank. These 3 women were all quite attractive, 2 of a wonderful age and 1 beautiful woman, the very same women who had been spoiled by the big boss and the 5th boss before. Gu Tanyang had originally let them take a short rest in the gathering hall. After hearing the commotion of the bandits returning to the mountain, she rushed here and pulled the 3 girls to try to hide. But the 3 girls were physically and mentally collapsed after these many days of tossing and turning, so how could they still go? It was already good enough if they didn't go crazy. Seeing that the bandits were getting closer and closer, Gu Tanyang had no choice but to hide in the gathering hall. At this time, she listened to the sound of talking downstairs in the gathering hall before she hurriedly issued a warning. At this time, once she made a bit of a commotion, then she would inevitably be caught by the bandits and then beg for her life. 45. Ghost of SB devoured by a tiger. Tada. Footsteps came toward the roof of the gathering hall. Tension surfaced on Gu Tanyang's pretty face, while the 3 women hiding behind the water tank were covering their mouths in death, with rolling tears in their eyes, carrying intense despair. Just a little bit of thinking would tell them how miserable it would be for them. Women with some good looks. Once they were found not dead by these robbers, and the gathering hall is such a big place, It's quite possible to be discovered. Tada! The footsteps were getting closer and had reached the middle of the steps. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. A bandit ran from afar and shouted, "Big boss, Beauty Cave. There's a discovery on this side of Beauty Cave." Yuan Jihong immediately stopped his steps to go up the stairs and turned around to follow the bandit in the direction of the cliff. Upstairs, Gu Tanyang then breathed a little sigh of relief, while the three women went limp like rotten mud, carefully gasping for air. White cloth, broken hanging baskets, a new rope. Yuan Jihong swept his eyes over the scene in front of him, quickly picking out the core items and completing a simple and direct speculation. He walked forward and hooked up the white cloth with a pick of his long knife. His eyes swept over the face of the man dressed as a bandit under the white cloth, and smiled sorrowfully. "I didn't expect to actually let the government's son of a mixed in. Wanted to save people as a result of the hanging basket was cut. As a result, went looking for new ropes and baskets. Did not expect to only find the ropes. We came back. This is a rush to hide. Even the ropes are too late to deal with. Ancient Frostplane is dead, head and body separated. A horrible death. You guys must be surprised?" He suddenly let out a loud cry with his luck. Then his eyes swept around. After no movement was detected, he then beckoned casually behind him and said, "Someone, recognize this man? Remember what his companion looked like?" "Yes, big boss." Immediately, some bandits responded and came up to see one another. A little while later, a bandit with a twinkle in his eye said, "Big boss, I recognize it. There are two other strong men with this son of a thinner man, and a dark-skinned woman." Yuan Jihong said, "Female? Dark skin? That's coated in charcoal gray, right?" He paced back and forth, his sinister gaze sweeping around him before he snapped, Find them for me, and make sure to find out what happened here." "Yes, big boss." The many bandits immediately split up. Yuan Jihong looked at the thick rope. His eyes turned, suddenly sneered, raised his hand and beckoned more than 20 robbers. At this moment, these bandits were carrying continuous firepower crossbows on their waists. These power crossbows were all stripped from the Skywing House's elites, and even though there weren't many arrows left in the crossbow magazines, they were still usable. With these repeating crossbows, the overall strength of the remaining bandits could be said to have increased a lot. Although more than 500 people died during the Great Battle, there were still 2,000 people left to return, and of these 2,000 people, nearly 400 were equipped with the still undamaged repeating crossbows, so it can be said that their strength has not retreated, but advanced. "Big boss." More than 20 bandits approached. "Please command," Yuan Jihong said. "Go. Follow me to the grocery room to take a look. I suspect that the government-infiltrated pups are looking for the hanging basket there." At that moment, in the shadow of a cottage, the joyful Maithreya and a handsome man were standing. This handsome man is the soon-to-be family Fuhu. As for the remaining 3 children, they were killed in battle in the previous fierce fight. This side has to say that the Skywing Elite's continuous shooting power crossbow is still very strong. The true chi, although powerful, is not something so mythical. By the arrows hard to shoot a few times, it will also be directly broken. Not to mention that those 3 children are only at the level of the 4th realm of the martial arts Tao, which is ultimately worse in the field of battle, especially in front of the rain of arrows from the continuous crossbow. Fuhu, someone was actually able to sneak up on our rear cottage and kill every single one of them. What do you think, Sister Maithreya? In my opinion, although this person's strength is okay, he is pleasing to the eye. Fuhu was smiling. His handsome appearance was quite charming when he smiled. The joyful Maithreya said, "Oh," Fuhu said, "I have just looked around. The bandits here died in a scattered manner, and most of them were hit by the sword behind them and fell forward. This shows that this person's power wasn't able to kill many people instantly, but rather horrified the bandits with a thunderous force. The bandits didn't dare to fight, but only dared to flee, so he caught up with them from behind and killed them one by one. However, this shows that this person's stance is truly terrifying, which also explains how he was able to bypass us and come directly to this rear cottage. In addition to that, I also found that initially at the entrance of the cottage there were quite a few bandits who died from flying leaves, which was similar to the way Old 6 and Old 7 died before. Therefore, this person is most likely the one who colluded with the Lu family's wine cellar. As for this person's strength, as I see it, he is most likely the same as you, Sister Meilu, in that he is an existence that has reached the 6th realm of the martial Tao through easy cleansing of the marrow. Joyful Maithreya's brain was not as good as Fuhu's, and that was why she liked Fuhu's. Hearing such an analysis, she instantly figured it out as well, so she said in a coy voice, "Little Fuhu, go back and I'll give you a home." The handsome man half kneeled on the ground and said, "Many thanks to Sister Mile." It's just that I guess that person will most likely still have to turn back. That person specializes in body techniques and concealed weapons. Sister still needs to be careful. Careful? Joyful Mithraea's fat cheeks spread out, revealing a mouthful of teeth, emitting a jia laughter. Ancient frost plains, borrowing the momentum of the soldiers, in order to fight me twice with a big spear, if that person came alone. Sister, even if I stood and let that person throw flying leaves, that person couldn't hit me, whereas I was able to pounce directly and twist that person's head. That man is nothing but a little monkey that scatters leaves to hit people, while I am indeed a tiger in the mountains. If that person comes, if she's a woman, I'll pick her meridians and throw her to Big Boss and the others to play until they die. If it's a man, and he has some good looks, jia, then don't blame me for destroying the grass. Jia. Fu-Hu laughed. It would be his good fortune to be favored by his sister. He saw the situation clearly, and in his heart, he only felt that no matter how powerful that person was, he was still in the normal realm of martial arts. So, Sister Mithraea didn't have to be afraid of such a person at all. What's more, there's more than just Sister Mithraea in the sixth realm. He still remembers that in the unreturnable gorge, that Gusang Yuan was holding a big spear and Mile's sister were fighting with each other. But all of a sudden, Gusang Yuan was suddenly defeated, as if he had suffered some kind of backstabbing. One move to lose is death. Sister Mithraea rushed in, grabbed his body, and then lifted it high, tearing him right in half with her monstrous strength. Fu-Hu vaguely remembered that the ancient frost plane at that time hadn't used true chi. Ancient frost planes, this kind of house-level offerings are bound to be into the 5 realms. The true chi cloth body. With a thought, even if by the Mile's sister close to the body, it is not so dry to stop the waste to tear. It was as if his true energy was gone. Fu-Hu was certain that this wasn't Sister Mithraea's tactic. So, there must have been a third person hiding on that battlefield at that time. The sixth realm of martial arts that specializes in sneak attacks. In such a situation, even though Sister Mile was consumed by ancient frost planes, no matter who came, there was only one way to die. Dog thief. ********. In the grocery room, the 2 burly men, though hiding in the woodpile, were eventually found, and the whirlwind was a succession of crossbow arrows. They couldn't dodge and were hit by several arrows, falling to the ground and letting out a roar of rage. These 2 burly men were only beginners at the 3rd realm of the martial Dao, and faced with the arrows that shot continuously at close range, there was simply no way to dodge them. This is something that the bandits themselves have experienced firsthand. Even the boy beside Lord Mithraea had been killed by a continuous fire crossbow. There was no way this kind of burly man at the 3rd realm of the martial Dao would be able to hold out. Yuan Jihon looked at them grimly and said coldly, "Tell me, who did this here?" The 2 burly men knew that to speak or not to speak was a death sentence, so they kept their mouths shut. Yuan Jihon then had them tied up and began to torture them to make them confess. At this time, the front of the Pan Mountain invaders' stronghold was already very tightly guarded. Only the bandits after a big battle. All looked tired, plus many people injured. This martial law is only a minute or 2 of the usual effort. 2 strong thieves were sitting at the entrance of the cottage clutching their swords, a sort of guard under orders. The ice wheel hangs high above the ground, casting a bright, cold light that illuminates the mud and rocks on the ground as well as the corpses in snowy whiteness. The 2 bandits were resting and chatting when suddenly the sound of a woman's wailing came from the distance. The 2 bandits froze and then looked around. Soon, they found a young girl in a green dress on a distant mountain path. The girl with a scrunchie and a glittering hairpin was walking under the shadow of a tree, crying sadly, Husband, you promised to get married when I came back. You said you'd just go and eliminate some bandits. But how come you didn't manage to come back?" Boing boing. Her voice filled with sadness. As the young girl in green clothes approached, the 2 bandits also saw her appearance. The end is a beautiful and watery girl, skin white, tender, only the green clothes stained with dust, but appeared to be a little dirty and old. The 2 bandits looked at each other and smiled, but immediately, one person was alert and said, "That's not right. If this woman is the fiancée of someone in the 3-county coalition we just killed, how could she appear so quickly?" Another said, "Maybe it's from last time? He. You've rolled in the dead, and you're still afraid of the East and the West. Since you're afraid, I'll be the first to take care of this little lady." 46. Riding the tiger to the west. In the moonlight, Baishan saw from afar that there were many more bandits in the mountain fortress that had been emptied by his killings. However, he did not directly on, but steered the tiger demon stopped to the shadow of a mountain peak, and then in line with the idea of dead horse as a living horse doctor, let the ghost to lead a bandit to ask the situation. Lure this kind of thing. His level is throw a stone. Lure a little cute, but the ghost is a professional. Although very much this looked evil, but since Baishan had the realization of being evil, he did not care whether the means was evil or not. Why do you draw people in? He wanted to understand the situation, to find out if the 2 young disciples of Gusang Yuan were dead. nor was he prepared to make a hard charge when he saw the bandits rejoin the cottage, or to show his skill by another massacre. The reason is simple. The last batch of bandits didn't involve the forces behind the bandits, and this one, obviously there will be. In this way, the level of danger and uncertainty is much higher. Therefore, if those two young disciples of ancient Frostplains were already dead, he would not go in. At this time, the young man riding a tiger demon, watching from afar the volunteered devourer little lady to hook people, he was watching with curiosity. As a result, after witnessing the whole process of devouring the little lady's attraction, he was really a bit speechless. Isn't it weird that a crying, beautiful little lady appears in the middle of nowhere saying her fiancé is dead? Shouldn't this be running back? How can anyone fall for this? However, facts are facts, and that's how the two bandits got hooked. The green-clothed devourer little lady ran ahead, with the two bandits chasing after her. Sean looked at this scene. Suddenly his mind moved. He remembered that in his previous life he had read some miscellaneous books, which said that if a person's essence is decaying, or if his heart is not right, he will easily fall into the path of the evil spirits. The bandit has both the essence decay and the wrong-mindedness. It was only the same, but just after the Great War, this natural essence decayed. The devils are shadowless, so they deliberately walk in the shadows of the trees, all of which is also a sign of the hooker's proficiency in the business. In the distance, the voices of the two bandits were getting closer. Little lady, don't run away. There's still us when your husband dies. Isn't it just a man? There are plenty of them on this mountain. All of them can be your lover. He. Little lady, meeting is fate. Don't run ah. The little ghost of the ghost is running in front of her, running in a panic. The two robbers were chasing after them with lewd smiles, as if they were cats playing with mice. The devouring little lady made a detour and turned to the tiger demon's side, then carefully shrank back as her master and master's master watched. The two leering bandits also chased after them, and then they saw a huge tiger with a huge body, and a mysterious figure full of oppressive force riding on the huge tiger. The bandits' smiles came to a screeching halt, frozen in place. Boom, boom, two falls came. There was no need for Sean to make a move at all. The tiger demon directly pounced forward and pressed one paw against the other, licking his tongue with the taste of blood and looking at the two living meats with a gaze of looking at food. Mercy, a bandit loudly begged for mercy. Before the words fell, the tiger demon directly pulled out his neck with a claw. A bloody hole appeared in the bandit's neck, gurgling blood, and his body arched in pain, instinctively jerking like an undead prawn. Sean looked to the other bandit and said, I ask, you answer. Loud voice, death. That bandit's intestines were all green with remorse at this time, only scared to the point of tears and urine, nodding his head repeatedly, then asked in a trembling voice, I can live? Behave and I'll let you go. Well, good. Grand Master, feel free to ask. Sean first threw out a test question. Who were you Panchon volunteers just fighting with? The bandit said, Three counties allied army. There are 3 leaders, one Zhao Huayue, one Wang Zhaofei, and one who seems to be a new arrival to Peach Blossom County from outside the Skywing province, called Gu. Seeing that the initial tests were correct, Shiroyama continued, how was the battle? The bandit said, the allied forces of the 3 counties were dispersed, and the brothers chased them out, fighting everywhere, and as a result, a lot of people died on both sides. Sean thought about it. The terrain at the Gorge of No Return is complicated. If it is dispersed, it will be simply like an alley battle. It seems that the 3 counties allied army side may not be completely destroyed. He asked again, how many of you came back? The bandit said, half, and half. Well, it's like over 2,000. Sean asked a round of questions and began to ask the main question. Have you made any noise in the cottage since you came back? The bandit said, dead. All dead. All the brothers in the mountain fortress. All dead. And I heard from the brothers who came over there that the deaths were tragic. Some people suspect that this war of ours has alerted the great demon hiding in the mountain. And then that great demon just came and slaughtered the fortress. Whitehill said, what about the others? The bandit murmured sharply, other. By the way, it seems that Big Boss has also discovered that there are government spies mixed in the mountain fortress and is searching everywhere. Shiroyama's expression twitched as he glanced in the shadows at the cottage in the distance. There was some commotion at the cottage, which means that in all likelihood this search is still going on. However, since there's no major movement, we shouldn't have found it yet. Those 2 disciples of ancient Frostplains are still alive. Sean began to understand the current situation of the battle force in the mountain fortress. So he asked, by the way, did those 3 leaders in the 3 counties coalition army die? And how did they die? Bandit said, I just know that Peach Blossom County foreign aid was torn in 2 by Lord Mile. Wang Zhaofei was killed by a sneak attack from behind by Big Boss. And there's still a Zhao Huayue I don't know. Maybe he's not dead yet. I really don't know. Sean asked, that foreign aid from Peach Blossom County, how did it engage Lord Mile? Tell us the details. Details? The bandit fumed and thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "That foreign aide took a big spear." And Lord Mithraea even said something about that foreign aide wanting to use her military strength to fight with her. And then the two of them fought. And the sound was terrifying. And the fight went on for about half a tea or so, still no victory or defeat. Then, it seemed like that foreign aide couldn't hold out any longer, and Lord Mithraea rushed up and tore him apart. "Can't hold out?" Shiroyama's expression twitched as he asked. "Is it suddenly holding up?" "Yeah." One moment the fight was going well, and then suddenly they lost in the back. Baishan asked. "Now in the fortress, who else is there besides Lord Mithraea?" And there was also the Grand Master, and a lord beside Lord Mithraea, but that lord seemed to be one of Lord Mithraea's men. And then it's gone. Grand Master, that's all I know. Please let me go. I'll never be a thief again. I'll leave now, and live my life honestly after that. Baishan looked at the cottage and felt that suddenly there was some commotion, knowing that something was going on, so he no longer pursued the matter, but nodded to the pirates and then looked into the distance. The bandit was overjoyed and was about to get up. The tiger demon suddenly probed his claws, poking right through his neck, following with a tug and a pull, staining his claws with blood before lifting them up, licking the fresh blood like a big cat, and smashing his fawn-covered mouth again. The bandit's eyes opened wide in disbelief, his chest cavity bursting as blood gushed outward from his broken neck. Baishan didn't look at him either, but just looked sideways and backwards at the green-clothed ghost devourer little lady and faintly said, "Well done." The devourer's little maiden was suddenly praised, revealing a look of surprise, and hurriedly ing and worshipped. The other 5 devils all revealed envious looks, hating that they were the ones being praised by their master's master. Baishan turned back to the cottage in the distance, and suddenly his legs clamped down. "Middle King, let's go." Understanding his master's intentions, the tiger demon stepped out, the balls of flesh in his sharp claws pressing against the dirt of the mountains, a low growl emanating from the throat behind his fangs, radiating majesty without fear, and stepped out of the shadows of the mountains and into the moonlight, following the bleak, white path that was illuminated by the moonlight. Shiroyama sat on the back of the tiger, bobbing and weaving. At night, at any time, his night demon power was present, and even if he did nothing, his overall power could be increased by at least 60%. The teenager and the tiger demon, one more of a monster than the other, and the appearance of the two was like a ghostly blood fire burning the vault of heaven in the darkness, making it impossible not to notice. In front of the mountain fortress, many bandits have run over, and then instinctively pulled out their weapons and raised their crossbows against the mysterious tiger-riding man who was getting closer and closer. But no one dared to move or speak, because even though they were holding weapons, they still had a feeling of being naked. They were not deterring, but were powerless to resist, as if a skinny toddler facing a hideous strong man would naturally show the weapon in his hand in order to give himself courage. Baishan looked into the distance and stayed 100 paces away. He patted the tiger demon on the head. The tiger demon raised its head and let out a huge roar, sounding like thunder, rolling away and enveloping the entire mountain fortress. 47. Battle against Mithraea. "Stop." Yuan Jihong raised his hand. "In order." The surrounding crossbow shooting bandits have put down the crossbow, but in the middle of the surroundings is a thick-eyed teenager. Teenager was hit by a number of arrows, is leaning on the sword half kneeling on the ground. These arrows fortunately did not hit the vitals, but the injuries are also very heavy. The blood gushed out, and early will be the teenager wrapped up into a blood-red people. The teenager was none other than Gu Han, who had been discovered. This is ultimately the home of the Pan Mountain thieves, and Gu Han, no matter how well he hid himself, was still finally uncovered. Although he is into the 4th realm, also opened the 10 veins, but the face of the same opened the 10 veins of the big boss is not a rival at all. Coupled with the pirates holding the surrender of the continuous shooting crossbow, but also a few rounds on the road, was beaten all over the blood, kneeling on the ground. Yuan Jihon looked sideways at the direction of the cottage gate behind him with some astonishment and grunted, "How to go back to?" Before the last word matter fell, another thunderous tiger roar sounded in the distance. A bandit said, "It's just a big bug." Yuan Jihong gulped and said in a cold voice, "Have you ever seen a big bug that screams so loudly?" After saying that, he said, "Leave a few people to watch this kid. The others follow me to the entrance of the fortress. There's a woman hiding. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't let her take advantage of the chaos to save this kid." "Yes, Grand Master." On the other hand, Fuhu and joyful Mithraea, who were in a high hut, had a direct view of the entrance to the cottage. Fuhu was lying in front of the window, his eyes round and his handsome face shaking a little. Violent, bloody, mystery, terrible. Once out on the field, it draws all the attention, but one can't muster a confrontational spirit. When Fuhu saw the mysterious figure riding the tiger, he felt like he had been slapped hard, because, just at the moment he saw this figure, he already had a guess in the bottom of his heart that this mysterious existence that had suddenly appeared was the one that had slaughtered the entire Panshan mountain-walled city. However, it seemed that the other party was not being coquettish, as he had said before, but rather, teasing. Both coquetry and teasing result in chasing down fleeing bandits and killing them. The difference was that the former was having to hunt down and kill, while the latter was clearly being able to kill directly, but still having to play cat and mouse for a while. Fuhu looked sideways at the meat mountain of joyful Maithreya beside him. Happiness Maithreya's small eyes narrowed into a slit. Jie laughter from the fat mouth, driving the body full of meat shaking one by one. She rose with a huff and said sweetly, "It's just a way to scare the little kids." Fuhu froze. All of his future was riding on joyful Maithreya. He surely didn't want joyful Maithreya to take the enemy lightly. He hurriedly said, "Sister Maithreya, let those thieves try first. We'll see the power of that person before we make a move." The joyful Maithreya said sweetly, "Sangha, you don't know. Those thieves are afraid that they can't even stand up in front of this person. The rabble is the rabble. Change to the soldiers on the sandfield. That thousands of soldiers gas into an army majestically. That can make the world's strongest encounter is avoided." Fuhu still didn't want to rejoice in Maithreya so quickly. He was a little afraid of the mysterious man riding a giant tiger, so he hurriedly said, "With Big Boss in place, it's definitely possible. Big Boss still has prestige." Joyful Maithreya said, "Yuan Jihong is prestigious, but he is only a martial artist, not a general. He can make the bandits gather their hearts, but he can't use that heart to become a military force. As long as he shows up, those scared and weak-legged bandits will surely regain their morale, but that person will quickly decapitate Yuan Jihong, and then the bandits' morale will instantly crumble, and then they will be slaughtered one by one." With that, she didn't take any more ghostly knives and rose up with a flourish. Fuhu was about to speak, but he suddenly choked, and all he could feel was that he was suddenly in a storm. It was the powerful fury that came from the joyful Maithreya rolling over his body. Knock, knock, dang! The joyful Maithreya walked up, step after step, with no intention of hiding his scent. Fuhu only felt that the ground under his feet had become a drum surface, and there came the feeling of ringing again and again, making a sound after a sound, as if thunder and lightning had risen up from the cracks of the soil, and his heartbeat was appalled and much faster. It was only at this moment that he realized that the original joyful Maithreya hadn't used his full strength at all in his previous encounter with ancient Frostplane. As for the consumption, it wasn't as much as he thought at all, and it had definitely recovered in this moment of rest. Come to think of it, he had followed joyful Maithreya for so long, and had never seen joyful Maithreya act as he was acting now, and after worrying, shocking, and fearing, all his emotions turned to excitement. Fuhu rushed up and hugged joyful Maithreya from behind. Only a woman like that could give him a sense of security. He shouted excitedly, "Kill him, kill him, kill him, ah, ha, 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 ha." Joyful Maithreya Jijia laughed, and then gently touched the handsome man's head, and then gently grabbed his collar, such as lifting a small chicken general casually thrown away, and then walked out, a young man riding a tiger. The manticore walked down the ghastly moonlit avenue, closer and closer to the cottage, but slower and slower. It's slow, but the sense of intimidation is growing. The young man adjusted his breath as usual, and adjusted his state into the state of sitting in oblivion, which was another benefit of having a mount. His gaze, on the other hand, lent its powerful physical qualities to quietly observe the distance through the blood-stained wooden mask. Soon, Yuan Jihon led his men to the front of the cottage, and a pair of vicious three-eyed eyes swept towards the tiger and the tiger rider who were standing at the entrance of the cottage. As he approached, the bandits parted. Bai Shan looked at him and combined with the information he had gotten before, he easily guessed that this person should be the Pan Mountain Grand Master, and his aura around him directly erupted out, overriding towards Yuan Jihon alone. This is Bai Shan's vicious aura, upgraded, Tyrant, Qi. In the night, this aura directly doubled. Yuan Jihong was still harboring ruthlessness in his heart, thinking about whether or not he could utilize arrows to consume this person to death. But at this time, being targeted alone, he only felt that his heart was suddenly seized, and his body seemed to have fallen into an icy hole in a waxing moon day, cold and breathless, and all of his thoughts froze up. He gritted his teeth and wanted to ask, "Who are you?" But the words came out as, "LOL, LOL, LOL." After a few cackles, his face turned white, and his whole body stiffened, as if he had completely frozen. Next to the bandits had some panic. It is hard to hope for a very prestigious big boss, but see the big boss instantly also fall. Suddenly more fear, one by one, as if a wooden chicken, as if the ice sculpture, and just then, dang, 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 the muffled thunderous beating of the drums suddenly came from behind, and the ice of winter was shattered by the sound of the group of shocked bandits suddenly regained some strength. they looked sideways, only to see a terrifying mountain of flesh leaping up the avenue behind them, as if a ball of meat were smashing and bouncing on the ground, and with each smash the ground wore a ringing thunder. The joyful Maitreya didn't walk fast enough, his gaze dead set on the mysterious tiger rider not far away. Baishan also sized her up. He didn't expect a woman to be able to put on weight like this. This would be the joyful Maitreya. A sense of danger was transmitted, similar to what was felt for the first time. That meant that this joyful Maitreya was very strong. It should be the sixth realm of the martial Tao of the I Ching cleansing. But Hakusan didn't really believe in this sense of danger anymore, because this sense of danger was only based on a superficial phenomenon, without taking into account the true power of the temporary increase in various strengths. Take him for example. His true explosive power could be boosted by up to an additional 450%. But, if the other party also knew the art of observing Qi, they should only be able to detect his surface power, not the power after his outburst. Therefore, this tiger fist derived from the sense of danger in this new level is no longer applicable, is officially retired. And, as the realm rises, the complexity of the undercurrents an individual possesses grows, and the premonitions become less and less countable. Baishan hissed, imagining Uncle Han's style of speaking, hand over my men. The joyful Maitreya was also sizing him up, and this moment was also elusive. So even though he came with his power, he did not strike directly, but smiled sweetly and asked, "This small cottage will also hide your men? Tell me, what kind of people?" Baishan looked toward Yuan Jihong and said in an urn, "You know." Yuan Jihong gulped and instinctively looked towards joyful Maitreya. Joyful Maitreya's fat face trembled and said, "Big boss, this is what you're not. Since you've taken someone else's person, then hurry up and bring them out." Yuan Jihong hurriedly nodded his head, and then turned around and ran. This very fight, he did not want to be at the scene at all. As for those few official cubs, send it is. Soon he was running away. Although there were many people at the scene, it seemed that there were only two people, joyful Maitreya and Baishan, and the many bandits couldn't help but slowly move backward, as if instinct was making them run away from these two people. Suddenly, joyful Maitreya laughed sweetly. "It's still waiting. Do you want to try a hand, point by point? It's also a way to pass the time." Baishan pretended to jar. "Okay, try a hand." The joyful Maitreya smiled sweetly. "Just one hand. 48. A handful, thanks to the reward of book club member Mio Yukiran." Joyful Maitreya's whole body fat shivered and trembled. Her eyes, which were originally squeezed small by fat flesh, narrowed slightly, while her pair of big hands were open like two big meat hammers. But even if this meat hammer was against an iron hammer, there was only a part of the hammer that would be finished. Baishan grabbed a flying dagger, which was held between his fingers. Joyful Maitreya stared at the flying dagger in his hand. Suddenly the color of resentment flashed in her eyes, because there was no need to say more. She already knew that her two little husbands were killed by the person in front of her. So this person in front of her was the official? However, after naturally making this judgment, joyful Maitreya only felt odd. But now she couldn't open her mouth to ask questions. To open your mouth is to deflate and distract. The difference is as great as 1,000 miles, and the distance between life and death is just a hair's breadth away. As for trying a hand, neither took this literally. The real meaning of try a hand is that if the two of them are evenly matched in this hand, then what should be done? But if one person is at a disadvantage, then don't blame them for taking advantage of your illness. It's common sense. If you don't have the strength, you deserve to die. The jungle is not a place for kids to play house. Shiroyama took a deep breath, and the loud sound of a dragon sucking in water came through the air. And with this sound, the flying dagger in his hand became more and more dangerous. Obviously stationary, but there was a slight squeak sound after another. The sound of the blade cutting through the night wind, blowing hairs and cutting streams. These are all manifestations of swords and knives that are sharp to the extreme. But Baishan, this knife is only 2.5 silver to buy. Is the Peach Blossom County Wang cannabis casting? Style is also the new generation of uniform models. Simply even the threshold of the sword is far less than. How can reflect the characteristics of this moment? Nothing else, because of the man with the sword. The terrifying and just right amount of true chi gave the blade power far beyond itself. The blade was blunt, but if you looked closely, you could see a half-inch thick invisible edge under the moon. It is this sharpness that cuts off the wind flow. At this moment, Baishan's essence had coalesced to the extreme. Night Demon, Sitting Oblivion, and Whale Swallowing Chi, all three stacked together. Even at the minimum, they could increase their power by 270%, while at the most, it would be 450%. A touch of cold moon cold glory from the edge of the blade rose to the sword, issued a bright and dazzling like a flame explosion of light. This light in the aura became dense, as if a cloud of flame mist, hazy and dreamy. Happiness Maitreya saw this bit of light that exploded between extreme stillness and extreme movement, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in her heart, a foreboding of death. walking between the continuous shooting of powerful crossbows. 1,000 arrows fell on her, and there was no need to worry at all, because the arrows could not penetrate the layer of fat armor on his surface. Not to mention the arrows, even if she stood and let the bystanders slash at her with their swords, as long as she was on guard, the swords would all be ineffective. But at this moment, she had a premonition of death. Having taken in her surroundings long before she arrived, the joyful Maithreya moved instantly, transforming into a fleshy meteor that flew away from Shiroyama while leaning into a bandit not far behind her. The bandit was grasping a heavy bronze shield in his hand, a trophy taken from the previous Skywing House elites. Baishan looked at this scene. His pupils were ancient, without any changes, except that the flying dagger in his hand had disappeared. It disappears because the stumps are too widely spaced. It is because there is a limit to how long a person's eyesight can take in a picture at the fastest possible time. As long as the human eye can break through the visual interval, it will produce a sense of incoherence of dropped frames. Joyful Maithreya's reaction was considered extremely fast. Her figure pulled out a trail of backward shadows, and when the shield-wielding bandit didn't even have any reaction, her large hand grabbed him. Then even he and his shield turned to the front at speed. The flying dagger just arrived. Giggle. The flying dagger sliced through the bronze shield like a paper cut, penetrated the shield-wielding bandit, followed by breaking into the joyful Maithreya's true chi shield, and then inward through her fat armor until the entire hilt of the dagger had disappeared into her body, and it was still continuing to go inward. The joyful Maithreya roared loudly. The airflow around his body was horribly tuned and gathered, and his body full of fat shook intensely, but the flying dagger was still advancing towards her heart. For joyful Maithreya, time seems to slow down 1,000,000 times, and every thought is like a year. But even though she used all her strength, she still couldn't block the flying dagger. The flying dagger was like the hand of death that was slowly holding her life. Just as she fought back in desperation, the flying dagger was finally deflected, catching on one of the bones behind the thick fat in her body. The Jubilee Maithreya was wide-eyed and soaked to the bone. She froze for a second or two, with a sense of hijacking, but immediately afterward, she couldn't help but put herself in the other woman's shoes and wonder why she hadn't been able to kill her. In an instant, she realized, slow down. The opponent's strike was somehow slow. It was also slow, which allowed her to grab the blocker behind her while pulling away. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to block the knife. But why is the other side slow? She subconsciously looked away. Just now, the giant tiger on the crotch of that mysterious tiger rider suddenly slumped down, as if it was soft and powerless. This kind of scene was familiar to joyful Maithreya, as she had just encountered it once not too long ago. Gushinwan was also out of energy from the fight, and then she rushed right in and tore Gushinwan apart. Now once more, she understood that ally hidden in the bandits had struck. In a matter of moments, the joyful Maithreya figured out why the mysterious man's strike was slow. Because that mysterious person felt threatened. There was a slight delay in the full concentration of the Nyen. This slight delay allowed Mystique to avoid a surefire sneak attack and allowed her to escape death. On the other side, Baishan's figure was low. His palm wiped on the tiger demon's body, and with a pluck, a long black needle flicked out. Just now, in a flash of lightning, although he was aware of, and had long been prepared for, after all, he heard the ancient frost plane suddenly no power such information will have enemy hidden sneak attacker such a normal judgment. However, despite his precautions, when he actually faced it, he realized that the chances of dodging it were still not too great. The tiger demon, on the other hand, reacted okay, but perhaps it had rarely experienced this kind of sneak attack, so it didn't manage to dodge it completely, and presumably, when it desperately leapt up, it merely helped Baishan block the sneak attack alone. Black needle with an unknown effect. At this moment, Baishan's heart was also in a state of fear. The thoughts of master and servant were exchanged quickly. Is it badly hurt? Master, it's just broken chi. Now that I've pulled out the needle, I feel like I'm slowly recovering. I should be fine in a while. Broken breath? Shiroyama instantly understood. The bandit said that Gushinwan suddenly lost his strength, so it seems that this is the reason. However, Gushwang Yuan's physical quality is not as good as the tiger demon's. This pulling out the needle immediately felt in the recovery, and in a while, is also tough enough. But at the same time, it is also enough to see the power of this chi-breaking black needle. Even a monster as big as a tiger demon can still be chi-breaking after being hit by a black needle. If a person is hit, he is afraid that he will be paralyzed instantly. Can you run? Yes. Run back. Hide for now. Recover as quickly as you can, and let me know when you're done. Thoughts are not exchanged like words, and it's a matter of a breath. In the next instant, the tiger demon then spread its legs and ran backwards. On the other hand, Baishan's body moved slightly, pulling out a trail of residual shadows, shooting straight in the direction of the long black needle like an electric light. Giggle! A ripple suddenly grew in the air, and a long black needle shot toward him once again, and Baishan had already predicted it. His body slipped, pulling out to the black moon arc. at the same time throwing the flying dagger that had appeared in his hand at an unknown time. The long needle fell short, and where the flying dagger went, it was a swift and incomparable residual shadow. The flying dagger fell into the stump and plunged back into the ground. The stump flew back. In the next instant, Baishan was already in the original position of the remnants. While the remnants flew out of the bandits and ran towards the reckless mountains, Baishan glanced at the flying dagger on the ground, which was stained with a thin layer of blood. Shiroyama didn't pick up the flying knives. He didn't want to waste it, but taking the time to pick up flying daggers during battle was like sticking his neck out to the sidelines. With a flick of his fingers, he grabbed another flying dagger and aimed it at the stump that was flying back. The stump was extremely fast, but it was obvious that it was unusually wary of his flying dagger, dodging left and right, pulling out irregular curves in the moonlight. 49. Hooking up, booby-trapping seconds, begging for monthly votes. What kind of flying dagger is the most terrifying? Is it a lightning-fast flying dagger? It's not. It was the flying dagger still in his hand. Because, as long as the flying dagger was still in his hand, then, everything is possible. You never know if the flying knife will kill you, and that creates a huge deterrent. The remnant shadow hidden in the bandits was obviously good at speed and sneak attacks, but at this moment, in front of the flying dagger, he could only exert all his strength and dodge in an irregular walk. He didn't even dare to walk in a straight line, nor did he dare to put his strength on speed, and he didn't dare to turn his back to Baishan because he understood the terrifying nature of this flying dagger. The stump, however, doesn't go far, just moves within a safe range that he's confident in. The mystic doesn't chase, and he doesn't run because, behind White Mountain is the joyful Maitreya. The bright moon hangs high, spilling moonlight on 3000. Baishan quietly grasped the flying dagger and just locked onto the mysterious man, making it impossible for the mysterious man to settle down and could only keep on guard and keep on dodging. At this moment, the situation looked like he was taking the initiative, but in reality, he was passive. Because, he has the joyful Maitreya behind him. If the two of them pinched one after the other, he wouldn't know where to shoot his flying dagger. These two were no more than minions, ordinary. Continuous outbursts of the sword would not kill them. As for the tussle, sawing, that's even more of a no-no. Although he has a tiger demon that can return later, there are still more than 2,000 thieves on their side, and this is their home turf. But the darkness is also his home turf. It was also fortunate that it was dark. If it was daytime, 9 times out of 10, White Mountain would already be in a dead end. If you hit a snake, you'll get bitten. If you want to kill it in seconds. Therefore, Baishan quietly grasping the knife, waiting for the completion of the sitting forgetting, while the eyes are flashing with a deep color that does not belong to a teenager at all, rolling over the intention of the hard-to-know Azine. Time, second by second, passed. The three were in a strange balance, and breaking that balance is the joyful Maitreya behind the White Mountains. Rejoice in Maitreya's fat writhing. Soon, the flying dagger inserted into her body was actually squeezed out by the flesh and blood. Clang fell on the hard black rock, spinning and popping open. Although the flying dagger brought out a lot of blood, but the wound of the joyful Maitreya was quickly squeezed by the fat meat to stop the flow of blood, and the inner part of the injury was also driven by the fat meat to carry out a temporary repair. Her small eyes stared resentfully at Baishan's back, and she suddenly took a deep breath, following which her body swept and moved to the side. Spreading his right and left hands as he passed the bandits, he quickly swept through the arms slamming into the bandits, straight as a tank crushing them. The bandits are spitting blood. Following that, she grabbed them like chickens, 2 in each of her left and right hands. These bandits, the use is twofold. First, blocking the knife. Secondly, it disturbs the line of sight. Immediately, she stepped violently on the earth. Boom! At the sound of a cannonball-like explosion, her entire body shot against the ground and swept toward the White Mountain. She understands the reasoning behind the loss of lips and teeth. If that ally was gone, she was afraid she would be gone too. The situation is no longer conducive to peace talks, because both sides sensed the opportunity to kill the other and both actually moved. In that case, one can only continue to fight. If she stopped, in case the other party took the opportunity to shoot a flying knife, then her life would be lost. If the other party stopped, then the sneak attacker shot a flying needle, then the other party's life would be lost. In this case, because of the lack of trust in each other, no one would dare to gamble or believe what the other person says or promises. So, this is being pushed right into a do-or-die situation. Can't stop. The joyful Maitreya was extremely fast and furious, as if it were a giant cannonball. She was fat, but her brain wasn't dumbed down by the lack of blood supply. Her thoughts flew, her mind flashing through all the possible scenarios that could happen in a moment. The other side is certainly targeting allies, but if she got close, the other party would in all probability shoot their flying daggers at her. But if Akusan threw his flying dagger at her, then that ally will take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. So, the key point of victory or defeat is in the flying dagger. As long as she was able to utilize the 4 meat shields and all of her strength to block that mysterious person's flying dagger, then she would be able to close in on that mysterious person. And with the entanglement, the mysterious person would no longer be able to use his flying dagger. When the time comes, she is near and her allies are far. One close, one far, a sure win. Be sure to block the flying dagger. Definitely. Joyful Maithreya only felt her mind focusing like never before. She had found the key point of life and death. Block the flying dagger and you win. Boo, boo, boo. Dusty, airy, dense moonlit night. The bandits in the distance were as fearful and shocked as if they were watching the gods fight. Baishan just quietly grabbed the flying dagger and stood under the bright moonlight, his breath continuing to lock onto the dark shadow in the distance, making it impossible for the dark shadow to do anything. But at the same time, it was as if he was so focused that he didn't even react to Maithreya's approach behind him. The joyful Maithreya is getting closer and closer. 300 paces, 200 paces, 100 steps, 50 paces, 20 steps. The joyful Maithreya's entire body tensed, every piece of flesh forming a heavy armor. At this moment, even if 10,000 arrows were fired and they all hit their targets, she would still be safe and sound. Whoosh! 2 chicken-like bandits were grabbed and thrown towards the White Mountains. Joyful Maithreya, on the other hand, cunningly sidestepped her body, and her big feet, which had just been walking like an explosion, suddenly turned into the dancer's toes, and between noises and noiselessness, she pasted and slid longitudinally over to an obstacle on the side. Shiroyama's body folded and managed to dodge the 2 bandits who threw themselves at him, and just as he ducked, the joyful Maithreya struck. She started with the 2 remaining bandits being thrown out. These 2 bandits are able to block the line of sight and also act as a buffer. Then, she did not even withdraw the force of throwing bandits, and directly struck out in a smooth manner. This shot is to drive the air or popping ringing up, rolling airflow into a thin whip, to fling around randomly. Die! The joyful Maithreya roared in her heart, her bushy hand, like a cannon hammer that crashed mountains and cracked rocks, wrapped in thick air currents and slammed viciously toward Baishan. Hakusen came out with a knife. The light of the knife inches past his fingertips. However, the speed of the blade seemed to have been slowed down by the obstruction of sight, as well as the turning around, and it was actually much weaker. Joy Maithreya's reaction is swift and incomparable. She has long been ready to meet this flying knife. At this time to see the flying knife shot, know that the time to decide life and death is half of the hand is not to stay. The 2 cannon hammer on the hands of the gas on is even thicker a heavy, waving tamping smash, straight drive 2 waves of tidal waves of true chi giant waves to the inches of manganese bombardment to go. Flying knives, like boats, and the air waves, like a tsunami. There was a glint in the eyes of the joyful Maithreya. Block! Block! In an instant, the flying dagger and the giant wave of true chi collided. Happiness Maithreya's heart was in her throat. For some reason, she always felt that she had a faint sense of fear in the face of this mysterious person, and as she got closer, this sense of fear surfaced more and more, thus hindering the speed of the flow of true chi in her body. The next moment, boom! With a crisp sound, the flying dagger shattered, a light boat that went up in smoke in a tsunami. But the situation caused the joyful Maithreya to freeze. She was in a somewhat mixed mood, with the feeling of burning incense, bathing and dressing, only to have her surefire punch hit cotton. Yet she was only a few meters away from the mysterious man. It's already close. She won, but why is there a sense of oddity? Before she could finish her thought, the next moment, she suddenly heard a slight hum. 2 white snakes were swimming out of the mysterious man's nose, nearly simultaneously. Aha sounded. The word ha rolled up a dense ball of condensed chi, like a white-painted lead ball. The white-painted lead ball slammed precisely into the head of the joyful Maithreya. Joyful Maithreya could not think about what was going on. A pair of fat hands instinctively raised, carrying the residual power of the true chi, as well as the terrible fat armor in front of him. Boom! The dense chi in the white-painted lead ball directly exploded. It was as if the dragon pearl had shattered, and thousands of true chi like dragons were bombarding her head from all sides. Billows of smoke. The whirlwind dissipated. The bandits looking this way saw a scene they would never forget in their lives. A fat woman, charging furiously forward, and her head crushed in the wind. Boom! Another blast and the fat woman's head was completely gone. The headless joyful Maithreya still lunged forward for more than 10 meters before falling into the dust with a bang. On the other hand, after Baishan spat out the dragon ball, he barely hesitated, and without even looking at the joyful Maithreya, his body suddenly pulled out a shadow to the side, performing an imaginary dodge. Sure enough, only when he moved, a black needle had already landed where he was originally standing. Shiroyama quickly swept his head sideways into the distance and saw that the head of the Jubilee Maithreya was gone before he breathed a light sigh of relief. That moment just now was treacherous. He was holding a flying sword but did not strike. One is to force the opposite side of the sneak attacker dare not attack. The second is to take advantage of the situation to re-storage sit forgotten. He purposely turned his back to the joyful Mithraea, also to seduce her into striking. Then, when the joyful Mithraea did arrive, he shot his flying dagger. Only this time, the flying dagger didn't use true chi, but just his own power. Therefore, the power of sitting in oblivion was not consumed, because sitting in oblivion was aimed at the next true chi type attack. Knowing that his flying daggers were terrifying, the joyful Mithraea would naturally put forth his best effort to block the flying daggers, because by blocking his flying daggers, the joyful Mithraea would be able to stick and pester him. Therefore, in the view of the joyful Mithraea, blocking the flying dagger was victory. However, she had no idea that the flying dagger was simply a deception. This flying dagger, it didn't use true chi, it was just thrown out casually by Hakusen. Then, the flying daggers that did not contain true chi shattered, and joyful Mithraea's punch hit cotton. Only, even so, the joyful Mithraea who had been cleansed by the I Ching, had real chi covering his body, and had fat armor was still very terrifying. And by now, the charging woman was close to Hakusen. She had been suppressed by the White Mountain before, and was invariably affected by the tyrant, so that her power was weakened a little bit, which might not be reflected from a distance, but as she got closer, it became clearer and clearer. At the same time, as he got closer, Shiroyama was able to control the direction of his attacks more precisely. Therefore, until this moment, Baishan spit out the dragon pearl in his chest. This dragon-spitting pearl directly superimposed the triple power of Night Demon, whale swallowing chi, and sitting in oblivion. And the direction of the attack was the head of Huanchi Mithraea. The direction of the attack was joyful Mithraea's head. So, rejoice that Mithraea is dead. Seemingly seconds, but contains endless heart and game. Can be described as a thought of life and death, step by step, but at the same time, the enemy in the distance made a sneak attack. But this sneak attack, after all, is a small half a beat slower. White Mountain to advance judgment to avoid. At this time, Baishan mentally expressed his sincere gratitude for so many games he played and so many movies he watched in his previous life. Then, with both fingers clamping another flying dagger, he stepped on the moon and rode the wind, shooting towards the black shadow that was lunging towards him. The black shadow looked over here and fell directly into a shocked silence. After a little thought, he also guessed what was going on over here. Without any hesitation, he turned around and stepped on the ground, folding back, and fled frantically towards the land of mountain mangoes like lightning. 50. Chase and kill. Gone. Finally gone. Is that devil still human? The bandits watched as the mysterious man went after the man in black, which gave them a feeling of coming to life. They subconsciously walked over to the joyful Mithraea and looked at the headless female corpse, a chill running through their heads. Just then, the group of bandits suddenly burst into a cacophony and parted from the outside, while Yuan Jihong walked over with quick steps. Just now, he didn't go far away, but hid nearby to observe the battle, not expecting. With just a few exchanges, the joyful Mithraea blew up. At this time, Yuan Jihong stood next to the headless body of joyful Mithraea. Looking at the miserable condition of this body, he only felt that his liver and gallbladder were chilled. He urinated frequently, and his breathing was breathless. Big boss, what are we going to do? That devil chased out, but what if he comes back? Big boss, I think all the brothers before were killed by this devil too, right? The bandits saw Big Boss as if they had seen their backbone, but Yuan Jihong's own backbone is dead. His brain is confused, and his eardrums seem to be hiding a lot of bees that cannot fly out, buzzing endlessly. What to do? What to do? He, Yuan Jihong, didn't know what to do either. However, he now knew what rabble meant. The rabble is talking about thieves like them. 1,000 men are 1,000 separate people, and there is no use for them except to use their lives to consume the power of the strong and use their weapons to sneak up on the strong. But legend has it that the way of the soldier practiced by true generals can transform 1,000 men into one, thus greatly increasing their combat power. Earlier, when Ancient Frostplane and Joyful Mithraea fought, according to reason, Ancient Frostplane definitely couldn't beat Joyful Mithraea, but after he grabbed the Great Spear, I don't know what he did, but he actually fought with Joyful Mithraea, and if it wasn't for a strong person mixing in with the bandits to sneak in, the victory or defeat would surely not have been divided so quickly. The Joyful Mithraea said that the Ancient Frost originally borrowed the breath of the soldiers on the battlefield. It's a skill that is truly awesome. With that kind of skill, there are more people so that it's not a rabble. But he, Yuan Jihong, won't. There's no one else in his Panchon Kori who knows how to do that. Then when that big devil comes back later, who is he to resist? Since I can't resist, I'll think of something else. A hostage in a beauty hole? No, the machine basket is broken. Even they can't get down to the beauty cave, and they can't get the hostages, so what's the point of using it as a threat? Moreover, that mysterious tiger rider looked ferocious and violent, so he was afraid that he wouldn't eat the threat. Those government brats? since the mysterious tiger rider is here for them, it should be possible to trade those cubs for a life. Wait, this should still not work. As long as those little cubs were released, it was guaranteed that the mysterious man would simply strike after picking up those little cubs. Maybe that mysterious man couldn't kill these 2,000 people, but it was still possible to kill him. At that time, the Pan Mountain thief would be directly wasted. Running away? That mysterious man rode that kind of huge tiger that looked like a devil or a demon. Who could outrun him in these wild mountains? Yuan Jihong thought about it. His mind thought about all kinds of possibilities, but by the looks of it, how could it not work? The bandits next to him were buzzing with questions. Big boss, what do we do now? Yeah, what's the best thing to do? By the way, big boss, that man, since that man came to the government officials, he might be one of them as well. Let's all just surrender. As long as we surrender, that person shouldn't strike. Officials? Yuan Jihong snorted coldly. You fools, how does he look like someone from the government? He came to save these little brats for fear of other reasons as well. So, how about running away? Yuan Jihong is also things will be contrary to the extreme. The extreme will be brave. A blood rushed to the brain. He slapped the slap, said, escape? Where are you going to escape? That big devil is riding a demon tiger. Can you guys outrun a demon tiger? When the time comes, he will chase and kill from behind. We all have to die. Yuan Jihong's words woke up the bandits. At once, the bandits panicked even more. Yuan Jihong's complexion was cloudy, and he suddenly said angrily, stop it all. Black Wolf, go gather the brothers and have them ambush behind the gathering house with their swords. Da Bio, if you're holding a crossbow in your hand, gather all the brothers who are equipped with crossbows and go hide in the gathering house. Go a few more people and capture those 3 little brats and stay on the 2nd floor of the gathering house. We will welcome you there. The rest of you come with me to search for the last official pup. Seeing that the bandits were still a bit cowering, Yuan Jihong added, don't worry, although that big devil is scary, the one hidden in our midst is also a real expert. 2 people fighting with concealed weapons. If that big devil accidentally hits a poison needle, then maybe he'll just die out there. We can also sleep peacefully. Ha ha ha. Rustle of skirts. Rustle of skirts. The 2 figures were running one after the other, like lightning that swept against the ground at an extremely fast speed. From time to time, the moonlight exploded with a piercingly cold aura. Flying needles, flying daggers to and from each other to kill. Flying daggers kill in seconds. Flying needles break the chi. No matter who gets hit with the last blow, they will almost be doomed to defeat. From high above, it looked as if there were 2 terrifyingly ferocious beasts chasing each other in this wild and pale Pan Mountain. Bai Shan's speed was ridiculously fast, and his out-of-this-world stance coupled with the night demon made him truly a great demon in the night. In this situation, he chased that person and even managed to tug with him, which was evidently powerful. But even so, the distance between the 2 also began to slowly close. After about 2 incense sticks of time, just as Bai Shan was feeling consumed, the black-clothed man in front of him suddenly changed from moving forward to going around, and at the same time, a little bit of cold aura came out of his hand, like a starry river wave swooping in. Bai Shan was fully concentrated at the moment. All his attention was on his opponent. How could he not dodge? Just as the black-robed man struck out, he performed a shift and dodge, and at the same time, as a courtesy, he flung out an inch mane in his hand. That black-clothed man is also very good. This kind of example of flying dagger is actually by him to dodge. The 2 had been tugging at each other for a long time, and both were almost familiar with the other's path. At this moment, taking out each other's concealed weapons and started shooting at each other. Shooting at each other, walking away, looking for cover to dodge, shooting at each other, walking away, closing the distance, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Bai Shan saw the right moment and took a deep breath, following which he threw out a flying dagger, and at the same time, his entire body rushed towards the man in black along with the flying dagger. The man in black didn't expect his speed to suddenly explode, and in a matter of moments he was already close. Bai Shan raised his fist and blasted away. The black-clothed man's figure flickered, dodging the flying daggers, but could no longer avoid the fist, and in a flash of lightning, he intertwined his hands into a net to meet that fist. True chi surged out like substance, dense in his palm, as if it really formed a large net, to soften the hard. No matter how powerful the force bombarded, it could be resisted by this net. He would then follow up the punch by leaping back, and then enter the shooting phase again. Both men are highly depleted, and it is not yet known who the deer will be. However, only when this big net came out, the black-robed man suddenly saw 2 arrow-shaped white gases spewing out from under his opponent's blood-silk wooden mask. Not good. When the man in black remembered the scene of the joyful Maitreya getting his head blown off earlier, his pupils tightened and goosebumps all over his body surged out. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, he advanced instead of retreated, and the large net interwoven by his hands actually accelerated and pressed towards Bai Shan's fist. He was going to use the power from Bai Shan's fists, as well as his own strength, to accomplish a backward step, just like an iron ball hitting a large net with elasticity, which would naturally bounce away. He's accelerating the process. When the fists and palms met, that was when he pulled away. And in that time frame, White Mountain was simply too late to launch any other maneuvers. A thought. Fists and palms are about to touch, and just then, the black-clothed man's pupils suddenly tightened. In his eyes, Bai Shan's fist even suddenly loosened, transformed into a claw shape. This change is extremely smooth, obviously premeditated. In an instant, the claws violently grabbed his big net, making the two of them firmly bound together. At the same time, the two drew closer than ever before. The black-clothed man was horrified in his heart and fumed, trying to break free, but Bai Shan's hand was like an impenetrable shackle, deadlocking his hand and also locking his life. Immediately afterward, the black-robed man only heard the thunderous sound of a violent explosion ringing beside his ears. Ha! Giggle! Giggle! He only felt a heat in his ears as tiny blood vessels ruptured and blood gushed out of both ears. At the same time, a snow-white tumbling bead of terrifying chi occupied all of his sight. In the gas bead, white gas coiled and swam, resembling a mighty white dragon that swirled into a ball. Shiria comes crashing in face first and hits it all. The man in black only felt a headache and could no longer control his body. After a moment, boo! Without any suspense, a face-melting Dragon Ball directly exploded the black-clothed man's head. Shiroyama let go of his grip and let the man in black fall to the ground. The man was so strong that he didn't have the confidence to capture a live one and ask for more information, so he could only kill it. The next moment, Bai Shan ambled down and began to touch the corpse. 51. The man in black who touched the corpse collapsed without a fight. A few moments later, Shiroyama finished touching the body. He found no objects that would reveal the identity of the man in black. Obviously, this black-clothed man is very cautious, or the power behind him has an extremely strict system requirements. But whenever out of the mission, you cannot bring personal objects. However, he still harvested the black-clothed man's weapon. To his surprise, the weapon used by the man in black to store the black needles was not a needle bag, or a box, a small tube or something like that, but a palm-sized flat miniature metal hive. The metal hive was delicate, with 56 small holes in it, each of which held a black needle, and now there were only 26 needles left. Bai Shan grasped the metal hive and observed it for a while, and he realized that the black needles in the hive actually seemed to require a special technique to be removed. Otherwise the black needles wouldn't come out even if the hive was buckled upside down. On top of that, the weight of this metal hive was, after all, far more than steel, or even lead, and judging from the distribution of the weight, it should be pressed on the side with the needles. This suggests that the weight is most likely from a black pin. With the attitude of experimentation, Bai Shan looked around for a while, but only found a black needle. Before he did not pay attention when pulling out the black needle on the tiger demon, now on his hand, only to feel that this black needle is really heavy, obviously a thin needle, but it gives a person the feeling of a piece of iron. No wonder this black needle has an extremely long range without being hindered by air currents. It turns out to be so heavy, and I don't know what kind of material it is. Bai Shan grasped the end of the black needle, and put up the tip of the needle, but see the tip flashes a little dark green, but no flavor. Obviously this is the broken gas poison. Put it away for now and figure it out when you get a chance. He put the black needle into his mustard pouch, and then proceeded to stroke over the metal wasp nest again. Under the moonlight, the metal honeycomb shimmers with a dull luster, and its hollows and shapes reveal a remarkable craftsmanship that gives it a detached feel. After playing with it for a while longer, he felt that there was nothing more to discover and that he could not use it for the time being, so he threw it into the mustard pouch and left it for later, waiting for an opportunity to look at it again. Pan Mountain, the bandit cottage, Big Boss, 2,000 brothers, all gathered. Big Boss, more than 300 brothers with crossbows are all here. Big Boss, those 3 government men have already stayed on the second floor of the gathering house. The reports came one by one. Yuan Jihong said, "Good, now follow me to the second floor to welcome that one's arrival. If that great devil can still come back alive, it should be around this time. Let's wait for him here." With that, he glanced at the still fearful bandits in the surroundings and raised his voice. "Don't worry, brothers, even if that great devil comes back alive, we may not be without a chance. He must have consumed a lot after the bloody battle with the 2 lords and is already at the end of his strength." Asking if he didn't understand, the bandit next to him wondered. "Big Boss, what do you mean by strong?" Yuan Jihong slapped him and said, "Anyway, don't be afraid. After this time, those who have meritorious deeds will be promoted, so that I can fill the 10 chairs of the Pan Mountain Pirates. What are you waiting for? Follow me." Yes, big boss, the bandits acted. Yuan Jihong's eyes flashed sternly. Excessive fear rekindled his bandits' crazy nature. Their backs were against the wall, while the other party was at the end of their strength, and they might not lose if they really fought. Now, inside the gathering hall, a beautiful woman heard the commotion outside and looked pitifully at Gu Tanyang next to her, saying softly, "Lady warrior, it seems like outside. It seems like there's a fight." Gu Tanyang was also a bit curious, but she suppressed her curiosity and said, "Shoo, don't talk." The beautiful woman went quiet. Next to her, a cloaked young girl with reddened eyes said, "Will we survive? I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet." Gu Tanyang gave her a look and said firmly, "It will." She sighed softly in the bottom of her heart. Before she came to Peach Blossom County, she was still a little girl pestering her master, but now she needed to give others courage and confidence. She just felt like she had grown so much. But the bandits are back. So is Master defeated in battle? Master is so powerful. He should just lose the battle, right? She didn't dare think about it much. It didn't take long. There was a sudden cacophony in the distance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kill if you want to. Don't expect us to be soft, you beastly things. What did you bring us here for? A familiar voice came from downstairs, followed by a clunk from the stairway. Gu Tanyang froze. It's the voice of senior brother, as well as old Ding and old Tian. They've all been captured. What should I do? For the first time, she was faced with this completely desperate crisis. But before she had much time to think about it in detail, from the other side of the room came a strangely laughing voice. "Yo, there's 3 more chicks over here, so it's hidden so tightly." The 2 robbers spotted the 3 women hiding behind the water tank. The 3 women were roughly seized out, but how could they not reveal the existence of Gu Tanyang? Gu Tanyang also knew that going out to save someone at this time would surely kill her, so she carefully circled around the pillar, collected her breath, and hid deeper into the dead end of her sight. Before long, Yuan Jihong and a line of bandits pressed the 2 strong men and Gu Han up the stairs. 3 people were hit by several arrows, at this time are stained with blood and no longer able to resist. Yuan Jihong frowned when he saw these 3 women, and quickly realized that these 3 women were the very same ones that were captured up in the beauty cave. In other words, these 3 women were the survivors of the previous killing. Yuan Jihong looked down at them with cold eyes, revealing a sardonic smile. 3 incense sticks later, Baishan returned to the vicinity of the Pan Mountain bandit cottage. He was walking through the mountains and forests when suddenly a piece of shadow rumbled up not far away. A vicious wind rose up, and in a low growl, a nearly 4-meter black-striped white tiger stepped out. Upon seeing Baishan, the white tiger arrived at Baishan's side with a blistering whine. He gripped the ground with both paws and lowered himself to make it easier for his master to ride up across. Baishan rolled over onto the tiger's back and grabbed a piece of meat from his mustard pouch and threw it into midair. With a toss of his head, the tiger demon bit into the meat and proceeded to eat it with a lurch. "Master, I have recovered." A small voice entered Baishan's mind. "Are we going to attack that human gathering place?" The tiger demon only felt that its big paw was already hungry and thirsty. Whitehill responded, "No, tiger demon?" Its tiger face was filled with confusion. Baishan didn't explain, he just tilted his head and looked around, pointing at a high cliff and said, "Go there." Although the tiger demon is very puzzled, but it still obediently ow, and then rushed to a wall. Sharp claws in the rock, a planing a scratch, and then as a rock climbing grasp, driven by the huge body to leap upwards, followed by the use of concave and convex rock landing point, light vertical over the soaring, and soon came to the location of the White Mountain designation. If a cat can climb a tree, it doesn't seem strange that a tiger demon can climb a rock. Baishan leapt down from the tiger demon, sat cross-legged under the moon, and began to meditate to recover. He had consumed quite a lot from the previous series of battles, and even though there shouldn't be any powerful characters left in the bandits, he thought about it and decided to recover before entering the fortress. As long as he didn't show up, those bandits would definitely not dare to move anyone, and from this position, he was able to roughly sense the movement in the cottage. Out of this, the old gods of Baishan began their recovery. People die when they're killed, so it's definitely not on if you're not in shape. This experience is still learned from the game in the previous life. Lack of red and blue kill on the head. That is a wave. Wave people are often able to create a miracle of turning victory into defeat, but the White Mountains don't wave. An incense stick of time passed. 2 incense sticks of time passed. Half an hour had passed. An hour passed. Midnight has come. 2 hours. 3 hours. it's almost dawn. In the gathering building of the Pan Mountain Bandits, Yuan Jihan's eyes were covered with blood, his eyes were wide open, and his spirit was about to collapse. The evening had been spent in a state of high tension at all times. Not only him, those bandits hiding in the gathering hall grasping their continuous fire crossbows, as well as the bandits hiding behind the gathering building, were all nervous, because that big devil could come back at any time. It's like a knife to their neck. How is it possible to sleep in this situation? How can you relax? Fear, dread, and death turned into a shot in the arm to get their blood back. Even if that great devil returned, they dared to continue charging out. But after all this time, where's the big devil? Is it hard to believe that they've really been killed? That's why he didn't come back? But if he was killed, why didn't that master return as well? Yuan Jihong couldn't hold out any longer. The other bandits couldn't hold out much longer. They just wanted to find a place and get a good night's sleep. Their blood has gone cold. The exhaustion of the great battle, the high level of mental strain, and the intense fear of death turned into endless fatigue, drowning their bodies and minds, and destroying their wills. P.S. I'm begging for a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. 52. Panchon Pirate Wrap-Up. High on the cliff, Shirasan slowly opened his eyes. Late fall mornings don't come that early. There was still a fish-belly dawn on the horizon, but the moon was already going west, and morning wasn't far away. It's been a long time since I tried an all-nighter, but it's quite comfortable. This kind of attunement has the feeling of a deep sleep. Bai Shan only felt refreshed, and his expended strength was almost restored. He rose and called out, "The Center King!" The tiger demon was sleeping soundly, and when he heard his master calling, the tiger's body shook and hurriedly got up. Shiroyama said, "Let's go." After saying that, he rode across the tiger demon's back, while the tiger demon stayed until the master was seated. The tiger demon's paws stepped on the ground, and between vertical crossings, he descended from the peak, and then transformed into a white lightning bolt, and under the violent jump, flew down in front of the gathering hall, and tilted his head up to let out a sound of thunderous roar. The tiger whistled deep in the mountains, the forest trees were shivering, and even the beams and wooden pillars of the Gathering of Righteousness building sent out a slight tremor. In the gathering hall, the bandits who had already dozed off for a long time smelled this thunderous roar, and all of them woke up as if from a nightmare, their faces pale. Shiroyama asked in a jarring voice, "Where are the people?" 2 words in plain language, overlaying the gathering of the righteous house. Yuan Jihong was so scared that he sat up straight. Then he swept a glance at his subordinates who had long since lost any fighting ability. He was truly bewildered. He was tempted to ask this one, why didn't he come at night? Why did it take so long to come? What is this all about? He'd thought this one was dead. It turned out to be a surprise when they lost the battle. "All wake up!" Yuan Jihong shouted within his color. "It's, duh, boss." The bandits answered listlessly, but they didn't look like they had much fight left in them. Yuan Jihong was also very understanding. He was also very sleepy. It's been a day and a night without sleep, and with everything that's happened, how can you not be sleepy? And even the strongest backwater battle cannot be prohibited a drum, and then fail. 3 times exhausted law. The bloodlust in their hearts could no longer be ignited. Yuan Jihong hesitated again and again, realizing that he had also completely lost the courage to confront that mysterious tiger-riding man. He began to calculate. After a few seconds, his eyes twitched and he got up from the big chair, hiding himself in the middle of the bandits and raising his voice with luck. "My lord, we are willing to hand over all the people, but, can you let us live?" Shiroyama said, "Yes." Yuan Jihong gritted his teeth and said, "I also ask that your excellency be able to take an oath." These days, the binding power of oaths for experts still existed, and those who were strong would not normally break their oaths because it would lead to some undesirable psychological consequences, such as the creation of heart demons and the like. Bai Shan was in a refreshed state of mind, and the tiger demon was also in a refreshed state of mind. To put it simply, this man and tiger were considered to be full of blood and full of magic, whereas the pirate's essence and spirit had collapsed, coupled with the fact that there was no one in the pirates who was familiar with the way of the warrior. So the 2 sides were entirely in a knife and chopper and fish relationship. The relationship between the 2 sides is completely a chopping board and a fish meat. Yuan Jihong didn't have any other way. If this mysterious tiger rider came last night, they could still put up a fight. Now spell it out. My ass. He really had no choice but to ask the other to swear. Bai Shan patted the tiger demon. "Tiger demon will understand." The body bow shot out, directly landed on the 2nd floor of the Gathering of Righteousness building. His eyes swept through, but did not find Yuan Jihong. Bai Shan then ended and asked, "Big boss, how do you want me to swear?" In the crowd, Yuan Jihong hurriedly said, "Please just say, if there is a violation, your relatives will." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a little inch of on. Paro, the flying dagger directly inserted into the center of his eyebrow, penetrated backward, and poked tightly such as the back of the wooden pillar, into the wood, directly nailed Yuan Ji Hong. Poor this Yuan Ji Hong is the Pan Shan Ko big boss, although not enough to the qualification of the 2 words of the Lord, but is also a person tough, killing and decisive. Today is such a death. His eyes were still round, as if he couldn't believe he had died so easily. Blood slowly flowed down from the center of his eyebrows, gradually intertwining into a blood-red net. Bai Shan's sight swept over the trembling, weapon-grasping bandits in the periphery, and said in an ending voice, "Put down the hostages, drop your weapons, and get out of the fortress." Although his voice was faint, he utilized majestic true chi, directly overlaying the surrounding area and clearly transmitting into everyone's ears. The bandit next to him was incredulous. You let us go?" Bai Shan pretended to jar. "Go back and do it all over again." The bandits cried tears of joy. At this point, their hearts had long since lost any semblance of resistance, and they didn't dare to threaten with hostages again. Clunk, clunk, clang. The weapons were thrown down in handfuls and landed on the ground. The mountain bandits flew away and fled outside the mountain fortress in a frenzy. Seeing that they were already far away from the weapons, Bai Shan rubbed the tiger demon's head, following which he pointed into the distance and said directly in his head, "Middle King, send them to reincarnation." The tiger demon revealed a puzzled look, as if pondering over some profound question. Shiroyama asked, "Why aren't you moving yet, Master? How do you send someone to reincarnation? It seems like it's hard. What does this mean? Bite them." "Oh, when you say it like that, I get it." White King of the sudden, tiger eyes light, tiger body wildly vibration. It was locked up for so long, has long wanted to move the muscles. At this time after receiving the order, whoosh sound scampered out, transformed into a white meat grinder, to the distant fleeing mountain bandits killed. Before the mountain bandits running behind could react, they felt a sharp pain coming from their necks. It was the tiger demon's 2-pointed fangs poking into his neck from behind. The bite went through his airway and snapped the vertebrae between his head and body. The tiger demon bites off the man, then violently pulls, throws, and then pounces on the next bandit. A claw from the back to complete the literal white tiger pulls out the heart, and then shrinks out of the bloody claws, and then pounces to the other side. There was a lot of wailing. When you look at it from a distance, you see a hell on earth. Behind the bloodstained mask was the quiet face of the teenager. Yesterday plus today, the number of people who died directly and indirectly at his hands would reach more than 3,000. He had some mixed feelings. When you kill, you do it in one breath. But now that I'm quiet, I feel a little confused. Suddenly, the voice of another teenager came from behind him. Although you are a senior, you clearly said that you would let them go, but why did you let the demon tiger go after them again? They've all lost their weapons. They're all unarmed. Guhan stood up from the back. He is just an upright, cynical. At this time, although this mysterious person saved them, but he is still some cannot see. As soon as his words fell, Gu Tanyang, who had been hiding next to him, directly ran out. The crowd froze. "Tanyang, so you've been hiding here all this time?" Gu Tanyang didn't answer, but ran directly to Gu Han and said angrily, "Elder brother, what are you talking about? What kind of unscrupulous bandits are these?" Elder said to let them become human again, but they are no longer considered human in this life. So Elder is sending them to reincarnation. Elder brother, think about the beauty cave. Think about the people who were killed and dumped their bodies at the bottom of the cliff. And you actually sympathize with the mountain bandits? Guhan sniffed and suddenly woke up, brushing his face to turn red. Ignoring the arrow wounds on his body, he fell to his knees behind Bai Shan and slapped himself hard. "I was wrong, senior. I didn't know what I was thinking just now. I lost my mind." Shiroyama interrupted him and hissed, "It's fine." Gu Tanyang hurriedly ran over and politely said, "Skywing Mansion provider Ancient Frost original disciple Gu Tanyang, thank you for saving the life of senior." After she finished thanking her, Gu Han behind her hurriedly followed suit. The 2 burly men further back were too badly injured, and the 3 women were scared silly, so they couldn't speak either. And after Gu Han had finished thanking him, he was actually a bit rattled. Ancient Tanyang said, "Senior's great kindness, we senior siblings definitely need to repay. I don't know what senior needs us to do." Bai Shan looked at the girl, then at the somewhat distressed teenager, and somehow suddenly thought of Bai Naochan and himself. It seems to be all about teenagers who don't know any better, but teenage girls who are worldly wise. It made him suddenly miss Sister Meow. "The bandits are gone. You guys think of a way to contact the officials," he said in an inning voice, and then floated down the gathering building, following it far away. Senior, Gu Tanyang shouted from behind, but Shiroyama had stopped looking back. Guhan lowered his head and said, "Senior sister, it's because I offended senior. That's why senior left." right? Am I a stupid person? Gu Tanyang said. Yes, of course you are. Gu Han looked gloomy. Gu Tanyan laughed. If you weren't so straight-laced and cynical, how could master like you so much? Go Han, huh? Gu Tanyan laughed. Alright, just kidding. Senior has his own deep meaning in doing things. You don't need to speculate too much. Let's hurry up and help old Tian and old Ding heal their wounds. Then repair the hanging basket mechanism and save all the refugees from the beauty cave. When master comes, he will definitely praise us for being very capable. Gohan looked at her in consternation. Gu Tanyang touched her face and wondered. What are you looking at me like that for? Guhan bowed his head and said, Master, can't come. Can't come? But we're still here. How could he? Gu Tanyang suddenly froze. Guhan said, Senior sister, Master, he has died in battle. It's true. What the bandits said. Senior sister, look at the weapons they dropped. Those are all Skywing Mansion's continuous fire crossbows. The crossbows were all captured. Master must have met with an untimely death as well. As Guhan spoke, he looked up again, only to see two clear traces crossing his senior sister's dirty face. False. You lied to me, elder brother. You lied to me. This girl, who had just been smiling, suddenly choked up at the moment, and then burst into tears. 53. Returning to Peach Blossom County. Out of control Xiaomei. White Mountain walks in the pre-dawn cottage. In the fortress, corpses were strewn everywhere, and the smell of blood blended into the air and drilled into human noses, like a slaughterhouse. However, his five senses were sensitive and had long been several times that of an ordinary person, and he had since smelled the strong odor of blood, and had also heard the cries and speech of Gu Tanyang in the distance. That young girl lost her master. That's why she's crying so bitterly, isn't it? What if one day, Sister Mio Mio suddenly died, torn in half, or had her clothes ripped off in wanton humiliation? Would he cry? Would he be angry? Just a moment's thought sent a wave of cramps and anger surging through him. In the midst of this emotion, the confusion he had brought on by too much killing was gone. In the distance, the tiger demon is still chasing the bandits. Baishan faithfully walked to the headless body of the joyful Maithreya, just walked in a hurry. The Maithreya's corpse has not yet touched. Have to come to make up for it. But when this arrived, his expression froze slightly. It wasn't surprising that the joyful Maithreya had been touched, but what was strange was that the flesh of her shoulder had been cut open with a knife while there was an egg-sized hollow inside, so obviously something had been removed. Baishan suddenly remembered that according to the previous information, there seemed to be another expert beside the joyful Maithreya, but that expert had not shown up from the beginning to the end. Now, it seemed that in all likelihood, that expert had taken advantage of the fact that he had gone after the man in black to run out and take Maithreya's treasure, following which he had fled from this place. After all, the shoulder flesh hides treasures, and this kind of secretive thing is only known to those close to joyful Maithreya. He then wandered around the cottage for a while, trying to search for some loot. In the warehouse, the grocery room, he searched for a lot of food and clothing, and did not take it, considering that there were still some refugees in the secret cave. In a few households, quite good big house, he accidentally harvested a large box of silver. There is no special seal on the silver, obviously can be normal circulation of silver. Baishan, this is not polite. Directly into the mustard seed bag. After entering the bag, the corresponding 1,000 taels of silver information entered his mind. On the ground, there were also many scattered weapons. However, these weapons are divided into two categories. One category is captured from the county army. One category is the thieves themselves. The former take cannot be taken out. The latter mostly rough. Put the mustard bag value is not big but also take up space. Baishan looked at it for a while and threw out the 15 standardized long knives originally captured in the mustard pouch. Then picked another 109 repeating crossbows that were not broken, had a good surface, and still had more than half of the crossbow arrows in the crossbow case and put them into the pouch, as if they were additional trophies this time. The light of dawn pierced through the overcast clouds and fell on the earth, golden and warm. The tiger demon came back from a distance after completing the hunt and kill mission. It didn't manage to kill all the bandits, but the remaining ones who managed to escape have been scared out of their wits. It carries its master and delivers him to the entrance of Panshan. Baishan burned the blood-stained wooden mask, took a bucket hat and put it on his head, and then changed into clean clothes that he had shunned from the cottage. But naturally, the tiger demon could not follow him into the county and could only stay in the mountains. At this time, the tiger demon's pair of tiger eyes even showed some reluctance to part with the color. Baishan stroked its tiger head and instructed it to go and take care of Guhan, Gu Tanyang and the others for a little while. Only after explaining all this did he walk onto the official road and hurriedly head towards Peach Blossom County. The tiger demon stood at the top of the mountain, watching his master go away. In the master's back disappeared for a moment. The tiger demon changed its former attitude, where there is still any reluctance in the eyes. It is straight as off the reins of the wild dog running around. jumping up and down, repeated 100-meter sprint, excited. It's out of its trap and its owner is gone, so it's just completely free? It must go to the mountains to eat and drink, and find some tigresses to play with on the way. Ha 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 ha. Baishan successfully returned to the Song mansion. He was thinking of going to look for Bai Miaochan, but he saw the small wave of goods with legs and knees, sitting in the pavilion to the right of the gate, dress red like a melting plasma. Seems to notice that he entered, then raised his head and looked straight at him. The moment she saw him, the look of joy on the little wannabe's face was visible to the naked eye. In the warm wind, her peach blossom eyes wintry into silk, the big red dress that covered her ankles swung in the wind, and her pale face seemed like a flower made of paper. Yo, Auntie is back. The little wannabe was first reserved and softly shouted distantly, then she jumped up and jogged over towards Baishan before sticking next to him, taking a deep breath and revealing a somewhat mesmerized look. Her cheeks flushed with color. When she opened her eyes, her peach blossom eyes suddenly let out a light. Snap! The little wannabe broke the boundary, broke her previous vow of absolutely no touching, and directly embraced Shiroyama. Baishan froze, and his peripheral true chi directly broke through his skin, bouncing against the little wannabe's arm. It was reasonable to think that this blow could make the little wannabe feel her arms tingling as if she had been stabbed with needles and had to let go. But what actually happened was that instead of letting go, the little wannabe began to feel around with both hands, one going up Shirasan's shirt and the other being more unruly. Baishan moved his hands, grabbing the little wannabe's hands directly to the sides and asked, "Little Miss May, what are you doing?" Little Wavegood said, "Auntie, the yang qi on your body has suddenly become so thick. I like it so much. You've practiced the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter, right? Otherwise it wouldn't be this thick." After that, the little tramp laughed twice, and then said, "Don't worry, Mr. Auntie, I'm interested in your virility, but I won't ask about the rest. Auntie is my treasure when she has young energy. He he he." Little Wave Bastard wrapped her arms around Baishan, followed by a wave of her hand and shouted, "Maids, boil water." Shiroyama eyed her and asked, "Is it ready to cook me?" The little wench laughed. "No, the smell of blood on your body is so heavy, and there is so much dust from the hateful thoughts, so if you don't wash it off, you will get something dirty." Baishan subconsciously sniffed, but he didn't smell anything. He had obviously washed himself clean, burned his cloak and mask, and changed his clothes, and the smell of blood on his body was long gone. The little wannabe said in a glutinous manner, "Auntie, you can't smell it, but those dirty things can." White mountains, he was tempted to say, "Don't you smell it too, Miss May? She's really a straight-up dirty thing." The little wench turned around and jumped on his back, her legs coiled around his waist, in a female ghost riding back posture, while waving her fists viciously. "Master is mine. Those dirty things can't rob it." Baishan broke her legs that were wrapped around her, but he couldn't even break them. The little tramp clamped down on his waist and wouldn't let go. Baishan reminded him in friendship, "I'm not yours, I'm your lady's." The little tramp was mad. "The lady will understand me," Shiroyama said, "but I wouldn't understand." The little tramp thought for a moment and asked, "What will it take for your aunt to understand?" Shiroyama said, "At least I want you to know what you really are." He didn't even add the word people. The little wannabe commiserated, "I'm just a girl who needs young energy for a long time." Following that, her eyes brightened and she said, "Auntie, you can't drive me away. I'll stay by your side for a long time." Shiroyama said, "Then you come down first." The little tramp aggravatedly said, "But being close to Auntie so I can get more young energy, I have no choice." Baishan was speechless in his heart. "You're aggravated my ass. Then, let's change positions." The little tramp's eyes were glowing and she seemed to be thinking out loud, her tone excited. "How do I change it?" Whitehill said, "You really need to run into me, so take my arm." The position was still within the realm of what he could barely accept. After thinking for a while, the little wannabe decided to cooperate, as she flipped down from Baishan's back, followed by taking Baishan's left arm and smilingly said, "Let's go, Auntie. Xiaomei will accompany you to bathe first." Shiroyama said, "No need for company." The little tramp was a little upset and insisted, "No, I want to get into the bathtub, and Auntie can't stop me." White mountains, that's pretty righteous. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I can skip the washing." The little tramp got angry. "It must be washed. These scents on your aunt must be disposed of, otherwise it will attract filth." And just then, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face came from afar, and this middle-aged man was none other than the Song family head. Baishan's complexion converged, wanting to clasp his fists and salute, but as soon as he lifted his left hand, he realized that this hand was being held by Xiaomei and actually could not be lifted. He could only slightly owe his body and politely said, "Baishan has met the family head." The head of the family smiled at him and nodded, then looked at the little wannabe and said, "Xiaomei, you mustn't pester your aunt like this." Baishan gently breathed a sigh of relief. With the master of the house here, this Xiaomei girl should be able to restrain herself a bit, right? However, the little wannabe didn't give a damn about the family head and said angrily, I want you to care. You don't want Yang-chi, I want it. The head of the family said in a cold voice. Think about it, if auntie becomes disgusted with the Song family because of you, where will Miss go to find a second auntie? Moreover, since you like auntie so much, you should treat him well instead of being this unreasonable. P.S. Beginning of the month to ask for a monthly ticket. 54. Auntie, how many wives do you plan to take? The Song family. When Xiaomei heard the words, if you like your uncle so much, then you should treat him well, she became even more angry. She took Baishan's arm, pointed up on the tips of her toes, and brought her face up to Baishan, asking, Auntie, do you think I'm good for you? Baishan looked at Xiaomei, then at the other side of the family head, and had a bit of a headache. If he was in a normal family, he would have favored the head of the family. No, in a normal family, there wouldn't even be a multiple choice question like that. What maid would mess with the head of the family like this? But now, it was obvious that Little Miss May wasn't afraid of the family head in the slightest, and to be honest, Little Miss May was really nice to him too, except for this now. However, the Song family head quickly relieved him. May, you don't have to ask your aunt. If you were really good to him, you wouldn't have ignored his thoughts. Humph, you don't understand. Men love women, and I'm like this because I want him to be comfortable. He says he doesn't want it now, but really when we get better, you'll see if he's still willing to crawl away from me. Xiaomei, that's your idea, not Auntie's. Since Master Auntie was able to cultivate the fierce tiger whistling night chapter so quickly, he is also someone with a chance, and in the future, he may not. In short, you can't disregard his thoughts. Humph, you're trying to say that Auntie may not be unable to truly be a part of us in the future, right? The little wannabe flipped her red sleeves and crossed her arms as she continued to start speaking bluntly. On the side, Baishan quietly perked up his ears, and honestly, he just loved listening to the little plum girl talk. May, how can you say something like that out loud when you haven't gotten to that point? What can't we say? It's not just the abyss. I think Auntie is quite good, so he's one of us from the abyss. I'll take him with me wherever I go. He is, right now, already ours. The more the little wannabe said, the more she drifted. Xiaomei, the head of the family, interrupted her with an abrupt yell, his voice turning ice cold. Do you know what you're saying? The little tramp suddenly blanched as she realized that the word abyss might scare her. She and the family had both turned their heads sideways at the same time, their gazes staring slyly at Baishan. White mountains. His eyes were busy showing a puzzled look as he muttered, Abyss? The little wavy goods and the family had perked up their ears and looked grave. Baishan was puzzled. What kind of plane is the abyss? Did your Song family come up from that plane? Xiaomei froze and patiently explained. Auntie, no, the abyss is not some original, but a very. Snap. The head of the family interrupted her brainless sci-fi with a slap to the back of her head. Baishan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, luckily there was someone as sensible as the family head, otherwise would he have been silenced? The head of the family said, the Song family was previously in the vicinity of the Snake Plains in the Great Qian capital, and it was also because the young lady wanted to come to the countryside to take a break, so she temporarily moved here. Xiaomei had some slips of the tongue, so please don't take it to heart. Auntie, when Baishan saw the family head say so, he hurriedly said, Family head, you are welcome. I have been greatly favored by the Song family, and I will return the favor. I am also naturally willing to become family with the family master. Miss Xiaomei, the head of the family, had kind brows and a smile on his face. Good, good. What a nice young man. The little plum girl continued to hold Baishan's arm and announced, This is my baby. However, after all this, she also dismissed her plans to take a love bath with Baishan. For his part, Baishan completely ignored her and sincerely said, Many thanks, family master. The head of the family also ignored the little plum girl and nodded at him with a smile. Steaming water vapor floated up from the barrel. Baishan immersed in it. Into the nose is a fresh and sweet smell of medicine. Apparently this is the little plum girl said wash away the dust of hate thoughts, medicine. He stretched his arms, only to feel his pores open wide and his whole body relax in comfort. In the past, he did not bathe much. Most of the time is to wash with cool water. At most then use a cloth to wipe down the body. It is not easy to fetch water. It is not easy to cut firewood. All our copper plate can save is to save. And now this soak is a real treat. It would have been more enjoyable if there hadn't been a little plum girl sprawled out on the side of this tub. The little tramp was lying on the side of the tub, holding up her ruched pink cheeks and asking questions with no boundaries. How many wives are you going to take, Auntie? Baishan said. You should ask your lady. The little wannabe said, if the lady agrees to you marrying more, will you add me to the list? I want to sleep with you every day. Sleepy? White mountains. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, she is separated by a veil. If the little plum girl was a normal woman, he might really be moved. After all, the person's parents weren't ugly, and she looked quite mysterious and powerful. To put it simply, where can you find a good girl who has face value, can help you in your career, and is willing to pay for it? So where can you find such a good girl who only comes in your dreams? But he didn't even know if Miss Xiao Mei was a human being, so naturally he wouldn't and didn't dare to have his heart moved. So, Bai Shan said, Miss will not agree. The little wannabe giggled with a giggle. Auntie, not necessarily. Oh. A few moments later, Bai Shan bathed and changed his clothes, redressing into the brocade clothes that the maid had brought him. I don't know if it was his illusion. Since he came back this time, the maids in the Song Mansion looked at him with a strange look, full of thirst, and even the color contact would be accompanied by a wink every now and then, as if they were seducing him in full force. Bai Shan only felt that if it wasn't for Miss Xiao Mei calming the maids, those maids would have rushed up long ago. In the name of consolidating his cultivation, he managed to close the courtyard door, then sat down at the stone table under the old tree and let out a long breath before mentally muttering to himself, the Song Mansion, it's really getting more and more eccentric. The family had said that I had a chance, but after that, he stopped what he was going to say. Miss Mei, however, helped him to complete the picture, saying that the family had said that I might become a true part of the Song family. What's that supposed to mean? Can't it be that if I'm the Song family's aunt, I'm still not a real part of the Song family? Then the little plum girl set up to the head and back to the abyss. The abyss. Shiroyama murmured the word heavily in his mind. It's a term that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar, to his previous life. He closed his eyes slightly and an image of the abyss came to mind. The depths of the earth seemed to have been boiled. Magma erupted from the crater. Explosions were heard everywhere, and hordes of abyssal creatures inhabited the world in various bizarre forms, such as the red dragon of the end of the world that whistled, the hellfire that fell from the sky and crashed into the earth, the great demon that was good at shuttling through space, all kinds of devils that were characterized by both mutation and magma, and the chimera that was good at manipulating flames, and so on and so forth. The world is inhabited by all sorts of weird creatures, such as red dragons that roar through the world, hellfire that rams the earth from the sky, great devils that are good at traveling through space, demons that have both mutated bodies and magma characteristics, and chimeras that are good at manipulating flames. His impression of the word abyss was simple, that is, from some games. When compared, the pungent scent in the ancient pavilion, the burning scent in the bookstore is indeed somewhat like lava, and Mei seems to be barely a match for the chimera. In particular, the word Mei has the same sound as. However, there are more elements that don't match up. Obviously, comparing the impression of an abyss to the abyss here is inappropriate, and is a preconceived and unsubstantiated prediction. Hakusan leaves these distractions behind and sits quietly, relaxing his mind and body. Slowly, his mind began to replay the previous battle. Yesterday and today's pre-dawn tussle had drastically seasoned him. In particular, the encounter with the joyful Maitreya and the man in black had given him a new perception of the use of power. First of all, in the midst of a war at the same level, in addition to the power itself, there are some elements that are extremely important. For example, the range of attacks. Joyful Maitreya close quarters attack and defense so powerful, but still ate the loss of flying daggers. For example, if you strike first and then second, the person who strikes first is likely to kill the person who strikes second outright. For example, the attack interval. The reason why I was able to kill Joyful Maitreya was to take advantage of the interval after she met my flying dagger with her power. Like explosive power, this power involves the environment, weather, conditions. I would be stronger in the nighttime. In the daytime, maybe I would have been killed by Joyful Maitreya, and Gushang Yuan would have been even stronger on the battlefield with the borrowed military power. If not on the battlefield, he might not have been able to fight Joyful Mile at all. On top of that, my sitting forgetfulness and whale swallowing chi are all capable of enhancing power bursts. These elements will inevitably not be the only ones, which will make a person far more powerful than they appear to be, and I'll be sure to keep an eye out for them in the future. 55. Early deal, Doyle Cole. Secondly, it seems that the effects of the feats will not be as invincible as described, but will be weakened. Like my flying dagger, obviously it should be a case of no false starts, and the knife would surely hit, but when facing that man in black, it was frequently dodged. What is this about? The sadness slash is a true chi battle technique. It is a house level, leaf blade, mutated technique, and by the looks of it, it should have reached the level of a state level technique. However, even so, it was still substantially weakened when facing that black-clothed man, which was most likely due to the insufficient level of the gongfu, or the fact that the other party had an equal or higher level of evasive type of true chi battle techniques. One must take that into account in the future, rather than feel that one's flying dagger is bound to hit. Speaking of which, the difference between the true chi mind technique and the true chi battle technique is still quite obvious. The true chi mind is focused on the strength of the power itself, and there will also be an explosive enhancement of temporary power. According to my previous deduction, the foresees heart technique, after the mutation of the prefectural grade, clear light heart technique, is most likely a state-grade technique, and its cultivation to the 9th level will allow one to obtain sitting in forgetfulness, which is capable of temporarily boosting true chi-like powers by 30 to 50%. The state level, burning origin heart technique, mutated into the whale swallowing heart technique, which was most likely an imperial level technique, and its cultivation to the 9th layer would allow one to obtain whale swallowing chi, which was capable of boosting the strength of the true chi class and the carapace itself by 30 to 50%. It seemed that the ratios were both 30% to 50%, but whale swallowing chi was far superior to sitting in forgetfulness in terms of both its scope of application and the difficulty of activating it. Compared to that, Fierce Tiger Whistling Night Chapter is just too perverted. Night Demon directly increased by 60% to 10%, and there was no difficulty at all in launching it, as long as it was nighttime, and the targeting range was still the same as Whale Swallowing Chi. The Yang Yin physique is also boosted by 60% to 10%, targeting the range but the power of the 5 elements of fire, which although I can't use it for the time being, it's likely that it applies to higher-end powers. Tyrants seem to have only weakened the enemy's power by 10% to 20%, and after boosting it would reach 30% to 50% at most, but there was no limit to the range of its power weakening. In other words, it was feared that this power could be used forever. Above all, it's a simple increase in power values. True Chi battle techniques, on the other hand, mostly focus on elements such as range of attack, first and last move, attack interval, and so on top of the original power. These elements are able to better utilize one's power. Currently, my overall fighting style would be to focus on long-range flying dagger-type concealed weapons, and when I get close, I mostly sneak up on my opponent with dragon spitballs. But if my opponent not only breaks through the flying dagger, but also defends against the dragon spitting pearl, then the period of my greatest advantage will have passed. I need more feats to become stronger. I need the ease of scripture and marrow cleansing pill to raise my realm. I need to see the outside world. The teenager clenched his fists darkly. However, all 3 wishes seemed to be difficult to realize. Kung Fu? He had already cultivated all the techniques he could obtain to great perfection. An elixir of easy cleansing? This was a resource that was in the hands of the royal family of the Deqian dynasty, and it was simply impossible for someone like him, who had faked his martial arts order to the extreme, to apply for it. To the outside world? The Song family is in Peach Blossom County. Where can he go? Escape from the Song family? There's no escape, and even if he escaped, which power could he join? Not to mention, his skill is a handle. Any power can use this handle to pinpoint him. That being said, the Song family could be considered extremely kind to him, even though they were harboring an agenda. But if you're not useful, what are people doing to help you? This is quite normal. Therefore, as long as the Song family does not screw him, even if he is allowed to transport Yang Qi every month or make a small sacrifice, it is also acceptable, as a voluntary blood donation. So, he will follow the Song family. If the Song family is righteous, he is righteous. If the Song family is evil, he is evil. Even if the Song family's entire family are all evil ghosts, then he'll just be a person who seeks profit with ghosts. Anyway, he didn't want to be a nice guy. Knock knock. A knock on the door came abruptly, interrupting Shiroyama's thoughts. He looked up as the brilliant sunlight cast down between the branches that had lost all their leaves and fell on his rather shapely face. Immediately after that, the soft and sticky voice of the little plum girl floated in. Auntie, Baishan responded. Don't go over the wall. I'm still practicing. Little Miss May said, not here to do that kind of thing with you, but something else. Only then did Shiroyama get up and open the door. Outside the door, the little wannabe looked a little unexpectedly serious. Auntie, I'm going out for a few days, and now I've come to say goodbye to you. Out? It did make Shiroyama freeze. He did understand that the little wench couldn't wait to leave him for a second, just like a female ghost lying on top of a living person, wanting to suck out the living person's young chi first anyhow, but how could she suddenly say she wanted to go out? Instinctively, he thought of the sunlight-colored crane immortal feather and the blinding golden bloodstain that had been on his mustard pouch. He asked, Miss May, is something happening? Little Wavegood said, nothing just going ahead to finish the deal. Shiroyama wondered, what kind of deal? Little Wanderer said, Auntie has successfully practiced the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter so quickly, so of course I'm going to go and exchange it for the later techniques. Originally, I was planning to go the winter after next or the winter after that, but Master Auntie is too powerful. The later feats? Well, the Extreme Yang chapter. But Auntie has to return the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter to me. I have to return it to someone. No problem. Baishan whirled and took out the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter and handed it back to the little wavy goods. At the same time, the bottom of his heart also froze and rejoiced. This is dozing off to send pillows. He was just thinking about not being able to find the gongfu. The little plum girl went to trade for the gongfu. Little Wavegood said, Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter is a body forging technique. and this, extreme young chapter, is a true chi heart method. But, it's a very difficult discipline to cultivate, so as long as you can cultivate to the 6th layer, you can truly help Miss Whitehill straightened up and said, "So who are you looking to trade with?" The little wanker said, "Of course it's Dozuki." In a rare show of control, she stopped right in the middle of her sentence. "This kind of thing, Auntie should leave it alone for now." Shiroyama asked, "Dozuki what?" The little wannabe honestly said, "Dozuki-ku, White Mountains, Little Wavy Goods, White Mountains, Little Wavy Goods." Baishan wondered, "Who is Dao Yueka?" The little wannabe closed the door and said, "See you later, Auntie." She hurriedly took a few steps outside before she rubbed her chest. Am I liking Auntie too much that I'm starting to say everything out loud? Or, is the sunlight too good right now and my brain is a little messed up? Not again. May thought about it for a while and decided to go find the old woman in the medicine garden before going out to trade. The old lady's needle and thread helps her with her big daytime mouth. Mouths talk nonsense, just sew it up. Hakusan saw the door close and didn't chase him out. The little plum girl would always unintentionally unveil a bit of a new worldview for him. However, he doubted that he would be silenced because he had heard too many secrets from the little plum girl. It wasn't long before he was sitting back down when suddenly there was another knock on the door. He asked, "Who?" A familiar young girl's voice came from the door. "You're finally back?" Shiroyama hurriedly got up to open the door. Outside the door, Bai Miao-chan, dressed in snow, was standing in the sunlight. Her face was delicate and untainted in the sunlight. Only that pair of watery eyes were a little red. Reddened eyes surveyed the intact white mountain. Bai Miao-chan faintly asked, "Are you all right?" Bai Shan raised his hand, displayed it, and said, "Sister Miao Miao, of course I'm fine. No injuries?" "No," Bai Miao-chan faintly said. "Oh," then closed the door backhandedly and brought it tight again. Shiroyama froze, and when he listened again, he could only smell the sound of footsteps hurrying away. He opened the door and went after them. 56. I am not ashamed to ask about heaven and earth and the living world. Myo-myo-san, Sister Myo-myo, are you mad at me? Baishan hurriedly chased after him, but he didn't exert his stance. The white girl in front of them walked fast, and the two of them walked all the way from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard. Bai Miao-chan suddenly slowed down her steps, and only then did Baishan rush to her side and asked again, "Sister Miao Miao, are you angry with me?" Bai Miao-chan looked indifferent and directly said, "No, no." Shiroyama always felt something was wrong. He asked, "No really?" Bai Miao-chan's footsteps, which had already stopped, suddenly sped up again. In the time it took for Shiroyama to freeze, the young girl had already walked away again. Baishan hurriedly chased after me again, saying, "You're really still mad at me." The young girl running ahead shouted without looking back. No, the two of them, one after the other, quickly exited the Song mansion. Shiroyama continued, "Are you angry or not?" Bai Miao-chan slowed down her pace again, and suddenly let out a pft and laughed. "Shirazen?" Bai Miao-chan tilted her pretty face up. The ice in her almond eyes suddenly melted away as she laughed. "You shot that leaf yesterday morning, didn't you?" Baishan didn't know how his big sister was cold for a while and then suddenly got better for a while. But when he saw that his big sister had gotten better, he nodded his head and said seriously, "Even though Auntie Zhao is considered to be kind to us, being kind doesn't mean that you can carry your kindness with you, and it still requires that you, big sister, repay it through sacrifice." Bai Miao-chan laughed. "How so?" Baishan said, "Zhao Danyang has a somewhat fiery temper and is occasionally mean between words, which can only be seen from the fact that she lives alone in Red Clay Lane while having few neighbors to interact with. Zhao Danyang, on the other hand, likes you because you're nice, big sister, and she could even call her son to come and stand up for us for your sake. And even though that standing up wasn't used, the favor is there." Bai Miao-chan laughed. "Then you're still angry at people," Shiroyama said. "That's because she had a crooked mind." Bai Miao-chan pretended not to know and said, "What crooked mind ah?" Baishan said, "Dame Zhao went with her son to Qingyuan County, thinking that there was no one else in Qingyuan County to keep her company, so she wanted to take Big Sister Yu with her. However, Dame Zhao also knows that Big Sister is 18 this year, and has long since reached the age to talk about marriage. Yet who does the eldest sister marry? That was, of course, her son, Zhao Huayue. But Zhao Huayue recognized the capital's great eunuch as his rightful father, and his status is distinguished. So it is different. Given Zhao Danyang's character, the eldest sister was only worthy of being a concubine to his son. If you become a concubine, you will be able to stay with her all the time, do your filial duty for her, and from then on, you will be sold to her Zhao family for the rest of your life. What is a concubine? You can't even eat at the table. You serve your in-laws with a low brow. You are short beside the eldest woman, and you can be passed on by your husband to another person, exchanging concubines with another person to have fun. Other people think, poor people like us can climb a good marriage. We should be grateful on the ground to rush to flatter. Go into marriage. If not willing, that is not know how to appreciate, in vain to be laughed at. That's why after I rejected Zhao Damiang that day, she would get mad at me and tell me that a sparrow can't turn into a phoenix, a python can't turn into a dragon, and that a mud leg will always be a mud leg, and that even if you join the Song family, nothing will change. I don't want to become a phoenix, nor do I want to be any kind of augur, but I'm good enough to join a family like this. You, big sister, she can't take it with her. As for repaying the favor, of course I'm going to report it. But if this benefactor has a bad intention, then I will not repay the favor. I will be ungrateful, and I will kill this person who is trying to repay me. So what? We are favored, but we don't repay the favor by sacrificing ourselves. Anyone who dares to say anything will be killed. There aren't that many boring yo-yo mouths in the world that will talk unless they are paid to do so. I may not be doing the right thing in the eyes of others, but that's just the way I am. I am blameless, not asking heaven and earth, not caring about the world. Bai Miaochan smiled as she looked at her own brother and softly said, so you know it all. Zhao Danyang did once and I talked about these. Also want me to not really do her Zhao family, at least to be able to feed and clothe. I didn't tell you but even so, you didn't make a move, Shiroyama said. That's because she didn't take you by force either. Bai Miaochan said, what about Zhao Huayue? Shiroyama was dumbfounded for a moment. He said, if he dies in front of you, he will eventually get you into trouble. Bai Miaochan said, so, you disappeared for a day and a night. What exactly did you do? White Mountains. I followed him, but I didn't kill him because I saw him go to fight the bandits, and I'm always favorably impressed that he was able to fight for the people. Bai Miaochan said, I have heard that the allied forces of the three counties suffered a great defeat, with numerous deaths and injuries, and even Lord Gushuang Yuangu did not make it back alive. However, then some escaped county pawns returned and said that the Pan Mountain pirate cottage seemed to have been attacked. This matter has something to do with you, right? Bai Shan said. I was about to talk to Big Sister about this. I followed Zhao Huayue, so naturally I spotted the bandits, and then I happened to see a mysterious force was attacking the Panshan bandits. That force is really something. Big Sister, what are you staring at me for? Bai Miaochan broke her fingers and said quietly, stuttered twice. Bai Shan said, then, I stepped in as well. Me and that mysterious forces people. Together we attacked the Pan Mountain thief. Bai Miaochan continued to play with her long and white fingers, pretending to be offhand. I nailed the lie, so I don't stutter anymore. All in one go huh? Bai Shan sighed helplessly and said, then I can't tell you that I went alone to eliminate the Pan Mountain thieves after the three counties' allied forces collapsed. Can I? Bai Miaochan said, there's no need to be so exaggerated. The Pan Mountain thieves are ferocious and incomparable. It's the three counties that are united and the heavenly winged mansion has sent reinforcements. All of them can't do anything to take them. How can you possibly exterminate them by yourself? Bai Shan took a deep breath and did not intend to hide it from the loved ones in front of him. Sister Miao Miao, this is the truth. Bai Miaochan's willow brows slightly knitted. Her almond eyes revealed some doubts. The truth? But you haven't said the truth yet? Bai Shan looked serious and confirmed. This is the truth. When he said that, he had the coolness of BGM blaring, sunglasses on, cigar in mouth. Bai Miaochan? This matter was enough to shock Bai Miaochan for a few days and nights. After 26 times of asking, fake it, lying to your sister, and so on, she finally stopped asking. Because, Whitehill never changed his mind again. She had a feeling it was. It's probably true. But if it's true, then what kind of horrible monster is this brother of his? Stealing martial arts. He was able to kill the assassin sent by the Lu family. Learning martial arts in the Song family, he scurried to the fourth realm of the martial Dao within 2 days, and then arrived at the fifth realm of the martial Dao within another 2 days. And soon enough, he was able to go and slaughter the entire Pan Mountain thieves again. Panshan pirates, there are a few thousand of them, right? How can I kill this? Bai Miaochan sneaked a glance at the teenager at her side. Although his thin body has become slightly sturdier because he has eaten more meat in the past 2 days, but his face is still young and pretty. He looks a little bookish and stuffy. He doesn't seem to be able to talk to people. Where he stands, he seems to be a lonely person. He can't melt into the lively atmosphere, but in fact he is afraid of loneliness and thirsts for friends. He isn't a person with a bad heart. But how could such a young man, who could even be described as introverted to outsiders, suddenly be associated with a butcher with bloody hands? Bai Miaochan was skeptical. Even though Bai Shan talked to her, she still couldn't believe it. Not to mention that the county pawns who fled back only said that the Panshan thief cottage seemed to have been attacked, but didn't say that the Panshan thieves had been eliminated. The two walked to their old home. That dilapidated old home has become a new home for the orphans. When Bai Miaochan came, a boy ran out from inside and shouted excitedly, Sister Bai, Sister bye. There's new news from the Panchon thief side. The people of our county came across a thief who had escaped from the mountains, but the thief had gone mad, frightened, and just muttered repeatedly about the devil, about tiger demons, about help. Next to him, the child king named Han Yang also rushed out and pushed and bustled the boy, then squeezed in front of Bai Miaochan and said, Sister Bai, these are all the things I've inquired about. Now, people who knew the news began to say that it was a manifestation of the mountain gods, sending the tiger immortal to punish the mountain bandits. But now also do not know the mountain situation exactly how. The governor is urgently arranging a group of masters team. Go forward to Pan Mountain to investigate it. Devil? Tiger demon? A mountain god? Tiger fairy? Bai Miaochan silently glanced sideways at Baishan. Shiroyama scratched his head and gave a goofy smile. 57. Sacrifice of the mountain god, and the ghost of the devourer visiting his relatives. Step STH. Step STH. Breaking or snapping. In the late fall woods, dead branches rattle crisply as they are stepped on and broken. A small group of people with mixed clothing was traveling quickly through this mountain forest. This squad consisted of experts from several small families in Peach Blossom County, martial artists from the South Wind Birdie Fist Martial Arts School, and some strong and self-appointed people, numbering a combined total of 100 people. When these 100 people passed through the Gorge of No Return, they saw the county pawns, county lieutenants, and Lord Gu who had died in battle, and they could not help but fall silent, and this scene of the sands caused them to show signs of gravity and anger. The person in the lead was the Grand Master of the South Wind Little Bird Fist Martial School. He waved his fist and said in a deep voice, Let's continue onward and scout out the situation of the Pan Mountain pirates first. The rest of the group responded. After walking for a while, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, there are so many corpses here. They all seem to belong to those Pan Mountain thieves. In fact, it was no longer necessary for this man to say it. Everyone saw it. Every few meters on the miserable golden mountain paths illuminated by the sun, there was a gruesome dead body, which could be completely recognized as a Pan Mountain thief just from its appearance and costume. The Martial Hall's eldest senior brother, as well as 2 other people whose strength had reached the 3rd realm of martial arts, quickly rushed out to take a closer look. It was injured by a fierce beast. There are bite marks and scratches. The eldest senior brother quickly made a judgment. He glanced at the other 2 and shouted, Brother Chow, Brother Ma, how does your side look down? Those 2 men were stony-faced. All the same, my side too. Eldest senior brother's expression grew more and more serious as he said, Continue to take a look. Everyone be careful. The crowd continued to walk, walking and looking, which became more and more alarming. The corpses all over the ground were obviously injured by the beasts. Many of them died from having their necks bitten off, and many of them died from having their hearts or other parts of their bodies poked through directly from behind. The crowd couldn't help but wonder, is this really as the outside said? Is the mountain god manifestation sent the tiger fairy, punished the unrepentant mountain bandits? Holding such doubts, the 100 people walked for another half an hour in their hearts before they arrived at the end of the Gorge of No Return, and also saw the den of the Pan Mountain pirates. At this moment, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Where is this still a nest? Blood, the rich smell of blood, mixed with the stench of cold rancid down corpses drifted with the wind. Suddenly, one of the strong people accompanying him vomited. The vomit drove a number of others to dry heave as well. Eldest brother and the others are at least practiced. They can still eat, but even so, their faces are a little white. He thought a little, and lowered his voice, Go in and take a look. Those thieves robbed a lot of the people. Maybe there are still in the fortress. We have to get them out. 2 days later, the situation at Pan Mountain had spread throughout Peach County, and then onward to the outside. In Peach Blossom County, the people are all lights and colors. The governor also breathed a long sigh of relief. Along with the Peach Blossom County scouting pairs returning were 2 disciples of the ancient Frost Plains, 2 patrolmen from the Skywing Mansion, and more than 1,000 young women and children. The survivors confirmed that the Panchon pirates were indeed eliminated by a terrifyingly mysterious man and a huge tiger demon almost 4 meters long. This matter is directly in line with those crazy bandits, as well as the people's mouth rumors mountain god, tiger immortal. Full of a mysterious and bizarre feeling, the governor of Peach Blossom County didn't dare to covet the seized bandit materials, but rather distributed them to these women and children. And as for the excessive resources, they were converted into copper plates and distributed per head. So, these women and children were able to have the financial basis to start their lives again. At this point, the south side of the county in the late afternoon, the twilight skylight covered the old house and the children running in front of it. Under an old tree, leafless branches cast soft sparse shadows on the dry dirt. The fall wind swept up the dust from the ground and drifted off into the distance. Bai Miaochan looked at her own brother oddly and asked softly, did you really kill him alone? Bai Shan said, add another tiger demon. Bai Miaochan said, but, how did you kill so many people? How did you do it? Bai Shan said, it looks like it's difficult, but it's not. The main thing is that they're both fleeing. I'm chasing them from behind, and that tiger demon is also chasing them from behind, so they won't meet any resistance at all. Bai Miaochan took a serious look at her own brother with the eyes of a monster, then asked again, are you hurt? Whitehill said, no. Bai Miaochan sighed, are you really my brother? Shiroyama said, yes. Bai Miaochan asked again, how did you come up with the idea to kill them? Bai Shan said, the Song family asked me to practice a technique that requires senses in killing, so I had to use them as a practice object. At the same time, those children you took in at your old house had their families killed by bandits, so I learned by ear and naturally hated bandits. Then I saw that Gus Hang Yuan died, and once Gus Hang Yuan is dead, Peach Blossom County is bound to be patronized by bandits from time to time, and then the two of us will have to hunker down in the Song house, unable to go anywhere, which is not good. On top of that, I've also always had a good feeling towards people like Ancient Frostplains well, so I thought of going to save his two disciples, and as a result, the bandits on the mountain were unable to negotiate at all, which led to a direct fight, and I wiped them out after the fight. Bai Miaochan helplessly held her forehead and said, Bai Shan, you're about to become an immortal, you know? Become immortal? The two disciples of the ancient Frostplains confirmed the existence of you and the tiger demon, while the people of the county, when they learned of it, insisted that you were the god of Pan Mountain, and that the tiger demon was the tiger immortal that you had sent out. They're going to make a statue of you, and then they're going to sacrifice you, to ask you for favorable winds and rains, for the marriage of a man and a woman, for all kinds of things. Shirisen was stunned. Not really, Bai Miaochan said. As for that, you're already close to becoming an immortal. Then, her eyes flashed with a crystal clear light and she laughed delicately. In the future, you won't need to eat, so you can eat incense every day. At night, I'll light 3 incense sticks for you to put in front of your nose. He. Shiroyama said, I refuse. At that moment, a small child shouted Sister Bai in the distance, and Bai Miaochan said, I'll go for a while, and walked away. Shiroyama stood alone under a tree. Listen a little and you can hear the whole county happy. The elimination of the Pan Mountain thieves made Peach Blossom County seem like it was the new year, and every household was somewhat festive, but he obviously used such brutal means. But the result seems to be pretty good. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and his complexion suddenly moved, followed by a quick walk towards the small forest behind the old tree. In the shadows behind a tree in the forest, a young girl is standing. This young girl was dressed in green, but unfortunately there were no shadows on the ground and no feet under her skirt. This was the Devourer little lady who had previously helped Bai Shan attract the bandits. Seeing Bai Shan appear, the Devourer little lady seemed startled, not expecting to meet him here, so she hurriedly and respectfully said, Greetings to the Master of Masters. Bai Shan didn't care about the title, but questioned, What are you doing here? In his opinion, the Devourer is to help the tiger demon to hook people. The green-clothed Devourer is here. It is hard to give the tiger demon to attract people to eat again. It was something he couldn't accept. In the past 2 days, he didn't care about the tiger demon, mainly because of the distance. The energy needed to be spent to communicate once was extremely distant. Since there was nothing going on, he didn't communicate anymore. But now, he was a little angry. Bai Shan said in a cold voice, I told your master not to eat people. Didn't it listen? The green-clothed Devourer hurriedly waved his sleeve and stammered, No. This has nothing to do with the master. It's me who came on my own. Saying that, she slightly lowered her head and softly said, Master doesn't care about us these days, so we've combined our thoughts and thought that we'd each go home for a visit. Going home? Shiroyama froze, his expression softening slightly. The green-clothed Devourer said, My home was originally living in the west of Peach Blossom County, in the 3rd family below the Green Willow Bridge. As a result, when I came back, I realized that my home was gone. I carefully avoided people and searched for a long time, and finally found my brother. Bai Shan said mildly, Who is your brother? The green-clothed Devourer said, Zhu Yu, that's the one over there. With that, she raised her hand and pointed. In the yard not far away, Han Yang, the king of children, was sitting on a tree stump, talking with a big grin, while far away from him stood a scrawny little boy who didn't seem to fit in very well. The little boy was one of the 4 children that Bai Shan had first seen. The green-clothed Devourer said, I am relieved to see that little Feather is safe and sound. Master of Masters, I really only looked at him from afar. I didn't mean to harm anyone. Bai Shan sighed softly in the bottom of his heart. The tiger demon had really eaten innocent people. His expression softened completely, and when he saw that the green-clothed devourer was still in a hurry to explain, he said softly, "Wait." The green-clothed devourer froze, not knowing what his master's master meant by that. Bai Shan said in a warm voice, "When it gets dark, you call Zhu Yu out and talk to him. Is it really okay?" It's okay, you're his sister. Even if you turn into a ghost of a devourer, how can he be afraid of you?" An excited, expectant but afflicted look appeared on the miserable white face of the green-clothed devourer. 58. Throwing away a lot of money. It was getting late, and the river of stars was dazzling. The earth was all soft with the light of the stars and the moon. Suddenly, with a soft creak, the doorway of the old house was pushed open, and a skinny boy ran out, looked around, dove into the woods behind the old house, found a big tree, and proceeded to rip off his pants and pee. The boy was none other than Zhu Yu. He looked around nervously as he peed. It's reasonable to say that it's not been a day or two since I've peed in the dark moonlight, so this fear is not to be expected. But it's just this time of year that can be particularly scary. The reason is very simple. In the past 2 days, Han Yang will start the Ghost Story Conference before going to bed, and tell some scary things, and the cause of the matter is still that Panshan Mountain God and Tiger Immortal who eliminated the bandits in Panshan Mountain. This kind of mystery directly arouses the children's interest in the distant gods and ghosts, so it naturally triggers the enthusiasm of telling ghost stories. Zhu Yu is usually sullen, but when he actually encountered Han Yang or other little friends telling this kind of story, he would perk up his little ears to listen. It's natural to be afraid when you've heard too many stories. As for why he's moping, the reason is simple. It's hard to get over the fact that you've lost all your loved ones. In this world, there are always some children who can accept the reality very quickly, and there are always some children who can't accept it in any way. Zhu Yu is the latter. His sister disappeared. His parents disappeared. A person like a duckweed. Lonely. If not for the white sister to help him, he would have died. Now obviously there are a lot of new small friends, but he is still so difficult, but also cannot fit in. Like a wandering outside the collective ghost, the more lively, the more lonely. He didn't want to, but he had a knot in his heart, and if he couldn't untie it, he wouldn't be able to walk out of his world. At this time, Zhu Yu twisted his head and looked around, yet there were only heavy shadows of trees in the surrounding area, trembling in the cold wind of late fall, as if they were ghosts with narrow bodies. Zhu Yu was a little inexplicably creeped out inside, so he secretly pushed himself in order to pee faster, just wanting to go back to the house when he was done. But suddenly, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a real human figure. His heart skipped a beat and he felt a chill run through his body, but he couldn't help himself and slowly turned his head back to get a better look at the figure. The figure stood ghostly in the shade of a tree not far away, as if staring straight at him. Zhu Yu was so scared that he broke his pee and screamed, "Ah!" His half-pissed urine shrank back, wetting his pants with a fresh piss mark, but he couldn't care less about that. Grabbing the waistband of his pants and rushing back, Bai Shan and Bai Miochan, who were hiding behind a large rock and watching the place, both froze. These two have nothing better to do, so they're here to watch a sibling reunion. But I didn't expect my brother to bolt before I even saw the top of this. Seeing that the green-clothed ghost under the tree was a bit overwhelmed, Bai Shan directly grabbed a small stone from the ground and casually threw it. The stone silently cut through the air and struck the boy's ankle, impeding his running motion while he lunged straight forward and fell. The boy flopped to the ground, not caring about the pain, just instinctively crawling forward in terror. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to his ears. "Feather, Feather, it's Sis." Zhu Yu froze, his crawling motion slowing. The voice suddenly and gently hummed an inexplicable nursery rhyme. "The wind doesn't blow, the waves aren't high, the little boat rocks gently, the wind doesn't blow, the trees don't shake, the little bird doesn't fly or call, the wind doesn't blow, don't make any noise, my Feather wants to sleep, my house, Feather needs to sleep." The voice was a woman's voice, and it actually trembled a little as it sang. The boy stopped as if he had been electrocuted, then slowly climbed to his feet, but did not continue to run. Without dusting himself off, he followed the sound and looked at the green-clad girl standing in the shadows not far away. The young girl was not far from him, but instead of stepping out of the shadows of the trees, she just looked at him with a smile on her face. The boy's eyes suddenly became wet when he saw the green-clothed girl's appearance. "Sister, Feather." The boy bit his lip, his eyes reddened. Step by step, he walked towards the green-clothed girl, getting closer and closer, and also seeing the tragic whiteness of this young girl's cheeks, the floating of this young girl's figure. The boy paused again. The young girl tensed up. At such a close distance, Feather had most likely noticed that something was wrong with her. "So, sister." The boy, however, only paused for a second, but then ran straight towards her, ran to her and tried to hug her, but the hug was empty. The boy took 2 steps back and tilted his head to look at the green girl in front of him. The green-clothed ghost said softly, Sister is a ghost. You can't touch her. The boy looked stunned. Then his nose twitched twice and he cried out, unable to stop his tears. Away, behind the boulder. Bai Miao-chan rubbed her reddened eyes. Shiroyama gently reached out and put his arm around his big sister's shoulders. Bai Miao-chan naturally leaned her head on his shoulder, her autumn watery pupils a little out of focus as she softly asked, if one day I become a ghost, will you be afraid of me? Bai Shan said, you won't turn into a ghost, and if you do, I'll turn with you. Bai Miao-chan pursed her lips tightly just in time to catch the tears rolling down from both cheeks. Seeing the pair of human ghosts and siblings in the distance walking towards the depths of the forest, chatting as they walked, she took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, replaced them with a smile, and said, let's go home too. Well, go home. Shiroyama smiled back. 2 days later, Bai Shan brought Juyu, Han Yang, and a boy named Lu Chi to the South Wind Birdie Fist Martial Arts Center. The boxer in front of the door was the same boxer from the last time Hakusen was here. This can be said to be a raw too familiar. Last time the boxer did not know who this brocade-clothed teenager, and then got a silver beans but also inquired clearly. The boxer laughed. Auntie of the Song family, what's the matter? You want to practice martial arts again? But our price remains unchanged. 50 taels of silver for 6 months, and no refunds even if it's not valid for 6 months. I'm telling you, our martial arts school is on the rise right now. Do you know why? Han Yang behind Baishan poked his head out and grinned widely. Why? The boxer gave a thumbs up and said, that's because our eldest brother is great. Do you know the god of Panshan Mountain? You know Tiger Tai Sin, right? When my eldest brother went to Pan Mountain to investigate, he met the old man of his mountain god once. Elder mountain god said that my lineage of South Wind Birdie Fist martial arts is bound to prosper greatly. He was talking up a storm a few days ago when he went to Pan Mountain to investigate. The Martial Arts Museum's eldest senior brother happened to be the leader. After returning, the eldest senior brother did not say anything, but the following people bragged about it. Just as this boxer was speaking with vigor, a rather magnetic man's voice came. Old Huang, don't talk nonsense. That boxer jumped up hastily at the sound and stood up straight to look at the visitor. Eldest brother. The man who came out had slightly yellow skin and a sturdy body. He looked at Bai Shan and said, the Song family's aunt, right? I'm Lu Jingfeng, the senior brother of the Southwind Little Bird Fist Martial School. Bai Shan nodded, clasped his fists and returned the salute, then turned slightly sideways and said, Senior brother Lu, I came here this time because I want these 3 children to join the martial arts school to learn boxing. Lu Jingfeng looked at the 3 children and said, I wonder what relationship these 3 children have with you. Bai Shan said, they are all children of the county, only their families have gone, and they have become orphans, living in exile. My sister couldn't bear it, so she took them in. I then wanted to be a good person to the end and brought them here to learn martial arts so that they could also protect themselves. But, he pulled Juyu and said, this child is a bit thin and weak. If his martial veins are dried up, I wonder if he can still cultivate. Lu Jingfeng heard these words. The color cannot help but soften down. He is not what rich people, but also used to see the big family on the mud legs of the cold words to each other. This Song family aunt although is from the bitter cold, but the rich and powerful but also can save such a point of mind, is really let a person respect. He walked forward and sized up Juyu. This child should be alright, as long as the martial veins are not wasted. Food therapy can still make up for it. Just, how long are you going to report them? Shiroyama asked. How long will it take to learn? Lu Jingfeng said, if the martial vein is full, you can enter the 2nd realm in a year at the latest. But if you want to cultivate true chi, that depends on the skill. Every year, the pavilion master would go and test the talent of those children who had already entered the 2nd realm. If their talent was qualified, the pavilion master would personally teach them the method of true chi. If one is able to practice true chi, then the money for studying afterward can be saved. Like in my case, my qualifications are dull. It took me a total of 3 years to practice true chi and step into the 3rd realm, and now I'm trying to open my aperture. But I haven't completely finished yet. After thinking about it, Lu Jingfeng added, after stepping into the 2nd realm, you can undertake some tasks such as remote messenger, dart escort, and escorting people to earn copper money, which not only provides opportunities for training, but also subsidizes tuition. These quests, all issued by the librarian, are relatively safer. As for the tuition fee, half a year is 50 taels of silver, but if you pay for 3 years in a row, you are able to get a lot cheaper. Originally it was 300 taels of silver, but it is only 240 taels, which can be considered a good deal. On top of that, there are some medicinal meals in the martial arts school that need to be paid for out of pocket. Roughly speaking, it should be 10 taels of silver for 6 months, and for 3 years it would cost 60 taels of silver. Bai Shan thought for a moment and said, 3 children, 3 years, 900 taels. right? Lu Jingfeng nodded and added, "It may seem quite expensive, but access to martial artists is hard to obtain nowadays, and being able to step into the way of the martial artist through a martial arts school would be good for these 3 children." Bai Shan interrupted him and said, "That's it then, 900 taels, I'll pay." He glanced at the little lady in green devouring ghosts who was clinging to the shadows and following in the distance, who was standing in the shadows with a grateful smile on her miserable face. Perhaps the tiger demon was no longer binding her, or perhaps her resentment was slowly dispersing over the past few days, so much so that her body appeared to be very, very faint. Maybe one day, it suddenly disappeared. Even though Bai Shan couldn't hear her, the little lady of the green-clothed devourer whispered, "Thank you." 59. I hate not being able to fulfill my filial duties. Another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Zhu Yu in the old house seems to have changed as if he were a different person, no longer moping, but always with a smile, no longer withdrawn from the group, but began to mingle with Han Yang and them. Since the appearance of the green-clothed devourer, the knot in his heart seemed to have been untied. Zhu Yu, although thin and weak, although not as strong as Han Yang, but there is a drilling force, a spirit of defiance. Han Yang, even if he is already recognized as the king of the children, but still cannot suppress him. It was dusk again on this day. Bai Miaochan was about to leave the old house when Hua Xiaoshan's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Sister White, it's not good, it's not good. What's wrong? Dawnfrost, take your time. Zhu Yu, he is gone. He's been gone since this morning, and he hasn't been seen coming back until now." I asked the other kids, and they said they haven't seen anyone else, and I asked Han Yang, and Han Yang also said he didn't go to the martial arts center today. What can we do? Bai Miaochan froze, then turned around and patted her snow-white hands, saying in a delicate voice, "Children, let's go find Zhu Yu together." Han Yang jumped out and said, "Sister Bai, I know that Zhu Yu kid. I can't guarantee that he's practicing martial arts at that old place again." Hua Xiaoshang said, "What old place?" Han Yang said, "There is a forest by the Green Willow Bridge. He always runs there in the past 2 days. I remember his old home is there. I'm guessing that he learned Kung Fu at the martial arts school 2 days ago, and this is an attempt to consolidate his handiwork in a familiar environment? Hey, I know it, he must have silently practiced and then tried to defeat me. But he's still early. 1 hour later, it's already dark. But Zhu Yu wasn't at the Green Willow Bridge. Bai Miaochan and the others searched quite a few places, but could not find Zhu Yu. In the end, the people had no choice but to return to the old house, and Bai Miaochan wanted to go and get help from her acquaintances in the patrol. But just then, they saw Zhu Yu in the woods behind the old house. The boy had returned at some point and was sitting on the dirt, staring blankly at the forest in the distance. The crowd approached, but saw that the boy's eyes were red and his cheeks were filled with tears. Hua Xiaoshan went up and asked, "What's wrong with you, Zhu Yu?" The boy said dully, My sister, gone." Only after his words fell, Han Yang rushed up and grabbed him by the shirt, saying angrily, "What nonsense things, how can you curse Sister Bai?" Zhu Yu also did not resist, just continued to say mechanically, My sister, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone," he said in bald again. Han Yang carried his fist and was about to fight. Bai Miaochan shouted, "Han Yang." Only then did Han Yang stop. Bai Miaochan said, "You guys go back first, I'll stay with Little Feather for a while." Alright. Although Han Yang was naughty and mischievous, he listened to Bai Miaochan's words, and at this moment, he answered and returned to the old house with the other children. Bai Miaochan also ignored the dirty ground and sat next to the skinny boy, then softly said, "She is washing away the resentment in her heart and reincarnated. This is a good thing. You should be happy for her. The only reason she was willing to leave was to see you grow up, to see you active in the world, practicing hard in boxing, and having a partner. But now that you're crying like this, how sad would she be if she knew in the ground?" Zhu Yu hung his head and said, "I knew it. I already knew that she was only coming to see me for a while and would leave, but I didn't expect her to leave so quickly." Bai Miaochan smiled gently, then continued to live positively, with the positivity that will allow her to leave with peace of mind. Zhu Yu hung his head and fumed for a long time, then softly said, "Thank you, Sister Bai. My sister told me that I must repay you and Big Brother Bai. I'm still young now, but when I grow up, I will definitely repay." Saying that, he clenched his small fists hard. Bai Miaochan laughed. "I don't need you to repay me, and your Big Brother Bai won't want it either." Zhu Yu said sharply, "That won't do." Bai Miaochan laughed. "Then living happily is the best way to repay me and your Big Brother Bai. Let's go home." She patted the little boy on the shoulder. Zhu Yu wiped away her tears and stood up as if with a sense of ceremony, then tried to squeeze out a smile. He would leave with a smile that would reassure his sister, and he would show his sister in the 9 springs that he was doing well. The smile finally tore through the crying on his face and his eyes narrowed into slits as he laughed. He followed the girl in white and walked in the direction of the old house. Although he was smiling on his face, his still boyish fists were clenched extremely tightly. At this point, new state, Skywing House. Senior sister, even if master is gone, we still have to pull ourselves together and live well. You have to stop moping around so much. I know, it's good that you know. You usually look resourceful, but when it comes to something like this, you're crying your eyes out. Elder brother, I really can't do anything about you. Senior brother, I want to leave the Skywing mansion for a while. Why, sister? Even though master has gone, we still have the right to be chosen in preference to become an offering, in compliance with the offering system, and this time the Pan Mountain Pirates, although it is that senior eliminated, but you and I should also be able to incidentally dip a lot of credit, which makes this offering position more stable. I'm just 2 veins away from reaching the 5th realm. Once the 5th realm is reached, then being an envoy of this new prefecture's Skywing mansion, that's also reached in terms of strength. Gu Han was about to say more, but Gu Tanyang interrupted him and laughed. Then when I come back from my travels and see senior brother again, I'm afraid I'll have to call out as a Gu donor. A smile finally appeared on Gu Tanyang's pretty face. At that time, I'll come back to work hard and strive to become an offering as well. Gu Han saw that she insisted and did not persuade her anymore. Both he and his senior sister had gained a lot of growth from this trip to Pan Mountain, and now his senior sister was bound to want to look at the outside world and digest all this growth. So he laughed and said, "Alright then, a deal is a deal. It's just that you must pay attention to safety when you're out there." Senior sister, Gu Tanyang said, "It's not like I'm leaving right now immediately. I still want to go and observe 7 days of mourning for my master." When she said that, she sighed quietly again. The senior siblings then spoke for a while before parting ways. Ancient Tanyang pushed the door and walked casually along the stone steps. There was an empty sense of loss in her heart when her master was gone. Seeing that she had reached the gate of the courtyard, suddenly she stopped warily. Outside the courtyard gate, a patrolman was standing on the left and right. The confessor and the governor's patrol room had occasional contact on weekdays and were not too unfamiliar with each other. Ancient Tanyang wondered, why are the 2 elder brothers in my ancient mansion? The inspector said, "This is the arrangement from above. Miss Gu, please go back to the house first." Back to the house? Gu Tanyang was surprised. Did elder brother and I commit a crime? The inspector said, "I'm just following orders. I don't know anything else, so please don't make things difficult for me." Miss Gu, saying that, he listened to the bosom, took out a paperwork, unfolded. The paperwork clearly has the big seal of the government captain and the government master. Gu Tanyang swept the seal with her gaze, knowing it was genuine, and retreated. An area with a rather dark environment. Righteous brother, I know that righteous father treats me well, but I didn't get any credit this time. So will a sudden mobilization invite gossip? Will this bring trouble to righteous father? It was not possible in the past, but it is possible this time. Huayue is incompetent, so I would like to ask my righteous brother for advice. This matter, then, can never be the work of some mountain god or tiger fairy. The only one who survived the 3-county campaign and can take on this credit is you, so the credit is yours. With that credit, your mobilization is quite normal. Righteous brother, I also wish the credit was mine, but everyone out there knows I didn't do this. So many mouths can't seal it up. Huayue, let me ask you, who confirmed what happened to the mountain god and tiger immortal? It's 2 disciples of the Skywing Mansion's provider Gu Shuangyuan, Gu Han, and Gu Tanyang, as well as 2 patrolmen, and 3 folk girls who supposedly saw it as well. Those 2 patrolmen have been wasted, and now that they've gone home to recuperate from their injuries, they'll change their stories if they want to be able to have a peaceful life in the future. As for the 3 folk girls, it's best if they're willing to change their words, but if they won't, Huayue, what do you think should be done? Righteous brother, they will change. Oh, why? One always treasures life extraordinarily after a death. But what if they won't change for the sake of the truth? Since he is such an ill-informed person, then everyone in the world can kill him. Ha ha ha, good. It's not in vain that your righteous father has cultivated you. But, righteous brother, there are also those 2 disciples from the ancient Frost Plains. As for the disciples of the ancient Frost Plains, that's interesting, but do you know what Gushan is? Righteous brother, is it possible that Gus Hang Yuan still has an identity? Yes, he's from the Hermit Society. What? Righteous father had long ago gotten definitive proof that he was a member of the Hermit Society, and didn't move him just to wait for a good opportunity. Now, the Heavenly Wings house organizer is not strong enough, and let the offerings in the hermit will hide the spies. This matter needs to be investigated in detail, and its natural cannot take on the position of the house master again, and since Gus Hang Yuan was a member of the Hermit Society, the words of his 2 disciples could not be trusted. The real situation is you. Zhao Huayue led his soldiers to charge into the fortress and eliminate the bandits. With such great merit, it wouldn't be strange to be promoted to the 7th rank from the Skywing House prefectural lieutenant, would it? Righteous brother, I do know roughly, the Pan Mountain Pirate should be some lord's scheme, right? If I were to give this credit to me, It would mean that I'm the one who ruined his scheme. Then would I anger that lord? No. In the darkness, Zhao Huayue breathed a sigh of relief and added, "It's just, there's still one thing I don't understand." "What is it?" "Then why would ancient Frostplane still bathe in blood and die in the Gorge of No Return if he was a member of the Hermit Society?" "I do know a little bit about this matter. That Hermit Association's people think that the root of the world's woes lies in the immortal god. So while opposing the immortal god, they are loyal to their country. And this bloodbath and death battle is really unusual." "Alright, Huayue, after you take the throne on your side, the Skywing Mansion will also come with a new mansion master, who is one of our own. At that time, you will still need to work with him more, and wait quietly for the heavenly time in order to plan for great things. Huayue is willing to serve and die for his righteous father, and he will do whatever his righteous father tells him to do. And I ask your brother to convey this to his righteous father. You're so understanding. Your righteous father must be very happy. I only hate that I am unable to fulfill my filial duties and serve at my righteous father's side so often. Huayue, you are so filial. Your righteous father will be happy when he finds out. Ha 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 ha. 60. Unavoidable issues. Hiya. Hiya. A man in inspector's clothing steered his horse into Peach Blossom County and stopped in front of the old house, then skillfully rolled over and ran down to the newly repaired fence and shouted, "Miss White! Miss White!" The inspector shouted twice, and saw the door of the house open from the inside, and a fairy-like maiden, surrounded by children, hurried out of the house, shouting, I'm here as she went. This young girl, face delicate, skin like snow fat, in the sunlight and is like sunny light shining snow, cannot be forced to see. That's a lot of natural beauty. The inspector could hardly believe his eyes. He only heard that the righteous sister of the Lieutenant Zhao was living in poverty before, but how did she become so beautiful? This palace maiden, the heavenly fairy, is afraid that this is the same, right? In fact, not to mention him, none of the bystanders understood, not even Baishan, when Bai Miaochan had previously lived in the streets and lived in poverty. Even if she hadn't eaten any nutritious meals, she hadn't been yellow and thin, but she had become a beauty that needed to be smeared with ash. Now that the food has improved, she not only did not eat fat, on the contrary, the landing is more and more delicate and beautiful. One day more than one day, walking in the street actually give a person and this is full of dirt in the county feel out of place. If she is not easygoing, I am afraid that I do not know how many people will be ashamed of themselves, and even dare not look at her. As to why this is so, no one knows. The inspector was really froze for a long time, and then came back to his senses, and muttered in his heart, such a beautiful sister of righteousness. No wonder County Lieutenant Zhao wants to take her home. This little lady, if she can be coaxed into bed and cuddle up to sleep, then it is really a quick death, and it is not a waste of this life. Bai Miaochan came to the fence and asked, Sir, may I ask what's the matter? The inspector grabbed a letter from his arms and handed it over. This is the letter that County Lieutenant Zhao handed over to you. He still hopes that you will be able to go to Qingyuan County. After all, the county lieutenant is busy on weekdays and can't be with his old mother, and as his rightful sister, naturally you should go and fulfill your filial duties for him. Bai Miaochan said, Thank you for delivering the letter. Come inside and have a drink. That inspector wanted to refuse, but when the words came out of his mouth, he felt that he couldn't refuse. It's not a good idea to turn down such a pretty girl, is it? So, he changed his words and said, It's also true that I'm tired from this journey, so let's beg the girl for a cup of water. Bai Miaochan called out, Xiaosheng, is there any more tea at home? In the distance, the girl's voice responded, Sister Bai, it was only last time that Big Brother Bai brought some tea over, but Han Yang was mischievous and stole it every day. Immediately afterward, Han Yang roared, I didn't steal food. That was, Kong Kong. Hua Xiaoshang said, How is that tea less? Han Yang said, It was eaten by Lu Qi. Lu Qi is a very simple and new child, but strong. This is also one of the 3 children brought by Baishan to the martial arts school to learn kung fu. At this time he heard this, a dumbfounded look, do not dislike back, just stupid and then stood still. Hua Xiaoshang said, Han Yang, you're lying again. Bai Miaochan didn't get angry when she heard them bickering, and called out with a smile, Children, stop bickering for now. Xiaosheng, quickly make a cup of hot tea for the official. Seeing the many children in this house, that inspector couldn't help but ask, Miss White, what are these children? Bai Miaochan said, I'm not hiding it from the officials, these are all orphans from the county. That inspector froze, secretly admiring in his heart, saying, Miss White is truly a bodhisattva. The official is laughing. Miss White don't call out any officials either. My surname is Ding, a single name with the word Fei. Miss White, just call me Old Ding. A few moments later, Ding Fei sipped his tea. Bai Miao-chan was sitting across the table. There was really no meeting place inside the old house, so they chose the newly made stone table in the small courtyard. After a few words of conversation between the two, Ding Fei's favorable impression of this white girl was tongue rising. He only thought that this girl was too good to be true, beautifully born, kind-hearted, and enthusiastic, and polite even to a small patrolman like him. He felt bad if he didn't say something. Seeing that there were no children around, Ding Fei lowered his voice and said, "Miss Bai, I've heard that your righteous brother might be promoted." Bai Miao-chan was surprised. "So fast?" Ding Fei said. "There is someone above him." Shoo, taking another sip of tea to moisten his throat, Ding Fei continued, "The girl may actually want to consider that there is nothing wrong with this going to Qingyuan. Lord Zhao is busy outside, and the girl stays at home with his mother, in lieu of filial piety. As the water rises, Lord Zhao moves up the ladder. The girl will naturally follow and enjoy the blessings. There's nothing wrong with that. I know the girl is worried about your brother, but that brother of yours has become the Song family's aunt. I'll be honest with you, Miss Song might even think you're an eyesore. Then again, a girl needs to marry, and it's only a matter of time before she and your brother are separated. When will we do it again if we don't plan for it sooner rather than later when we have this opportunity?" Bai Miao-chan smiled and listened, and didn't say anything, just digressing and chatting with this inspector again. Ding Fei also used all the things he knew, the latest happenings, as talking points and took them out to talk to this white girl. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. Before leaving, Bai Miao-chan quietly slipped another silver bean to Ding Fei. Ding Fei began to refuse, but could not resist the enthusiasm. Coupled with the inspector's salary is not much, this silver beans is considered a windfall, so he thanked again and took it, and then said goodbye, steering the horse away. Bai Miao-chan stood quietly in front of the fence, a pair of snow-white long sleeves slightly hanging down, her eyes out of focus as she looked at the fence, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, she suddenly sighed softly, then turned around and walked back towards the house. Into the night, the west wind is blowing and getting colder. The night sky was dark and lightless, and suddenly the sound of rustling came from all over the place. It's raining. The rain hit the eaves, splashing a grain of water, swept from the hanging red lanterns, fell to the light-illuminated ground, and gradually pooled into pools, puddles, showing white ripples. It's cold outside, but it's warm under the roof. The hot air was coming off the charcoal grill. The siblings eyed the strings of treats on the homemade wire charcoal grill. Bai Miao-chan arched the teenager on her side and reminisced. "It's been a long time since I ate like this," Shiroyama said. "The last time I had it, I really miss it." Bai Miao-chan froze, and then laughed delicately. "I-oh, are you trying to laugh your sister to death?" Bai Shan recalled. "The first time I ate her in the beggar's nest when there were a lot of miscellaneous dishes. Everyone did not want to eat mixed boiled, said the taste is strange, difficult to eat, and then I said it is better to use bamboo strips scurrying, baked to eat." Bai Miao-chan said. "Yes, everyone ate very well. Then the two of us passed, and we only got it a couple times, mainly because the food was too small, and it was too wasteful if we roasted it." Bai Shan said. "Now, we can let go of our stomachs and eat," he said as he flipped the barbecue on the homemade wire. Song family charcoal is also high-grade goods, not the kind of charcoal that burns on black smoke, but the type of smoke flavor is very little, although compared to the legendary beast gold charcoal can also emit the aroma of pine branches a little worse, but it is also the noble family can afford to use the silver dust charcoal type of charcoal. Silver powder in charcoal. What kind of ordinary family can afford this? Bai Miao-chan was out of her mind as she watched the teenager at her side flip the barbecue, and suddenly said, "Bai Shan, have you met MS Song? I mean, what's she like?" 61. Make up your mind. I've never seen Miss Song before, and the closest I've come was that night when we were choosing an aunt, and I was standing on the second floor with a black cloth over my eyes. Miss Song called herself Song Yuning and asked me to call her Ninger. She said she needed young energy, and that I needed to put a most young and intense technique into practice before I could help her heal. This feat was initially thought to be Fierce Tiger Whistling Night Chapter, but a few days ago, Song Yuning's personal maid Xiaomei ran out, and Xiaomei said that because I practiced the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night Chapter ahead of schedule, she needed to go find a Dao Yueka to make a deal, and the object of the deal was the next technique I needed to practice, the Extreme Young Chapter. Xiaomei said that I only need to cultivate this gongfu to the 6th layer before I can help Song Yuning. That's all I remember about Song Yuning. It's also really funny to say that I'm obviously the son-in-law of the house, and as a result, I've never even seen what my wife looks like. Bai Shan spoke eloquently, and suddenly sniffed his nose and said, "This skewer is cooked." He shoved a skewer of kebab at the young girl and jerked off with one himself. Bai Miao-chan quietly ate the kebabs and suddenly asked softly again, Then you, planning to do? Bai Shan took a bite of the pig's flour. The fat and nourishing oil bubbled up and seeped into his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed, then said, "There's something wrong with the Song family. The insides are full of strangeness. People outside don't know about it, but surely Sister Miao Miao knows about it, don't you?" Bai Miao-chan nodded. Bai Shan's gaze looked towards the puddle pond not far away, looking a bit ghostly. "My idea is to follow the Song family. For one thing, we certainly can't afford the cost of betrayal. Secondly, we don't have the means to turn to other forces. The information in my martial arts order is all fake. Not only fake but also outrageously fake. If any other force knows about these powers of mine, they are holding a handle on me. As long as the Song family isn't raising me as a pig for the sake of that cut after fattening up, then I intend to take you, Sister Miao Miao, to live in the Song family for a long time, and the Song family will be honored with one honor and disgraced with the other." Bai Miao-chan said softly, "Then how can you be sure that the Song family will treat you well?" Bai Shan said, "Can't be sure, but if the Song family is raising me like a pig, then I don't think the people who live here would treat us with the same attitude we have now. Neither Miss May, Uncle Han, nor anyone else would do this to us. However, I won't always be so passive. I'll try to get stronger, strong enough to see everything." Bai Miao-chan sighed softly. "Then have you ever thought about what to do if Miss Son's brash nature doesn't like me and doesn't want me as an aunt to stay in the Song family?" Shiroyama froze as he realized the true purpose of the young girl beside him asking this. His eyebrows revealed a smile as he gently wrapped an arm around the young girl's shoulders and laughed. "My sister is a crowd pleaser. She'll love it." Bai Miao-chan hummed. "Nasty." Bai Shan suddenly said, "It's just that, Sister Miao Miao. Are you going to leave me?" After he said this, he fell silent. Bai Miao-chan is already 18 years old, which is the age of marriage. Bai Shan originally did not intend to marry so early, and only want to live with Miao Miao's sister so, but the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Suddenly suffered the Lu family that, under the helplessness of him and Miao Miao's sister to think of ways, and then inexplicably to the Song family as a door son-in-law. And this Song family is still a rather bizarre family. Now that he's married, what qualifications does he have to keep Bai Miao-chan? However, his feelings for Sister Miao Miao were quite complicated. He is a traveler, transmigrated to this world, but it seems to have encountered something unknown, so that all the memories from birth to the age of 6 have disappeared. After the age of 6, he entered the beggar's nest, and the gang lived for 2 years, and then suffered a huge change and Miao Miao's sister fled to Peach Blossom County in a turn of events. In the beggar's nest, he has only just entered the unfamiliar environment. Miao Miao's sister is the head of the small beggars, pointing and waving, and then the two men in the fight formed a tacit understanding. Then Miao Miao's sister is his confidant, is his comrade in arms. Later, they arrived in Peach Blossom County, and although he had a boy's body, he had an adult's heart, and in his opinion, Sister Miao Miao was a daughter who needed to be loved and cared for. But as he grows up, he realizes that Miao Miao is much more in charge than he is, and he becomes the one being taken care of instead, which is when Miao Miao is like mom. And as both of them pass the child stage and enter the teenage stage, hormones and the lack of blood relations drive him to fall for Miao Miao as well. If Sister Miao Miao had been a little fatter, a little uglier, and a little worse-tempered, he might not have developed this additional affection. But Miao Miao's sister is so gray outside, but so pretty at home after washing her face, and she has such a good personality. He is certainly not an animal with the lower half of the body to think, but it is not without the lower half. Childhood sweethearts, suffering together, living together, delicate and thoughtful, and no blood, which does not move the heart is not normal. Sometimes, when he was lying on the bed in his old house, he would even think that it didn't matter if he couldn't use the golden finger in this world of forbidden martial arts, but could only maintain his original life all the time. He and Miao Miao lived like this, and when they were of the right age, he said to Miao Miao, "Why don't we just make do and get on with it, and save money on the bride price and dowry?" But now, he thought he might be being selfish. Who was he to keep Bai Miao-chan any longer? The two watched so quietly that they didn't even eat the roast, just hung there frozen in the air. Suddenly, Bai Miao-chan gently, yet firmly, shook her head. Bai Shan's heart suddenly rejoiced, but the guilt for his selfishness also surged up at the same time, and like a child, he asked within an inch of his life, "But, Sister Miao Miao, you're already 18 years old." Bai Miao-chan raised her head and tilted it towards him, but her delicate face brought a smile. "Afraid of your sister marrying someone?" Bai Shan was instantly nailed. It was as if his dark side, as well as the little secrets of his heart, were suddenly exposed to the sunlight. He lowered his head, and even his face reddened. Luckily the red light of the lantern above his head gave him cover, which was not so obvious. Bai Miao-chan seems to be thought in general, eyes flowing with radiant spring water, like a moist apricot. She ate skewers to speed up, eating at the same time, said, your sister does not marry, we'll follow you. Bai Shan was stunned. Bai Miao-chan interrupted him. Not happy? Hakusen was in a complicated mood and didn't know how to answer. Bai Miao-chan said softly, your sister can't marry. Shiroyama looked up suddenly and asked, why? Bai Miao-chan said, not only is my martial vein wasted, my body is also wasted. I'll never be a mother. Wherever I marry, I'll be repudiated. I can only follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. You, don't mind me. White Mountains, what is this disease? Born that way, my parents used to take me to a lot of places to see a doctor, but it just confirmed that it couldn't be seen well. Father, mother? Shiroyama suddenly realized that the two were talking about areas that they had never covered before. Bai Miao-chan said, they are all dead. How did it die? The young girl did not answer again. The luster in her eyes dimmed. Noticing the change in her, Shiroyama gently moved closer to her, wrapping his arm around her again and leaning against his shoulder before whispering, I will protect you. Thinking, he added, your parents are my parents. If someone killed them, this revenge, I will definitely report. Bai Miao-chan hurriedly said, there's no need to report it. Shirazen? Bai Miao-chan said, they died of illness and had no enemies. They don't need you to take revenge. Bai Shan eyed her and said, I'm not stupid. You just clearly said, no need to report. Bai Miao-chan shrugged her shoulders and broke free of his hand, then crossed her arms and said, yo, now more and more dare to talk back to your sister. White Mountains, Bai Miao-chan said, what your sister says is what she says. Don't push it, eat the meat. With that, the young girl grabbed a kebab and shoved it into his mouth with a wow, gagging him. 62. Sitting on the ground, the devil tiger, blowing air to form a sword. 2 days later, in front of the old house, white girl holding a large teacup, slightly crossed two wrapped in snow-white pants and the long legs. A kind of old cadre's thermos bubble goji berries, the health of the sample. She stood under a tree while across the street was a passing Peach County patrolman. Old Tian, has Auntie been feeling better lately? Thanks to you, Miss Bai, my mother's body is much better. That medicine you gave is really effective. It's even more manageable than grabbing it at the pharmacy. Old Tian, it's just some nourishing powder. It's mainly because Auntie herself is in a good mood. That's why she's getting better. Why is my mother suddenly in a good mood? The inspector scratched his head. Bai Miao-chan took a sip of hot tea and laughed. Of course, it's because the Pan Mountain pirates are gone. Now, your life will be better. Before, Auntie must have been afraid that something would happen to you outside, but now that the county is peaceful, her heart is also untied. The inspector said, so that's how it is. It's still Miss White who sees through it. But then again, there's a big announcement coming up later today. Bai Miao-chan laughed. Don't reveal it to me if you're causing trouble for yourself. The inspector said, what trouble or no trouble? Miss White is our good friend in the police station. Not to mention that this matter revealed that it does not matter. Even if there is a relationship, I do not have to say a few words. Bai Miao-chan's smile was full. Her eyebrows curved like the crescent moon in the sky. She lowered her head and continued to drink tea. The inspector said, Gus Hang Yuan knows, right? Bai Miao-chan nodded her head. Lord Gu, the Heavenly Wing House offering, after coming to Peach Blossom County, in order to exterminate the Pan Mountain bandits, it can be said that he took great pains. After that, he even sent 2 disciples to infiltrate the rear, while he himself led the army deep into the Gorge of No Return, and fought with the bandits. Although he died in battle, but he was a truly good man. The inspector slapped his thighs and hurriedly said, don't say anything like good men. Bai Miao-chan froze, puzzled. What's wrong? The inspector lowered his voice and said, this Gu Frost is originally from the Hermit Society. The Hermit Society is the #1 rebel force in the world. This ancient frost plane hides in the court, naturally with evil intentions. What his 2 disciples, Gu Han and Gu Tan Yang, said naturally could not be taken seriously, and they must have another purpose for hiding in the bandit den. Then, the top followed this line of investigation. Boy, this really found out. It turned out there is nothing at all the mountain god and tiger immortal elimination of mountain bandits. The truth is that Miss White, your brother, packed up the remnants of the army, took advantage of the night raid, halfway encountered a herd of beasts, Lord Zhao's secret method to drive the beasts, and let the beasts rush the Panshan pirates camp, and they covered up from the back, and that's how they got the big victory. The real hero is Lord Zhao, and that Gu Han and Gu Tanyang merely arrived there later, wanting to confuse the public and create rumors. Bai Miao-chan completely froze. The inspector said, Miss White, don't believe me. The 2 inspectors from the Skywing Mansion have all confessed to this, and so have some of the refugees. There's no mountain god, no tiger fairy. It's all man-made rumors from the Hermit Society. Both the patrolmen and the refugees were forced to lie. The real hero is Lord Zhao Huayuezhu. This Lord Zhao has made such a great achievement. I'm afraid he's going to take another step up. Bai Miao-chan laughed. That's really congratulations for him. The inspector said, that's not true. Let's leave it for now. I still have to rush to do my job. With that, he hurried away. Bai Miaochan's eyes moved as she took another sip of hot tea. Into the night. Song family's inner mansion. Ancient Frostbite was a member of the Hermit Society? God of the Mountain. The tiger immortal is a hermit who would start a rumor. Gohan. Was Tan Yang taken to jail? Anyone else testify? The real hero is Zhao Huayue. He used the secret beast repelling technique and attacked the Pan Mountain pirate cottage at night? Whitehill asked 6 questions back in one breath. Bai Miaochan nodded her head and answered. Aha. Then softly said, but I only believe in you. Even if 10,000 people or 100,000 people say it, I still only believe in you. Bai Shan only felt a little amused. He sat on his knees. In the night, he no longer controlled the power. A devil's breath rose up, sat in oblivion for 10 breaths, and took a deep breath. This breath was as if a hole had been broken in the space of the courtyard, and all the air currents flew towards him, and when the breath was inhaled, Bai Shan slightly tilted his head and pointed to the old tree 10 paces away in the courtyard, followed by a breath of air. The gas became white arrows, as if a white dragon was swimming out of his mouth. Snap! The branch broke right off and fell to the ground. The white mountain head moved slightly again, and in the void, the white dragon was swimming in a vigorous manner, clattering out an extremely long trajectory from top to bottom. Snapped! The tree branches fell down one after another, and the breaks were extremely smooth, as if they had been chopped by a divine soldier. Shiroyama casually exhaled his breath away. It was a method he had worked out in his spare time over the past few days. It is a further application of the dragon spitting out pearls. The Dragon Ball is a cannonball at close range, but if you control it a little, you can turn the Dragon Ball into a dragon sword, blowing air to kill people like a divine weapon breaking through the air. If you control it a little bit, you can make it become a dragon sword, blowing to kill people, just like a divine weapon breaking through the air. The principle is very simple. Assuming that the chi in the dantian is water, the dragon pearl is the cannonball mouth, and the dragon sword is the narrow water pipe. At the same strength, the hose naturally shoots farther and has more point-blank killing power. But this analogy is not so appropriate. In fact, the dragon sword in the overall power of the Dragon Ball may be a little worse, but in the attack distance is greatly improved. Shiroyama asked, "Do I need to lie?" Bai Miaochan ran over and picked up the branch and looked at it, then touched the smooth break. The shock from this intuitive power was the strongest. Bai Miaochan had never seen anyone with this skill before. She looked back suddenly, only to see that the young man sitting under the moon changed the usual scholarly and elegant, but the body on a soul-consuming horror breath, as if the substance of the wolf smoke and haunting ghosts crawling, and that pair of eyes, more like a lamp shining on the earth, bright and make people dare not force to look at. Sitting there is obviously only a 16-year-old boy, but if you close your eyes, you will feel like a traveler caught in a dark forest, and in front of you is a demon tiger that eats people and haunts their souls. Bai Miaochan patted her chest. When you killed those thieves, it was like this now, wasn't it? Bai Shan said. If I don't scare them and fight them head-on, I'll have to die of exhaustion, and I won't necessarily be able to beat them. Bai Miaochan wasn't afraid of him either, sitting on her but next to him and asking, "So what are you going to do?" Shiroyama collected his breath and said, "Nothing, except, only what? Only, I've kind of seen it. While the rebels of the Hermit Society died fighting on the sands, our county lieutenant Zhao picked the peaches afterward, and by the way, he also chopped off the roots, to put an end to the aftermath. But people have their own destinies. I saved Guhan Gutan Yang once, and I can't go that far this time, and I won't." Zhao County Lieutenant, mutilating the truly meritorious, distorting the facts, robbing me of my peaches, although I didn't want the peaches, but he took them off like this. Didn't he ever think that he would anger the people behind this? I do not go to him, but this peach will be considered to return the favor of Zhao Damiang to us, from now on. Too clear. As for the Hermit Society, I originally got my kung fu from the Hermit Society, and now I've seen the Hermit Society do this. This kind of rebel is still inexplicably good to me, Bai Miaochan said. I also didn't expect Zhao Huayue to be such a person. In the next great battle, Gu Shuangyuan and Wang Xiaofei both died in battle, but he escaped, and then he also victimized the truly meritorious people and picked the peaches himself. Bai Shan said. More than that, big sister, do you still remember that he once approached you and said something to you on the day before he went to fight the bandits? Bai Miaochan froze, suddenly remembering the situation on that day. Zhao Huayue sneakily lowered his voice and told her that Peach Blossom County is in danger, but it was clear that at that time, the 3 counties' allied armies went to fight the bandits, and also deployed 500 Tianyi Prefecture's elites. So why did Zhao Huayue back out before he set off? The matter. Fine thoughts. Bai Miaochan was smart. She could make normal inferences. She hadn't thought this way before. But now, after Bai Shan's point, she showed some fear. It's not that bad, Zhao Huayue. He has a very good reputation outside. He has taken care of benevolence, righteousness and filial piety. Moreover, he still has a righteous father in the great Qian capital. How could he possibly collude with thieves? Whitehill said. That's why it's scary. By Myo-chan. By Sean said. Lumpy clouds and dark tides. Big sister. This is something that we don't mess with, and we definitely don't want to get involved in it. By Myo-chan nodded. I'm with you anyway. 63. Miss Song. Cold night west wind. Songhouse is quiet. The outer courtyard still has some footsteps, but the inner courtyard is dead silent. Bai Miao-chan sat beside her own brother and said, the matter of the Pan Mountain pirates has sort of allowed us to recognize the true nature of some people. Bai Shan said, then let's go over there. Not to mention the Pan Mountain thief. Bai Miao-chan held her snowy cheeks and opened the next topic. Bai Shan, so what are we going to eat tonight? Whitehill said, I don't know. Goo goo goo. I don't know whose stomach came growling. Immediately after that, a woman's scream suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Help. Shirazen? By Miao-chan? The two men's bodies tightened, both suspecting that their ears had misheard. Help! 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 The cry came from far away, mournful and harsh, and the direction seemed to be the west of the mansion. But the west side of this inner mansion is a fourfold ancient pavilion. How could someone run from either side and cry for help? Soon there was the sound of hurrying footsteps passing by the courtyard gate and going away again into the distance. Bai Miao-chan glanced at Bai Shan. Shiroyama said, not going to see it. Bai Miao-chan was surprised. Not looking? Bai Shan said, this is the Song Mansion, and the Song Mansion is treacherous, so don't mind your own business in a treacherous place. This matter is meddled with. It originally has nothing to do with us, and then it may somehow become related. Bai Miao-chan said, alright then, listen to you. It's just that this girl is screaming so miserably, or inside the Song Mansion. If you look at it, you might be able to add a few more points of knowledge to the Song Mansion as well. Bai Shan laughed. Big sister, you still have a good heart and can't stand to hear others cry for help, can you? Bai Miao-chan sighed. Forget it then. I'll just plug my ears. It's just a strange and pathetic scream. With that, she stuck her two little fingers in her ears in a no listen manner. Shiroyama tugged off her hand and said, I'll go watch. Bai Miao-chan pulled his arm and said, don't change your attitude for your sister in this kind of matter. Your sister is easy to be soft. You can't be soft. Bai Shan said, no, I've thought about it for a while. Right now we're still in a safe stage, but if we can't live in peace and think of danger, if we really encounter danger in the future, I'm afraid that it's hard to escape. Now that this abnormality has appeared in the Song family, I will go and take a look, and even if there is danger, then I should be able to cope with it. At the same time, we'll be able to grow a little bit more mindful of the dangers we might find in the future, so that we can prepare in advance. But if we turn a blind eye to these anomalies now, it will inevitably become a crisis we can't cope with over time. Bai Miao-chan blinked her big eyes and said breathlessly, in short, you're right anyways. Shiroyama smiled, then got up. Bai Miao-chan, however, pulled at him with one hand, looking like she was still a bit worried. The two made eye contact, and Shiroyama said, don't worry. Bai Miao-chan said, you. When the words came to her mouth, she realized that the teenager in front of her was no longer the big boy who needed her advice, so she gently lowered her hand and said, you be careful. Afterwards, she raised her delicate face and smiled. I'll cook dinner and wait for you to come back to eat. Curious, Shiroyama asked, so what's for dinner? Bai Miao-chan raised her hand and smacked him and said, nasty. Haven't thought of it yet. Bai Shan turned and stepped, and with a single step, he reached the door in front of it in a cloud, and with a push of his hands, he floated out. Outside the door, a middle-aged man, slightly blonde, stood in the light of the red lanterns with a warm smile and no semblance of a voice. Shiroyama almost came face to face with him as he floated out. He jerked backward to see the man and hurriedly said respectfully, Bai Shan has met the family head. The head of the family wore a smile of peace and harmony, the few frosty grays on his temples moving slowly in the wind. Only two. At this moment it gave off an extraordinarily treacherous feeling. The family head smiled and asked, Bai Shan, where are you planning to go? Bai Shan honestly said, I heard a woman outside screaming for help, so I wanted to check it out. After saying this, he suddenly realized that the family head had gone quiet. The air was heavy and oppressive. Bai Shan directly said, I am bent on staying in the Song family for a long time, but if there are any taboos in this house that I can't look at or care about, then I won't look at or care about it is all. Now, I request to return to the house. The family master stopped laughing and suddenly said coldly, aren't you afraid? Bai Shan said, after practicing the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter, I suddenly feel that I am not a good person, so naturally I am not afraid. The head of the family froze. Originally stiff face suddenly laughed again. Laughing cackle sound, laughing out of the woman's feelings. It was truly terrifying enough for a family head with a blonde, amiable figure to actually laugh in a woman's manner. Bai Shan, however, didn't show any fear, since he had chosen the path and wanted to belong here in the future. There was naturally nothing to be afraid of. He looks at others as horrible, but in the future, others may not look at him without feeling horrible. Moreover, in his opinion, the more abashed you are at such a time, the more likely you are to die. Just like in a herd of fierce tigers, you can only be eaten if you become a weak and vulnerable sheep. After the family had finished laughing, he looked at fixed by Sean and said, "In fact, none of us ever thought that we could succeed in one go, and for you to be able to practice the fierce tiger whistling night chapter so quickly is really out of all of our expectations. In fact, we are prepared to keep trying. One person fails, then another, until we find someone who can practice fierce tiger whistling night chapters, and that person will be the real ant. But you really did a good job, without a doubt. Your cultivation talent is extremely terrifying. We all love you and your sister. We would also like to accept you as truly one of ours. Who we are, don't ask yet. It won't do you any good, since you want to see who is screaming for help and why. Follow me." Bai Shan nodded. He understood in his heart. The Song family was preparing to open up some of their secrets to him, and it was sort of starting to truly accept him. "Follow me." The family head smiled and said. Then his figure suddenly floated up. He spun onto the roof and swept quickly, followed closely by Bai Shan. Dark house mansion, red lanterns, bright moon lonely cold, hanging in the sky, two black shadows one after the other, quickly came to the roof of the central parlor in the front yard. Bai Shan lowered his head and looked down the house, only to see a young girl in green clothes fleeing in a hurry. That young girl, elegant style, beautiful face, although the body is small and delicate, but also concave and convex. The face is pale as if sick, do not see much blood, while the pupils appear to be inexplicably deep. The temperament is very unique. However, her movements, gestures, including the wolfish cry of help, were not in keeping with her graceful appearance. Green girl like a headless fly everywhere bumping. C is about to run to the door. The perimeter of the former red and yellow big mastiff of the housekeeper is surrounded. The big mastiff let out a bark. The green-clothed young girl screamed in fear, then crossed her arms and shouted at the houseguards, "You guys let me out. I am the cousin of Princess Snow of the current Great Qian dynasty. I'm the first miss of the Song family. If you guys dare to imprison me, the emperor will not spare you. Let me out." On the roof of the parlor, Shirazan? This young girl crying out for help is the Song family's eldest daughter? What's going on here? 64. Unbelievable. Let me out. My cousin is the Snow Princess of the Great Qian dynasty. I'm the Song family's eldest miss. You guys let me out. The girl in green wanted to rush out, but was surrounded by the big mastiffs and the houseguards. No matter which side she rushed to, the big mastiffs on the other side would rush out, showing their teeth and emitting a warning whimpering sound, scaring the girl in green to back off again and again. From up high, it looks like a green bird trapped in a cage, flapping its wings in panic and flying around. The green-clothed girl suddenly changed her strategy and shouted, "How much silver can you earn in a month for being house servants in a place like this? Let me out, then escort me back to the capital. When I get to the capital, I'll make sure that I get my father to give you guys a heavy reward. Each one, 1,000 taels of gold each, okay?" The houseboy stood mechanically unmoved. The green-clothed girl added, "I'll go and beg for pills for you. I know immortals. Immortals can grant you pills, as long as you're willing to send me back to the capital." The houseboy still stood mechanically. The green-clothed girl continued to exert her tactics, yelling and screaming, but it was not half as useful. Rise STH. Shiroyama was sort of really shocked. He had thought countless times about how bizarre and terrifying Song Yuaning was, but he had never thought about this current situation. Previously, Bai Miaochan was worried that the Song family's young lady was brutal and couldn't tolerate her, but now it seemed that this was a completely wasted worry. "Miss Song, this is basically a kidnapping, isn't it? And the Song family in Peach Blossom County is basically a kidnapping syndicate, right? Then how did the Song family keep it from the outside world? And what is the Song family's true purpose? Why did Xiaomei say that the young lady is the biggest in this family?" Bai Shan looked to his side at the head of the family, who was not Song Yuning's father at all. With a warm smile, the family head said, "Auntie, you have a lot of confusion, don't you?" Shiroyama nodded. The family head said, "In fact, the matter is very simple. The woman you need to marry is this one. She is Song Yuning. After you marry her, you need to protect her, and you also need to put her under house arrest. The young lady who needs you to heal her injuries is temporarily sleeping in this one's body. So when Xiaomei fetches back the extreme young chapter, you can heal the young lady when you cultivate to the 6th level." Shiroyama was confused. Where's the easy part? However, he reacted quite quickly, knowing that the family head's willingness to say this to him was certainly treating him as one of his own. but there was still some hint of testing. He didn't foolishly ask to dwell on the question of how the young lady was sleeping, but directly said, "The young lady is now sleeping in this young girl's body, so if I cure the young lady, what should I do?" The question asked not only what would happen to the young girl when it was over, but also to himself. Simply put, it's asking, what will happen when he's finished helping the lady heal? The head of the family didn't hide anything from him, and said directly, the young lady will leave her body, and she will also leave this place. You, on the other hand, need to continue to live with this young girl, protect her and house arrest her. You'll have the power to protect her after you cultivate the extreme young chapter, and we'll also leave someone to assist you. When Bai Shan heard this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that the Song family is not prepared to kill him as a pig. So, considering the various reasons, the Song family should become his company for a long time to come. He thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Then may I ask the family head, why do I still have to protect Song Yuning after the young lady has been cured?" The head of the family said, "Because she is very, very important to the young lady, and we don't want her to be harmed. And this world is not peaceful. So, it's best to have an existence that has cultivated the extreme young chapter to protect her." Bai Shan wondered, "Then if it's just protection, why do you want me to join the family? Wouldn't it be enough to recruit a guard?" The head of the family laughed. "If we didn't talk about joining the family, where would so many people come to try in this countryside place, and where would we have met you? Moreover, only by becoming this Miss Song's husband will you be able to not only protect her, but also put her under house arrest." House arrest? Shiroyama was still puzzled. The family head said, "Because this Miss Song is a very stupid person. If you don't put her under house arrest, she will run off and tell the people outside what she's been going through during this period of time, and then she will harm the young lady and herself. Although she has some status, she is an ordinary person when it comes to the path of cultivation, and is quite stupid, which you will know once you spend time with her." Bai Shan understood. This is to let him carry out an information blockade, not let this lady have more contact with other people. It was a very embarrassing moment for him. Originally, he thought he was a flunky, and he was the one who would be on the receiving end of the use of force. But now it seems that this is the kidnapping group kidnapped a young lady, and he is the kidnapping group recruited to use force on this young lady. This identity, all of a sudden, is evil. Was the person who spoke to me that day on the second floor of the attic a young lady? No, the head of the family responded directly. White Mountains. So what do I need to do now? Now that she's awake, you can go talk to her or even do anything to her starting tomorrow. And if you can make her fall in love with you, that's best. There's little hope of her falling in love with you, though, and that doesn't have to be forced. When Xiao Mei comes back, you will marry her, then sleep with her directly, and have sex with her every day, and then treat her a little better. In time, she will naturally develop feelings for you. White Mountains. A few moments later, the girl in green was driven to an inner mansion and proceeded to be locked in. Along with her into the house were two maids. Apparently, those two maids were the ones in charge of watching over her. The inner houses here totaled 12, and the green-clothed girl was also the third person to move in. Bai Shan was curious as to why she didn't need to go back to the fourfold ancient pavilion, but with a little bit of guessing, he could probably understand that it should be that things have reached a certain stage, so there's no need to go back to the pavilion. He parted ways with the head of the family and returned to his mansion. Bai Miao-chan did not think of what to eat, so she first sautéed some shredded meat in oil, and then put in the small green vegetables to stir-fry the flavor, and then waited with a small fire. At this moment, when she saw Bai Shan return, she hurriedly added water, covered the pot, and poked the charcoal in the charcoal stove with an iron poker, adding 2 new pieces of charcoal to it, so that when the big fire brought the water to a boil later on, she would drop noodles into it. Shiroyama sat down on his knees beside her with an odd look on his face. Bai Miao-chan was also busy and didn't have time to ask him a question. Bai Shan suddenly said, "Sister Miao Miao, you said, how to chase girls." "Ha?" Bai Miao-chan's face was full of questions. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Shiroyama sighed. "It's complicated." "What's wrong?" The young girl who cried out for help just now is the Song family's young lady, Song Yuning. Bai Shan whirled around and told Bai Miao-chan what the family head had just said. Bai Miao-chan also froze. "It's so bizarre and unbelievable that you can't even dream of it, let alone see it." Bai Miao-chan didn't say anything about Miss Song's family, but softly said, "Bai Shan, then what exactly do you think this place is?" Shiroyama shook his head and said, "It's not a good place anyway." Bai Miao-chan thought for a moment, and suddenly her eyelashes moved and her dark eyes lit up. "The Great Brightness Temple. As long as we find out what the Great Brightness Temple is, we might be able to know something. Shouldn't be able to find out. Then I'll ask Uncle Han." Bai Shan was busy saying, "Don't ask. Uncle Han isn't normal either. It's better to wait for Miss Xiao Mei to come back. I'll ask her." Bai Miao-chan said, "Then is Miss Xiao Mei normal?" Shiroyama laughed. "She's not tight-lipped. She'll say anything when asked." Gobble, gobble, gobble. While they were talking, the water had boiled, lifting the lid of the pot with the aroma of shredded vegetables and meat, escaping outward in a warm, fragrant mist. Bai Miao-chan lifted the lid of the pot and hastily took the thin noodles, and with a twist of her hand, spread them out in a fan shape on the boiling soup. After she finished spreading the noodles, she went back to the side to get cool water, and when it boiled again, she had to pour and splash it on, so that the noodles would taste good. Bai Shan asked relentlessly, "Big sister, how do you chase a girl?" Bai Miao-chan rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "It's not like I've ever chased after them, so how would I know?" Bai Shan said, "But big sister, you are also a beautiful girl, so how can I chase you?" Bai Miao-chan said, "It can't be chased." "Why? Stop asking questions." "Oh." Bai Shan held his head helplessly, then began to think about how to solve the matter of Song Yuaning. Obviously, Song Yuning is an important person to the Song family, and he can only be truly accepted by the Song family if he handles this matter well. The young man sat cross-legged under the eaves of the house while the young girl pounded out her dinner. The moon was in its full color, dropping down in this small courtyard full of earthly flavors. Extremely far away, darkness, a blood-red figure was sitting in the wind and snow waiting quietly. Suddenly, the blood-red figure seemed to feel something, and slightly raised her head. Not far from the shadows, a creepy, gigantic figure was striding on all fours, slowly walking towards her. The blood-red figure revealed a smile and grabbed a mustard bag from his pocket and tossed it before welcoming him. The dim starlight illuminated the blood-red figure's undefined face and the stitches sewn across the mouth. 65. Attempted solutions. The next day, late, the Song family, inside the house, in front of the door of the third resident, the white-clothed girl stood under the moonlight, her face oddly looking at the teenager on her side, her big watery eyes blinking, wanting to speak. Bai Shan sighed. "Sister Miao Miao, just say what you have to say." Bai Miao-chan said, "Don't you feel embarrassed by this kind of idea?" Bai Shan said, "Embarrassing, very embarrassing, but I have no other way left. I can't really use force on Miss Song, can I?" Bai Miao-chan grunted twice. "I can't, but do you want to?" Bai Shan waved his hand repeatedly. "Don't want to." Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, this is not only this Miss Song's crisis, but also ours, big sister. You know about it, right?" Of course Bai Miao-chan knew that. At present, it seems that she and Bai Shan must be inseparable from this weird Song family, and in all likelihood, they will have to hang out here all the time in the future. Then, with a slight shift in perspective, we can find that marrying Miss Song is actually a difficult problem to solve, rather than the question of is it exciting or immoral to use force on a young lady. If Bai Shan really used force, then in the future he could only put Miss Song under house arrest. And looking at it from another angle, wasn't this house arrest also a house arrest of Bai Shan himself? Because by then, the Song family's young lady would most likely hate Bai Shan to the bone, and as long as she was brought to a crowded place something would definitely happen. Then, the only options were the deep mountains and old forests, or to continue in this wacky Song family. But the family head said after the lady healing, "We'll leave, although it will leave people to help them, but this Peach Blossom County of the Song family they cannot hold out." Even if it held up, this was ultimately a countryside nook and cranny. There were no cultivation resources or techniques at all, whereas Bai Shan needed these. It could be said that if Bai Shan had really used force on Miss Song and had made Miss Song hate him, then he would not be able to go to the prosperous land to obtain resources, which would be to his own detriment. Bai Shan said, "Big sister, I'm going in." Bai Miao-chan asked, "You've coordinated everything on the family head side, right?" "Well, the head of the family will cooperate." "That's good. Let's hope this Miss Song is a good-tempered girl." "I hope." Bai Miao-chan admonished again. "Remember, if you can't think of a way, don't do anything for now. Just write down the girl's character and performance, and when you come back, your sister will analyze it with you to see what to do." "Got it." Bai Shan stood in front of the door with a sense of nervousness that he was about to attend a job interview. This matter was about his future. He had to be cautious. After closing his eyes and calming down, those hands that had once slaughtered thousands of bandits slowly pushed open the door of the old mansion. In the old mansion, the green-clothed girl was making a fuss, banging and smashing the porcelain cups and jars in the mansion, when suddenly she paused, for she heard what seemed to be a commotion outside the door, as if someone had walked in, and hurriedly went down to the greasepaper window to look. Outside the door, naturally, are the White Mountains. Shiroyama glanced at the figure slumped behind the oil paper window, his mood a little inexplicably odd. "No, miss, if you want to peek outside, at least blow out the candles in the house, right? If you lie down directly there, won't the people outside see everything?" In this old mansion, aside from Song Yuning, there were also two watchful maids. These two maids' eyes blossomed when they saw Bai Shan. but they had obviously been instructed ahead of time, so they reluctantly went into performance mode as well. A maid's eyes glittered with apology, but her voice was cold and icy. "What is Auntie doing here this late at night?" Bai Shan's eyes flashed with the meaning of "it's fine," but his voice was a bit frightened. I wanted to come and take a look at the Song family's young lady." The other maid spat her tongue at Bai Shan, then snapped, "What's there to see? When the time comes, the aunt will go straight to the bridal chamber. What do you care about that much?" Bai Shan also didn't expect these maids to have this side, but considering that there were still people peeking, he instantly wimped out and softly said, I just wanted to take a look." The first maid sneered, "If Auntie wants to see, then you can see enough." With that, she took 2 steps forward and lifted her hand to strike Bai Shan. Bai Shan quietly looked at the maid and let out a pleading sound. Don't you come over." Snap! The maid slapped Baek San. Bai Shan quickly reacted by shouting "ah," and then bit the bag of chicken blood that had been hidden in his mouth, spraying out a mouthful of blood mist, followed by pretending to faint on the ground. Another maid sneered, "It seems that this auntie is still a sentimentalist." Hearing Miss Song's cry for help last night, she still knew to run over to take a look. That's not looking, that's trying to sneak in a rescue. Hey, he doesn't even look where he is. Does he think he's the only one? He's got many aunts ahead of him, and many more after that. Is he dead? Not yet, so what do we do? Hey, doesn't he want to see this Miss Song? Then throw him into the house and fulfill his wish, and at the same time let that Miss Song know that if anyone dares to save her, they will surely die. Ha ha, ha. The maids made every effort to perform, but it seemed that they were on the verge of laughing a little, and the caracal laughter was only half a step away from joyful laughter. But fortunately, she suddenly saw her aunt, who was lying on the ground, winking at her and nudging her mouth, signaling to stop acting and pull in. This smiling maid's expression tightened and she snapped, "Drag it in." Boo! The doorway was pushed right through. Giggling, a maid dragged Bai Shan into the house with an expressionless face and a shocking blood trail on the floor. "MS." Song shouted, "Let me out. Do you know who I am? My cousin is the snow princess of the dynasty." "Maid, White Mountains," the maid coldly said. "This man was initiated into the Song family and was supposed to marry you." Miss Song cried out, "Bastard, dirty people, farting people, how can such dirt-smelling mudbloods want to touch this miss? Dream on, maid, White Mountains." The maid struggled to keep the rhythm down so that she wouldn't be led astray as she said in a cold voice, "I brought him here to show you that whoever dares to save you will only end up like this." Miss Song sneered, "Who wants him to save? Who wants him to save? This kind of mud-legged man. Also want to save this lady? Don't even bother to look in the mirror or think about whether or not you're qualified." Maid, White Mountains. The maid was also a bit overwhelmed. This is not going to work. But she did not get the temporary change of scene change, and did not dare to change, so she continued to read from the book, jumped to the next stage, he caricatured laughter, and then threw the white mountain on the floor, then turned around and closed the door. Behind the door, came the shouting of Miss Song, Take him out of the house. This kind of pariah is not qualified to stay in the same house as this lady. I don't want to breathe the same air in the same house as him. Take him out." But there were no more voices outside the house, as if the 2 maids had also disappeared. The eerie cold wind blew across the courtyard, brushed against the window, and brought out an ear-piercing whimpering sound, as if a woman was crying in the middle of the night. The green-clothed girl looked at the teenager who had fallen to the ground, revealing an incomparable look of disgust. She raised her hand and grabbed the small ceramic bowl in her hand and threw it at the teenager. Bang bang dang! The porcelain bowl is broken. The teenager didn't respond. The girl in green called out, "Hey!" The teenager still didn't respond. Only then did the girl in green slip to the house, standing in front of a slightly old 100 flowers screen, dragging and pulling the screen. After spending some effort, finally moved the screen to the front of the white mountain, blocking him from the line of sight cannot be seen. So, out of sight, out of mind. The girl in green then breathed a sigh of relief. 66. Meeting with Miss. The night, deeper and deeper. Bai Shan continued to pretend to be dizzy, lying quietly on the floor in front of the door. The floor was cool, but the blood chi and true chi that filled his body were like twofold flowing flames, completely ignoring this shade. Not to mention the cold ground. Even if you were lying on real ice, it was embarrassing. But other than that, he couldn't find a way to make Song Yuning trust him. The Song family is treacherous, and it's impossible for outsiders to blend in so easily. If they blended in but took her out without her, then again, something was wrong. But there was no way Hakusen could take her and actually run away. If Bai Shan was someone inside the Song family, then it would be even more unlikely that Song Yuning would trust him. And if Song Yuning didn't trust him, then don't talk about anything subsequent. Thinking about it, Shiroyama came up with this. Bai Miao-chan's idea for him was don't try to make a breakthrough on the first night. Don't do anything, write down the girl's temperament, then come back to your sister and you to discuss it slowly. Originally, Bai Shan was worried that after he pretended to be dizzy, Miss Song came over to shush him and then grabbed him as a lifesaver before discussing how to escape. But he didn't realize that Miss Song couldn't even look at him. It also saved him the effort of following up, and he decided to do nothing tonight, just lie down until daylight, then wait for the maids to drag him back. Consider it a change of place to sleep while observing the habits of this Miss Song. When the information gathering is finished, I'll go back and talk to my big sister. To his right is a threshold and wooden door, and to his left is a somewhat aged lily pad screen. Miss Song is separated from him by the screen, and shrinks in the depths of the room. Seems to be because there is a more I do not know whether dead or not in the room. Song Yuning also do not yell. The minutes ticked by. Miss Song suddenly pushed open the window and shouted to the outside world. He's dead. He is dead. Pull this pariah out. The maids outside the door were impassive. She yelled a few more times, but the maids still ignored her. This Miss Song was only trembling with anger, and her slightly narrow googly-eyed face showed an angry and incomparable look. She looked around the house, trying to find some kind of weapon, but there were none, so she ran to the treasure chest in the house, pulling open the old wooden drawers in quick succession and rummaging through them. Before long, her slightly rounded almond eyes lit up as she drew open the top left drawer, seeking out a mahogany rui about 60 centimeters long. Rui signifies good luck, and mahogany is a wood that has been used since ancient times to ward off evil spirits. Mahogany rui, moreover, is a jewelry to ward off evil spirits. However, this mahogany rui is a bit strange. Some burnt, or even melted traces in the rui handle presents a kind of charcoal black, as if it is rescued from the fire items. Miss Song doesn't care about this. She grabbed this mahogany rui, waved it around for a while, and found that it was quite heavy, so she hurriedly ran to the front of the house, squatted down beside Bai Shan, and grabbed the mahogany rui and smashed it on Bai Shan's head. Bai Shan endured a bit, not to mention, it was quite painful. This girl's hand was not light or heavy. Hey, alive? MS? Song asked, seeing that he couldn't pretend anymore. Bai Shan then weakly shouted, water, water, MS. Song breathed a sigh of relief and said, you're awake, so get out when you're awake, even if I die. I don't want a pariah like you to save me. Water, water, disgusting, bastards still want to drink water? Miss Song muttered, rummaged around again and found a towel. Then after wetting the towel, she directly pressed it against Bai Shan's mouth, swirled her palm around, and stiffly squeezed the wet towel into Bai Shan's mouth, and said in a cold voice, drink up and drink up. The water you asked for is here. Drink it quickly. The wet towel was stuffed into Bai Shan's mouth, so Bai Shan naturally had no way to make a sound. Although his eyes were closed, his heart burned down a bit. According to his heart, if he had seen this kind of woman outside, even if she had nothing to do with him, he would have to teach her a lesson, not to mention that the person involved is himself. He had never expected Miss Song to be like this before he came. At this moment, he just wanted to get up, throw this Song family lady on the bed, and beat her severely, until she was well behaved, and no longer say pariah until, while he was able to do the same. In doing so, the mission failed. Thus, he kept quiet and pretended to have fainted once again, and at the same time, he gave up on the idea of having any communication with Miss Song, and instead, he stayed quiet, listening to her every move. Country or nation, country or nation, country or nation. It's dry. Be careful of fire and candles. The sound of a night watchman came from the deep alley outside the Song mansion. The voice was long and faded away. Before long, midnight fell. Miss Song was probably sleepy and tired, and without removing her clothes and pants, she lay down on the old-fashioned bed and slept. Seeing that she wasn't making any noise anymore, Bai Shan was also happy to be quiet, so he lay down and meditated quietly. Suddenly, a movement to rise came from the direction of the bed. A small boot landed on the ground and stamped solidly. Splat! Bai Shan was puzzled in the back of his mind. Song Yuning was waking up in the middle of the night? Ta! 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 Footsteps approached him. Soon, this Miss Song once again walked around the screen and stood in front of Bai Shan, slowly squatting down. For some reason, this time a sharp creepy feeling suddenly rose in the bottom of Bai Shan's heart, as if he had turned into a small beast lying on the forest floor pretending to be dead, and instead of ignoring him, the terrible monster that was passing by came to him, hooking its head and sniffing its scent. Unspeakable horror rose up and filled the entire pitch-black house, and the moonlight outside the window cast a blur on the white ground, as if it were shining on the bones of a giant beast, ghastly white. Bai Shan only felt that the fear in his heart was rapidly building up, squeezing his heart, blood, and true energy. body. It made him as cold as falling into an ice cave all over his body, as suffocating as if he were drowning. He suddenly thought of what the family head had said earlier. The one he wanted to marry was Song Yuning, but the real young lady was sleeping in Song Yuning's body. As his thoughts swept here, Baishan blessedly opened his eyes, spat out the wet towel that was stuffed in his mouth, and quickly got up, not looking at the present-day Song Yuning but respectfully saying, "Baishan has met you, miss." He is very sure that this is the most mysterious and highest status miss in the whole kidnapping group, and also the miss that Xiao Mei is afraid of, and also the big boss that he will follow in the future. The big boss. However, the big boss did not respond, but continued to stare at him slyly. Although Baishan's heart was filled with fear, it was a fear of power, a fear that pressed down on him and made him very uncomfortable. Finally, he jerked his head up. He is who he is, and if anything obscures his heart or blocks his eyes, then he will blast it all to pieces, kill it all, and exterminate it. So he raised his eyes, and though his body was still fearful, his will had transcended it, and he looked levelly toward the green girl before him. Not bad. At this moment, Song Yuning, or rather Miss, praised. Even though there were only 2 words, Baishan felt a sense of being high above and standing in the clouds looking down. It wasn't something Song Yuning had deliberately made him feel, used to suppress him, but something that existed in itself. Whitehill asked, "Who are we?" Miss nodded again when she heard the question, and then said, "Opposite of immortal." Shiroyama asked, "That's," Miss said, "Abyss." 67. Returning from the wind and snow. Time passes and it's early winter. In winter, it snowed heavily, snow fluttering like a willow waving lightly, but also seems to bury all the vitality of the earth's thick soil, heavy pressure on the ground, so that the colorful world into a monotonous white world. In and out of the county, there are many more starving and freezing to death, and if they freeze to death in the wild, there is no guarantee that they will be the object of coyote scavenging. A natural disaster like this, as it were. Thankfully the pancake pirates are gone, or else it would have been worse. Anyone who has experienced suffering would feel happy if that suffering were slightly less. Baishan can't find the technique, and can't go out of Peach Blossom County, so he can only practice his fists and regulate his breathing every day, so as not to be rusty in his skills and half a beat slower in the fight, and the rest of the time is spent with his big sister, and the kids. On Miss Song's side, he is not going. After a few attempts and a few more discussions with his big sister, he was truly convinced and really gave up on Miss Song. Granted, he didn't want to use force on an unarmed, kidnapped girl, but if the object of this was Miss Song, he thought it was okay. When the wedding day came, even if Miss Song screamed her throat out and cried, he wouldn't stop. No other reason. Just because this Song family lady is really a collection of all kinds of virtue of the very best, as if it is the previous life of Baishan in some anime and the existence of a kind of called Tianlong people. Unfortunately, this Miss Song does not have the status of Tianlong man, but she has a high opinion of herself, looking down on everyone. If she were to treat everyone the same then it would be fine, but on the other hand, she worships the great and powerful, as well as the immortals. Baishan only felt that if an immortal came, this Miss Song was willing to lie on the bed with her legs open and let the immortal do whatever he wanted. The power of the people is more powerful than anyone else. Looking at the bystanders a mouthful of call, talking about the immortal she herself has become inferior. Her eyes are all glowing, and her skin is moistened. If this was released, there was no guarantee that it would immediately reveal the Song family's situation to the immortals, and at that time, the Song family would be in big trouble, and she would be in big trouble as well. Obviously, Whitehill felt that his marriage would not be a happy one. Miss Song wanted to be played by an immortal, and he wasn't one. When the time came, Miss Song would feel humiliated by him, a mud-blood, and cry out in disgust, while he would only consummate the ceremonial marriage as if he had gone on a mission, without any emotion. At first, he was a little depressed, but it didn't take long for him to look away. The reason is simple. Since there are immortals and abysses in this world, there is bound to be longevity. His talent proves it in another way too. In this way, his goal was to make himself and Sister Miao Miao immortal. He was fine. If he had the feats and resources, he would be able to improve. At least he had already extended his life by 1 armor. But Sister Miao Miao was born with a broken martial vein and was unable to cultivate, so it was really hard to know what to do. But he'll figure it out. As for the Song family miss such a mortal, decades of time hastily passed and then forget it is, although there are decades of companionship, in the end, can still be a passerby. Shiroyama was looking out into the distance when suddenly a sound interrupted his thoughts. Wow, come on, Come on, run faster. In the distance, on the snowy path, only 3 boys in cotton coats could be seen hurrying this way. The boys are Han Yang, Zhu Yu, and Lu Qi. Han Yang ran at the front, his right hand grabbing the ear of a fat rabbit. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, was carrying an ocelot with both hands, which was frozen hard by the snow. Lu Qi is holding a thick wooden stick to follow the two. Looks like this position should be break the back. Han Yang saw Bai Shan sitting under the eaves of the house and shouted, "Big brother Bai, we actually caught a wild rabbit today. It can be a real joy to catch wild rabbits in a famine-stricken place." Zhu Yu, Lu Qi also shouted "Big brother Bai" as he passed by. However, the White Mountains have always had a not-so-approachable feel to them. So, if you've called it, you've walked it. The sound of pounding food came from inside the house. Not long after, the window opened again, and a little girl with a double pill head poked out of the house. And Hua Xiaoshang said sweetly, "Brother Bai." "Aha," Shiroyama responded. Hua Xiaoshang sweetly said, "Sister has gone out to buy something and will be here soon. Brother will stay here to eat later. Today we are having snake soup and fried rabbit. He. As she was speaking sweetly, she suddenly felt something and turned around violently, her pupils clenching before roaring loudly. "Roar! Han Yang, you, what are you doing cutting the rabbit's leg?" Inside the house, Han Yang lowered his head, holding a knife to cut the thigh of a dead rabbit while whispering, "I'll just take a look." Despite what he said, the speed at which he cut the rabbit's leg got faster and faster. Hua Xiaoshan closed the window and ran over to him while shouting "Stop!" Outside the window, under the eaves, Bai Shan froze, then couldn't help but laugh out. These little kids are really funny. He stood up and looked at the old house. This was originally the place where he and sister Miao Miao lived, and after they moved to the Song family, the place went cold, whereas now it had regained its bustle. He has an unspeakable bond with Sister Myrtle, and these children may be forming a new bond of their own. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt something in his heart and his eyes drifted into the distance. In the distance, the wind and snow are disorienting. There are returnees on the road. Wrapped in his cloak and hood, the returnee took one step at a time down the black and white patchwork of the roadway, and this returnee actually gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sure enough, the returnee did not follow the road farther around, but came in the direction of the old house, and proceeded to plop down in front of the fence, lifting his hood and revealing the long-forgotten, familiar face of the little wannabe. Peach eyes, cherry lips, and danger, hostility, and teasing, seduction. Bai Shan's eyes also lit up. Had his new technique finally arrived, taking so long to get back? It's a bit of a long way, and there were delays on the road. It's good to be back. Bai Shan's state of mind had slightly changed. Little Wave Cargo had changed from a dangerous person at the beginning to someone close to him in the Song family, so he naturally wanted Little Wave Cargo to be safe. The little wannabe sniffed and laughed, then licked her lips, a thirsty light in her eyes, and said in a glutinous manner, "It's been a long time since I've seen you, Auntie, so I want to get on top of you. Auntie, you don't want to be ed by me here, right?" White Mountains. The little tramp lifted her long legs, and the train of her gray tent moved, revealing the plasma-like embroidered shoes inside, and the snow-white insteps of her feet, which weren't wearing socks even in winter. She was ready to cross the fence. Without waiting for her to cross over, Bai Shan pushed open the fence gate and said, "Go back." The little tramp retracted her long legs again, and then whoosh sucked into the side of Bai Shan, took his arm, and walked in the direction of Song's house. Bai Shan suddenly sniffed his nose as he smelled a strong odor of blood. The smell of blood was emanating from the collar of the woman at her side. In the past, he would have been fearful and wary, thinking whether this woman had killed anyone or not. But since he was in the Pan Mountain several times, stained with blood, this kind of fear, vigilance of the idea is gone, but became curious. Focus from "this woman actually killed someone" to "this woman killed what people?" So he looked sideways at the little wannabe. Little Wavegood smiled and pulled her cloak, revealing the big red dress inside, as well as the golden blood stained on the big red dress. She softly said, "I came back from the kill, and took a detour, that's why I'm late." Shiroyama asked, "Still a crane fairy?" Little Wavegood said with a distant head, "It's not the crane immortals, it's the crane slaves. These crane slaves are very annoying, just like spreading a net. Wherever the crane slaves die, the crane fairies run to check wherever. They want to find the lady." Whitehill asked, "What are you looking for a lady for?" The little wannabe looked deeply at him and didn't answer, but suddenly said, "Have you seen Miss?" "Seen it once. The lady told you we were from the abyss?" Said. The little wannabe was suddenly happy. With a smile on her face, Bai Shan said breathlessly, "Nuts, what's with the sudden smile?" The little wannabe wondered, "What do you mean, psycho?" Bai Shan did not expect to already be so familiar with the little wannabe, and the words that were still in his heart a few months ago were said so generously. He thought for a moment and said, "It's an affectionate term of endearment. I don't feel like it." The little tramp shook her head, thought for a moment, and said indistinctly, "Auntie, you're scolding me." Seeing that he was recognized, Baishan said breathlessly, "Then curse back." The little tramp said, "Nuts." After scolding, she said in a glutinous manner, "I'm smiling because Miss and Auntie talked about the abyss, which means that Auntie is being truly accepted yet. In this way, I can be with my aunt often, sucking her yang energy. By the way, Auntie, how many wives are you going to take?" White Mountains. It goes up tomorrow at 12 noon. As the title suggests, tomorrow's update time has been changed to 12 noon, and I'll be bursting with 10,000 words at that time. After that, the daily update time will still be fixed at 7 a.m., and the word count will try to increase. Enough about updates, let's talk about the book. No doubt there are a number of shortcomings in this book, but it is a book that the author has worked diligently, thoughtfully, and with all his might. The author's level is limited. If there is dissatisfaction, please spray lightly. After all, this is the author's heart and soul. Here's a brief synopsis of a general system of the book. The world structure of this book is not new, Abyss Earth Immortal World, and many smaller worlds harboring a long history. The human world is centered on Dakian, which in turn has 9 states: Xinzhou, where Peach Blossom County is located; Jianzhou, Longzhou, Yuezhou, Wuzhou, Azhou, Yunzhou, Qianzhou, and Yenzhou. The realms of strength are the 5 realms of martial arts: I Ching Washing, the Wanxian realm, the Spirit Infant realm, the Manifestation realm, the True God realm, Fusion of God, the 5 Elements realm, the Yin-Yang realm, the One realm, and the Tao realm. As for the common ones, such as the mighty are not as good as dogs, the saints are all over the place, cuckolds are given to women, the protagonist is abused, the villains are retarded, they flirt but don't accept, the supporting characters lose their own characteristics in order to let the protagonist pretend to be a bully. The whole world exists for the protagonist to pretend to be a bully. The top brass are all retarded, tease but not accept in order to let the protagonist pretend to be a bully. The supporting characters lose their own characteristics. The whole world exists for the protagonist to pretend to be a bully. And the higher-ups are all retarded. The protagonist is invincible. The protagonist is the center of the world. There are no constraints on people in high realms, etc., 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 will not exist. And the main line, too, is simple: the protagonist seeks to become stronger and live forever. As for the protagonist's nature, he has a sense of justice and likes people with a sense of justice and true character, but doesn't want to be subjected to any moral abduction, so he quite simply doesn't do good and doesn't like people to think he's good. Not good at socializing, good at getting lost, can't blend into the group. The reason why he can blend into the Song family, the little wannabe really contributes. Who's maid and aunt together every day, and every day ask, how many wives are you going to marry? It's a bunch of monsters from the abyss. But monsters have partners. When the enemies of justice arrive, the monsters fight side by side. The protagonist, too, would be a monster, not to be called unnameable, I guess, but a great demon in human skin certainly couldn't get away with it. If the immortals at large were to kill the great demon's companions, the great demon would kill all the immortals at large. Above, not sure what to say. Finally, the author sincerely implores book lovers who find this little book still readable to subscribe. Your subscription is the inspiration for everything the author does, and is the biggest support for the author's heart and soul. Here, a sincere thank you. See you tomorrow at 12 noon. Thank you. 68. Pseudo Extreme Young Chapter 3. 0K words. Only after entering the Song Mansion, the little wannabe threw a black and gold page in her arms to Baishan, tossed her frivolous winks, and said, "Auntie, this is the Extreme Young Chapter." Baishan received the pages of the book, hands slightly sunk, and then flattened. He was a little strange. The last time the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter is gold. This time the Extreme Young chapter, How to Become a Black Tone of the Mane. The little wannabe brought her face over and nodded to a certain place at the bottom in the pages of the book and said, "It would be best for Auntie to just practice up to here, which is the 6th layer, and it shouldn't be too good to practice later on." He sniffed and casually asked, "Why not?" Little wave bastard said in a glutinous manner, "I'm covered in the smell of blood, so I'll go take a bath first, and after I'm done, then I'll talk to Auntie slowly." "Okay," Baishan answered, then sat down in the landscaped pavilion on the east side of the outer courtyard and placed the pages of the book on the stone table. Boo! The pages of the book are very thin, but very heavy, such as an extremely heavy large iron block. Tapping the stone table naturally issued a dull ringing sound. The feel of this is much heavier than the black needles in the metal hive of the mysterious black-clothed man before. He watched it carefully. Before long, a lot of information surfaced in his mind. Extreme Young Chapter. Level, Jinchi Mindfulness. Requirement 1, Extreme Young Chapter, full text. Requirement 2, First 6 levels: 3 fresh fire spirit flowers, 1 poison sac of spiked red gold python, 1 box of abyssal bone snow, 100 altar of spirit flower immortal wine. Requirement 3. First 6 levels: live for at least 1 year in a place of second order aura where the power of fire is strong. Requirement 4. 9th level: to draw the 9 spirit yuan tiger. You need to draw its divine essence. Requirement 5. 9th level: obtain an ancient yin-yang demon tiger. Extract all of its blood, boil it, and then drink it in a place where it is always frozen. Bai Shan's complexion stared slightly. So complicated, compared to the state level true chi heart technique. First of all, this heart technique has a much greater need for special items. Secondly, a place of second order aura where the power of the fire element was thick. This kind of place, it was simply unknown where it was. Let's not talk about a second order aura land. Even a first order aura land, I don't even understand what it is. Once again, in addition to this more stringent special circumstance, there is actually a mandatory time requirement of at least 1 year, and that's still needed for the first 6 levels. Just from the requirements, it really didn't look like the needs of the true chi heart technique. I still need to do so to cultivate this method, and I don't know how many times more others would need to pay to cultivate it. And to reach the 9th level, one needs to paint the divine essence of the 9 spirit yuan tiger, as well as devour the blood of the ancient yin-yang demon tiger. These creatures, which were simply unheard of, were clearly not unusual creatures, and it needs to devour boiled blood. It's still a matter of whether or not these 5 viscera and 6 bowels can withstand it. He put aside these demands and began to watch the entire Extreme Young chapter. However, the words of this Extreme Young chapter were obscure and difficult to understand. As Bai Shan looked on, an idea suddenly burst into his mind. Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter. Extreme Young chapter. One is a chapter, the other is a chapter, and both look like torn pages. Could it be that it's simply ripped from some book? If so, then this book should be awesome, right? While he was thinking about it, a pretty maid suddenly ran in the distance. Shiroyama's thoughts interrupted and he looked up. The pretty maid ran to his side and asked with a cheeky smile, "Master Auntie, Miss May asked if you want to sleep?" Bai Shan was confused and wondered, "What do you mean?" The maid smiled cheekily and said, "Miss May said that she has washed away all the smell of blood. Her body smells nice and warm, and if Master Auntie is going to sleep, then she won't put on any clothes and wait for Master Auntie to go to her, so as to save her from having to take them off again in a while." White Mountains. This brain of Miss May. Can you think of anything else? And why the emphasis on fragrant and warm? Is this to show that normally her body is corpse-smelling and cold? The maid called out, Auntie, how is it?" Bai Shanjai took someone else's Extreme Young chapter, so he politely refused. "It's still light out. I'm not sleeping at this moment." The maid laughed. "Miss May can wait in the tub until dark. It's dark and the water is cold, isn't it? It's fine, Auntie, we can always boil the water. Make sure Miss May's body is still hot." Bai Shan had a black line on his face. What did he mean by the body is still warm? Why does it feel like the body is still warm? He didn't beat around the bush and just said, "Tell her to get dressed and come to me." "Okay, Auntie." The maid threw a wink and ran away. Bai Shan watched the maid go far away, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But he is also accustomed to this song house. The maids are along with the girl Xiaomei, and the temperament is somewhat similar to what he understands as the abyssal phantom. But the mechanical houseguests had no idea who they were following. Moments later, the little peach-eyed wench in the big red dress ran over. She had changed into a new dress. Her pale cheeks were coated with powdered rouge, while showing a few ghost brides. The little tramp frowned angrily and asked somewhat sultrily, "Auntie, why do you just refuse to get sleepy with me?" Bai Shan was already too lazy to pick up on this kind of topic as he said, "Miss Xiaomei, what did you mean when you just said that it wasn't very good to practice behind the 6th layer?" The peach blossom eyes of the little tramp are flooded with spring water, and even her lips are a little wet. A long time. She may have figured out the truth of the future is long, so she decided not to dwell on the issue of sleepy, but licked her lips and said, "Because only the first 6 layers of this technique are correct. The next 3 layers, crooked." Crooked? Bai Shan became more and more curious, but he had seen the requirements for cultivating the back 3 layers. He pondered briefly and then continued, "Then if one practiced the last 3 layers, one would go off the deep end, right?" To his surprise, the little wavy cargo shook her head and said, "It won't go off the deep end, but will lead to unpredictable consequences." Shirazen? Little Wave Good said, "This Extreme Young chapter is originally the supreme method for building the foundation, and there was someone who was begging for this Extreme Young chapter. but ended up being cheated and got a copy of the altered, extreme young chapter. This altered, extreme young chapter could also be cultivated. Only after practicing it, it will lead to an unimaginably crooked path. This, perhaps the person who modified the merit law in the first place didn't expect it either. Anyway, just don't practice the next 3 chapters. Bai Shan nodded deeply. He also felt that drawing a 9-spirit tiger with divine essence and boiling and drinking all the blood of the ancient yin-yang demon tiger were too sinister. Miss Xiaomei, wasn't there once someone who practiced the back 3 layers? The little wench's eyes lit up and she was about to speak, when suddenly, she reacted by raising her hand and gesturing wait, then quickly lifted her finger, put it to her lips, and drew it from left to right. All of a sudden, a red line appeared between her lips. The threads intertwined back and forth as if they were alive, pulling her upper and lower lips together so tightly that there was no longer any way to open and speak, and at the same time presenting the feeling of a horror movie. The little tramp said, "Ah." Shiroyama couldn't help but be shocked when he took a look at this secret stitching on those red lips. Only after a long time did he say, "I can't tell you this. I won't ask. There's no need to go to this extent." The little tramp lifted her finger and traced it again from right to left, and the thread sewn to her lips came undone. She took a long breath. "Auntie, there are some secret stories that are taboo. This is like betraying someone if you say it. Don't you ask?" Shiroyama nodded and didn't ask again, but the truth was, he already had some inferences in mind, because the little tramp has said enough already. This existence that had been deceived and practiced the fake extreme young chapter was, in all probability, Dao Yueka, who had intended to complete his foundation building, had taken an odd path because he had gotten sidetracked from practicing. It's like what I read in my previous life. The Western poisoner practiced the 9 Truth Sutra in reverse, and went crazy, but he also cultivated an unprecedentedly weird divine power. The level of the above matter is a taboo secret that would betray others, which means that the matter of Dotsuko practicing the fake extreme young chapter and coming to an unpredictable end is not known to others. In the deceiver's opinion, the being called Daotsuko was probably dead. However, not only was Dao Yueka alive, he had also made a deal with Song Yuning's side with the extreme young chapter. He didn't know what Song Yuning had given, but what Song Yuning had acquired was the extreme young chapter that was capable of healing her injuries. From the perspective of this deal, it can be deduced that Doyle's strength should be very strong. This mighty was most likely caused by utilizing the fake extreme young chapter to build a successful foundation. Therefore, this fake extreme young chapter was not weaker than the real extreme young chapter in terms of power. The premonition that he might be able to give it a try was born in Shiroyama's heart. After all, he was too thirsty for power. Soon, he had a decision. Practice the 6 layers first, and look at the subsequent 3 layers when you've assessed them. However, in order to practice the first 6 levels, one needed to go to a second-order spiritual chi where the power of the fire line was rich. And obviously, Peach Blossom County was not such a place. He rubbed his forehead in some distress and suddenly realized that the little wannabe was staring at him with glittering eyes. He turned his head sideways, meeting that line of sight. The two of them were wide-eyed and stared at each other for a while, before the little wannabe suddenly said in a glutinous manner, "Auntie, since we've got the extreme young chapter and Miss has woken up, then, we need to take a long trip." Bai Shan froze, really dozing off to send a pillow. He was secretly happy, but he was surprised and asked, "Why the long trip?" "Because Auntie's kung fu can't be practiced here. It has to be moved to a different place. And now that there are a lot of crane slaves out there, the Song family relocating their family would attract their attention and invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, we can only pick 1 or 2 to accompany your aunt on a long journey. And we must avoid the densely populated places of the possible crane slaves and go to a place they would not expect. So, where are we going?" "Overseas, the land of ice and fire." The little tramp winked and laughed. "We could be there for at least 10 years. Auntie, prepare early." 69. Traveling abroad, 4. 6K words. Bai Shan had been thinking about 2 things, finding more feats and traveling farther. Now, all at once, and the destination was the overseas country of ice and fire, which had bypassed the land of the Tsurunu. He had never even heard of this kind of place, but his heart was somewhat inexplicably excited and happy. After seeing all the chicken, broken china, and charcoal residue of Peach County, he really wanted to go outside and have a look around, whether it was to become stronger or to open his eyes. Still, he suppressed his excitement for the moment and began to open up the worldview by asking questions. What's a crane slave? The last time he asked, the little wannabe had sidetracked the topic, but now that he had practiced the fierce tiger whistling night chapter, and had met the Real Miss and been told about the existence of the abyss, his acceptance by the Song family had long ago increased drastically, and times were different now. As expected, the little wannabe didn't refuse to answer this time, but gluttonously said, "Crane slaves, are things raised by immortals? There are a lot of them. They don't have much intellect or feelings. Their strength is similar to that of an ordinary martial artist in the 5th realm of the martial Tao. They have a high degree of recognition of our scent, and once they recognize it, they will attack us. Crane slaves mostly move with the crane fairy, but cast a wide net, and if we kill the crane slave, the crane fairy will track us by the dead crane slave's location. If we kill crane fairy again, those disgusting immortals behind crane fairy will come after us again. This is the real reason why we came to Peach County. This place is so remote that even crane slave couldn't find it. Plus we were able to block our breath, making it even more reliable. That mustard pouch of yours, which we got after killing the crane fairy in the other place, was kind of intentional. A sound bite to bring them ask you. Baishan asked again. What's a tsukiji? Little Wave Cargo said. Before giving birth to the immortal vein, all the true chi mind techniques can be called foundation building techniques. Foundation building is the chi that is built, and when the chi is thick, the body will be fed, and after reaching a certain level, the violet mansion in the center of the brow will open up, and the sleeping immortal veins within will be awakened. Shiroyama nodded thoughtfully and asked again, immortals and us, what is the relationship? A cold color flashed across Little Wave Cargo's brow. We hate that all immortals are dead, and that's how the immortals see us. Shiroyama continued with 100,000 questions. What's an immortal? Xiaomei said. Alright, Auntie, don't ask any more questions. You're still far away from this world, so let's get in touch later if you can. Shiroyama said. It's okay, I want to know sooner rather than later, and knowing that will make it better to stay away from them and avoid contact. May. Shiroyama continued. What is the abyss? May. Shirazen asked. Where do the immortals live? May. Shiroyama asked again. What is the Temple of the Great Light? May. Baishan renewed his efforts and didn't hide. He wanted to pry open the little plum girl's mouth with this barrage of questions. May wanted to speak, then speak again, then stop wanting to speak. The two were wide-eyed. Shiroyama looked at the thread secretly sewn on those red lips and sighed. I won't ask. Only then did Xiaomei pull away the red thread, and then laughed goosey. Auntie, in fact, as long as you promise me one thing, I can tell you everything. Shirazen said expectantly. What is it? Spring water flowed in little Miss May's eyes, and she said in a charming voice, accompany me every day to get sleepy. Shiroyama said. Forget it then. Xiaomei glutinously said. Auntie, why? You're definitely going to sleep with Miss Song anyway, so what's wrong with adding me as an extra? Just think of me as a common maid. Shiroyama slowly shook his head. No, marrying MS. Song, it was just a mission, something that couldn't be helped. He had no choice. The flying snow was still drifting, flurrying through the houses of the county. On the ground, however, the snow piled up has been very high, drowning over the neck of the foot. This foot stepped down. The boot with a slightly shorter upper will be filled with snow, while freezing cold and icy palms of the feet. Still, Hakusen was happy to walk quickly through the snow. Though he was not able to get an answer to his mudblood's 100,000 questions, he was still happy, being able to go to the outside world. He couldn't help but feel a kind of festive celebration at the bottom of his heart. Moreover, it was the wish of both him and Sister Miu Miu. Soon he arrived at the old house. Warm, hot air radiates out from the cracks in the windows of the old house. Inside the house, Bai Miao-chan was drinking fragrant snake soup with the children, and when she saw him coming, she was a bit surprised, but she put down her chopsticks and got up. Heading out, Hua Xiaoshang sweetly shouted, Big brother Bai. Baishan smiled at her and nodded, then greeted Bai Miao-chan, who stepped out and headed out. Hua Xiaoshang silently got up and added another set of bowls and chopsticks, then used a spoon to scoop up the not so many fatty snake meat segments in the pot, saying, This is for Big brother Bai. None of you are allowed to clip the inside, especially Han Yang. Han Yang slapped the table and said, Hua Xiaoshang, what do you take me, Han Yang, for? I won't rob anyone but Big brother Bai, let alone robbing, even if you let me give up my bowl to Big brother Bai. Hua Xiaoshang hemmed and hawed, seeing that she was about to make a bad move. Han Yang said busily, Don't interfere with Big brother Bai and sister by talking. With that, he looked to the doorway. Outside the door, the brocade-clothed young man and the white-clothed young girl were walking along the blocks of bricks that had been temporarily moved from the small courtyard. Hakusen, what happened? We're only halfway through the meal. It's going to get cold soon in this winter, and the soup with the meat oil in it is going to freeze out of the white lumps soon. Bai Miao-chan rubbed her hands together, puffing hot air and lightly stomping her small cotton boots. Bai Shan said happily, Sister Miao Miao, we're going far, far away. Ha! Bai Miao-chan froze, the topic catching her a bit off guard. Bai Shan laughed. Sister Miao Miao, do you remember how we often said before that we would go out to the outside world to see the world when we had money? To eat good food, drink good food, see the life in different places, and look at other people's lives. Bai Miao-chan finally reacted. Her crystalline eyes lit up. Remember then, where are you going? Why are you suddenly going? Bai Shan said softly, going overseas to a place called the Ice and Fire Country is still about my cultivation, but I can't say that to the outside world. Although Xiaomei said that she would pick someone to go there, Bai Shan would definitely bring Bai Miao-chan Miao-chan with him. He vaguely guessed that there must be a place of second-order aura where the power of the fire line is rich in the ice and fire country, not to mention other things, but just the name of the place of second-order aura made it necessary for him to bring Miao with him. I'm not saying anything else. I can't guarantee that after the spiritual chi is warmed up, Sister Miao's broken veins and body will be healed. Besides, although he felt that more than a year would be enough time, the little prodigal was scheduled for 10 years, such a long period of time, such a long distance, during which some unpredictable variables would likely arise. If he and Sister Miao were to be separated, it might be goodbye forever. So, no matter what, he had to bring Sister Miao with him. In the previous conversation, he had also talked to Little Miss May, and Little Miss May had promised to help him ask and reassure him, because Bai Miao-chan was an ordinary person. Bringing her along was not a big problem. The only thing he had to worry about was whether Bai Miao-chan could stand such a long journey. Overseas, ice and fire country, Bai Miao-chan froze. She had never thought in her life that she would still go out to sea, and would go to a country with a magical name. She couldn't help but ask, this ice and fire country, the name sounds quite mysterious. Does it mean hot and cold? It could be volcanoes and snow, Bai Shan guessed, and at the same time he remembered the ice and fire island described in a book he had read in his previous life, which was located in the north and snowy. But because of the volcano, there was a place where the seasons were like spring. Volcano? Snowy land? Bai Miao-chan was stunned. Is that place suitable for human habitation? Bai Shan suddenly also a little unsure. After all, the previous life to see the ice and fire island is an isolated island, but this place to go is ice and fire country. With the word country, it must be a place of power, influence and culture. But then again, who says this country has to be a human country? He would have thought of all this, except that his heart's desire was fulfilled, and he was really excited. So he thought to come and speak to Sister Miao at the first opportunity. While women are naturally attentive, and the first time was not excitement, but thought of something practical, and then he asked these practical questions. This problem has brought the excitement to the ground and turned it into a matter of food, drink, clothing, shelter and transportation. Shiroyama thought for a moment and said, I'll go ask for clarification again. Bai Miao-chan said, if you ask, remember to ask what to eat over there, how much things cost, what kind of money to use, what kind of clothes to bring. If there's a big difference from our side, we'll have to go pick up more things tomorrow. Shiroyama nodded repeatedly before running back. Soon, Bai Shan returned to the Song family, but Miss May, who would always wait for him at the left landscape pavilion, did not show up, which was rare. He wandered around again and realized that the old sewing woman in the herb garden wasn't there either. He went back to the cache. The door to the book depository was not closed, but the old man in the cabinet with the hunched back and both sleeves hanging to the ground was not there either. Bai Shan's heart was a little odd, and he just happened to see a maid. So he walked up and asked, where is Miss May? The maid stopped and said, Auntie, Miss May and the girls seem to have gone to discuss something. The doubts in Bai Shan's heart were suddenly solved. This should be a discussion about traveling. He glanced at the bookstore not far away. He remembered that there seemed to be some local histories and such in the bookstore, and there could not be any information about the Ice and Fire Kingdom in there. But that Wan Lao wasn't there and Xiaomei wasn't there. Could this place be entered? He continued to ask the maid, can you go directly into the book depository? The maid smiled and said, I don't know, Auntie, that's not our place. Not our place? Shiroyama froze. Auntie, I'll go and get busy first. The maid ran away. Bai Shan thought for a moment, recircled the deep pool in front of the pavilion, picked up the steps, and walked up to the wide-open door of the book depository and looked inside. The winter sun shone down the open door in a fan-shaped field of light. While the depths were dark because of the lack of windows, the bookshelf, somewhere between light and darkness, was casting thin shadows, and there are some dark-toned candlelight brasses everywhere on the walls and tables. He thought about it and took a tentative step forward, and just as this step crossed the threshold, the entire book depository seemed to come to life. The bookshelves, copper lamps, tables and chairs all seemed to have life and began to wriggle, and the entire library seemed to be modeled. The shadows seemed to flow like ink, and shivered into a gray spot, and there was also a strange red light flickering on the inside, as if a flame had been dotted on the thin paper, and began to invade. It gave people a sense of horror that the false surface was fading and the truth was being revealed. After all, Bai Shan did not step into the seemingly empty book depository at this time. He exited the threshold and everything in the cache returned to normal. He then returned to the inner sanctum and boxed in the snow for a while. It was getting dark. Finally, there was a knock at the door. Auntie, it's me. The little wannabe's voice was as sweet as cinnamon sticky rice. Shiroyama opened the door. The peach blossom-eyed woman in the big red dress stood with her hands hanging down in the icy sky and snow, covered with the afterglow of the glow of the red lanterns in the distance, while appearing to be particularly blinding. Auntie, the little tramp suddenly stepped in and took Baishan's arm, her cheek pressed against his side, a position that was acceptable to both her and Baishan. Auntie, we've already discussed the candidates to go to the ice and fire country. There are 4 of us. Miss, me, Auntie, Miss White, and no one else. It's a credit to me that Miss Bai is able to go. Do you want to thank someone, Auntie? The little tramp lowered her head, softly nibbling on her fingers and eating and laughing. Baishan said, "Thank you, Miss May." The little wannabe cargo said, "It's okay, it's what I'm supposed to do." Baishan felt that although little Miss May was a prodigal, she was really taking care of him, so he once again said, "Thank you." The little wannabe laughed in a sticky way, "You're really welcome." With that, she then came to Baishan's ear and said, "Auntie, Miss said that as long as you nod your head, you can let me marry you." Baishan said, "Miss Xiaomei, you know me, I won't nod my head." Little Wanderer said, "But you're going to get married in a couple of days. Mrs. idea is for you to marry Miss Song, and then we'll go out to sea together. When the time comes, you can bring me along as a concubine. Then, me, you, and bring Miss Song, and the 3 of us get sleepy together. I've got it all figured out. You sleep in the middle, and then you can make out with whoever you want." Baishan directly ignored the latter words. This kind of topic from Miss Xiaomei was really endless. He wasn't going to pick it up, so he asked, "Miss Xiaomei, may I ask if the wedding date is set?" His voice was very calm as if it wasn't him who was going to get married. Originally, he also longed for love, thinking why should he say that marriage is the grave of love? At the same time secretly vowed that if one day he fell in love with a girl, then he would definitely not turn marriage into a grave, but would only make this love more and more beautiful. In hindsight, the vow was a crock of. There was no love or grave, there was just a long-term contract. He marries Song Yuning, protects her, puts her under house arrest, and is her sangha for the duration of his life. After a lifetime, the deed is done, a clean slate, life and death, and that's it. His gain was that he was able to integrate into a great power that he couldn't even imagine before, harvesting a huge amount of resources, and at the same time possessing the qualifications to seek immortality for himself as well as for Sister Miao Miao. Love? He couldn't love a girl like that. Xiaomei was still unforgiving. Master, just promise me." Baishan said, "Miss May, tell me about the wedding date and arrangements, so I can be prepared." Xiaomei sighed helplessly. Steward Wang has calculated that 3 days from now is the auspicious day of the zodiac, so he will hold the banquet on that day. The banquet will be held at the largest restaurant in Peach Blossom County, the Lakeside Tavern, and local celebrities as well as the governor will be invited. Once the banquet is done, we'll leave Peach Blossom County in the name of a post-nuptial outing to the mountains, and head to the Icefire Kingdom in a smooth manner. Baishan was startled. His eyes swept over the little wannabe's plasma-like red clothes, then thought about the bizarre appearance of the others in this Song mansion, and said in astonishment, "Still organizing wedding banquets?" Xiaomei said, "That's of course, the family head and Steward Wang did it, and when the time comes, the young lady will take over Miss Song's body, but Miss Song will be able to sense it as well." White Mountains. So is this a marriage to MS Song, or to that big guy, or to both? However, the thought was only just started and then extinguished. What's the connection? It's just a contract. Cared to do what? Baishan didn't care about this, but asked, "Miss Xiaomei, may I ask what exactly is this ice and fire country? What do you eat over there? How are the prices of things? What kind of money do you use? And do you need to bring a change of clothes?" May froze, her peach blossom eyes rounded, and she was clearly not a person who thought about these issues. Her charming eyes twitched, and after half a day of forehead, she said in a sticky voice, "Master, tomorrow morning I'd better take you to Wang Lao's place to take a look." Elder Wang, the old man in the book depository. 70. The Big Wedding, 50K words. Next day, early, book depository. The little peach-eyed wench in the red dress was spookily plastered behind Shiroyama. Shiroyama stood in front of a bookshelf and spread out a leather map. The red candle held in the eerie brass hand cast a glow that gave a faint field of light. Baishan vaguely remembered that this map had never been seen before, but rather Wang Lao had personally taken it and handed it to him, and it was obvious that this book depository hid more than just these books on the surface. There were deeper things. While the books on the outside shelves are taken at random, the deeper ones require a book-by-book discussion. He put aside his distractions and looked closely at the leather map. This map is the map of the Ice and Fire Country. The right side of the map. The left side is a paragraph of a small text of the Dakian dynasty. First paragraph. The Kingdom of Ice and Fire, south of the overseas sea, north of the corpse of Yentra. The north is cold. The country people live in the north, like to use cold iron to cast soldiers. The southern land is hot, full of snakes and insects, and the land is like a labyrinth, it is not to be visited. Second paragraph. The corpse of Yentra is in the south of Ice and Fire, the reclining fire lotus, the wrathful image, the nine-headed human face. Third paragraph. The ice of the northern land raises spiritual iron, and the fire of the southern land can forge soldiers. Fourth paragraph. The people of the land of ice and fire prefer mutton and sea fish. By Sean. Read paragraph by paragraph. Snakes and insects everywhere. These 4 words directly let him think of the extreme young chapter mentioned in the Red Gold Python. But 9-headed human face lying in the fire lotus Yentua's body. But the corpse of the 9-headed human face lying on the fire lotus Yentua is a thing he does not understand. And the local use of what money, how the price of goods is also do not know. Miss May? He looked slightly sideways. May I ask what these mean? The little tramp said, marry me. After saying that, she decisively pulled the red thread on her mouth, looking like as long as the ant does not agree to marry her, then she will never be able to answer the ant's question again in her life. Shiroyama also had a headache. He understood. The little tramp wanted himself to marry her in order to sleep with him every day. But why? Why the obsession to this point? He couldn't help but sigh. Miss Xiaomei, if you want to absorb young Qi, wouldn't you just lean against me like this? Why do you have to sleep together? With a wave of May's finger, the red thread automatically ripped away. She said in a glutinous manner, Auntie, you have to know that a person sleeps for a long time in a day, and even longer in the bedroom. It will be hard for me not to see Auntie for such a long period of time. Shiroyama sniffed and understood. Xiaomei thought it would be a waste if she couldn't absorb yang qi at night. She wanted him to have this high-powered deep yang qi charger operating 24 hours a day. Then this won't work. With winks and very moist lips, the little tramp continued. Marry, Auntie? Shiroyama shook his head. The little wannabe clenched her fists and said inspirationally, Auntie, I won't give up. The light snow gradually subsided and the skies cleared. Baishan finished his meal in the dining hall of the outer courtyard under the sticky hands of the little wannabe. And then a maid came running and told the little wannabe that the master of the house was looking for his aunt. The two of them then followed the maid to the inner courtyard bookstore, and Baishan entered alone. Bibliotheca. The head of the family was resting his cheeks without moving, as if he were an ancient statue. As if sensing his arrival, the master's body suddenly revitalized. His fingers drooping on the desktop revived and moved, and the taut skin on his face wrinkled, thus coming to life. Greetings, House Master. Baishan, there's no need to be polite. I came to you today to talk about the wedding. Go ahead. The wedding is scheduled for 2 days from now, and then there will only be a dinner party, not the lunch one. You know all that, don't you? Reporting back to the family master, Miss Xiaomei mentioned something to me before. The place is a small lakeside tavern. There are only such taverns in places like Peach Blossom County. Don't mind, it won't. Baishan smiled. That restaurant is the best restaurant in the county. Once upon a time I could only eyeball it from afar. How could I dislike it? The family head nodded and smiled gently. Then how are you getting along with Miss Song? Shiroyama shook his head. I really tried, but it wasn't good. The housemaster smiled warmly. It's okay, just get her body. After a while, she can only rely on you. It's just that this Miss Song is very close to the immortals and does have a connection with them. You must keep this in mind whenever you go forward and never let her go free. If we really let her go to the immortals, then we'll be in big trouble and she'll die a horrible death. If this Song Yuning is someone who has nothing to do with us, it's fine to die. But you must remember that Song Yuning is very, very important to Miss, and she absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the immortals. Shiroyama solemnly said, I understand. The family head mused, then suddenly added solemnly, if there comes a day when you and she are already in a desperate situation, and it is unavoidable that she will fall into the hands of the immortals, then you must kill her as fast as you can. Shiroyama froze. The head of the family quietly narrowed his eyes at him. Shiroyama looked back and responded, I understand. What a nice boy. The head of the family smiled then. Go on. Shiroyama got up to take his leave. He took 2 steps, thought better of it, and circled around to the west. He decided to take another look at that Miss Song. Well, at least it's about to get married, so it's time to get some things straight. Baishan stood in front of the mansion where Song Yuaning was imprisoned and pushed the door open directly. The maids on guard saw that it was the aunt and acted. The first few times, they sneaked away and then gave the aunt a chance to sneak into the house. But this time, Baishan said directly, there is no need to avoid it. The 2 maids stopped at once and said, yes. Baishan looked at the old mansion in the distance, picked up the steps and pushed the door. Inside the room, the green-clothed girl was sitting with her long legs folded and a smile on her face, a steaming cup of tea in her hand. The tea is fragrant and refreshing, and is clearly of premium quality. When she saw Baishan come in, she revealed a look of disgust, but she didn't say anything. In her previous attempts, Shiroyama had always presented himself as the one who would do everything possible to bring her to escape. So this time, she naturally felt that Shiroyama should be the one to think of a way to bring her to escape. As for how to escape, she didn't need to ask. A pariah like Hakusen should have reported to her voluntarily. However, to her surprise, Baishan didn't say anything, but directly sat on the wooden chair that was separated from her by a coffee table. Song Yuning's brows grew tighter, her voice cold and impatient. Have you thought of a way out of here? Whitehill said. No. Song Yuaning snorted coldly, then laughed. Useless man, no wonder he's just a pariah. Hokusan wasn't angry and looked at her with a slight sideways glance. Song Yuning's lips curled, hooking up a hint of a bland smile. Then her petite body moved like a flower branch in the wind, picking up the cup of hot tea and elegantly blowing on it, with a faint arrogance that was not at all in the same world as a mud-legged man, and then gently sipping a mouthful of hot tea. Bai Shan said, I came here today just to tell you that I was pretending the other days. I wasn't even taught a lesson by the maids in order to save you, nor did I take advantage of their inattention and try to take you away by any means possible. The maids are all cooperating with me in the play, in order that I can gain your trust, so that you can see my sincerity in this perilous situation, so that you can accept me and marry me smoothly. But now, I don't want to act. I came here to tell you that in 2 days we will be married. Song Yuning froze, and then her body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted, and then she screamed with a loud voice, Impossible! Impossible! This is impossible! Shiroyama turned his head slightly and shouted outwardly, Come in! The sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and the 2 ferocious maids, who were simply monsters in Song Yuning's eyes, crossed the threshold and walked in, then stood in front of Bai Shan and bowed respectfully to him. See you, Auntie. Shiroyama nodded. Go down. Yes, Auntie. The 2 maids excused themselves. When Song Yuning saw the appearance of these 2 maids, how could she still not believe what Bai Shan said? Her body was as frozen as if she was still on the spot. Then she violently slammed the teacup in her hand towards the ground as she screamed, It's impossible for you to marry me. How could you possibly marry me? A pariah like you. My cousin is the current snow princess and my brother-in-law is the emperor. I know many immortals. If you dare touch me, they won't let you go. They'll leave you in pieces and make you regret coming into this world. Is that a threat? Bai Shan slowly got up. A terrifying aura spread out from his body like a wave, carrying a bone-chilling cold that oppressed the mind, overlaying in all directions and eventually locking directly onto the green-clothed girl. The girl in green only felt that the clothes were all gone. Standing naked in the ice and snow, she was unable to speak. Her teeth got trembling. Bai Shan stepped closer and reached out to hold her chin, holding it slightly higher, then said, In 2 days, we'll get married. As long as you behave yourself, I won't treat you badly. Ooh-hoo. The green-clothed girl was so scared that her whole body was trembling, and her eyes showed endless fear. The teenager in front of her, who was a mud-legged boy a few days ago, suddenly shifted into a horrible devil, and was now staring at her in death. In the midst of this fear, 2 lines of tears came to his eyes and ran down his cheeks. Bai Shan looked at her pitiful tear-stained face and loosened her chin, following which he raised his hand and wiped away her tears with the back of his hand before turning away. 2 days later, night, a small lakeside tavern, bustling with activity. Guests will never be absent when a feast is held in this time of famine. Fireworks scampered up into the sky, exploding in a beautiful flash of light. Firecrackers go off in bunches, heralding the festivities. There was a constant flow of guests with gifts, while outside were a number of spectators and poor people who wanted to see if they could beg for food. In the tavern, the groomsman, dressed in the groom's clothes, and the bride, covered with a red veil, holding the embroidered ball, slowly stepped into the lobby to worship heaven and earth, their parents, and then each other. Shiroyama walked across the carpet and watched the bride cross the fire pit, then glanced at Sister Miriam, who was sitting at the main table. At this moment, Bai Miaochan's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon with a smile, and after meeting his gaze, she compared her mouth to the mouthpiece and said, Congratulations, have a son early. Bai Shan was speechless, only feeling that Sister Miao Miao was also too heartless. After the food has passed 5 flavors and the wine has passed 3 rounds, the guests are leaving one after another. The lights faded out, while the bride and groom boarded the carriage back to the house. Shiroyama sat silently in the darkened carriage with a sense of unreality, and the bride sitting across the table was clearly still in control of Big Brother. The big man was silent, and Bai Shan didn't actively ask questions to get into trouble. Outside, the night wind whistled, and in the distance there was a cacophony of people begging for food. It didn't take long for the car to stop. Greeted at the door was the little wench in the big red dress, and Bai Miaochan who had returned earlier. Bai Shan strained his face and shouted, Sister Miao Miao. Bai Miaochan laughed. Congratulations to the groom. Congratulations to the bride. I wish you all happiness and early births. White Mountains. The little tramp stood on tiptoe, waved her hand, and cried, Auntie, Auntie, it's not too late for you to take my hand. White Mountains. As he was pausing, he suddenly felt his bride take his hand and walk deeper into the Song mansion. When the big man pulled him, he didn't dare to refuse, but could only go along with it. In fact, there were 2 people who had just paid their respects to him. The mysterious lady and Song Yuning mistook control of her body and quietly completed the marriage ceremony with him, while Song Yuning was controlled and watched it all silently. A few moments later, the 2 entered the cave. The door and windows of the bridal chamber are plastered with a lot of hey characters. Song Yuning sat on the bed and couch, and Bai Shan sat under the window. It's quiet out there, Suddenly, Song Yuning body twitching, the mysterious mist left, the real Song Yuning regained control of the body, and although it is passive, but before the worship she was personally experienced. At this point, she couldn't have known better that she was really married to this man, and in plain sight, Song Yuning's heart was in turmoil, and the lofty and arrogant color in her eyes was all gone. Naturally, Shiroyama saw the twitching of her body and felt the quickening of her breathing. He knew Song Yuning had returned. He thought that this Song family girl would yell and cry, but the other party just sat there, quiet as a stone statue, yet she didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly, Song Yuning spoke up. "Hey, you, who the hell are you? White Mountain, Peach County citizen." When Song Yuning heard the words county citizen, she couldn't help but show her disgust again, but thinking of her current situation, she softly said, "Can you not touch me? I can't, that. Song Yuning's heart was in a great turmoil, as if there was a deer banging around in it, and there was also a feeling that the delicate flower was about to fall to the dust and be ruthlessly desecrated, and she suddenly thought of something and asked, "Aren't you very powerful?" Whitehill said, "General." Song Yuning continued, "What realm are you in? Have you cleansed your marrow?" "No," Baishan said directly, "but I've killed 2 people who were easily cleansed." "Ah." Song Yuning was shocked, then immediately added, "You're bragging, how is that possible?" Baishan, however, stopped saying anything, and he and Song Yuning were the only 2 people in the cave room in front of him. It's clear what to do down there. Honestly speaking, Song Yuning really and ugly do not get involved. This girl is very beautiful, height of 1.6 meters or so, skin like cold jade, noble temperament, beautiful face, delicate, is a standard bone phase beauty. Before the pale cheeks after these days of tempering also have blood, in the bridal chamber of the red candle illumination is quite tempting. It was a pity that for a woman with such a nature, Baishan really couldn't like it, and in this calm conversation environment, he felt that he could not animal. So, if this continues, we'll not be able to complete the task of the wedding tonight. So, instead of answering, he grabbed an altar of willow leaf roast from his mustard pouch. The altar was open. Half of it had been poured earlier to honor the dead ancient frost plains, and now half of it remained. The groomsman lifted the altar of wine to his mouth and took a big gulp. Willow leaf roast is the Lu family's secret stash. Sweet in color, turquoise like tea, sweet in the mouth, fiery in the belly, and easiest on the head. He, however, ignored the top and drank half the jar of about 5 pounds of wine in one gulp. After drinking it, he didn't use his true chi to digest it, but only used his body to bear the drink. Guangong didn't need to borrow wine to behead Huaxiong, but he didn't have the means to directly put Song Yuning across the street in the right place, so he had to borrow wine. There's something to be said for the term drunk and disorderly, what you can't do in a rational situation. Just drink. It was the only way he could complete the cave. However, his physical fitness is extremely good, that is, 5 pounds of willow leaf burned down the belly but still nothing drunk, still in a sober state, so he grabbed another altar of willow leaf roast, slapped open the sealing clay, brought it to his mouth, and tilted his head back to drink. In an instant, 10 pounds of willow leaf burning went down. Baishan casually threw his hand, the wine jar flying lightly into the corner, and he sat and sensed it, waiting for the 15 pounds of willow leaf roast to kick in afterward. Song Yuning on the side looked dumbfounded, and she didn't uncover her head, asking from afar, "Baishan, what are you doing?" This time she doesn't call out pariahs. She didn't dare irritate the man any further. She was a noble phoenix standing on a branch, while this teenager in front of her, although he was a bit handsome, his status was humble and he was definitely not worthy of her. Moreover, this teenager was so heavy with fury, far worse than those immortals who were free on earth in her mind. She not only disliked it, but was also afraid of it. Her dream girls were those suave immortals, and she wanted to double cultivate with those immortals. No, even if she became one of the many dual cultivation female companions, she could accept it. However, the Willow Burns alcohol had kicked in, and Baishan only felt his body dry up, and all the scenery in the cave began to appear heavy, swaying back and forth. Finish the job. For the mission, he mumbled twice in his mind and stumbled over to the bed. Song Yuning screamed and tried to escape, but in front of Baishan, she was like a little white sheep falling into a tiger's mouth. Where could she run away? Baishan raised his hand and directly pressed down on this petite young girl's shoulder. The young girl twisted her delicate body, struggling and shouting, "Don't touch me. It's impossible for a pariah like you to touch me. Let go of me. Let go of me." Shiroyama lands a sharp right hand. "Yeah," the young girl screamed. The red silk skullcap also flew up. Fly, 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 like a gradual flight of flame, burning everything, while fluttering down to the bed. The candles in the house went out, and the wind outside calmed down. The cave, on the other hand, was moving quite a bit. It's clear that in the dead of winter, when everything is dying, in this cave, it is a red apricot branch. Springtime, 71, Journey in Shura, 5. 3K words, thanks to Big Brother Chiu. A few days later, in the morning, the sun is warm and shining on the homes of Peach County. In front of the Song mansion, the carriage stopped quietly, and the sparse shadows fell diagonally on the stone road. Many people in Peach Blossom County knew that this Auntie and Miss Song were about to travel far away to enjoy the sweet life after their new marriage. On the royal hand seat of the carriage sat a huge man of nearly 2 meters. The giant man sat respectfully, wearing a large bucket hat that covered his forehead, and said nothing. According to Little Miss May, this giant man is her ghost slave, now in an unusually weak state, but the realm is also still at the level of the 6th realm of martial arts, under the category of portable items, not counting heads, so the number of people traveling is still 4, not 5, and this ghost slave by Sean has seen before. It is before the Song family son-in-law recruitment in the first floor of the ancient pavilion to support the scene and with a black cloth blindfolded that one. As for why they didn't pour out their nests, it was because the commotion was too great and the smell was too strong, which would lead to unnecessary trouble. Bai Miao-chan got into the car first. The children in the old house had been arranged, and Bai Shan had left 100 taels of silver, as well as a lot of meat and rice. For her part, she said hello to the patrolman. On the other hand, on Bai Shan's side, he had instructed the tiger demon in the mountain to come and protect these children in case they encountered a big crisis. In addition, Han Yang, Zhu Yu and Lu Qi also have a background in the South Wind Birdie Fist martial arts school. This martial arts school's status in Peach Blossom County had improved after the Pan Mountain Thief incident. In this way, with this triple relationship between the bright and the dark, she didn't have to worry too much. Bai Shan, on the other hand, took out the martial Dao order and handed it to Butler Wang. Although his martial arts order is fake, he still has to do the annual information update stipulated by the Dakian dynasty. He's going overseas, so the task of updating information will be given to Butler Wang. When he returned from overseas, he would retrieve this martial arts order. After all, the martial Dao order was the identity symbol of a true martial artist. Having this thing might not give you much help, but without it then there would be heavenly trouble. Giving the Budo order, he got into the carriage. In the car, Bai Miao-chan was sitting against the left, so he subconsciously had to sit next to him. Bai Miao-chan's eyes in the flow of autumn waves, with a smile, hands then 8 times, said, sit opposite ah. Shirazan? Bai Miao-chan said, you sit against me. Where will Ningning sit when she comes up? Whitehill said, she won't sit against me. Bai Miao-chan laughed, then rely on me, so that I, as an aunt, can properly help you. Bai Shan didn't say much and sat directly to the right. Soon there were footsteps again outside the car. The woman in red had a charming face and misty eyes as she grabbed the brocade-clothed young Lady Song while walking to the carriage. Little Lady Song seemed to be afraid of Xiao Mei, and stepped onto the imperial hand seat obediently. It's only natural. Once you've seen Mei without rouge once, then you're bound to be scared. Wow. Song Xiao Nyangzi uncovered the carriage curtain and got into the carriage. She glanced at her husband who was sitting on the right side, only to feel mixed emotions, so she hurriedly skimmed her head, avoiding any eye contact with this man, and then hurriedly ran over to the brocade-clothed maiden on the left side. Auntie, she called out softly. Bai Miao-chan grabbed a candy from her pocket and handed it over. Smiling, the journey is long and the carriage is bumpy, so it's easy to get dizzy, but eating a candy will make it much better. Song Yuning looked at it. Her eyes showed some disgust. These cheap candies looked disgusting, but yet she didn't want to make an enemy of her aunt, so she politely took the candies, but didn't eat them, just grasping them in her hands. Bai Shan had no intention of caring about them, leaning back slightly and closing his eyes. For him, the end of this road trip is the true beginning of the journey. It was only after arriving in the Icefire country that everything would truly begin, and at that time, one was bound to encounter many troubles and challenges. Outside the car, Miss Xiaomei still seemed to be whispering with the family head, Uncle Han, Elder Wang, and Old Lady Stitching, not knowing what they were chatting about, and it wasn't until an incense stick of time had passed that she got into the car. This on the car, she was surprised to find that Song Shanyangzi actually did not sit together with the aunt, so, as a matter of course, directly sat on his but next to Bai Shan, began to recharge. Bai Shan was a bit speechless, although he didn't mind providing Yang Qi for Miss Xiaomei. Nyang Zi was still sitting on the opposite side of the room, although he and Song Yuning did not have the same personality, and their marriage was not a marriage of mutual consent. They did have the name of husband and wife, as well as the reality of husband and wife, so he moved to the side in a light-hearted manner and drew an invisible line on the seat with his finger, signaling that those who cross my border will be executed even though they are far away. However, just after he finished drawing, Xiaomei girl is a twist of the waist, pouting buttocks, directly sitting over the line he drew. At the same time, his hands around his arm, directly wrapped up. So, by increasing the contact area, the charging efficiency can be increased. Although Bai Shan knew what she meant, he still had a head full of black lines as he softly said, "Miss May, this is not good," Xiao Mei said in a glutinous manner. "It's okay. Then auntie is telling you now that it's not okay." I asked the lady and she said it was okay. Shiroyama froze. He knew that the young lady Xiao Mei was talking about was not Song Yuning, but the big brother in Song Yuning's body. For the mysterious lady, it is normal to have the subordinate who can provide yang energy and the subordinate who needs yang energy together. But, Bai Miaochan coughed softly and said, "Bai Shan, Ning is going to be angry." Before Bai Shan said anything, the little tramp laughed goose 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 goose. She twisted her head to look at Song Ziliangzi, charmingly said, "Miss Song, are you angry?" Song Yuaning froze, her face a little white, not daring to look at her, but her head shook like a rattledrum to show that she wasn't angry. The air was suddenly quiet. The atmosphere was somewhat inexplicably cold. It was as if Shura had suddenly descended. Snap! With a blast of beans and a crack of the whip, the two brown horses pulling the wagon broke into hooves and drove the wagon away. Bai Miaochan lifted the curtain and slightly probed. The morning light spilled down from outside, illuminating her entire person as if she was radiating a soft golden light. She waved her hand to the outside world, chatting as a goodbye, and at the end of Song's roadway there were these many children of the old house. Han Yang, Zhu Yu, Hua Xiaoshan, Lu Qi, all of these in. The children also waved from a distance. The carriage gradually moved away and rounded the corner before Bai Miaochan lowered the curtain. Next to her, Song Yuning softly said, "Auntie, you're so nice." She didn't hate Bai Miaochan, because although she was also a citizen of Peach Blossom County, but her looks were really stunning and noble, just like a fairy in the sky, which was completely out of place in this dilapidated county. She was so disgusted by this warm girl's temper. Bai Miaochan sniffed and laughed. "I'm the one who's not good. Ask your husband. When I eat meat, I often grab the meat and don't even leave it for him." Song Yuning did not even look at the young man sitting across from her, subconsciously ignoring the words "your husband," but said, "I also like to eat meat." "Auntie, you have not eaten the meat of the spirit beasts brought by the immortals. That kind of meat is eaten raw is fragrant, but I am not used to eating it raw. I usually have to go down to people and fry it until it's 7 minutes old, then sprinkle it with salt particles specially tributed by Yenzhou Haijin Fong, and crushed black peppercorns and crushed tomatoes specially tributed by Yizhou Yunshang Farm. The things from these two places aren't as good as the things brought by the immortals, but it can't be helped. Hey, who made us mortal?" Bai Miaochan carefully glanced at the teenager sitting across from her with his eyes closed and said, "Ning Ning, I don't think that what the immortals have is necessarily that good, right? When you eat, it's better to eat with your loved ones. That's what makes it delicious. Otherwise it's just as flavorless as it is." Song Yuning's beautiful eyes rounded and directly retorted, "Not at all." Bai Miaochan said, "It's good to eat with relatives, free, without constraints, and happy. If you are an immortal, in that kind of place, you must be very constrained, and you have to be regulated in what you eat, and you are scared. So what's the point?" Song Yuaning hummed petulantly, "Immortals are just good at everything. I'd rather be in fear next to an immortal than in." Before she could finish her sentence, the little wannabe directly interrupted with her words. Those peach blossom eyes opened with a smiling hostility in them. "Immortal? Immortal?" It goes on and on. "You say another immortal. Try it?" Song Yuning's body was chilled, and she was a bit deflated, but then a wave of anger surged up to her heart. Immortals are just good at everything, so noble, so free, so righteous, going around cutting down demons and eliminating devils. Who the hell are these impure evil things to dare to blaspheme the immortals? That is, the immortals haven't found them yet. Let's see if they can still laugh when we find them. But she didn't dare to lash out at little Miss May, so she leaned towards Bai Miaochan, looking for Auntie's shelter before turning to Bai Shan, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said with a few arrogant and calm smiles, "Bai Shan, you're only 16 at the 5th realm of martial arts. It's also quite not easy. Only then, in the great Qian capital, there are a lot of people at a realm like yours. All of them are lined up, waiting to apply for the marrow cleansing pill. How's it going? Do you want my help? All I have to do is say the word and you'll get a marrow cleansing elixir. In this way, you'll also be able to reach the 6th realm of martial arts, and you won't need to brag to me that you've killed people at the ease of scripture in marrow cleansing realm." Bai Miaochan frowned in a rarely seen manner and snapped, "Ning Ning, how can you talk like that?" Song Yuaning delicately said, "Am I wrong? This was originally the truth." Bai Miaochan solemnly said, "The Pan Mountain pirates were all exterminated by your husband, and there were 2 experts in the Pan Mountain pirates who were the I Jing marrow cleansing realm you mentioned, but they were also killed by your husband. The county said before that they would set up a mountain god temple, and this mountain god is also your husband." Song Yuning's pair of long legs tightened and slanted. twisted her delicate body, slightly leaned towards Bai Miaochan, and softly said, "Auntie, the Pan Mountain thieves are just a bunch of people, and there can't be such an expert inside, so you can't hear such an obvious lie, can you? Besides, the 5 realms of the White Mountain District, if they were trapped in the Pan Mountain Bandits' mountain fortress, they were afraid that they would have died long ago, and it would be impossible to eliminate the mountain bandits. And I actually know that the truth is that someone from another government office went around and attacked the mountain and eliminated the bandits, which had nothing to do with White Mountain at all. But fortunately it doesn't matter. Otherwise, if this mountain god temple is erected, the court will definitely track it down. The court is most jealous of these mountain and wild chaotic gods, and when they find out that the one behind the trouble is White Mountain, then White Mountain will be finished." Bai Miaochan's voice was also a bit colder. "Ning Ning, you're going overboard saying that. I'm really angry." Song Yuning spoke down in one breath, only feeling that her intention was clear and her heart was free. After hearing her aunt's words, she couldn't help but froze. Her gaze then swept across the smiling peach blossomite red-clothed woman, and she hummed softly, but she didn't dare to say anything more. Bai Miaochan carefully glanced at her own brother. The young man was leaning against the wall of the compartment, his eyes closed as if he were asleep. The carriage wheels leapt between the stone slabs, driving a cold wind like a tide on both sides. The breathable curtains were also driven up and down, leaking in wind and sunlight, but the brightness of the sunlight couldn't fall into the depths of the darkness, couldn't illuminate the face of the sleeping teenager. Bai Miaochan slightly lifted the curtain behind her and looked at the roadway outside before saying, "Miss May, stop at the corner in front of you and let's take down the tea." May nodded. She didn't say anything either, but the ghostly slave stopped right at Yet corner. Bai Miaochan got out of the car and returned not long after, dragging a large bag full of loose tea leaves, and the ghost slaves went to help, going back and forth twice, carrying back 5 large bags. Xiao Mei was surprised and said, "Miss Bai, this bag is afraid to be several dozens of pounds, right?" Bai Miaochan said, 50 pounds, 6 big bags here, a total of 300 pounds. Mei was even more surprised. "What are you buying so much tea for?" Bai Miaochan said, "Bai Shan and I have discussed this. If the staple food on the ice and fire country is mutton, then it's definitely very greasy, and tea leaves relieve greasiness. So since we're staying there for a long period of time, we naturally need to buy more and bring them over. Moreover, these tea leaves can also help us better integrate into the local area." Mei, she'd never thought of such a thing. No, not only had she not thought about it, but no one in the entire Song residence would have thought about it from that perspective. Bai Miaochan went back and forth once, panting a bit. She came over to Bai Shan and nudged him. "Wake up, fill up the tea." Bai Shan opened his eyes, took out his mustard bag, and filled it with 300 pounds of tea. At the same time, he checked the contents of his pouch. During this period of time, Sister Myung-yo was not idle, picking up things all over the place. Now, after some turnover, the items in his mustard pouch had been updated. The details are as follows: 508 pounds of meat, 68 10-pound bottles of spirits, 20 10-pound bottles of 100 flowers, and 8 10-pound bottles of willow leaf roast. The price of 80 10 caddy bags of rice totals 300 taels of silver. 300 pounds of tea at a combined price of 200 taels of silver. A number of everyday contraptions such as fire folders, cloaks, capes, masks, quilts, clothing, shoes and socks, tents, charcoal stoves, pots and pans, sauces, vinegars, oils and salts, spices, combs, mirrors, candies, melons, snacks, small toys, and other daily gadgets, costing a total of 100 taels of silver. Vegetable essence, 10 capsules in 5 bottles, one of which has only 5 capsules. 3 red thread fruits, previously not practiced, deep red thread 3,000 needles, empty, a crane fairy feather, 10 flying daggers, a 56-hole metal hive, which also contained 26 air-breaking needles that could not be removed, an air-breaking needle lit with a dark greenish hue of poison, 109 barreled repeating crossbows with the magazines half full, 2 long swords with normal forging patterns. For the silver, there were 410 taels left, including 250 taels face-to-face official tickets of the Ministry of the Interior. Originally, Bai Shan still had more than 1,000 taels of silver with him, as well as 1,000 taels of silver that had been suppressed from Pan Shan. Among them, 900 taels of silver for Han Yang, Zhu Yu. Lu Qi paid 3 years of South Wind Birdie Fist martial arts school tuition. 600 taels of silver bought tea and rice, as well as some unusual clothing sundries. 100 taels of silver were then exchanged for silver beans and copper plates and given to the children of the old house for their future livelihood. On top of that, Bai Shan also quietly led Han Yang, Zhu Yu, Hua Xiaoshan, and Lu Qi to go for a walk on Pan Mountain in order to make the tiger demon memorize their scent, thus protecting them when necessary. The tiger demon devils were missing one, but the remaining 5 watched over the children and still managed to do so. These things may seem fragmentary, but they are all necessary. Now that it's been dealt with and departed, there will be far fewer hang-ups in your mind. The carriage lurched and lurched, heading south, running past barren farmland, broken homes, and the scenery along the way gradually became a wilderness. Though they still encountered some passers-by, many of them were poor people who had come to the mountains in search of food. On top of that, there are scattered beasts, bandits. The carriage that looked like a rich family's carriage fell into their eyes and naturally became an object of attack. But with the ghost slaves around, as many of these beastly bandits come, as many of them die. Of course, there was still some ground-bound filth in the wilderness, but those filth but slipped away whenever they came close enough. The stopover point on this journey was Cocklefoot Harbor at the southern tip of NSW. When you arrive at the port of Chickenfoot, you will need to take a ship to transit to the overseas country of ice and fire. The journey before and after takes a month. The ghost slaves and the little tramp didn't need to sleep, but Bai Shan, Bai Miaochan, and Song Yuning were all fleshly mortals and naturally needed to rest. When this goes into the night, the tents go up. The little waif sat on watch by the campfire, the ghostly slave standing sorrowfully at her side, and the tent was divided into 2, with Bai Miaochan sleeping in one, and Song Yuning and Bai Shan sleeping in the other. Even though Song Yuning hated Bai Shan in her heart, she had to sleep with him. This Song Shan Yangzi is used to sleeping on a big bed in the weekdays. It is common to roll around on the bed and couch after sleeping, and this rolling often rolls to the side of Bai Shan, and then unconsciously lifts her long legs and presses them, and then she half plops down on the body of the person on the pillow. But she does not know it yet. The winter days were cold since it was freezing, especially in the wild, while Bai Shan had strong blood qi and sufficient true qi, just like a small fireplace. In spring, when the ice melts, water flows lower. In winter, when it gets colder, people gravitate to warmer places. Unconsciously, when little Miss Song slept in the middle of the night, she always wrapped her body around her husband, only to feel comfortable. But, to wake up in the middle of the night or the next morning, Song Zai and Yangzi see themselves and this male entangled together, since the mood is complex, and shy and angry, then pretend not to know, as if the general memory loss. However, she didn't mention immortal in front of Hakusen, but just kept the thought of worshipping immortal secretly in her heart. It was a slow day. Unconsciously, several days had passed. The surrounding terrain was different from the Peach County side of the river long ago. The mountains and hills look like swords, and because of the daytime are in the carriage, boredom of times a lot. By Miaochan and Song Yuning, this kind of ordinary people cannot stand the road bumps, since they are drowsy. White Mountain and Little Wave Goods, however, were not affected in any way. So, Shirazen went into question mode. Though the little tramp secretly swore that she wouldn't say anything if Bai Shan didn't sleep with her, she couldn't withstand the sneak attack of this young man who didn't care about martial arts. Often, before he could react, he revealed something, so the little wannabe simply had her mouth sewn shut with red thread the entire time during the day. The wagon was even quieter. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. The ghost slave quietly rode the car and swept towards a distant canyon ahead. Twilight. The canyon is like a heavenly gate with 2 peaks on the left and right, and at the peak, a golden figure stood at some point. The figure was clearly human, but had the wings and feathers of a crane. Feathers of muddy gold, like a small sun piercing the eyes, high above the mortal world, unable to look directly at it. It's Crane Fairy, 72. Crane Immortal Possession, Tyrant Under the Moon, 4.0k words. In the carriage, Miss Xiaomei, may I ask how Duke Yuku is doing after practicing the Extreme Young chapter? Ask you? Did it become particularly weak and unbeatable? But no matter how weak, at least he has practiced the Extreme Young chapter. Miss May, if you directly capture him, won't you have your Yang Qi? Shiroyama brooded for a moment and once again threw out his concern. After a long time of questioning, he had gotten the hang of the art of questioning. This time, he decided to try the effect, and that bit of know-how is presupposition and counter-excitement. What do you mean by preset? He didn't even know if Dao Yuku was a man or a woman, or even if he was a human being, but he said Mr. Dao Yuku, and it was hard for Mei to keep her temperament in check and not explain herself clearly. At the same time, whether the one who practiced the Extreme Young chapter crookedly was Dao Yueka, he didn't know, but he had chosen to ask this as a known premise, and if Xiaomei ignored this, it would be a disguised affirmation of his guess. What's a backlash? He clearly knew that after practicing the Extreme Young chapter, Dao Yueka's strength was definitely not weak, but he said that it was especially weak and unbeatable, in which case, it would be hard for a person of Mei's nature to refrain from retorting. The same. In addition to that, he knew that Xiaomei had no way to capture Dao Yueka, yet he still asked her why in return. How could Mei not answer such a question? In fact, what he wanted to know was just what would happen if he practiced the latter 3 layers of the extreme young chapter. May's peach blossom eyes went wide as she listened to his question. Well, she couldn't help it. Baishan nodded darkly and muttered to himself, it must be weak, it must be. Xiao Mei raised his hand. Brush a pull away the red line. Seriously explained, Auntie, Dao Yueka is not a male, and it is not weak. It was originally the gods in the sky. After practicing crooked will not be able to return, and this practice crooked. Saying that, her mind could not help but conjure up that in the wind and snow striding limbs, walking toward her huge figure, creepy violent gas scattered in all directions, the air around her body distorted, like there is an invisible hot tide of fire, overlaying the 4 fields. She paused for a moment, wanting to say more, but after all, she realized it in hindsight, so she pulled up the red thread with a brush and let her mouth be sewn shut again, and then grunted and hugged Baishan's arm, but her body was twisted to the other side. When Baishan saw the little wannabe open her mouth to explain, he was secretly happy, but the little wannabe stopped at the most crucial place, which made him really feel sorry. But that's okay, there's still time and plenty of opportunities. Outside the window, it was getting dark. The cold wind whistles, the thick remnants of the sun were hidden from the foothills. Above the dome of the sky, the remnant clouds blew away, and a hook-like crescent moon hung high above. Everything in heaven and earth, as well as the traveling carriage, were tinted with a faint moonlight. Suddenly, Shiroyama only felt the small wave of goods at his arm move violently, as if he had awakened from a nightmare. He opened his eyes as well and took a look around him, only to see the little wannabe staring at him with peach blossom eyes, showing a look of disbelief, as if something had happened. Hakusan looked at her in this serious manner and instantly realized where something had gone wrong. He immediately let go of his senses and listened with his ears. At night, the night magic status is always on, but even so, the wind was the only thing he heard. Apparently, his senses weren't enough to cover the object of a possible threat. What's wrong? He asked. Auntie, there are enemies, but we scouted this road ahead of time, and there's not even a crane slave. Now, instead, I feel an aura of danger. The scent should be a crane immortal, and it's still a powerful one. Crane fairy? Baishan froze, and he instinctively thought of the golden sun-like feather that was still in his mustard pouch. At the same time, an inexplicable tension spread, influenced by this atmosphere. The dazed Bai Miaochan and Song Yuning also woke up. Song Xianyangzi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and asked, Crane fairy? A crane fairy has come? There was a note of surprise and joy in her voice. If Crane Immortal killed all the people on this side, wouldn't she be saved if she just showed her identity as the eldest miss of the Song family in the capital? Not only are they saved, but they're bound to have some encounters with suave immortals. That's great too. Is that a blessing in disguise? Bai Miaochan, on the other hand, secretly grasped a small, dark-colored gourd at her waist that served as a trinket, gently pulling out the opening and securing it with her hand. The air was somewhat stagnant and tense. Suddenly, a cloudy wind blasted open the curtains of the carriage. Vaguely, it seemed that an invisible figure was seen swooping into Bai Miaochan's body. Bai Miaochan's body trembled like an electric shock. Then her complexion turned grim. Apparently, she was possessed by something. Of the 5 people here, the ghost slave and the little tramp couldn't possibly be possessed. Song Yuning had a big brother in her body, and Bai Shan's blood and energy were strong and powerful, so they wouldn't be possessed either. Only Bai Miaochan, an ordinary person, would be possessed. Bai Miaochan's body trembled violently, then regained her composure, and her pair of pupils suddenly turned golden before she let out an unfamiliar woman's indifferent voice. I've been looking for you guys for a long time. Saying that, she raised her hand and waved it, and the air boiled as suddenly, during which an overwhelming amount of energy was contained. Although Xiaomei didn't figure out how she was targeted, she reacted quickly and grabbed at Song Yuning and Baishan with both hands. When a big battle breaks out, clear the field first so as not to accidentally injure friendly forces. She smoothly grabbed Song Yuning and tossed it outward, but it didn't catch Shiroyama. She turned her head sideways in surprise, only to see that her aunt had stood in the corner of the carriage at an unknown time, and was staring slyly at Bai Miaochan, her pupils converging with the color of madness, like a fire that burns quietly, but not openly. Baishan can marry Song Yuning for the sake of the mission. He cannot care about Song Yuning muttering and talking about it, or he can live a poor life, eating bark porridge every day, or even go begging for food when he is a beggar. However, Bai Miaochan was his taboo. If this what Crane Immortal dared to get on Bai Miaochan's body, it would be a matter of immortality. A monstrous rage directly ignited him, making him seem like a volcano suppressed in the darkness, seemingly calm but turbulent within. But he didn't make a move. This kind of battle that clearly exceeded his realm. All he could do was to try and see if he could make up for it or provide an opportunity for the little wannabe goods. The scene, however, was tricky, because that crane fairy is occupying by Miao-chan's body, and the reason why the little tramp hasn't made a move yet is precisely because she's worried about fighting but killing her aunt's sister. The crane immortal seemed to have sensed the opposite side's scruples and brewed an attack with a smile on his face, not the least bit afraid of being sneak attacked. Inside the wagon, the energy gathered more and more. Nobody knows what to do. Shiroyama doesn't know. Little Miss May didn't know either, and in fact, she also had a way to get into her body. But at this moment, once she left her body, then the crane immortal on the opposite side would step in and destroy her body, leaving her with no place to return to. The lady might be able to do something, but she usually woke up at midnight, and the early awakening at the last party had taken a lot of energy out of her. So in all likelihood she wouldn't be able to stay awake now. It's a total dead end. Suddenly, an abrupt, mournful scream came from Bai Miao-chan's mouth, but it was the crane fairy who made the noise. Inside you. How did? Shocked, surprised, and ecstatic sounds came out of the crane fairy's mouth. Sound of escaping laughter. Gored mouth because of the release of the hand, has long been in the waist of Bai Miao-chan, swaying to and fro, at this time finally swayed to the tilt, and rustle fell some white powder. The powder had only just touched her clothes, and as if it were alive, it quickly burrowed its way into the hollows of her garments. Crane fairy let out a scream. Following that, there was a loud boom, and a cloudy wind crashed through the curtained door of the carriage. The little wannabe's body suddenly lurched and fell down softly. At the same time, the curtain of the carriage was slammed open for the second time. The Oni slave of the gauntlet jumped off his seat and settled heavily beside the carriage, guarding it. Bai Shan, on the other hand, swept to the side and held up Bai Miao-chan, who had fallen. Sister Miao Miao, are you okay? He asked in the darkened carriage. At the same time, doubts arose in his mind. What the hell was that scene just now? Apparently, Sister Miao Miao was harboring a bigger secret than he thought. Although he didn't know what level the crane immortal was at, it certainly wouldn't be simple for him to be able to make even the crane immortal make such a shocked and ecstatic noise. A few seconds later, Bai Miao-chan, as if she had returned to her senses, fiercely and proudly raised her petite body, drenched in sweaty juice, her black hair plastered to her skin, raising her hand as if she were grasping for a life-saving straw and clutching the arm of the teenager on her side, panting heavily and shouting continuously, Bai Shan, I'm here, the teenager answered. Bai Miao-chan's panting subsided, and she turned her head again, asking, where's Ning? Whitehill said, she's out there. All right. Bai Miao-chan pushed him back and said, I'm fine too, so you'd better go check on Ning Ning. Song Yuning was the object of Bai Shan's protection, so he naturally couldn't possibly ignore it. So he said, elder sister, you rest first, and flew out of the carriage. It was only when he reached the outside of the carriage that his pupils tightened. Outside the car, a man in various garments was coming out of the darkness clutching a sword. What these people had in common was clear. The eyes were all golden. Bai Shan didn't even have to ask. He knew that this was the crane slave the little wench was talking about, and he remembered that the little wannabe had said that crane slave's strength was around the fifth realm of martial arts. He looked around and quickly observed the terrain. This was a clearing in front of a canyon. The canyon was very narrow while there were many fragmented giant rocks around the periphery in the clearing. These crane slaves were either stepping out or jumping down from behind the giant rocks around the periphery. Obviously there was an ambush in advance. That's a problem. His visit to the land of ice and fire was supposed to be a very secretive one, for the purpose of treating the lady. Now, apparently someone noticed and stopped it. Not far away, Song Yuning looked at those approaching golden pupils, stood on her tiptoes, shook her hands, and shouted, I am the young lady of the Song family in the capital, Song Yuning, and I was taken by these thugs. Before the words fell, a golden pupil who was closest to her suddenly rushed over, and the long knife in his hand clanging out of its sheath, swept through dozens of feet of distance from afar, transformed into a sharp half-arc, and chopped towards Song Yuning's waist. Little Miss Song was scared out of her wits, and was even a bit disbelieving. She screamed and tried to run backwards, only taking 2 steps before she tripped over her left foot and fell to the ground. With a twist of her delicate body, she quickly turned around, while the sharp edge of the long blade was already in the air, seeing that it was about to split her in half. Yikes! She screamed in terror. Right at this moment, a black shadow was suddenly like a heavy mountain approaching from the sky, coming from above and swiftly suppressing. Boom! In Xiaonyang Song's eyes, she only saw that the killing golden pupil being clasped by a black shadow with one hand on his head, followed by roughly and heavily pressing it to the earth. Boom! Click! 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 First, the entire head pressed down the neck, and then drilled into the chest, driving the spinal ground inch crumbling. Organs have also burst. By the time that head crushed into the crotch, it caused the leg bones of both legs to compress up and down, piercing each other. After a split second, the head that has long been shattered can no longer be shattered completely to the ground. This whole person is like a half-born watermelon falling. Red and white, soft and hard, are splashed in all directions. That crane slave was straight pressed as a big tattered meatball. Dead can't be dead again. Baishan grabbed this meatball and transported his energy again to fling it at a charging crane slave next to him. Boom! The flesh and blood mass accelerated violently in mid-air, exploding into a ball of diffused circular air circle, like a cannonball directly bombarded on the body of that crane slave, and flew out with that crane slave. At the sound of the whistling, Baishan didn't even look at it, just craned his neck and stood quietly in place. The tyrant's aura emanated out recklessly while his gaze swept around him while tuning in and observing at the same time. On the other side, little Lady Song's eyes were wide open, her small mouth slightly open, so frightened that she forgot to breathe as she slowly raised her eyes and saw her husband's face. At this moment's husband, his whole body was angled with a wolf smoke-like fury, and the dense breath coming out of his pores made his whole person look twisted and distorted, as if he was a devil standing in the darkness. Her mind began to play the image over and over again, and suddenly, she felt her stomach churning and wanted to vomit. Baishan ignored her, instead coldly scanning the surrounding crane slaves, trying to identify the leader among them. However, the crane slaves didn't seem to be affected by the tyrant, and they didn't even have mood swings due to the abuse of their companions. No surprises from Hakusen. Before, Miss May had said that the crane slaves didn't have much intelligence or emotion, and wouldn't be frightened, but they wouldn't possess outbursts either, and were nothing more than killing machines that were somehow controlled by the immortals. Now it seems that it is a warforce that will not break down, but will not break out either. Baishan looked at the rapidly approaching crane slaves, gave up the deterrent means. He gathered breath, stepped forward, between the airwaves rolled, like a moon downstream dragon robustly scurried to the side of Song Xianyangzi, his left arm across, copied the woman's waist, and then close to the ground to swipe, shot to the carriage. Only as soon as he got into the car, he threw Song Xianyang into the car, and at the same time shouted, "Ghost slave, drive, into the canyon." The canyon was narrow and just right for his strength, and the complex terrain inside is conducive to concealment, retreat and guerrilla attacks. Although he had a fire in his belly for the stream of crane immortals, he would never go to the head. P.S. The book lovers, if there are still monthly tickets in your hands, please move your fingers and vote for the author. Thank you. 73. Mysterious powder. Slaughtering crane slaves. 5K words. Baishan didn't know how the ghost slaves were maneuvered. Anyway, it looked as if they weren't too far off from the crane slaves, only that the crane slaves were numerous, while the ghost slaves probably took the elite route. Anyway, when he tentatively shouted something like "drive into the canyon," the Oni jumped back to the ottoman, jerked the reins, and steered the horse, which was obviously some kind of obey the master instruction given by the little tramp in advance. Snap! Exploding beans like whip blast, the two seemingly ordinary brown horse suddenly hit a heavy snort, upper and lower teeth knocking, actually biting the outside layer of the fragile surface enamel, while revealing the inside of the fine broken melon teeth. The two pairs of horse pupils also suddenly turned black, pitch black, without any semblance of eye whites. The muscles on top of the horse's legs are bulging and extremely powerful. Immediately, the horse's hooves stepped forward, and the stamping force that erupted instantly pulled the reins straight and clucked. The carriages were taken flying with the large wheels, suspended in the air, were a foot off the ground. Before the two women in the car could react, the hub hit the ground hard again, bringing up a roll of dust, only to bounce back up immediately afterward. Baishan was sitting steadily in the car, with Song Yuning on his knees, his left arm around Bai Miaochan, his left hand holding onto the unconscious little wave in order to prevent her from falling out of the car, and his right hand grabbing the flying dagger out of his mustard pouch and flicking it between his fingers. Suddenly, there was a sharp, air-breaking whistling sound coming from mid-air, and it was obvious that the crane slaver had used something to launch an attack, but the ghost slave reacted blockily, and with a tug on the reins, the carriage suddenly twisted and turned to the side. The whistling sound exploded over the side of the wagon, waves of air lapping and dust splattering. In the wagon, the four of them fell to their sides. Song Yuning didn't say a word. Her face was pale, her eyes were closed tightly, and her hands tightened around her Sunga's waist. Next to her, Bai Miaochan also clutched Bai Shan's left arm, and the White Mountain left hand grasping the small wave of goods and wooden chair has come into close contact. May have a place to green. Carriages, like apes jumping up and down. Inside the car, White Mountain is fine, and the little wave cargo Genesis is not in the body. Both are fine. However, Little Miss Song and Bai Miaochan only felt their bellies turning over in suffering. Taking advantage of the calm, Bai Miaochan suddenly took off the dark-colored zucchini at her waist and handed it to Bai Shan. forcing herself to vomit. Sprinkle them with this powder. It will be useful. What kind of powder is this? Shiroyama was curious from just now. Bai Miao-chan quickly said, oops, don't ask. This powder isn't poisonous to you. You'll be fine even if you eat it, but it should be fatal to Hinu. Baishan took the dark-colored zucchini. The car went quiet. The night wind whistled. The curtains of the carriage flew fiercely across, and the view of the mountains outside the window was caged in the moonlight. Still clear. The wagon, almost into the canyon. Baishan had just taken a glance down. There were at least nearly 100 crane slaves, but he had no idea how many there were. He was a little nervous and uncertain, and he wasn't sure if the predetermined tactics would work. I hope it works. In any case, I'm going to observe the terrain as soon as possible. If necessary, I can only get the ghost slaves to hold back the crane slaves. I'll drive the wagon and escape, then use it to make a false impression and give some misdirection to divert the crane slaves. After that, I'll behead the crane slaves that came after me, and then take Sister Miao Miao, Miss Xiaomei, and Song Yuaning to hide in the mountains, and wait for Miss Xiaomei to wake up, and then we'll discuss it in the long run. His mind was electric, alert and thinking quickly at the same time, and with another side of his head, he noticed again that the woods outside were swaying in just the opposite direction from the wagon. The wagons were heading north, and the wind was now blowing north. In other words, they would be on the windward side when facing the pursuing Surunu. Sister Miao Miao's powder should work. I don't know if it's any good, but I can at least try. But how should I use it? With direct spreading, the winds, while possible, are not very accurate, basically wasteful, and not very useful. What then? In an instant, many thoughts spun through his mind. The wagon traveled deeper and deeper. Little Miss May was still awake, apparently chasing after Crane Fairy to kill. The mountains on both sides of the river were so lofty that they looked like ancient statues towering into the gloom, casting deep dark shadows with the moonlight. The wagon didn't go into the darkness. The white mountains were in darkness, and looked deeper and deeper. The eye saw that the canyon was getting more and more cramped and was almost reaching a critical slit. Shiroyama shouted, "Ghost slave, stop!" Giggling and giggling, the wheels ground the ground with a harsh sound. The carriage stopped and Baishan looked at Bai Miao-chan and said, "Big sister, I'm going." Bai Miao-chan forced herself to endure the discomfort in her abdomen, and while straightening her scattered hair, she revealed a smile and said, "Pay attention to safety, and don't need to us." Baishan got up and found Song Yuning clinging to him like a drowning man grasping a life-saving straw and refusing to let go. He casually broke it off and then scurried out of the carriage with a gust of evil wind. The sound of Song Yuning's cries came faintly from behind her. Baishan ignored her and looked to the 2-meter hulk. "Ghost slave, guard the man in the car." After the delivery, he directly jumped onto the canopy of the carriage, and swept a glance at the blackened crane slaves in front of him, as well as the flickering golden pupils in the darkness. So many 5 realms, still not able to use his aura to deter. Then he was truly undrinkable. The unusual 5th realm was designated to deal with 102nd realm or physically strong existences purely by consumption. Even if he wasn't an unusual 5th realm, he wouldn't be able to deal with these hundreds of his peers. Nevertheless, he calmed down and quickly observed the surrounding terrain. The terrain here is great, like an hourglass, and I'm right at the center point of the hourglass. This kind of place is perfect for defense. I'll try Sister Miao Miao's powder first, and if it doesn't have much effect, I'll let the ghost slaves guard this opening after I charge them once, and I'll drive and lead them out. Seeing the golden pupil crane slaves approaching, Baishan put aside his distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged under the moonlight, quietly regulating his breathing, and although he was in a chaotic situation, he quickly settled down and entered the state of sitting in oblivion. The crane slaves got closer and closer. Centipede, 90 paces, 80 paces, 70 paces. In the carriage, Song Yuning was pale and lying in front of the window, looking at the many, many golden pupils outside, clearly the noble color of an immortal. But at this time, they were like a gloomy pack of wolves. How could this be? Immortals don't always eliminate demons and devils. I see. They must have misunderstood. They thought I was a demon too. Song Yuaning's eyes reddened as she cried. Bai Miao-chan glanced at her and suddenly said, "Ning Ning, Baishan saved you this time. In the future, if you ever speak to Baishan like that again, I'll ignore you as well." Song Yuaning was brutal when she thought about how Baishan looked just now, but that brutality was what pulled her back from the brink of death. After that, she hugged Shiroyama tightly again, feeling only somewhat secure. The tip of her heart quivered and she whispered, "I won't say just that." But then, her beautiful eyes tightened and she said nervously, "Auntie, they're here. Why hasn't White Mountain made a move yet? Can he beat that many people? Even though these are immortal slaves, Baishan, he's just a mortal of the 5th realm." Bai Miao-chan frowned. "Why are you still looking down on your husband?" Song Yuaning stammered. Immediately, she screamed, "Auntie, it's coming. They're coming White Mountain." You quickly make a move. Why don't you make a move now? Bai Miao-chan helplessly covered her mouth. Song Yuaning cried out with a whimper. No matter how noisy the carriage was, the teenager just sat quietly, his left hand grasping the dark-colored zucchini given by Bai Miao-chan, his right hand's 5 fingers resting falsely on his knee, slightly tilting his head, seemingly enjoying tonight's crescent moon that was like a stumpy hook. Sarunu is getting closer. 60 paces, 50 paces, 40 paces. He took a deep breath, then suddenly moved. This movement, it was as if the space where he was moved, the ground shook, his pupils glowed, his hideous balefulness instantly exploded at point-blank range. The true chi of Aang, the Night Devil's edition, transformed into a flickering residual shadow dragging the wolf smoke. The residual shadow instantly came to the forefront of the crane slaves. The right hand pinched into a fist through the chest of the crane slaves. Inward a hand grabbed out of the heart, pinched and burst. Sticky blood exploded and stained his hands. With another pick of his left hand, the cork of the dark gourd opened, and white powder dangled down and poured onto his right hand, while the blood acted as an adhesive to hold it all in place and stick all over. He quickly put the gourd back, and when he rubbed his left and right hands together, they were full of blood as well as white powder. At that moment, a sharp, hostile whistling sound weaved in and out. He dodged, then without looking, threw a sideways punch. With the addition of Night Demon and Whale swallowing chi, his power far exceeded that of an ordinary fifth realm. Boom! A fist slam. A miraculous scene appeared. Bai Shan's fist only touched the crane slaves. The crane slaves seemed to have gone crazy. Hands clasped his head, violently pulling his hair, painfully emitting strange screams that did not sound like a human voice. Bai Shan froze. Was this the powder given by Sister Miao Miao working? As he was thinking about it, another crane slave swooped in and slashed with his vertical sword, turning it into a sharp beam. He dodged sideways and threw a punch. That crane slave looked indifferent, not panicking. His left hand was also a palm ushered in. That palm was densely covered with true chi. Only halfway there was a violent whistling sound. Fists and palms clashing, power touching. Bai Shan had wanted to take advantage of the closing distance and spit out a mouthful of dragon swords. In this narrow area, the dragon sword would be most useful, and if the enemy was dense, he could kill several people with a single swing of his sword. However, before he could spit out the dragon sword from his mouth, he saw the crane slave flinch and his pupils lose focus. Immediately afterward, Bai Shan saw a blurry, transparent mass penetrate his body from behind the crane slaves and fly several feet behind him, like a cloud of smoke that dissipated in a whirlwind. Immediately, crane slave fell to the ground, twitching his body dementedly, apparently losing all his fighting strength. Shiroyama's heart was shocked. What kind of powder was this that could gently touch a crane slave and kill it in seconds? Although he was shocked, his movements did not stop, because Saruno didn't know what fear was and was still killing him. And with a turn, he rushed into a sea of enemies. Dodge, lift, punch, walk, lift, dodge, punch, non-stop punches, non-stop blasts. It's like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Boom, boom. It was like a raging armored car crushing the ground. From north to south, the road had come to an end, and the White Mountains had killed to the end, and all the crane slaves fell to the ground, convulsing as if they had lost their minds. In the carriage, Song Yuning looked dumbfounded. In her eyes, even though these golden pupils were slaves of the crane immortal, they were not comparable to mortals. But why? Why were they crushed by one of Bai Shan's punches alone? It seems so simple and easy. How is that possible? She couldn't accept this reality, but was greatly shocked. She thought Hakusen was about to return, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. But she was wrong. Shiroyama didn't come back. Shiroyama took out a sword and began to make up for it. He mended them carefully, each crane slave chopping off the head, poking through the brow, and stabbing twice at the heart and dantian. The order in which he mended the knife was also very precise. First stabbing the eyebrow, then chopping the head, then poking the heart, and finally stabbing the dantian. One way to go, one way to kill. When he reached the carriage, he tore off a piece of crane slave's clothing and wiped off the blood on the forged pattern longsword before casually placing it in his mustard pouch. It was also the first time Bai Miao-chan had watched her own brother strike. The brutal way of killing, the exacting order of the killings had shaken her to the core as well. She saw Bai Shan approaching and guessed that Bai Shan was probably going to touch the body again. After all, the siblings spent a lot of time in the old house, talking about everything, and as the older sister, she naturally understood that Hakusen might be interested in touching corpses, because, at one point, the two switched stories. The stories she tells are boring, but the ones Bai Shan tells are interesting. But whenever he talks about killing the enemy, Bai Shan will most likely say 3 sentences, which correspond to different subsequent episodes. A phrase is "this person is particularly stupid." Killed the enemy does not touch the body. The subsequent plot in all likelihood is that the enemy body hidden treasure. and then by other people passing by to take away. And this passerby is the protagonist of the story. One line reads, "This guy is smart enough to know that he needs to touch the body to kill the enemy, but he's just not smart enough." And subsequent episodes often feature the enemy, though badly wounded, playing dead and striking while the guy is touching the body to kill the guy back. One line is, "This person decapitates an enemy, then mends it, then touches the body," and the subsequent episodes are about how awesome this person is. However, Bai Miao-chan was also wrong. Instead of touching the corpse, Bai Shan shouted, "Ghost slave, go! Don't follow the original route. Touching a corpse is important, but touching a corpse in a dangerous place full of uncertainty is called greed. Touching a corpse is a good quality, but greed kills. Bai Shan is not stupid, will not delay in this dangerous place, not to mention that when he killed the crane slaves, he also probably saw that the other party is just a puppet-like thing. The body cannot hide what good things." As his voice fell, the carriage restarted, and Bai Shan leapt onto the roof of the poncho, his body slightly crouching, cautiously sensing the wind and grass in the surrounding area. No one spoke as the carriage sped down the dark mountain road. The road was long and winding and twisting, like the devil's black tongue spitting out. The Oni's car sped along, and at a fork in the road, it turned off on the other side of the road in order to not take the original route. Then everything calmed down. In addition to the carriage encountered some wild animals attack, but never encountered other. Bai Shan also doesn't go back to the carriage. He is covered in blood. Entering the car will dirty the car, and cleaning it afterward will be troublesome. On top of that, it's better to police the outside of the car than the inside. Time passes slowly. Between Song Yuaning's days, she only felt her eyes light up, and she opened her eyes to see the curtains drawn back, and a round of red sun was emerging from the sea of clouds at the end of the mountains. The darkness has passed. Dawn. The wagon was now parked in a clearing halfway up the hill. Apparently, the road off the original route had led them to the mountain, and there was no need to go any further than the road to the top of the mountain. The two women in the car had not slept all night, plus the journey was bumpy and very uncomfortable. At this time they have walked off the carriage to breathe the fresh air of this unknown mountain. Shiroyama leapt down from the hood of the car, then walked towards the two women. A strong stench of blood came with it. Song Yuning hurriedly shrank back, but only after taking 2 steps. She felt her hand being pulled, followed by being yanked back, and she hurriedly looked sideways, only to find that it was Bai Miao-chan pulling her hand tightly, preventing her from running. "Auntie, it stinks," little Miss Song muttered. Bai Miao-chan wondered if this girl lacked heart. Even if a stranger saved you, you shouldn't be like this, right? Shouldn't you at least run backwards because the other guy smells like blood? Does your memory only last 3 seconds? Have you forgotten that it was the man in front of you who saved you? I really don't know if it's stupid or just not grateful at all. Bai Shan glanced at the two men's little action and didn't care about little Miss Song, but instead looked at Bai Miao-chan and asked with concern, "Eldest sister, you were possessed by that crane immortal. Are you alright?" Bai Miao-chan shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Shiroyama was a little hesitant to ask about the powder in that dark gourd. However, Bai Miao-chan seemed to know that he was going to ask, so she said, "Don't ask anything, go find a place to take a bath. Not to mention Ningning disliking your stench. I disliked you all." 74. Childish separation. 4. 5k words requesting monthly votes. Yes, you go find a place to take a shower. Song Yuaning shouted after him from the side. Bai Shan look around, not far from a hanging waterfall, although it is the cold winter season, but also like a silver train down to the ground. He took out a charcoal stove, coal, fire folders, an iron pot, an anvil, soy sauce, vinegar, oil and salt, pure water, as well as some pre-stored meat, vegetables, fruits and the like on the ground from his mustard pouch, and then said, "Ghost slave, guard this place." With that, he headed straight for the waterfall. Waterfalls hanging down the sky and fall, seemingly from the 9 heavens, just from this mountainside but still some distance. The two women then watched him go away, far out to the edge of this hillside. 1 step further is a cliff. Song Yuaning froze and shouted, Hey, Bai Shan, what are you doing?" Bai Shan ignored her and lifted his hand to pluck 2 mountain plum blossoms from the edge of the cliff. The plum blossoms have just opened and the petals are still firm. At the next moment, Bai Shan took a deep breath, stepped on the cliff stone, and shot out, his body suspended in the air, at 1,000 feet above. Song Yuning, who had been staring over here and watching curiously, screamed in terror. She never expected her husband to jump off a cliff. Bai Shan was in mid-air, raised his palm and blew away with a mouthful of air. Under the deliberate control of his power, the plum blossom petals were as spread out as a road, distributed quite evenly near and far. Step STH. step sth, step sth, step sth, with 9 steps in a row. He soon stepped on the flowers and crossed the distance of more than dozens of feet, and landed on the mountain path near the waterfall in the distance. After settling down, Baishan curiously looked back across the room, not understanding what little Miss Song had just ghosted. Song Yuaning, auntie, auntie. She pulled on Bai Miaochan's clothes and pointed in the distance. Baishan, how is Baishan so powerful? Hakusan would have been great. Well, Song Yuaning froze a little. It was only a night's work, and she suddenly realized that this husband of hers was practically magical. Was this really the 5th realm of martial arts? It seemed barely acceptable to be with such a capable man, although it is not immortal, although it is only a mud leg, but the husband is only 16 years old, has such a skill of, surely has the qualification to go to cultivate immortality. And if you can become an immortal, the status is also within reach. They have to think of a way to let the husband to return to the right path is. However, he had just killed so many crane slaves and needed to help him hide it from others. There was a subtle change in Song Xianyang's mind. She looked around and thought in the back of her mind, now, that ghostly bride-like woman hadn't woken up yet. Maybe she had already been killed by Crane Fairy. As long as she let her husband kill that whatever ghostly slave, then she could return to the capital with her husband and aunt. But, it's still a matter of convincing the husband first. As the situation and her mindset changed, she couldn't help but start scheming. Halfway through her plotting, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by shouts from a short distance away. Ning, come and help. It's Auntie's voice. Little Miss Song answered. Coming. She ran to Bai Miaochan's side and found her aunt burning charcoal to heat the pot. Song Xianyangzi wondered. Auntie, the rice is not yet cooked. What are you calling me for? Bai Miaochan couldn't help herself and let out a pft of a laugh, then shoved the kitchen knife into her hand, pointed to the cutting board and meat not far away, and said, cut it into small pieces, and we'll serve it with radish soup. Radish and meat soup. You drink it, right? Turnip broth? It's just something ordinary people eat, but I won't be picky. Although little Lady Song had a cleaver shoved into her hand, she didn't have the slightest bit of awareness to go and use it, but instead casually tossed it aside, and shrugged it off in disgust. These are completely subconscious behaviors that don't even cross your mind. Bai Miaochan said, Ning, I want you to help me go cut up the meat. Cutting meat? Little Miss Song's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Auntie, you're actually asking me to cut meat? Bai Miaochan nodded affirmatively. Little Miss Song said, but, I'm the eldest miss of the Song family, my cousin is the snow princess of the current dynasty, and the son of heaven is even my brother-in-law. Bai Miaochan interrupted her and said in a single word, go, cut, meat. Song Xianyangzi look suddenly became ugly. I'm going to be unclean look. And then she looked at a long time that knife, but not to take, and then looked sideways to see the aunt's eyes. She suddenly red eyes, stomping feet and ran away, stood alone to the edge of the cliff in the morning light, face full of sadness, looks also strange and pitiful. Bai Miaochan fell into a mesmerizing silence. There was no way. Her sister-in-law refused to work, so it could only all be her, and her intention was to slowly change this little Miss Song. But it looked like the difficulty of this task was not small. As she heated up the pot, she grabbed a kitchen knife and started chopping the meat, while shouting from afar, Big brother ghost slave, are you eating? The ghost slave didn't say anything, and he didn't know if he had heard it or not. Seeing that ghost slave didn't respond, Bai Miaochan stopped asking and concentrated on making the broth. From last night until now, the crowd was mentally strained and physically and mentally exhausted, and a good meal coupled with a good night's sleep was all that was needed to put that exhaustion to rest. 3 incense burns later, the meat had been in the pot for a while, and hot air wafted outward from the cracks in the lid, rushing out in white swimmers on the winter hills. The radishes were neatly sliced and placed on a cutting board, and 10 minutes before they were to be served, Pak Miochan would cast these slices down. At the moment, she was sitting on a large boulder, staring out at the small charcoal grill, the pot, the fire and the sea of clouds and fog in the distance. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. She looked at the sound, but she saw that on the cliff in the distance, a silhouette was throwing a large python over the cliff. After the figure threw the python, he made a false move in the air and landed over here, following up by dragging the snake over. The silhouette was none other than Hakusan. Baishan had already changed into clean clothes, dragging a dead python with black stripes in his left hand to Bai Miaochan's side. He threw the python casually, and the python's tail landed on the ground with a heavy sound. Bai Miaochan swept a glance at the python, which was over 10 meters long and could be considered very large, so she asked, where did it come from? I met it when I was bathing under the waterfall over there, and I probably disturbed its sleep, so it tried to devour me, so I killed it and brought it back to see if I could add to the meal. So big, and it's still wild. It's a pain in the ass to deal with, and it might not be clean. Baishan, your sister didn't sleep all night. she can't get it up at this moment. Why don't you put it away first? Forget it then. The space in Baishan's mustard bag was only 3 or 4 square meters, and now it had been filled up long ago, where there was still room for this dead python. He got up, grabbed the python and casually threw it off the cliff, then curiously glanced at little Miss Song, who was standing at the edge of the cliff looking out over the sea of clouds, and said oddly, "Sister Meow Meow, what is she doing again?" Bai Miao-chan didn't say anything and shouted, "Ning Ning, the broth is almost ready, come eat." Shan Yangzi Song's stomach had been hungry long ago, so she ran back at the word and quietly took the dishes. She quietly looked at the young man beside her. At this time, Bai Shan in her eyes is no longer a mudleg, but immortal potential stock, so she softly shouted, "Eunuch, White Mountains, has the sun risen in the west?" This was the first time little Miss Song had ever called out to her husband. He answered and casually asked, "You weren't scared last night, were you?" Song Xianyangzi said, "At first I was really frightened by you, Sangong, but then I realized that Sangong is really powerful." Shiroyama froze and didn't know how to take that. Song Xianyangzi suddenly got up slightly and sat down on the stone next to Bai Shan, and then quietly moved her, but after she sat down, moving closer to Bai Shan's side, and softly shouting again, "Xiangong," Shiroyama said, "Say what you have to say." Little Miss Song carefully glanced at the ghost slaves in the distance with her afterglow and lowered her voice. "Sagittarius, in fact, you're so powerful that there's absolutely no need for you to stay with these filthy things that kidnapped me. They are monsters, they are evil, they are wicked, but you're not. You're a capable man. You're my Song Yuning's husband. We can go back to the capital, and I won't talk about the process of our marriage. Just say that I fell in love with you while I was out sick, and we made a private marriage and worshipped heaven and earth. My father loves me very much, and when he sees how capable you are, he'll be sure to treat you well too. Our family still has some power in the capital, and we also have some relations with the immortals. When the time comes, I will take you to meet my friends, so that you can see the life that really belongs to us. You can't see immortals in a small place like Peach Blossom County, but there are plenty of them in the capital. Those immortals are really free and easy, suave, and also righteous, which makes one's heart yearn for them. Sagittarius has such good qualifications. An immortal will probably take a liking to you and then take you as a disciple, teaching you how to kill demons and teach you how to live forever. You don't know that demons are really evil, such as the turtle demon teasing the courtesans in the palace, such as the old witch in the farmhouse jumping out of the lanterns and plucking out people's hearts, such as the white fox coming to the door and trying to take away the children, but they were all killed by the immortals, and that was awesome. Think about it. You're so talented. It would be great if you could become a disciple of an immortal. When the time comes, coupled with our family's connections, you'll definitely be able to go higher and higher. Shan Yang's song was like delivering a speech, muttering in Bai Shan's ear. Even her eyes were streaming with stars, and her entire body was sparkling. White Mountains, Bai Miao-chan. Little Lady Song continued, "Husband, we are all human beings, not evil spirits, not these evil filth. Those who are not of my kind will be executed. We must stay away from them. Moreover, they might be using you all. Hakusen, O_O, Bai Miao-chan, O_O." Little Lady Song continued to whisper, "You're my husband. I won't harm you, and in the future I'll give you a baby doll." Shirazen, Bai Miao-chan. Seeing that both of them were listening to her in silence, Little Lady Song charted her way back to Bai Shan, leaning slightly onto him and softly whispering into his ear, "Sagittarius, now, as long as we kill the ghost slaves and destroy the Chaume's body, we will be able to return to the capital city. When the time comes, I will take you to see the peach blossoms of the Wanhwa temple, drink the plum wine of Mr. Du's house, eat the petal crisps and snow lotus nanzi made by Sister Snow, listen to the once in 7 years evaluation of famous swords of the Hidden Sword Villa, go to listen to tunes on the mountain Mirror Lake with the painting boat, get to know those famous and great talents in the capital, and pay a visit to those famous artists." Song Xianyangzi said happily. She felt that although Shandong is a potential stock for immortal cultivation, but after all, he is a clay-legged man who has never seen the world, and will definitely be very eager to hear the lie she said. But it didn't matter. She would change Sagittarius and make him into her favorite look, and when she took him out then, her whole person would be especially dignified. Little Miss Song was looking forward to a bright future when, suddenly, she saw her aunt quietly raise her hand to point at her. Little Miss Song was a bit strange, and just as she was about to ask, "Auntie, what are you pointing at me for?" she heard her husband call out, "Little Miss May, you're awake." Song Xianyangzi felt creeped out, and when she turned around, she was seeing the big red-clothed woman walking sorrowfully, Song Xiaonyang Z, WWWW. When Miss Xiaomei arrived, she didn't bother with little Miss Song about anything, but instead called out with a somewhat grave expression, "Auntie, come here." Shiroyama claps his hands together and tries to get up. It was only when he got up that he realized that he had an extra pendant on his body, and that little Miss Song had actually just not only leaned against him, but had also quietly hugged him. Little Miss Song didn't expect Bai Shan to suddenly get up and was startled, so she hurriedly let go of her hand, then ran to her aunt's side. Shiroyama walked along with the little plum girl on the edge of the mountainside. The morning mountain breeze shook the mountains with sunlight, tree shadows, and clouds. The two of them walked away a little bit, before Miss May said in a charming voice, "Master, why do I have some soreness in my strands? Why are they so sore? It hurts so much." Bai Shan froze, carefully reviewed the scene just now, pondered the reason, and seriously said, "Just now, when Crane Slave was chasing after you, Ghost Slave drove very fast, and the carriage was bumping badly. Your body, it should have hit something during the bumps." That's a decent answer, straight out of the immodest days of conversation. Shirison rattled off a few things and changed the subject back to ask, "What about that crane ferry?" The little plum girl was stunned, then said listlessly, "I killed them." After saying that, she was a little reluctant to be set right so easily, so in the sight of Song Shao Nyangzi and Miao Miao, she took Bai Shan's arm, and then let out a very untimely gasp. The sound was full of intoxication and a sense of relief, like a white swan singing at the top of its voice. Bai Shan instantly felt a chill run through his body. Chills ran up from the soles of his feet to his head. Little Wavy said softly, "Auntie, I just consumed a lot from killing Crane Fairy. I'll suck in some more yang qi." Shiroyama doesn't mind playing the role of nursemaid to give his teammates a milk. Not to mention, this teammate killed Surusen. From the moment Crane Fairy was on top of Sister Miao Miao's body, he and Crane Fairy were immortal. May killed Crane Fairy, and he had a good feeling about it. But, how did that Crane Fairy find us? Auntie, don't worry, I've already figured out the reason. It's not that there's a traitor in our midst or that our whereabouts have been exposed. What's that? Shiroyama was curious. Little Wavegoods grabbed a bloodstained mustard seed bag from her bosom and tossed it. "I found a divination-type treasure in this bag, and it was this treasure that made the Crane Immortal discover us. But, she probably thought that we were just ordinary demons, which is why she rushed right over with the Crane slaves under her command." Treasure? Bai Shan thought for a moment and straightened his chest. "Miss Xiaomei, today you sucked so much of my yang qi, why don't you compensate me with this treasure?" "I haven't seen the treasure yet." The little tramp froze, then laughed goose 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 goose. "After absorbing the ant's yang qi, her spirit is much better." "No, oh, auntie, it's very powerful, and you can't use it. However, I can see that you've bought so many things that the mustard pouch shouldn't be able to hold much more. I'll get you a bigger one." With that, she felt around in her arms and retook out a mustard pouch and handed it to Bai Shan. "Auntie, you can replace it." Bai Shan received this new mustard bag and skillfully dripped blood to gain ownership of the mustard bag. And after a little exploration, he found that there were actually 5 or 6 square meters inside, which was twice as large as the previous mustard bag. However, he had no intention of returning the small mustard pouch. Seeing that Sister Miao Miao had a gourd hanging around her waist and that she carried things from time to time, he decided to give that small mustard seed pouch to Bai Miao-chan. "Auntie?" The little tramp cast a puzzled look without waiting for the rest. Bai Shan patted his chest and said in a very righteous manner, "Miss Xiaomei, in the future, when you consume more and need yang qi, just come to me." The little tramp didn't understand and wondered, "Auntie, what does that mean?" Bai Shan said frankly, "There's a mustard pouch too. Give it to me. I'll be useful." Little Wavy Goods. That, okay. 75. Skeleton Ship. The price of secrecy, 4. 1K words. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing, and several people never encountered another attack. After about 10 days, the group arrived at the port of Cocklefoot at the southern tip of NSW. There were quite a few ships anchored in the Jizu harbor, but instead of entering the harbor, Ghost Nun's carriage deviated from the main road and went to a remote and deserted beach. Shiroyama and the other 4 walked down and stood in the wind on the beach. The cold, wet air came crashing down on his face, driving his hair and the side train of his shirt and pants flying backward. Song Shan Yangzi looked at this barren beach where chickens don't and birds don't lay eggs. Her pretty face was full of disgust. Bai Miao-chan, however, stood on her tiptoes and gave a lazy ha, stretching out her lazy waist, so that anyone could hear the comfort in her voice. She raised her hand to shield herself from the sunlight and looked out over the azure water, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is the ocean ah." Shiroyama stood next to her and was in a good mood. "We're at least halfway through the trip, and it's still sunny today. The sunlight shone on the boundless sea, revealing golden scales all over. Xiaomei girl walked a few steps against the wind, blood-red embroidered shoes a bit of sand, landed on a slippery seaside rock, and then took out the 6 holes of the white bone ocarina from the mustard bag, and blew it against the sea. Ocarina is an ancient musical instrument, although its sound is ethereal, but in this sea breeze, it will certainly not be able to transmit far, but I don't know how. But the ocarina played by Xiaomei girl, like the lotus root silk that can't be broken, against the sea breeze, floating towards the sea, melodious and containing a deep, touching the soul of the ethereal. All 3 couldn't help but listen in silence. No one thought that this little plum girl with her frivolous demeanor, peach blossom eyebrows, and colorful big red dress could actually play such music. After a long time, the little plum girl stopped. She retrieved the bone ocarina, sitting quietly on the rock, seems to be waiting for the receiver. Apparently, the ocarina sound was just a signal. The perimeter went quiet. The trio began to walk casually on the beach. Bai Miaochan was sharp-eyed and suddenly ran to one side, and in the blink of an eye, she stood beside a black stone, pointing at the ground and saying excitedly like a child, Bai Shan, come on." The teenager ran over to him, only to see it was a turtle that had foolishly toppled over onto the sand. Bai Miaochan's eyes were glowing. "You also said that sea turtles hibernate. How could it hibernate, hero?" Sisters and brothers used to talk about a lot of things during their bedtime, and the above was one of those topics. Hakusan looked at the turtle, and it really didn't look like he was sleeping. After all, what sleeping sea turtle turns its shell downward? Bai Shan raised his hand and touched the sea turtle, realizing that the turtle's body was unusually cold, and he muttered, "I'm afraid it's not frozen stupid and washed ashore by the tide, right?" He glanced at the little wave runner standing on the high ground, and saw that she was sitting still, apparently still waiting for the pickup boat. Seeing that there was still time, Bai Shan grabbed the charcoal stove, lit the fire, heated the pot, and boiled the water. At some point, little Miss Song also stood to the side, her beautiful eyes flashing with curiosity. "Are you guys going to eat this sea turtle? It looks so disgusting." Shiroyama ignored her. Bai Miaochan said, "Ning Ning, the turtles are so cute. How can they be eaten? Is this cute?" Little Miss Song was amazed, then added, "Hey, Bai Shan, what's the point of making a fire if you're not going to burn it to eat it?" She didn't get a response. Before long, the water boiled. Bai Shan took out another barrel, poured into it, and then took some cold seawater to neutralize the temperature, making the temperature moderate, before lifting the sea turtle and putting it into the barrel. The turtle stayed in the warm water for a while but still didn't respond. Bai Miaochan squatted by the barrel, poking the turtle's shell with her little finger, a little pitiful and a little curious. And suddenly, the sand and gravel on the beach was swept up, and an extremely strong gust of wind came from the distant heavens and earth, flying sand and white stripes from the sea. Bai Shan's figure flashed, blocking in front of Big Sister, Little Miss Song and the sea turtle, but the gusts were just that, and soon returned to normal gale force winds. On the giant rock, the little plum girl shouted, "Prepare to board the boat." Bai Shan and the others looked toward the sea, only to see an ancient-style building ship flying between the vicious winds and snowy waves. Soon the building ship docked. The sound of footsteps approached, and a burly man with scarred eyes walked over to the side of the ship, looking down, sweeping around, his eyes landing on Song Yuning. The man smiled in a gentlemanly manner, then bowed slightly to Song Yuning, nodded his head, and respectfully said, "Miss." The little wannabe cried out, "Old Chen, Miss is still awake." The lanky man raised his head, grinning a grin of morose white teeth, and laughed, "That's a lady, too." Song Yuning looked at the fierce man, initially startled, but seeing that this man somehow treated her with respect, she was even more panicked. She knew that there was a lady sleeping in her body. The lady must be the leader of the filth, a great evil monster. There was no telling what purpose such a big evil monster held to stay inside her body. If we can go back to the capital and show it to the immortals, then they will surely have a way to dig out this lady and kill her. But if you get on a boat, there's no telling where you'll go. At the thought, she began to shrink back. After a couple steps of shrinking, he took off on a wild goose chase. Moments later, Shiroyama carried her by the back of her collar to the boat. The scarred lanky man carried a huge wooden plank from above and gently lowered it down before grabbing another clean gold-trimmed red carpet out of the void and laying it on top of the plank. Following this, he stood respectfully at one side, waiting for the lady to get on board, and the scene showed some ceremony. Little Lady Song said pitifully, "My lord, a husband and wife for a day. You take me and run." Shiroyama said, "You'll be fine." Little Miss Song cried out, I don't believe it. Sangong, you've been brainwashed by these evil devils. You're crazy. I'm the one who's your maiden. You have to believe me." On the side, the little wannabe suddenly said, "Miss Song, You'll be fine. Little Miss Song suddenly turned into a shrew. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. She suddenly sat back on her butt, her long legs straining, her little boots stomping the ground as she shrank back one way or the other. Taking both her hands, Shiroyama took a slight step forward, reclaimed her collar, tossed it casually, then clamped his left arm around it, following through with her up the red carpet boat ladder. Shiroyama, you little cutie, nerd, dumbass, you still won't let go of me. Little Miss Song struggled endlessly, her long legs stomping. Baishan said, Yuning, actually, if you really want to escape, why don't you pick a time and place where you're more likely to succeed? For example, halfway through saying that your stomach hurts or something like that. Now that this is all about to get on the boat, what are you still shouting for? Aren't you being silly? Little Miss Song froze. Thinking about it seemed to make sense. So, why didn't she think of a way to escape before? Is it because you didn't realize the obvious crisis at the time? Or is it because it's too easy to doze off on the wagon? Although she didn't think about it, she understood that the man was scolding her and scolded back. You're the one who's stupid. You're the dumbest. As he spoke, Baishan had already walked across the ship's ladder with Little Miss Song in his clutches. The burly scarred captain owed a slight bow and said in a deep and respectful voice, Shenji, meet the lady. Speaking of, this name is still given by Miss. Shenji will never dare to forget it. Little Miss Song froze and suddenly became wiser as she coughed darkly before saying in a cold voice, Then, Shenji, I want you to escort me off the ship now. Captain Scar laughed out loud, tapped a wine gourd at his waist, and swung himself toward the bow of the ship. Songshan Yangzi gas shaking cold. +1. Baishan swept a glance at this building ship and realized that the style of this building ship was really old. And there was actually not a single sailor on this building ship except for Captain Shenji, and even the ship's ladder was just carried over by the captain. However, he was used to this sense of oddity. The little wench also walked onto the deck, and then in front of Songshan Yangzi, naturally took the arm of Baishan, began to recharge. Songshan Yang Chi shakes cold. +2. Where's Myo Myo? Shiroyama turned back. He realized that Bai Miao-chan was actually moving the barrel of warm water in which the turtles were soaking. He had planned to let the turtle fend for itself, and when the tide came in, both the barrel and the turtle would be swept back out to sea, and it would be up to the turtle to wake up. But I didn't realize that Bai Miao-chan actually had to bring the turtles along. However, Bai Miao-chan was struggling to move, mostly dragging, and her forehead was flooded with small pearl-like particles of sweat. But she was independent and didn't have the intention of calling for help at all. Shiroyama shrugged his arm, signaling the little wannabe to let go. The little wannabe didn't let go, and said in a sticky voice, I'll do it. As the words fell, a ghostly slave swept in not far away, grabbed the barrel, carried it and made another leap, placing it on the deck. It was the first time as a ghost slave that he'd gone out of his way to save something. Bai Miao-chan shouted, Thank you, big brother ghost slave. The little wannabe laughed goose 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 goose. She poked her head out and shouted, Miss White. The ghost slave has no feelings or reasoning. He will only follow his master's will. He can't understand your thank you. The building ship left the coast. The shore fades into a line. Finally, the lines were gone, leaving only the ocean of wanton glitter in the light of day. The ghost slaves didn't get on the boat, but drove the carriage to nowhere. Shenji grabbed the wine gourd and drank a sip from time to time, while the boat seemed to be moving by itself, heading towards the far side. Suddenly, Shenji turned around and walked over, standing in front of several people before looking at Little Miss Song and solemnly saying, Miss, right now, you don't know anything about the situation here. So, Shenji needs to make it clear to you once again that if you go to the cabin to rest, you must come out before nightfall. Little Miss Song was confused. Why do you keep thinking that I am the lady? And what happens when it's nighttime? Shenji didn't answer and looked at the girl Xiao Mei. The little plum girl shook slightly. Shenji then also did not say more, but said, Miss, remember Shinji's advice is. He glanced at Baishan next to him in the afterglow, but instead of calling out to his aunt, he just waddled away. Songshan Yang Chi shakes cold. +3. Baishan looked towards Xiao Mei who was holding his arm at his side. A puzzled look also appeared in his gaze. Little Miss Song's problem was actually his problem as well. Mei cocked a peachy eye at him. Songshan Yangzi's afterglow saw this dog and man's frown. Gas shaking cold. +4. She ran far away to watch her aunt play with the unconscious turtle. Baishan stood to the side of the ship, looking at the azure sea and sky, and swept the three women. Quite a Zhang Wuji with a few women to the ice and fire island feeling. But then think about it. But the difference is also quite big. People Zhang Wuji is the main character. Whether it's Zhao Min, Zhou Jiruo, Xiao Zhao, or Ali, all love him. But what about himself? The ghost bride like Xiaomei is to charge Song Xiaonyangzi and he is simply too reluctant. The eldest sister is his sister. The sun went down over the sea, and the bright moon rose high and icy cold light shone on the lone ship, and as the moonlight falls, a creeping change suddenly rises. Ya little Miss Song suddenly let out a scream. In fact, she wasn't to blame. Even Hakusen was wary. In the moonlight, this building ship produced an extremely abrupt change. The deck, the cabin, the side of the ship are gone, replaced by pitted with white bones. This building ship is naturally no longer a ship, but a skeleton lying on the water. The upper body itself and the lower half of the body completely twisted and dislocated. The deck on which they stood was the very backbone of this skeleton, and this original cabin was the gutted part of the skeleton that was twisted skyward. Those parts are gone, but the location does match. Shenji told them to be sure to come out of the cabin before nightfall, meaning that they should not stay in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels part of the skeleton. Bai Shan glanced at Big Sister and Song Xiaonyang. Both of them were trembling. Who wouldn't be afraid when a normal person saw the scene? However, Shiroyama wasn't afraid anymore. He took out 2 thick velvet cloaks from his mustard bag and draped them over the 2 men, then lifted his arm and drove the arm pendant. Xiaomei girl, to shake. Miss May, let's walk, he said softly. May answered. The 2 walked away. Only then did Bai Shan ask, what the hell is going on? Why did Captain Shenji call Song Yuning Miss even though he knew she was just an ordinary person? And this ship? Little Miss May said in a glutinous manner. Auntie, you've forgotten. Isn't it also like this at night in our Song family? And this ship doesn't make much difference. Bai Shan said. What about Song Yuning? What exactly is her relationship with Miss? The little plum girl was suddenly quiet. Extraordinarily quiet. This kind isn't pondering how to answer, but a very solemn prelude. Shiroyama waited quietly. After a long time, Little Miss May said, Auntie, actually, I call you Auntie. I should only call you this life. After Miss Song's death, we won't have any more contact. When the time comes, you can choose again, and the power and resources you gain in the meantime are all yours, as our payment to you. But if you really want to know the relationship between Miss Song and Miss, then you who know the secret will always be ours. Actually, the relationship between Miss Song and Miss is not important to you at all, and it doesn't matter at all. You don't need to pay the price of being tied to us forever just for such a little curiosity. You're not like us. You're alive. You're human. White mountains. Xiaomei looked at the starry sky, her peach blossom eyes reflecting the stars. Auntie, if you want to know the answer, I can tell you, but after telling, you can't leave us, otherwise it's betrayal, and the price to be paid by the betrayer is ashes. Would you like to, Auntie? 76. What more can a man ask for if he only takes one life? 4. For K-words begging for monthly votes. Shiroyama really didn't know if this was a test or not, but he did hesitate, and he really couldn't say yes right away. He has not yet seen the world clearly, now certainly can stand on the side of the miss, but if later see clearly, have the power to choose, and he wants to adjust, then what? Perhaps in a short time he would never have this confusion or be out of the abyss. But what if it was hundreds of years from now? Thousands of years from now? Tens of thousands of years from now? Miss Xiaomei, after a person dies, can they continue to exist like you? Bai Shan suddenly asked. Xiaomei laughed gluttonously. You're asking for Miss Bai, aren't you? This won't work. Whitehill asked. Why not? He very much hoped that Bai Miao-chan would be able to attain immortality, but obviously this was many times more difficult than for him to cultivate immortality himself, as Bai Miao-chan could not cultivate at all. If Xiaomei's side has a way to make Bai Miao-chan still exist after death, he can now agree to it, and in the future will be directly bound to the abyss. Never change. After all, he has a very good impression of the Song family. However, Xiaomei said softly, there is no hatred in Miss Bai's heart. If she dies, she should go to reincarnation. Is it possible to have hatred and to live on as you do? Be many, a lot. May said many in one breath. So much hate? Bai Shan froze, and after a long time, he looked at the little wench at his side and asked, Little Miss May, are you like this too? May smiled flirtatiously in the starlight, then nodded softly. Shiroyama only felt his body shake. He couldn't even see the hatred in May's heart. All he remembers of May is that she's laughing, flirtatiously seducing, about to sleep with a man. Really? He subconsciously asked a nonsense question. May smiled and said, of course it's true. As Bai Shan looked at her smiling expression, some awe inexplicably grew in his heart, but immediately, that awe was drowned out by some strange sympathy. Miss May, can you tell me about your past? Marry me and I'll tell. Xiaomei's eyes were brimming with spring water, and she clung to her aunt's arm, rubbing it intimately. I won't tell anyone else. Yo, Shiroyama froze. Is this the proverbial marrying at the seams? Never forget to say marry me. Xiaomei saw that he did not answer, then returned to the original topic, continued to add the answer. After dying such as our existence it, not only to have many many hatred in the heart, but also good luck, but also all kinds of heaven and earth conditions. Anyway, we are here, not because we wanted to be, but because we opened our eyes and we are already here. Those who want to live forever by this method will not be able to do so. Bai Shan suddenly asked, if I make a decision and want to know the secrets of Miss and Miss Song, then when will I tell you at the latest? Xiao Mei froze and winks. In this life, all of them can be Auntie, but I don't actually want you to ask. Why? Auntie is still alive and has such a great chance. Isn't it good to live well? But I've been with you guys for so long. I'm always going to get noticed by someone who's looking, right? The real Song family has no problem with it. And your identity as an aunt has actually been recognized by the real Song family as well. The real Song family? How is this possible? Mei looked at him with a smile. It's true, Auntie. So you, after helping Miss heal her injuries, you can go to the real Song family and become a real auntie. And from then on stabilize, have children, cultivate longevity, and go in and out of power. White Mountains. Miss Mei, I still don't understand. Mei wondered. Don't understand what? Don't understand. Why are you guys so nice? Shiroyama said. Even though you guys need me to save the lady, you guys are really nice. Xiao Mei said. It's not like we're lonely ghosts in the mountains, catching and killing whoever we can. Our hatred has a direction. It's not like we hate you, and you've helped us a lot, so why should we treat you badly? Shiroyama said. Then who do you hate? Mei said. Goddess. Bai Shan had also heard Song Yuning's words, and the gods in Song Yuning's mouth were simply too good to be true. So he asked softly, are the gods that abominable? Mei didn't answer. Suddenly, she laughed gluttonously and said frivolously, since Master Auntie knows that there is only one life, do you want to marry me? There are only a few decades left. Won't you treasure me? After this time, if you want to find me to sleep with you again, you won't be able to find me. Shiroyama didn't answer either, and he didn't know why he didn't. Maybe it's because he felt that Xiao Mei girl did not have any reason to fall in love with him, for the sake of just draw Yang Qi, and the excess emotion in his heart is likely to be just Xiao Mei girl's charming power. After all, aren't demonesses, magical girls, all good at this? Or perhaps, the little plum girl is not human at all. He couldn't figure it out. The two men fell silent, Xiao Mei quietly close to the uncle, slightly tight, in order to increase the area of contact between the two, so as to improve the efficiency of Yang Qi extraction. In the distance, suddenly there was a joyful voice. Turtles awake. The turtle wakes up. Bai Miao-chan happily lying in front of the barrel, looking at the thought inside the sea turtle. The turtle slightly swaying flipper legs, staring at the black eyes. Bai Miao-chan and the turtle stared wide-eyed, fiddling with the splash of water in front of the turtle with her hand again. The turtle seemed to be looking at her curiously. Hungry? Bai Miao-chan said to the turtle, then took the pre-stored minced cooked meat and put it in front of the turtle. The turtle was sluggish for a moment, but actually ate it. Shirazan also walked over with the arm pendant. The three leaned against the bony knot of a giant skeleton's spine, feeling the bumps of the waves. Song Xiaonyangzi looked at the ghostly bride-like woman in red on the left side of the White Mountain, the nun on the right side of the White Mountain, and she was the only one standing alone, with some inexplicable displeasure in the bottom of her heart. She grunted softly and wrapped her plush cloak tighter around her, heading off into the distance, following up by jumping into a recessed bone trap to feign a view. The night is getting deeper. Chen Ji has not appeared. Obviously the boat is so big, but also do not know where to go. Xiao Mei, on the other hand, got up and searched for two rather large bone pits, then said, Auntie, Miss Bai, Miss Song, if you're sleepy, you can sleep in here. Padded with quilts it will still be warm. Bai Miao-chan and Song Yuaning both shook their heads in succession. Who sleeps in a dead man's bones? It was almost dawn, though, when both of these men couldn't hold out any longer, their eyelids as heavy as lead. Xiao Mei seems to be full of power, temporarily got up and jumped to the original bow statue position. It was a huge cranium, and eerie black auras were lingering and scurrying around the empty eye sockets, and between the various cavities. Xiao Mei stood with her legs together, her two plasma-like embroidered shoes leaning close together, standing pavilion-like on the top bone of the skeleton ship, her pair of peach blossom eyes silently sprawling the sea, a little out of her mind. Suddenly, she took out the white bone ocarina from before and brought it to her lips coated with white plum lipstick, gently blowing an ethereal and ancient musical sound. On the other hand, Big Sister and Little Miss Song refused to go to the bone pit to sleep, so the White Mountain became the temporary bed of the two helplessly. Big Sister was leaning on his shoulder, and Little Miss Song was lying on his lap, both of them in a daze. Shiroyama tightened his cloak for the two men in case they caught a cold. His eyes fell on the sea in the distance. The sea held great power in the moonlight, yet was as calm as it could be. The waves were cascading away, and he and his big sister were going away, too, to a place in a future they had not thought of. Who isn't just going with the flow? If you want to hold your future and destiny in your own hands, then you need to work harder. still too weak. The sky over the sea slowly brightened, as if ignited by fire, blazing red flames covering the sky. As the sun rose, the skeleton ship changed back to its normal appearance of an ancient-style building ship. Bai Miao-chan and Song Xianyangzi rinsed their mouths with tea, brushed their teeth with a bamboo wooden horsetail toothbrush, and casually ate some steamed buns, meat, and fruits that had been prepared in advance in a mustard seed bag, following which they both wrapped up in their cloaks and slipped off to sleep in the cabin. Bai Shan, on the other hand, was on the deck of the Sea Breeze Luck Tempering, playing a set of boxing, and then also on the water to eat a simple breakfast, then also went to rest, and when the rest is over, he see if he can catch some sea fish to adjust the diet. This has been going on for about 10 days or so. The skeleton ship had sailed to parts unknown. The weather at sea was starting to get weird. Sometimes it was especially hot, so hot that you couldn't wait to be naked, and sometimes it was especially cold, so cold that wrapping up 2 layers of quilts wasn't enough, and this was completely contrary to what Baishan had learned in his previous life. In this otherworldly sea, even at the same latitude and longitude, the weather can vary wildly. Obviously, the weather doesn't change on its own, and the light is about the same at the same latitude and longitude, so it stands to reason that the difference would never be that great, but it is. Baishan had a guess after a little thought. There must be some kind of regional object that had completely changed the local regional temperature. He found an opportunity to directly ask the little pendant that was always close to him during the day. "Miss May, what's the big change in the weather in the last 2 days?" Xiao Mei said. "Auntie only needs to know it's some corpses." A corpse? Baishan directly thought of the corpse of Yentua mentioned in the Ice and Fire Kingdom's Cortex scroll. The corpse of Yentrai is in the south of Ice and Fire. Reclining fire lotus, wrathful statue, 9 heads with human faces. On top of that, this weird building ship they were traveling on was actually a corpse. Subconsciously, he asked, "Are these corpses of the mighty?" Xiao Mei thought for a moment and said, "There are all of them, those who are powerful and those who are not. As long as they have reached a certain level, after death, there will still be power, and the dispersion of this power will last for a long, long time, and the surrounding environment and even life will be affected." Baishan was stunned in his heart. "Does this sound like nuclear radiation? Corpses have this effect?" Baishan said. "Miss Xiao Mei, can you elaborate?" Xiao Mei said in a charming voice, "Marry me then say, otherwise don't think." 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The 2 women's biological clocks are completely reversed, both sleeping during the day and sitting on their spines at night, talking and chatting. And this night was always a little different. An island of scorched red soil appeared in front of the crowd, but as the skeleton ship sailed, it was possible to see that the north side of that island was icy white. The closer the skeleton ship got, the bigger the island became, and by a hasty estimation, it was feared to be several times bigger than the 3 counties of Peach Blossom, Qing Yuan, and Fishboat plus Pan Mountain. This island looks like the Ice and Fire country, so you don't even have to ask. The crowd had expected to land, but the skeleton ship circled around to the other side, and then stopped at a great distance, as if it had thrown an iron anchor, and stood quietly on the sea like a reef. Captain Straight Chen, who had been missing during the night, appeared, with an extra hooked knife at his waist. The little plum girl ran out too. "Auntie, we'll be back in the morning," Shenji urged again. "Never, ever go inside this skeleton. There's nothing else. Even if someone attacks, nothing will happen." After saying that, he bent down, grabbed a white bone canoe and threw it onto the water, jumped onto it together with Xiao Mei, and went far away, gradually disappearing. On returning again the following morning, the 2 men were, however, fully loaded. Shenji set out the objects one by one, which were 200 jade wine altars, 2 odd gray boxes, and 2 red fist-sized meat sacks. Instead, the little wannabe was holding 3 earthy red flowers in her hands. The red flowers looked from a distance as if they were candle flames dancing in the darkness of the night, full of dynamism, but up close they were red flowers. Shiroyama saw these things and instantly realized, these were clearly the items required for the Extreme Young chapter, Cultivation, the Fire Spirit Flower, the Poison Sac of the Spiny Red Gold Python, the Abyssal Bone Snow, and the Spirit Flower Immortal Brew. Only, the quantities required in his equivalent exchange were 3, 1, 1, and 100, and the amount brought back over here, except for the Fire Spirit Flower, has doubled. Little Wavegood said, "Auntie, this is the Fire Spirit Flower. It needs to be eaten while it's fresh, and immediately after eating it, you'll have the luck to digest it. But that's not too high a success rate. You give it a try. If you fail, we'll wait for the next blossom." Baishan received the Fire Spirit Flower. Little Wave of Good said, "This kind of flower, eating method is somewhat delicate. Need to pay special attention to these points." Baishan directly opened his mouth, aimed at the Fire Spirit Flower, and was about to bite it, but when he heard Little Wave Cargo say caveat emptor, He retreated again and patiently listened to her finish. When the 3 flowers enter your body and you have luck to digest them, you will feel an extra surge of warmth in your abdomen's dantian. And when you can feel it, immediately take the poison capsule of this spiny red and gold python. The entry of the poison sac into the body will bring extremely intense pain, but this pain should not be fatal. You try to stay as long as possible. The longer you stay, the higher the success rate. After simmering until it was too much to bear, he hurriedly opened this gray box and swallowed all the snow inside in one gulp. And then finally, he invoked the spiritual flower immortal brew in order to repair his body. This immortal brew, the first time you drink 1 altar is enough. After that, it is often drunk during the process of cultivation. The hardest part of the process is digesting the 3 fire spirit flowers, which should have a high failure rate. If the ant can't feel the extra warmth in her dantian, she doesn't need to take the poison sac anymore. If you have eaten the poison capsule, but feel that you can't endure the excruciating pain, swallow the snow in the gray box ahead of time. Only, in that case, it will be considered null and void and will need to be repeated next time. However, we have prepared extra resources, so your ant doesn't have to be too stressed. Hokusan listened attentively and nodded solemnly again as he understood the process. Just, what do you mean by an extra surge of warmth? It's not from the warmth of your dantian. Rather, it is a separate source opened up within you by the fire spirit flower. Shirasan still didn't really get it, but it was something that was probably in the category of something he would get in time, and he returned to his cabin during the day with these many items. Sit still for a few moments. With a wave of his hand, 3 fresh fire spirit flowers, 1 poison sac of spiny red gold python, 1 box of abyssal bone snow, and 100 altars of spirit flower immortal brew then all disappeared. At the same time, many of the conditions in requirement 2 of the Extreme Young chapter were directly fulfilled. Nearly at the same time, he only felt 3 extra warm streams coming out of his dantian, as if there were 3 extra small dantians in the dantian, and these warm streams surged up all around his body, making him feel as if he was bathing in a cozy hot spring, and his skin took on a baby-like light red color. Shiroyama exhaled. This feels so cozy. Little Miss May said that she needed to perceive a trace of warmth, but here I am perceiving 3 warmths. Shouldn't that be a problem? 77. 10 suns to intensity. Overseas ice and fire. 4. 2K words. Auntie, do you feel an extra stream of warmth at your dantian instead of a trace? Yes, Miss May. So, is that good or bad? Of course it's good. I was just thinking, since the dantian can have an extra warm stream, could someone have 2, 3, 4 or more extra streams? I haven't experienced this either, but it once said something to me during the transaction. It's considered extra information, and since Auntie has cultivated the warmth, I'll tell Auntie this information. I hope it will be helpful to Auntie. Please speak. Baishan knew that it was Dao Yueka, a former immortal who had been deceived, practiced the Extreme Young chapter by mistake, and then could never return. It says that the body and true chi are the foundation of cultivation. Normal people will reach the extreme after the ekphrasis. This extreme is the limit of mortals. The marrow cleansing pill can certainly help you rise to the limits of this mortal, allowing you to build on your original strength. Yet, it will also slow down your subsequent room for growth as a result, making you more and more dependent on pills, and the ingredients and formula for the potion are mostly in the hands of immortals. The immortals allowed some of the elixirs to circulate, but they hid the core ones. At that time, you will be unable to break through anyhow due to the lack of pills. What should I do? Not using a marrow cleansing pill, but relying on one's own strength to reach the limits of mortals, and then breaking through the limits of mortals, which is very rare, and very much requires enlightenment, chance, and persistent effort. I see. Cultivating the Extreme Young chapter in order to break through this limit, right? Dao Yueka said that the Extreme Young chapter is the world's most young and intense heart method. Yet what is most yang and intense? A sun in the sky, but unusual, jackals, tigers and leopards, safe and sound, 10 suns in the sky, only for the most intense, living souls, all over the fire. This yang is the dantian. The ultimate of the Extreme Young chapter was to cultivate 9 small dantians. The 9 small dantians lingering around the large dantian are the 10 yangs. Shiroyama froze. This gong method sounded very much like a martial art called 9 Yang Divine Power that he had seen in his previous life, but when he thought about it, it was different. The little wavy goods continued. The fire spirit flower. The poison sac is to help you open this little dantian, but everyone's body is different, and this does not have a high success rate. Just as if a cut is made in your dantian, you will only feel the pain of the drill, and not that the cut has been transformed into a small dantian. The snow in the gray box is used to comb this wound, and is used directly if the pain is too much to bear. Spiritual flower immortal brews, on the other hand, are warming, nourishing effects. If you feel a stream of warmth, you have gained the seed of a small dantian, and these immortal brews can help you water the seed so that it will blossom and bear fruits, and ultimately transform into a true small dantian. Then you will feel a stream of warmth. I asked it and it said that this, extreme young chapter, is successful if it can stabilize a small dantian before the 6th realm. However, what Auntie said about perceiving 2, 3, 4 strands yet it exists. Only, this one, however, is not at the time when it was first opened, but should be in the future. Shiroyama nodded. In short, he felt that the 3 warm currents meant the formation of 3 small dantians. There shouldn't be much else. The 2 of them rejoined the deck, and both Bai Miaochan and Song Shan Yangzi looked quite happy to hear that Bai Shan had actually succeeded in one go. And during White Mountain's cultivation, Shenji had long ago driven the skeleton ship around to another realm. This is not the icy north or the scorched south, but where north meets south. Vaguely, scattered houses could still be seen branching out across that red and white line of demarcation. Shenji took a sip of wine and said, "People outside say that the ice and fire country is in the north, but in fact it is not appropriate, because the south land is uninhabited, and the north land has a very small population, while only on this borderline is the climate pleasant, and the population has only become more numerous, but the combined total is probably only 300 to 400,000 people. Here you can hunt to the north, forge soldiers with the fire of the earth to the south, and be as safe as possible from the beasts of the ice forest and the snakes and bugs of the southern firelands. This place is rumored to hide a lot of secrets, so there are quite a few outsiders who have traveled thousands of miles to board this island, and under the planning of the Ice and Fire Kingdom's state lord, settled in the southern part of the exterior by the sea. When you land, go to this place. By the way, for some reason, the beasts in the northern lands seem to be in a bit of a riot, so it's best for you guys not to go deeper into the northern lands so as not to cause any trouble." After saying that, he looked at little Miss Song again, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, "Miss, Shenji is destined to only drift above the sea, and will not be able to accompany you to land, so I hope that everything goes well for you, and that everything will prevail." Knowing that this ghost's allegiance was to the miss inside her, Song Xiaoliangzi didn't even think of hitching a ride, and after smiling perfunctorily, she ran to the side of her aunt and her husband. Shenji also did not think, ran to the rear deck, tinkered a bit, while roughly humming an unknown song, while carrying a small wooden boat more than 5 meters long to the front deck, and then threw it down to the surface of the sea, and then immediately grabbed 2 oars and threw them down. Bai Shan led the 2 women down to the wooden boat, with Miss Xiao Mei's red dress flowing close behind. Then the division of labor is clear. Bai Shan and Xiao Mei rowed the boat, while Shan Yang Song and Bai Miaochan looked at the scenery. Bai Miaochan turned slightly sideways and scooped up the water with her hand. The sea is turquoise blue and pure, while the temperature is quite a bit higher than that of Cockatoo Harbor, as if it were a spring river. "Turtle, here you go back to the sea." Bai Miaochan pushed the little turtle that had just eaten some meat, and the little turtle looked at her with open eyes, and she also looked at the little thing with some reluctance. But parting is always coming. People have their own paths, and turtles have their own paths, and keeping them is imprisonment, and it's not good. She gritted her teeth and moved down the barrel slightly, gripping the sides with one hand and going to lift the bottom with the other. Bai Shan suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the mouth of the barrel, then sent it vertically out of the boat and slowly pressed it into the seawater until the seawater didn't go over the barrel. Then he slightly flipped it over, letting the turtles in the barrel leave. Bai Miaochan leaned over to look, only to see the little turtle floating in the turquoise blue and warm sea water, far away from eyeing the boat, far away, farther and farther away, so far away that they could not see each other. Bai Miaochan withdrew her line of sight, then took the empty barrel back into her mustard seed bag. This barrel would have other uses in the future. Ever since Bai Shan had given her that small mustard seed bag of 3 or 4 square meters, the space had been filled with firewood, rice, oil and salt, full of red dust. As the lone boat got closer and closer offshore, Bai Shan suddenly stopped and grabbed out 3 large cloaks with hoods, distributing them to the 3 women. "Put them on. We don't know what's on the island yet." Xiao Mei did not receive, but raised his hand on the body, gently caress. That a gorgeous red dress became ordinary red clothes, black hair from the shoulders down, in the waist into a pigtail. The overall appearance, ghost bride style, is gone. Instead of the image of a somewhat sick woman in red, Bai Shan wondered, what kind of power is this? It's just a small spell. When the realm arrives, Auntie will be able to learn it as well. Auntie's foundation is so solid, when you really wait to learn spells, you'll definitely be powerful as well. So is this an illusion? Yeah, and what exactly are you wearing? Shiroyama was a little curious. Xiao Mei suddenly laughed, and she exhaled like an orchid, suddenly coming up to Bai Shan. "Master, if I say I'm not wearing any clothes, do you believe me?" Shiroyama said seriously. "Don't believe it." Little Miss Mei smiled and said, "But people really did not wear it." Bai Shan froze, and the oar in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, realizing that little Miss Mei was often close to him. This, little Miss May reached out and lifted the pale hand in the red sleeve. Auntie, if you don't believe me, touch this hand and then touch the sleeve to see if the feel is the same. Behind the two of them, Song Xiaonyangzi, who is already regarded by Shan as a potentially mortal cultivation stock, is shaking cold. +1, +1, +1. Bai Miaochan shouted. Bai Shan, Ning is angry. The little plum girl laughed goosey-goosey. The boat docked with laughter. Once the four of them were ashore, the little plum girl pushed the wooden boat far away, and it drifted back toward the center of the sea with the current. Shiroyama gave a strange look. Little Miss May said, "It will float back." Only then did Shiroyama look back at the new land. From a distance, the north side of the Snow White, the south side of the burnt red, but really wait for the landing, only to find that the land is actually a spring scene, in grass as far as the eye can see, during the period of a number of houses, not too dense, not too sparse, probably out of the door. At most, walk up a minute or two to arrive at the neighbor's house. Not far away, you can also see a small bazaar. There are many people directly over there to set up stalls to do business. The order is actually quite good. Xiao Mei said, "This is the outskirts of the ice and fire country, and it's also a place for outsiders to live. So where are we staying? Need to ask around?" Bai Shan was completely unfamiliar with the place, and was ready to hire a tour guide with money. But it was obviously not the first time for the little plum girl, and she led the three of them lightly to a small attic not far away. There were not many people in the attic, only a woman in spring clothes. The woman was slightly fat and was dozing off. Only when she saw the visitor did she raise her head, and after seeing the visitor, she said, "Is it new?" May said directly, "We want to stay long." The woman said, "If you want to stay for a long time, you have to rent a house, and then we will also help you with the formalities of this ice and fire country. What kind of house do you want to rent?" "Ordinary houses. 30 taels of silver a month. There are also houses on first-order aura land that are 1 lower-grade spirit stone for a month's stay." Bai Miaochan, Bai Shan instantly felt like he had become a rustic. The houses here were too expensive. 30 taels of silver could buy a house in the Skywing Mansion. When Bai Shan thought of having to live here for 10 years, he panicked a little. Oh no, there wasn't enough money. Even living in an ordinary house was far from enough, not to mention living in a house on an aura land. He remembered that the condition for completing the second requirement of the Extreme Yang chapter was to live for at least 1 year in a place of second-order aura where the power of the fire element is rich. However, not to mention the second-order aura place, even this order aura place has to be 1 lower-grade spirit stone a month. Although he didn't know how much a lower-grade spirit stone was worth, he felt that it must be worth a lot, much more valuable than silver. Song Xianyangzi's eyes instantly lit up when she heard Land of Aura and whispered, "Live in a house on the Land of Aura." She didn't do it for the sake of cultivation, but for the sake of rubbing some aura, in order to see if there are any immortals on the Land of Aura, and if there are, she will have to think about it more. For example, to see if the immortal can remove the lady in her body. For example, to bring her potential husband to the immortal. However, little Miss May did not intend to live in the Land of Aura. She took out 2 pigeon egg-sized crystals from her bosom and handed them over, saying, "Ordinary houses, 5 years." The woman froze, then revealed a look of delight and smiled. "Good. I'll take you guys to pick a place. Guarantee to pick a good, peaceful place." Apparently, the value of May's 2 pigeon egg crystals exceeded the original rental fee by quite a bit. Bai Shan calculated, 5 years of ordinary houses. The normal price is 1,800 silver. Then the value of this 1 pigeon egg crystal is more than 900 taels. This pigeon egg crystal should be the so-called lower-grade spirit stone. Song Xiaonyangzi was quite unhappy, muttering, "I said I would find a place for my husband to cultivate, but how come I don't want to spend money here? How can you practice without spending money?" Saying that, she even took the initiative to pull Bai Shan's sleeve, going so far as to say in a somewhat petulant voice, "Sire, we don't live in that ordinary house. Let's go to the Land of Aura, White Mountains." Bai Miaochan pulled over little Miss Song and said softly, "Ning Ning, stop it." Song Xianyangzi's pretty face was full of angry grudges. She angrily stomped her feet and said, "I didn't make a scene. Didn't I say that I would let my husband cultivate? Why don't I go to the place of Aura now?" But no one cares about her anymore. Song Xianyangzi was so angry that she directly ran towards the door. Bai Miaochan hurriedly followed her out, and Bai Shan was afraid that something would happen to the two of them, so he also went with them. It wasn't long before the slight woman handed the store over to another person and hurried out, leading several people to see the house. After spending roughly half a day's effort, the group chose a 2-story pavilion near the lake. That's right, the lake. It's a freshwater lake formed by rainfall on ice and fire country, and there are animals like fawns and hares running around the lake. In addition, the house is also quite large, quiet environment, The distance from the nearest family is more than 200 meters away, can be said to be detached villa level. For this reason, Little Miss May drew out 3 more 100 taels denomination silver tickets and handed them over. The silver ticket is the ministry of the household. Ice and Fire Country and the Dacian dynasty have exchanges, so also recognized the Dacian dynasty's ministry of the household silver ticket. When Little Miss Song saw that the scenery was not bad and the houses were quite beautiful, she stopped making a fuss and then ran to the new house to select a room. Hakusan and May, on the other hand, were sitting on the edge of a freshwater lake. Baishan looked at the scenery here, which was like a picture scroll, and only felt relaxed, feeling that the exhaustion of the journey was all worth it. It's really hard to imagine that the Ice Fire Kingdom is actually such a place. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's really like a paradise outside the world. The little plum girl took the teenager by the arm and leaned on his shoulder, her peach blossom eyes squinting gently in the sunlight. Baishan said, "You gave that man 2 lower grade spirit stones, right? How much silver can you exchange this inferior spirit stone for?" Little Miss May said, "A lower grade spirit stone is 1,000 taels of silver. For us to live in a house in an ordinary lot, for 5 years it would have only been 1,800 taels of silver, but I gave her 2,500 taels, otherwise she wouldn't have arranged it in such a good place. This is too expensive." It's true, practicing without money is simply not possible. Baishan secretly spat in his heart, then asked the question in his heart, "Is this where I'll be practicing?" Little Miss May said, "Of course not." 78. Corpse of Yentra, first level spell, 4. 5k words requesting monthly votes. Overseas, the land of ice and fire. North-South Junction, Periphery, Freshwater Lakeside. Little Miss May said, "The place we're going to is a second-order aura place, but this second-order aura place is not an ordinary aura place, but rather a place where the power of the fire element is dense. If an ordinary person goes there, they will faint if they are drunk, or die if they are infected with fire poison, so it is not suitable for Miss Bai and Miss Song to live in that kind of place. Today we rest for the night, and from tomorrow I'll take you there." Baishan was still thinking of letting Sister Meow Meow recover with the help of a second-order aura land, and when he heard that, he directly dismissed the idea, but after a second thought, he said, "Bai Miaozan's body is a bit weak and she can't cultivate, saying that her martial vein has been broken, so if I take her to a first-order aura land, will she be able to be conditioned and recovered?" Little Miss May said, "The land of aura nourishes people, but it is unable to renew broken veins, so it is useless to go there." However, Miss White was also the one who kept secrets, and the fact that the Crane Fairy couldn't get on her was enough to explain it. The Crane Immortal, an inspector sent by the Immortals on Earth, specializes in decapitating us demons. It was the first time Baishan heard Miss Xiaomei call herself a demon, and he said, "I don't think you guys look like that." Little Miss May froze, and laughed goosey-goosey, "Because, Auntie, you look like us, so of course you don't think we look like demons." White Mountains. Little Miss May said, "How can anyone be so fierce, who was an ordinary martial artist a month or so ago, and then a month or so later slaughtered thousands of people from the entire Pan Mountain cottage in one breath? Auntie, someone like you is a born demon and a born human butcher." Baishan sighed softly and said, "Is there really no way to renew Bai Miaochan's veins so that she can cultivate?" Little Miss May said, "Miss Bai is not a matter of broken veins. If she lets me get on top of her, I can probably see her secret as well. However, she obviously doesn't want anyone to know, and I wouldn't want to treat your aunt's loved ones like that. When you have the chance, Auntie, you'd better ask her. She should know her own situation very well." "I see." Baishan nodded his head as he looked at the mirror-like lake in the distance, somewhat lost in thought, not realizing that Sister Meow Meow had no less secrets as he did. For her part, the little plum girl was leaning comfortably against him, like a red fox taking a nap. Baishan from the pure yang body into the yang yin body. The physical quality is more and more rare. This rare physical quality also gave the girl Xiaomei a once the sea is difficult to water feeling. How can you look at a small stream when you have once seen the ocean in all its splendor? Having once embraced a man like your aunt, how could you ever look at another man? If you compare the aunt's yang energy to the rising tide of a river, other men's is like water dripping from a rock crevice. Too little, too little. Baishan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Miss Xiaomei, you said before that extreme changes in climatic conditions are often caused by corpses, so is this scorched earth of the ice and fire country brought about by that corpse of Yindao?" "Aha, I guess so." The little plum girl didn't even open her eyes, just nodded her head that was resting on her aunt's neck. "Then where is the corpse of Yentra?" "The land of Aura was brought about by the corpse of Yentra. Normally, if you look towards the center of the land of Aura, you will be able to find the corpse of Yentra. However, these corpses will form a separate small world because of the persistent and powerful energy that has not dissipated. To actually be able to open up a small world even after death?" Baishan was a bit surprised. Then how strong should it have been when it was alive? Are the mighty of this world strong enough to do this? And based on the sea voyage, there should be many more corpses of this too. After all, He'd only been sailing a certain route for half a month, and he'd come across a few. Little Miss May shook her head. The ability to form small worlds may not be the power of these existences themselves. What's that? Hijack. Little Miss May spat out a word softly, but did not expand on it, instead saying, in short, trying to find the entrance place of the corpse of the inferno will take a great deal of time. If there is no chance, you may not be able to find the entrance even in your lifetime. Even if the entrance was found, that small world of the corpse of Yentra was full of unknown dangers. Under the influence of the corpse's powerful force, all life in the small world has long since undergone a strange mutation. So, will there be a chance inside? Very little. After all, it's just a corpse. If there was really any treasure, it would have been taken in advance. Where would it wait until the corpse naturally formed a small world? Therefore, no one will bother with these small worlds, but rather the places of aura around the small worlds will be good places to cultivate. Then, what kind of realm of existence would transform into a corpse like this after death? Shiroyama continued to ask. However, this time he didn't wait for a reply. The little wannabe silently pulled the red thread from her lips. Shiroyama froze, but whirled around to understand. The reason for introducing the corpse of Yentua in the small world is that these two will have an impact on his cultivation afterward. But the realm belongs to the additional knowledge expansion. And if you want to obtain this knowledge, then you need to marry Miss Xiaomei. White will not ask for the time being. Looked around the house. Those houses are not in front of the door. The door is locked. The owner obviously either did not come back, or did not save social intentions. He retracted his eyes. Into the night. The first night on ice in Fire Country. The sound of the waves was coming from far away, while the sound of water was coming from inside the room. Behind the mantle, little Miss Song was sitting in Yu's bathtub, enjoying a petal bath. The petals were picked at the lake. Bai Miao-chan said that this kind of flower is good for the skin, tranquilizing the spirit and condensing the qi, and whitening the fragrance. So Song Shao Nyangzi used it to do sprinkle in the hot water. Her hair bun untied, ink-colored hair wrapped in cold jade ceramic-like body, arms like water catkins, scooped up a cupped cup of warm water floating red petals, splashed on the skin. She glanced slightly sideways at the figure at the other end of the mantle. Shiroyama is sitting in front of the window and seems to be tuning up. After thinking for a while, little Miss Song twisted her lithe slender waist and cried out in a delicate voice, Xiangong. Shiroyama didn't agree. She continued to cry out like a cat, Sagittarius, Sagittarius. Shiroyama asked, what's wrong? Little Miss Song delicately said, I'm probably tired from my journey. My shoulders are a bit sore. Come over and help me rub them off. Baishan got up and walked over. At least he was a husband and wife. He could still help with this kind of thing. Little Miss Song said shyly, Take off your clothes and pants before coming in. Baishan froze and silently retreated again. He was thinking about cultivation and how to help Sister Miao Mao renew her veins. He really didn't have the heart to mess with this. This time out, he is considered to be outside the door to see the mystery and danger of the world, then thought about how to get stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise the fate of the end of the day, like floating on the water, to stay or go cannot help themselves. Song Shanyangzi saw him backing off, humming in a delicate voice, her hands slapping the water in anger. As he was filming, he suddenly felt a man standing behind him. She looked back and realized that Shiroyama had circled back at some point. She then stopped patting the water, pointed to her gelatinous, silky shoulders, and said in a delicate voice, Sagittarius, sour. The two of them have seen everything and are husband and wife, so this is not avoiding suspicion. Baishan raised his hand to help her knead her shoulders while asking, what exactly do you want to do? Song's little lady, on the other hand, started blowing her pillow. Sagittarius, that May rented the house for 5 years. We won't really live here for 5 years, will we? Baishan said, maybe. After all, I need to cultivate, and only when I'm done can I heal you. Little Miss Song said angrily, I don't want to heal my wounds. It's that young lady in my body that needs to be healed, right? I'm so tired of her. My dear husband, take me to that first order aura place to look for immortals. There must be immortals there. Let's find a way to get rid of this ghost lady while she's still injured. After we get rid of it, I'll take you and Auntie back to the capital and we'll go live a good life. Shiroyama said, don't you think about it. Little Miss Song said angrily, would you rather help that young lady than me? Or do you prefer a ghostly wannabe hoof like Xiaomei? Baishan also had a headache. Little Miss Song was always able to get her act together. But the problem was, when did the two become so close? He asked. Still sore? Little Miss Song was stunned. What? I asked you about your shoulder. Sour. Keep rubbing it. Sagami. I haven't said enough. Don't say it. I'm going to say it, and no one's allowed to talk. Baishan was truly convinced. He realized that this woman was really quite scary when she chattered on and on. However, he also had no intention of letting the relationship between the two fall into a complete stalemate. After all, according to what the head of the family had said earlier, Miss would leave after she finished healing her wounds. And according to Xiaomei girl said, the real Song family is also aware of the Miss healing things, and also gave the cooperation. After the Miss left, he and Song Yuning will return to the real Song family, become the real Song family aunt. So, getting along with little Miss Song wasn't an inconsequential matter to him. Before, little Miss Song had treated him extremely poorly, but this time she went out perhaps because she had seen his ability and possessed expectations for him. Expectations for him to become an immortal. Expectations for him to live to become a noble gentleman in the capital. It was this anticipation that made little Miss Song's attitude towards him change. That's kind of what he accomplished in the first place. Thinking about the condescending and disliked woman from before, and then looking at the chattering woman at this moment, they were both equally headache-inducing. Baishan just let her talk, left ear in, right ear out that is. After a while, little Miss Song finally said that the bath water was getting cold, and that's when she stopped talking. The next day, early in the morning, it was still Sister Myrtle who got up to cook. Baishan also woke up early, in the open space near the lake to play a set of boxing, moving muscles, and then vaguely saw the next house in and out of people. Seems to be a man and a woman. He is not too fond of interacting with people, and did not go up to the social intention. After the fist fight, he made his way to the kitchen. The sound of giggling and frying eggs came. Bai Miao-chan was frying a poached egg, and there was rice porridge stewing on the small charcoal stove next to her. Baishan casually asked, Sister Miao Miao, did you hear any strange noises while sleeping last night? Bai Miao-chan's petite body paused, recalling, there were some, as if they were beasts roaring, coming from the north. They sounded a bit scary. Baishan also heard it. He remembered what Shinji said before he went to the island. Beast riots in the north, so he casually chatted about it. As the two were chatting, Miss Xiaomei walked in and said, Auntie, Miss Bai, give me a hair. Hair? Baishan revealed a puzzled look. Little Miss Mei said, this ice and fire country isn't very peaceful either. If we go out, Miss Bai and Miss Song won't have the power to defend themselves if they encounter danger. So, I'm going to be a couple of spellbinding dolls who keep house. When I was making these spell grudge dolls, I put the hair of the four of us in them. Then the spell grudge dolls will only recognize the four of us, and anyone else who enters the house will be attacked by the spell grudge dolls. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Miao-chan directly pulled off half of her long hair and handed it to the little Mei girl. Baishan also felt that there was nothing to say. He had been worried about this, but he didn't realize that little Miss Mei had solved it straight away. So he pulled out his hair and handed it to her as well. Immediately, the little plum girl went back to the bedroom where Baishan was, and plucked a root from the head of the still sleeping songmistress before returning to the dining room outside the kitchen. She didn't shy away from making a spellbinding doll at the dinner table. When Baishan saw her do so, he looked curiously at it as well. The dolls were ready-made, prepared in advance, with the appearance of flowery and unknown skins sewn on, something like the handiwork of an old woman in a medicine garden. After the little plum girl finished taking the colored skin doll, she plucked another hair of her own, entwined it with the three, kneaded it into a ball, and proceeded to stuff it into the brow part of that doll. After stuffing it in, she took a needle and thread and sewed the opening in her brow again. Then, the brush and ink stone were taken out. She gently raised her red sleeve, grinding up. Not long after the ink stone is showing some plasma like red ink. Looks a little weird. Immediately, the little plum girl took the brush and dipped it in the blood ink. Her breath was still and concentrated. Her peach blossom eyes were also slightly narrowed, and there was a serious light in them, and Baishan even felt that the air around her quieted down. And not too far away, Bai Miao-chan paused in frying her eggs. Brush, brush, a few strokes of the pen. The colorful skin doll's brow more resentment. The word grievances was bloody, just like the words dripping blood on the posters of some ghost movies. Xiaomei girl right hand pinched a hand trick-like movement. The heart seems to recite the words, and then a finger point on the grievances. This finger just pointing down. A creepy atmosphere will rise up, obviously as the smoke and fire atmosphere is very heavy restaurant, but suddenly become gloomy down. The colorful leather doll's button eyes suddenly flashed up. Stitching lips also grinned, seemed to be jia laughing, and then suddenly disappeared. The little plum girl followed the example and made 4 in one go. At that time, the whole house was cold. Obviously the middle of this ice and fire country was very warm and the sun was shining. But in this house, it was cool. Walking in it, it always felt like it was being spied on by something. Auntie, this is a talismanic character from a first-level spell. Cultivators on the immortal side often utilize rune characters to create talismans, while we use them to create small things as well. The little plum girl explained. Baishan was a bit surprised. How the girl Xiaomei refused to disclose this information before. What was going on now? Little Miss May laughed in a glutinous manner. Auntie, if you skip the I Ching marrow cleansing, after that you will be in the Wanxiang realm, and when you reach the Wanxiang realm you will be able to use spells, and I'm letting you see it in advance, Bai Shan said. Then this talismanic character, is it useful for me to write it? Little Miss May said. It requires a special ink, carrier, text trajectory, luck method, hand technique, heart resolution, and many requirements. If one doesn't meet them and forcefully utilizes the talismanic characters to construct a first-level spell, then it might even backfire on itself. Shiroyama pondered. Does each word have a different effect? Different. Little Miss May said directly. Different talisman characters are different spell cores, a hidden secret more precious than martial arts feats, and each spell core is capable of constructing many spells. Even the more advanced spells are mostly made up of rune characters, though this can be very complicated and treacherous. What about the illusion you used before? That's also a level 1 spell, one that can be done on its own, without the need for a rune character. Alright, Auntie, don't ask for now. You'll naturally be exposed to it when you enter the 10,000 elements realm. However, you can't learn this grudge character of mine, in case someone finds out after learning it. You eat your breakfast first, and when you're done, it's time for us to go to the south of the ice and fire country. Aha, Bai Shan answered, took the bowl of kanji handed to him by Sister Meow Meow and started to eat another fried egg. There was a gleam in his eye, because this world actually does have spells, and they're graded. This meant that the spells and cultivation system in this world was sound. Suddenly, he became excited about the future. P.S. Request for monthly tickets. 79. Second order spiritual ground. Terrorist enhancement. 4. 9K words. After breakfast, the White Mountain and the little plum girl donned their cloaks, left the house, and made their way south around the lake and through the marketplace. The ground began to gradually and slowly turn black, then burnt red, and the temperature went from pleasant to scorching. Fewer and fewer people were met as we went deeper south, but the road is to bump into a number of people gathered in one place. Seems to be in the god chattering planning something, but in this regard, whether it is by Shan or May, are not interested in, but also do not want to make trouble. Scorched earth here and the desert is different, is not an inch of grass, but still exists some strange vines, plants. Vaguely can hear the strange sounds coming from the distance. There are snakes and insects crawling. There are strange grubs and strange screams. As he walked, the little wavy good suddenly paused, leapt onto a high rock, and pointed in the distance. Auntie, come and see. That's the place of first-class aura. Whitehill came up to her side and looked out into the distance. This place of aura is a wonderland born between scorched earth, like an oasis in the desert, giving a sense of surprise. Inside, exotic flowers and grasses, thriving, spring water gurgling, winding into a silver belt, spiritual mist floating curls, exotic aroma dispersed. Not time, there are one or two affixed to the ground floating clouds swept over. Living in the midst of it is like living in the clouds, and that's clearly only on land too. What a marvelous environment. Bai Shan sighed with emotion, then asked, do any immortals live in it? The little wannabe shook her head and said, there can't be any immortals here. At most, they are those seeking immortality, and they are still people with money and no power and no chance. After a little thought, Bai Shan also probably understood. If they ate the marrow cleansing pills, most of them have the way to the capital, and behind the capital there are immortals. If they are picked, they can go to the place of cultivation along with the immortals. Where there is a need to come to this overseas to find the place of first order aura? He asked. So are most of the martial artists here around the fifth realm? Little Wave Cargo said, the fifth realm mostly, I guess, and there are quite a few that shouldn't even reach the fifth realm. The capital's control over the marrow cleansing pill is very strict, while there are many people who will not be able to apply for it due to various reasons. So, these people gave birth to the idea of trying their luck overseas, and the place of first order aura has its own magic, and they will feel really effective when practicing martial arts here. However, if there was no great chance, it would still take a long time for them to reach the limit of mortals with their own skills. On top of that, it's not peaceful in the land of this order of aura, where fish and dragons are mixed up with each other, which is why I'd rather rent my house in an ordinary area than here. Shiroyama nodded. At the same time, the mind moved. Along the way, it seemed, he felt that this world was mysterious and scary, thinking that it would be immortal people everywhere and martial artists would be inferior to dogs. But I didn't expect that after circling around and arriving at this land of first order auras, I found that it was still full of fifth realm existences. He had slaughtered thousands of bandits, killed the joyful Maitreya, the nameless man in black, and blasted hundreds of crane slaves in the canyon. The fifth realm, to him, wasn't such a terrifying existence. However, perhaps these people also stored the bottom card. He was fine not to provoke his. However, If little Miss Song knew that there were no immortals here, she was afraid that she would be greatly disappointed. These people, are they so rich? To live in this first-order aura place, one needs a lower-grade spirit stone a month. That's 1,000 taels of silver, and a year is 12,000 taels. And if it's a long-term residence, the cost required is simply terrifying. Little Wave Cargo said, usually it's a shared rent, but there's also a cap on shared rents over here in the ice and fire country. A house is for a maximum of 6 people to live in, and on average, it's enough for each person to pay 2,000 taels of silver per year. And this figure is still affordable for many rich people. Bai Shan said breathlessly, wouldn't that be a snail's nest? It's like a snail burrowing in its shell. Little Wave Cargo said, that depends on how many houses have been built on this land of aura. The ones on this side of the ice and fire country are quite good. But, living in a house is indeed a snail's pace. Bai Shan suddenly thought of a question. Was this area planned by the ice and fire country? Of course it's the ice fire kingdom. Little Wave Goods said, these rental fees are an important income for the Ice Fire Kingdom, and they are to go into the national treasury. With that, the two of them left the place and continued south. This time, both of them sped up because they were off the main road. The environment, on the other hand, was getting harsher and harsher, with volcanoes already visible rising from the ground not far away, while nearer to the earth, reddish wiry heat was rising from the dirt. Little Wave Cargo recognized it as she walked. She suddenly stopped and pointed at a large crimson lake not far away. That's the place of second-order aura. Hakusen also saw the big lake. The surface of the lake was like a huge ruby, on which floated a light red cloud veil, and vaguely one could see a number of strange flowers born on the lake's edge, and those flowers seemed to be rootless, growing away from the ground. The temperature here was already so high that ordinary people walking here were afraid that they wouldn't be able to take more than a few steps before sweating profusely and then dying of dehydration. As for ordinary martial artists, I'm afraid they won't be able to stay for long. Therefore, this kind of second-order aura place was actually empty. Originally, Bai Shan was also worried that there would be robbing the place of cultivation and trickery and so on, but now it seems to be overthinking. And here because of the Yang Yen body's sake, in this kind of environment is not difficult. On the contrary, some fish into the water of the sense of ease. Little Wave Goods tore off the cloak. Her pale skin actually showed a pinkish color. She poured out her breath like orchids, and softly said, Auntie, there are more snakes and insects here. I'll come to protect you, and you follow the dharma of the extremely young chapter, and meditate on your cultivation. Bai Shan scanned the rootless red flowers in the distance and asked, somewhat earthily, what's that? Little Wave Cargo said, spirit flowers, but these spirit flowers are not of high quality and harbor fire poison, so they are not very useful. Spirit flower? Bai Shan suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, the spirit flower immortal brew that you guys gave me, are they all made from the spirit flowers of the land of aura? Little Wave Goods nodded. Spirit flowers that can make wine are all top quality goods now, and they can't possess toxins. This spiritual flower is not a flower born in the ground, but a rootless flower. The first order aura land only has spirit springs but no spirit flowers, so at least you have to go to the second order aura land to pick them. As Bai Shan sniffed, the more he understood the preciousness of that spiritual flower immortal brew. This is not cultivation, this is simply burning money. No money, practice hell. Little Wave Goods said, Auntie, cultivate at ease. With me as your protector, you'll be fine. This is a profound method, and if you want to be quick, you can't get there. Even if you don't make any progress in a few months, you don't have to be impatient. And if you can accomplish something in 5 years, that's pretty impressive. I see. Bai Shan nodded and added, thank you, Miss Xiaomei. This island where the ice and fire country was located had a strange climate that wasn't affected by the cycle of seasons. It's always winter in the Northland, always summer in the Southland, and all seasons in the middle ground. It's been 10 months since then. At first, little Miss Song still nagged every day to go back to the capital, but after living there for a long time, she also stopped talking, just sitting in front of the door of the hut, looking at the surface of the lake and sulking, and sometimes grabbing some tender grass prepared by Miao-chan to feed the small animals at the lake. When the weather is bad, she is not even willing to go out of the house. The clothes are not willing to wear, only with a snow-white blasphemy pants, wearing stockings lying on the couch to eat some fruit and so on. The fruits were bought back from the bazaar when Bai Shan returned, and there were quite a few of them that were local specialties of the ice and fire country, and little Miss Song had never eaten these fruits before, so there was some freshness and curiosity about them. So, little Lady Song chased after Bai Shan and asked him if these fruits were bought from the land of first-order auras. When Bai Shan tells her no, Song Xiaoyang is extra sad and beeps for him to go buy it. Then later, Bai Shan bought some new fruits, saying that they were bought from the land of aura, so little Miss Song was extra happy, treating them like treasures, and when she ate them, she even became elegant in her movements, and her eyes were filled with holiness. However, on the other hand, little Miss Song was a bit sullen every day. The reason is simple. In her eyes, her husband goes out with that Xiaomei demon every day, and after half a year, He doesn't seem to have made much progress. Songshan Yangzi heart secretly sigh. Husband this cultivation potential stock how to go on, to completely become waste stock. On this night, Songshan Yangzi burrowed into Bai Shan's arms, wanting to blow some more pillow air so that Bai Shan would take her to the land of first-order auras to look for immortals. But before she could speak, she suddenly heard the door to the house open with a pop. Bai Shan got up quickly and went to the railing of the pavilion, but he saw a red shadow rushing out of the house door early. Beyond that, it was nothing. Bai Shan saw the red shadow and asked, "Miss Xiaomei, what's wrong?" Red Shadow raised her head slightly and said, "Auntie, it's nothing, you go to sleep. It's just that, I'm going out for a bit." She took 2 steps, turned around again, and said gruffly, "If I'm not back by nightfall tomorrow, you'll retire this house, put the 4 dolls in a mustard pouch, and find a new place to live." With that, she grabbed another pouch and tossed it upwards. The bag flew to the foot of White Mountain, and the knot of the rope opened, revealing a single shimmering lower-grade spirit stone inside. Whitehill knew that it was the cost of re-renting his house. He pocketed it into his mustard pouch and checked it out, totaling 30 pills. That's 30,000 taels of silver. This huge sum of money made his heart shocked, secretly exclaimed "give too much," and then looked up, but found that the little plum girl has disappeared in the darkness. Did someone's genjutsu come to visit? Hakusen remembered the scene earlier when the curtains of the carriage had been knocked away. Yet no great battle has broken out. That means that the one who came is not an enemy, but someone that Miss May knows. So, could it be Captain Shinji? What happened then? The next day, as soon as it was light, Bai Shan went out and made a round outside, wanting to discover anything unusual in order to find the reason why Miss Xiaomei had gone out. There was quite a bit of news about the anomalies, but it was all about snowy disappearances, beasts going crazy and rushing the city time, and so on and so forth. Some people were whispering about the Southlands. Bai Shan had a good ear and quietly listened to the meeting, but he realized that these 2 things were not much connected to the departure of the little plum girl. Obviously, this anomaly most likely had nothing to do with the Ice and Fire Kingdom itself. So, White Mountain was ready to move. Luckily, though, by mid-afternoon, the little plum girl reappeared at the lake. She looked a little tired, but the anxious look between her brows was gone. "Auntie, I'm back." She flew over and took Shiroyama's arm. Bai Shan only felt a coldness in his body, knowing that his own yang qi was in a state of supply, but this supply was still within his tolerance. He asked softly, "What is happening?" Miss Xiaomei said softly, "Does Auntie still remember the Crane Immortal ambush we encountered on our way to Jizu Harbor? Remember, you said that was the Crane Immortal using some treasure to detect our trail. Things may not be that simple." Little Miss May looked a bit tired, obviously having fought with someone last night and this morning. "We've been targeted again. However, it's fortunate that Chunji has been guarding the surrounding waters. He spotted the incoming people and informed me in advance, then went forward with me to intercept them, and finally killed all of them." "What is it?" The Immortals sighed. Little Miss May said, "Miss's injuries were actually left behind after a fierce fight with an immortal, only that the immortal who fought with Miss was also severely injured and needed treatment as well. At this time, he must be close to being cured, so he is mobilizing all his forces in search of the young lady." "So have they locked down the Ice-Fire Kingdom yet?" "And no, they're still just casting their nets, but we won't let them lock onto this place." Little Miss May suddenly grabbed onto Bai Shan's sleeve and said, "Auntie, today, we'll continue to go to the second-order aura place to cultivate. We must race against time and not pull off a single day. It's just that it takes 5 to 10 years to cultivate this extreme young chapter, and I don't know if it's still too late." Her eyes were rarely a bit out of focus, and suddenly she tilted her head again and said, "Whether it's too late or not, Auntie, you shouldn't mess up. Wanting to be quick is not enough." Shiroyama nodded. "Understood." In an instant, another 2 months had passed. Bai Shan, who was sitting at the edge of the great blood-colored lake, suddenly felt something in his heart and snapped his eyes open. A wave of scorching inflammation and fire-like power surged into his skin, bones and muscles, and his internal organs. Mortals would be burned to death by the flames, but the flames made him feel incredibly comfortable. Around the Dantian, it was even more obvious that 3 additional, stable, small dantians capable of storing qi on their own could be felt. After a long period of cultivation, these 3 small dantians had been linked to his 12 meridians, allowing him to save about twice as much true qi as others. New information about the power came to mind. Hakusen, longevity, 17 of 148, gift, equivalent exchange, realm, martial arts v realm, overall enhancement 4, true qi cloth 3, extreme young chapter, true qi mind technique, 6th level, effects, triple yang, fiery fire poison control, fierce tiger whistling at night chapter, forging level, 9th level grand completion, effects, yang yin physique, tyrant, night demon, whale swallowing mind technique, jinchi mind technique, 9th level of perfection, function, whale swallowing qi, dragon spitting pearls, 4C's mind technique, True Chi mind technique, 9th level of great perfection, effects, sitting in oblivion, startling the dragon. Overall evaluation, you have not taken the I Ching marrow cleansing elixir, yet your physical strength has already reached the extreme of I Ching marrow cleansing. You have not acquired the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill, yet you already possess the true chi catalyzed by the marrow cleansing pill? Shiroyama referenced the inexplicable comment, then quickly scanned his changes, feeling the increased power at that moment. Overall enhancement 4. Forging and dietary therapy can make a martial artist's physique 2 to 3 times more than that of a normal person. True chi feedback and long-lasting exercise will be another 2 to 3 times stronger than the former, and a qualitative change is born after I Ching cleanses the marrow. However, there are advantages and disadvantages to I Ching marrow cleansing. The unusual ones only enhance 2 to 3 times more than a 5th realm martial artist, but the extreme ones can enhance 4 to 9 times more, and this is the limit for mortals. True chi cloth body 3. Dantian true chi cannot be significantly increased from the body enhancement, but it can be obtained through the medicinal power in the marrow cleansing elixir. After acquiring it, your basic true chi has been significantly improved in terms of storage, purity, speed of use, speed of recovery, and the way you use it, reaching the normal standard for the ease of marrow cleansing realm. After looking at the overall one, he looked at the 2 additional powers brought by the 6th layer of the Extreme Yang chapter. Triple Yang, you can additionally utilize 3 extra small dantians to make all of your own true chi type attacks. 1. 8 times higher, 6th level, obtainable, 1.8 times. This is truly exaggerated. Bai Shan understood how terrifying the increase would be when this 1.8 times was superimposed on his previous powers, and that's just the 3 suns. What would happen if all 9 small dantians were practiced? He continued to watch. Fiery Fire Poison Mastery. All of your true chi attacks can be accompanied by fiery fire poisons containing the 5 elemental fires, and at the same time, you can seize the 5 elemental fires, or fire poisons, and make them directly into your own power, 6th level, obtainable. When Baishan saw the information on fiery fire poison control, he directly understood 2 things. First, his Yang Yin physique can now use the 5 elements of fire power bonus. Secondly, the healing that the mysterious lady needed from him should be absorbing the fire poison of the 5 elements of fire. Only, the fire poison that even Miss couldn't resist. Could he withstand it after absorbing it? Putting aside that query for the moment, he did an interval intersection and calculated the strongest power of himself today. In the nighttime I sat in meditation for 10 breaths, then completed the whale swallowing of chi, then utilized the fire poison true chi, while opening the 3 small dantians. So, the most power that can be boosted is 2 times 2 times 1, 5 by 1, 5 by 2, 8 times. Well, that's 25, 2 times my original power. In the words of the game in my previous life, that's a 2520% damage from this blast, and I turned out to be able to boost it only 6 times. That's an exaggerated increase. On top of that, my body seems to be stronger than ever before, and this is still only the 6th layer. If I'm able to step into the great perfection, I think I'll be able to reach the limit of breaking through this so-called mortal. Bai Shan had some expectations in his heart. 80. Meeting you may not necessarily not be our chance. 4. 3K words begging for monthly votes. Auntie, are you still human? The little plum girl was speechless. This previous time when he was practicing the Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter, Auntie was out there messing around on her own. Perhaps she had encountered some kind of chance, but this time, when she practiced the Extreme Young chapter, her aunt was under her nose the entire time. She knew at a glance what her aunt had done and what she hadn't done. Auntie, he's just quietly practicing. But how is it that it's only been a year since he broke through to the 6th layer? Is this still human? Without saying much, Bai Shan raised his palm and clasped his 5 fingers in vain. All of a sudden, the red chi that was free from the surrounding area converged towards him and drilled into his palm, causing the skin at his palm to turn red. Bai Shan looked at the surrounding area, and then took a fancy to an exposed piece of red-colored stone, which he had tried before, and which was harder and heavier than iron. Although it wasn't quite as heavy as the weight of the black needles contained in that metal hive in his mustard pouch, but it was quite exotic. He pressed his red palm directly into the stone. Without exerting himself, he gently touched the stone. The sound of giggling and puffing burst out. It's like king's water splashed on metal. The stone was violently corroded while it began to bubble violently as if it were boiling. Shiroyama withdrew his hand. Little Miss May. Bai Shan continued to take a deep breath, aiming at in or more than 10 feet away and blowing continuously. Dolce & Gabbana. As he exhaled, grooves directly emerged from the ore, as if they were highly corrosive venom bullets. During this time, even though he was cultivating the Extreme Young chapter, he kept developing his original power. Among them, the Dragon Ball became the Dragon Arrow after the Dragon Sword. Originally, he could only spit out the Dragon Ball in one bite, causing damage at a distance of several steps. It can only be exhaled in long bursts, making the breath coherent and transforming it into a Dragon Sword, dealing sustained damage at a medium distance of more than 10 paces. But now, this Dragon Arrow out is directly able to attack to a distance of 100 paces, and without weapons, cannot be defended, and carries a strong fire poison, can be called Poison Dragon Arrow. He didn't need a weapon anymore. He takes a breath, and he can have a terrible and insoluble weapon. The little plum girl looked dumbfounded. Auntie, it's true that you're not an ordinary man. What kind of talent is this? The arrangements for returning to the capital are not even in place yet. And you're ready? That's too soon, isn't it? After a long time, she came back to her senses and said in a glutinous manner, Auntie, then let's heal Miss tonight. That day, late at night, the black veil drifted by, blocking the bright moon on the sea, and the roar of the beasts of the Northland rose and fell. Very disturbing. Sue is annoyed with these howls. Songshan Yangzi's beautiful eyes are closed tightly, her chest lurks, and she rolls around on the bed and couch. How can she not sleep? She glanced at her husband, who was sitting in front of the window, and suddenly said in a delicate voice, My husband, staying up too long will hurt your body. Shiroyama said, You sleep first. Song Yangzi's long legs clamped the quilt, rustling again for a while, but I don't know what happened. Simply couldn't sleep, so she said again, Xiangong, get into bed. Bai Shan did not say anything. Tonight to heal the mysterious lady. If you go to bed at this time, woke up at midnight, he and the big brother shared a room. It will seem disrespectful, so he added, You go to sleep first. Songshan Yangzi gave a petulant and when she saw that her husband still didn't respond, she said angrily, Bai Shan, I heard that staying up all night will kill you. White Mountains. Little Miss Song continued, When you die, I'll marry someone else and give birth to someone else's children. White Mountains. This little Miss Song is also doing everything she can to get him into bed. How can she say such things? He asked. What's wrong with you today? I don't know. Just a little distracted. Songshan Yangzi said, Oing oing oing, are you coming up or not? Shiroyama sat down on the edge of the bed, like a little girl who didn't know any better. Songshan Yangzi slept to the edge of the bed and grabbed his hand, then said, Sangong, when will you take me to a first-order aura place to see it? I've never been to that kind of place before. There should be a lot of immortals in there, right? Bai Shan said, There are no immortals inside. Just some martial artists. Little Miss Song put on an injured look and said, You actually lied to me in order to not bring me? You don't have to lie to me if you don't bring me. Shiroyama said, You sleep. Songshan Yangzi took his hand and said, Let's go to the immortals together, so that the immortals can kill or drive away that female ghost inside me, and then we'll go back to the capital together. Okay? Shiroyama said no more. Song Yangzi said some more, and found that she still could not persuade her husband to go to that first-order aura place, so she snorted, angrily let go of his hand, and turned to the inside of the bed, with her back to him. Time passes slowly. Midnight. Shiroyama suddenly felt the candle flame in the room brighten and go out. Between a darkness and a light, he lifted his head. On the bed couch, the originally sleeping little Miss Song sat up quietly, then turned to look at him. That is a pair of deep as if bottomless abyss pupils, the color of the gods in it, as if the sun, moon and stars are frozen, time and years as clouds, see through everything, also see through everything, and with it, the creepy, icy aura, the breath, rising up in the darkness of the night, was like a great hand of cold ice clasped over one's heart, giving birth to a deep chill of fear. Hakusen realized in a flash that the lady had arrived, and at that moment, the door to the room, too, opened gently. Out of the darkness of the cloister came a woman in blood-red clothing. Little Miss May walked to Bai Shan's side and looked at Little Miss Song at this moment, respectfully saying, Miss. Bai Shan followed suit and said respectfully, Greetings, Miss. The mysterious lady said indifferently, Bai Shan, it's very good that you were able to cultivate the extreme young chapter to the 6th layer so quickly. You should have guessed my injury, right? Bai Shan said, My subordinate guesses that what Miss wants my subordinate to do should absorb the fire poison. You guessed right. The mysterious young lady coldly said, I fought with the god and was struck by a trace of bizarre fire poison. Creepy fire poison? Bai Shan's pupils clenched slightly. What kind of fire poison is it that even this mysterious and unpredictable lady said it was weird? The lady sat cross-legged on the bed and couch, a layer of muslin wrapped around her blasphemous clothes, and her cold, silent pupils looked at the darkness, as if she was pondering something. After a long time, she faintly said, That fire, as I recall, is called Tai-in Candle Flame. I was lucky enough to escape, so I slept here to recuperate. Bai Shan laughed bitterly at the bottom of his heart. Tai-in Candle Flame? That kind of name sounds scary at first. Can he absorb it? However, Since this mysterious young lady didn't hide it from him, there should be more to it. The lady said no more, but suddenly said, "Mirror." Xiaomei obediently grabbed an ancient-style bronze mirror from the void and presented it. The lady took the mirror, put it in front of her, and ruffled her long hair, causing the messy hair that was spread out in front of her to be neatly ruffled behind her, while revealing the cold face that was at that moment, by candlelight, quietly surveying herself in the mirror. Shiroyama glanced at her carefully, but realized that there was something strange about the lady at that moment. She looked at her face in the mirror, but her expression was full of a deep memory. This reminiscence made it a bit hard to understand, but it must be the relationship between Miss and Song Yunin. Bai Shan most directly is to think that Song Shan-yangzi is not this Miss' daughter, right? On second thought, he dismissed the speculation. Miss didn't know how long she'd been alive, so how could she still be in such a relationship with little Miss Song? On the other side, the lady suddenly said, "Bai Shan, if I were to destroy this Song Yuning's Yuanshan today and occupy the shell, what would you do?" Shiroyama froze, his pupils shrinking slightly. He didn't know how. If it was said that he would be unwilling to watch Song Yuaning's soul fall apart, he would definitely be unwilling to do so. That's a year together, no matter what. But the marriage was all arranged by Miss, and the purpose of the marriage was to heal Miss, so how could he say no? But for a mere 2 or 3 seconds of downtime, the lady suddenly said, "You're good. In the future, protect her." Bai Shan sniffed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the lady did not really want to occupy Song Yuning's body, but was just testing him. If he immediately said the lady occupying this body is fine or something like that, then it will definitely leave a bad impression. Obviously, the relationship between this young lady and Song Yuning was very shallow. He also noticed that the lady did not say the word house arrest. Bai Shan cast aside his distractions and responded, "Subordinate understands." Only then did the lady say, "Taiyin candle flame is the world's most bizarre flame. Even though there is only a trace of it, it is still far from being something you can withstand. However, this trace of Taiyin candle flame also fell into slumber along with me. In this way, you will be able to bear it. Only, the pain from the flames remained. This pain, it's not light." The lady didn't ask how Akusan chose, she just informed. Bai Shan is also impossible to refuse now. He has no choice, but if he is given a choice, he is still so choose. Jurisprudence. The Taiyin candle flame was certainly a crisis, but how could it not be a chance? A year ago, even the only technique is to rely on the dead from the corpse of the pick off of him, but now can touch the Taiyin candle flame, this kind of have not even heard of. And even the level is only known as high things. Should not go to grasp? In love. He was originally a precarious mudleg in Peach Blossom County. That is, it is difficult to eat, although talented, but in such an environment, but there is no room for martial arts and growth. If it weren't for the Song family, in all likelihood, he would have been woefully attached to the Zhao family, gone to Qingyuan County, and watched his big sister marry Zhao Huayue as a concubine. A world where he'd often heard of the rules of exchanging concubines and treating guests as concubines. So, what will happen to big sister? Will she become a plaything? If it is the surface of Zhao Huayue, he may still have some hope, but he has vaguely seen Zhao Huayue, that hypocritical mask hidden behind the real appearance, attached to the powerful, recognize the eunuch as a father, fleeing from the battlefield and then go picking peaches, backhanded and then gain the rebellious party. So the behavior of character, I can't believe it. Big sister this beautiful, to the hands of Zhao Huayue, I am afraid that it is not to go to the 8 parties to socialize, in and out of the powerful and noble family, for his benefit, and no longer free, and to the nature of the big sister, I am afraid that it will not be depressed, without a disease. It was the Song family that gave him the opportunity to make a real difference, even though the Song family was weird, even though the Song family was counting on him to heal the young lady's wounds. The Song family treated him with sincerity. It was a favor he recognized. Therefore, he revealed a smile and said rather bearingly, "I have suffered and endured the pain." On the bed couch, the lady froze slightly, staring at him for a long time, and suddenly slowly said, "Originally, I only said that it was your chance for you to meet us, but now look at your heart, your talent." After a slight pause, she said, "It may not be our chance for us to meet you." Xiaomei, who was standing respectfully, had her heart shaken and raised her head in a sudden manner, looking at the teenager at her side. She was aware of how highly rated it was. It's as if the cosmic dragon had looked down at a small sparrow near the ground and told him, "Someday you and I may be able to fly in the same world." She had heard some people outside mocking Bai Shan, telling him that even a sparrow on a branch cannot become a phoenix. But the lady had truly recognized him. Xiao Mei was a little shaken and murmured softly to herself, "Aunt," Bai Shan said. "Let's get started." "Miss," the young lady gently nodded her head, then removed the light veil that wrapped around her shoulders, and took off her white blasphemy, removing the small fitted pocket, revealing her cold jade body in the spring night. With her back facing Bai Shan walked to the edge of the bed, took off his boots, stepped on the bed, then collected his mind. Sitting on his knees, after 10 breaths, he gently inhaled a breath, slowly stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers were open, and quietly pasted to the lady's butterfly between the bones, and then transported the extreme young chapter in the fiery fire poison control. Ka, click, click, click. The air around the two suddenly condensed with many frost crystals, and the sheets and bedding were covered in frosty splendor. And the strange thing is that these frosty splendor is not continuous, but shows an irregular distribution, as if this bedding which was played by the mandarin ducks has given birth to spots. White one, red one, tiny pale fire flow from the jade gracefully delicate body outflow, as if it seems to be 100 rivers to the sea like surging to the sea. This outlet is the palm of the White Mountains. Bai Shan gazed and concentrated on absorbing this fire poison. Only a strange feeling was born from his heart. It was as if this Taiyin candle flame did not exist in the previous Song Yuning's body, but only when the young lady's Yuan Shen occupied her body. The relationship within this, involving the relationship between the Yuan Shen and the physical body, was clearly beyond his current scope of understanding. A thought flowed through him, and Bai Shan gave his full attention to drawing out this fire poison. Moments later, those tiny pale streams of fire had then all surged into him. He took a long breath, but the breath only came out, and an uncontrollable coldness surged out of his body. This cold emergence is bizarre. One moment on the shoulder, one swing on the calf, one moment on the abdomen, one moment on the waist. It's incoherent, and there's no pattern to it. It's impossible to defend against. When it emerges, it is a severe pain that freezes the soul, and when it disappears, it is unharmed. Bai Shan hurriedly activated his true qi, trying to drive away this stream of fire and make it fix to a place. But this fire flow is like a hide-and-seek master. He has launched the whole body strength, but also cannot be found. And every second, his body surfaced with unpredictable pain, which was both physically and mentally torturous. He looked grave and pale. Suddenly, a transparent figure floated out from Shan Yang-san's body, and the moonlight outside the window suddenly transformed into flowing water, rushing in and coalescing around that transparent figure, revealing a bright moonlight outline. Little Miss Song fell softly to the other side. Instead, the humanoid silhouette reached out a moonlit hand and grabbed Shiroyama's right hand. At that moment, Bai Shan only felt an extra force entering his body, joining him in this game of hide-and-seek. One incense stick of time later, Bai Shan, covered in ice, lay beside Song Xianyang. All this ice, it's his beads of sweat. Now, after some effort, the Taiyin candle flame had been driven into a small dantian. However, if he accidentally let the Taiyin candle flame show a little bit, then his dantian would be as painful as being stabbed by an ice knife one by one. 81. One life is like a cloud of smoke and should be viewed as a long life. 3K words. The Yuan Shen manifests itself externally and borrows things to take shape. Even the moonlight in the sky can be transformed into a form. Such a level was far beyond Bai Shan's imagination. Such a realm was also far away from White Mountain. At last, he was able to visualize the horror of this mysterious lady. However, he had the Taiyin candle flame in his body that even such a mysterious lady would be afraid of. The teen gritted his teeth and hid this power. Once upon a time, he could do whatever he wanted. But now, it was as if he had been put in a layer of shackles, and he needed to keep an eye on the Taiyin candle flame in his small dantian at all times. Luckily, though, he realized that when he lay still, the Taiyin candle flame wouldn't move around either, and if he was slightly agitated, then the Taiyin candle flame would be stupid. He mentally breathed a soft sigh of relief. Helping Miss Song Fu to heal her injuries had finally come to an end. Endless exhaustion ran over him, turning into a tidal wave that overwhelmed him. But he did not go to sleep on this, but forced himself to fight back his exhaustion, braced himself, panted slightly, and sat up. First, he got up and got out of bed, shaking away the shattered ice around him. Then he grabbed the red silk quilt and shook off the frosty splendor that had condensed on it, and then covered it over Little Miss Song's body. Little Miss Song is breathing evenly. She should be fine. On the other hand, the lady in the form of Moonlight had already stood in front of the window and seemed to be leaving. After awakening, it seems that Miss no longer needs to sleep in the body of Song Yuning. Bai Shan suddenly said, "Please wait. What is it?" "I have a loved one who was born with her martial vein broken by inches and is unable to cultivate. Her body is weak and she is unable to conceive. Do you have a way that can help her so that she can cultivate? If I could, I would fall into the abyss forever and never repent again." The lady looked sideways at May. Little Miss May came forward and told the story of the crane immortal occupation on the carriage. The lady said, I can help you to see. If I can help, I will not refuse. But the matter of the eternal fall into the abyss, let's talk about it after 100 years. In this life, you accompany Yuning and do not get involved in this right and wrong. By Sean froze, his heart more and more surprised, although he still did not know what the relationship between Miss and Song Yuning. But obviously this relationship is close relationship, rather than body container only relationship. Miss told him not to get involved in right and wrong. In fact, she was asking him to bring little Miss Song to live a quiet life. He is not averse to the idea of living quietly for 100 years. After all, there is a way to cultivate longevity in the world, so it is definitely wrong to make a splash and cause trouble everywhere. He had only just begun on the cultivation path of this great Tao, and it was the right time to be meticulous, to focus on becoming stronger. If the lady backhandedly dragged him into a war, into some bitter conflict, then he would be the one to refuse. So, he responded, I promise you. A few moments later, the three men arrived downstairs. It was in the small western room downstairs that Bai Miaochan lived. The little plum girl floated over to the door and blew softly inward by the crack, following up by pushing the door open. The young girl's skin was like sheep's fat. Her complexion was tranquil and soft. She was lying on her side in the spring quilt, with her back to the moonlight spilling in from the window. Her breathing was even and she had obviously not been awakened by the movement of the doorway. Shiroyama glanced at Mei. Xiao Mei said, Auntie, this is just a small dozing technique. It doesn't do any harm other than making one sleep a little deeper. Shiroyama nodded. At this time, he had some mixed feelings. Sister Myrtle obviously didn't want to tell her secret, not even if he had talked to Sister Miao Miao. However, if he didn't know Sister Myriad's secret, then how could he find a cure for Sister Myriad? Nowadays, Sister Miao Miao was 19 years old, and it would be too late if she didn't cultivate. Tonight was the night he helped the mysterious lady, and perhaps the only time he was ever close to the big brother, and there was no telling what he might encounter in the future. Therefore, even if he is hated and disliked, he must seize this opportunity to take advantage of the fact that he has just helped the big brother and plead with the big brother to help him. You need to strike while the iron is hot. After this village there is no more store. Moonlight Mist sat on the edge of the bed, raised his hand to Bai Miaochan's palms grabbed, just slapdash touch, would like to quickly retracted, but suddenly, her complexion became grave. Actually the entire Moonlight hands are held down. A long time. It was only then that Miss Moonlight withdrew her hand, meditated for a moment, and said, I see. When she said that, she added, May, go out and get off. Xiao Mei? But she answered, yes, miss. The doorway opened and closed again. Inside the house itself under the moonlight mist, White Mountain 2 people are still awake. Shiroyama was a little nervous. The Miss Moonlight suddenly said, her illness cannot be cured, nor can it be cured. Shiroyama snapped his head up. Why? Moonlight Miss hesitated, suddenly said, you need to promise me again. No matter what happens, you must quietly protect Yuning for the rest of her life, not to get involved in right and wrong. Other than that, I won't bother with whatever you do, even if you go and make friends with the immortal gods, and in 100 years, I will give you a choice. You can choose the immortal gods or the abyss. Befriending an immortal god? White Mountains. Those words had completely clashed with the Song family heads. MS. Moonlight added, but you can't let Yunin be stupid enough to tell us off. Shiroyama nodded and said, I promise you. The Moonlight Mist then said, between heaven and earth, there are 3 strange books, respectively, the Heavenly Sutra, Spirit of Life Sutra, Education Sutra. Among them, this, heaven-opening scripture, is to say all the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and within it are divided into 5 parts of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the chapter, and sutra respectively. The Fierce Tiger Whistling Night chapter, and Extreme Yang chapter, that you are practicing belong to the fire section scriptures among them. The heaven-opening scripture is held by the gods in the heavens, only, since ancient times, yet no god has been able to practice it. Do you know why? Baishan didn't say because it's hard to practice. He knew very well that the resources of the immortals weren't something he could even imagine, and the number of immortals who were qualified to touch the heaven-opening scripture was certainly very, very small. Otherwise that immortal named Daoyueku wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of begging for the Extreme Yang chapter in the heaven-opening scripture, and then been cheated. Beyond that, he had other guesses in mind, but wasn't ready to waste time by saying them, so he shook his head. Miss Moonlight said, because the wooden scripture is lost. The fairy world didn't appear long before it was lost, and the reason for this was that there was a dispute within the immortal realm, and a great power had become demonic and stolen the wood scriptures, and then the immortal realm erupted into a civil war, and the great power who had become demonic died as a result. Since then, the wood section scripture has never appeared again. It is no secret that this matter is known to almost everyone in heaven. However, the talk of being in the devil is just one side of the fairy world. I never felt that way. She slowed down a bit and pointed at Bai Miaochan. who was quietly sleeping on the bed, and said softly, and she should be the wood scripture, or the fusion of that great power and the wood scripture once. This fusion has fallen into reincarnation, and although it has forgotten past events, it still remembers quite a lot of the knowledge recorded in the wood ministry scriptures, as well as some things. Remember, too, not to expose the wood ministry scriptures to the world. Her martial vein was broken, but it wasn't someone else who broke it, it was herself. Because, after she fused with the wood section scripture, if she cultivated, she would be 1,000,000 miles a day, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a born immortal. But in doing so, she would be discovered by that old enemy from back in the day. At that time, she would not even be able to enter the wheel of reincarnation again. She may not remember much of this, but she has developed an obsessive perception. After her martial vein was broken, the place where it was broken had already been wrapped by the exuberant vitality within her body, while forming a permanent break that could never be renewed. I don't know if you can hear me when I say that. White Mountains. He nodded. If he were just an indigenous person, he wouldn't have been able to figure it out, but he had a lot of experience from his previous life. Now, he also finally understood where Sister Meow Meow got those little gourds with the spirit ecstasy, the nourishing powder, and even the powder that was able to help him blast the crane slave with one punch. Sister Mule Mule possessed all this knowledge that came from her innate nature. Making vertigo and nourishing powder is simply easy. At the same time, he also understood why that crane immortal was so ecstatic after taking over Sister Meow Meow's body, because he had discovered the wooden book of wonders in the heaven-opening scripture, and as long as this information was communicated to the immortal world, it would be an unprecedented achievement. Miss Moonlight suddenly whispered, "Actually, you shouldn't have asked me to help." Bai Shan understood what she meant, yet he only laughed bitterly. "Things are unpredictable, how would I know?" Miss Moonlight said. "However, her old enemy is someone I hate, so I'll help her hide it. So only you, me, and herself have to know the secret in this world. You don't have to worry." With that, she slowly got up. Bai Shan suddenly said, "Miss, if she enters reincarnation again, Moonlight Miss said, she is still her. But, you're not the only one with her karma, her love and hate. If all the memories of the world are awakened, you may not be the most important one to her." White Mountains. Miss Moonlight said softly, "This is the cultivation of longevity, and this is the true spirit that does not dissipate. Don't let the one life of following each other become a worldly bond. Otherwise this is a burden both to her and to yourself. You've lived too short a time, after all." After that, the Moonlight Miss will not say anymore. She has completed the help to the White Mountain, and also get the treatment. For her, this matter has also ended. It is time to leave. So, she went straight to the window and through it, following on to the vastness of the world, never to be seen again. The teenager sat silently in front of the bed. His mind has been severely scrubbed by the reality of the concept of immortality, but it didn't take long for the light to come back into his eyes. No matter what, in this life, Sister Meow Meow is his closest relative. Then, he would do everything in his power to help Sister Meow Meow, whom he knew, to fulfill the wish that belonged to her. But, it's a really mixed bag of emotions. The teenager let out a soft breath and tilted his head back to look out the window. The river of stars outside the window was boundless and mysterious, with no boundaries. The young girl was still asleep and hadn't woken up. Shiroyama lowered his head and gently pressed it against the young girl's forehead, as if she had pressed it against his forehead when he had a cold several years ago. "I'll protect you," the teenager whispered. 82. Tyene Candle Flame. New neighbor, 4. 1K words, request for monthly tickets. Auntie, I'm leaving too. Originally, we budgeted that you would cultivate the extreme young chapter to the 6th layer in about 5 years, and at that time, there will be a large ship from Chinzhou's Crescent Bay arriving in the Icefire Kingdom, and then bringing you and Miss Song back to the capital. Your martial arts order will also be sent to the real Song family. But now, everything is ahead of schedule. The little waif sighed helplessly and scrambled to take Shiroyama's arm. Bai Shan actually didn't want her to leave, because the little wannabe was too helpful to him. So he said, "You can stay." The little tramp said, "I would like to, but Miss is awake. I have to go and work for Miss." When Shinji came to me that day and I went out with him to have a big fight, I already guessed that Miss's opponent had also woken up. So, I'm sure I'll be very busy next. With that, she sighed softly again. Hakusen had never seen her sigh so many times in a row. Was this regret for the imminent loss of him as a high-powered young chi charger? The two men fell silent, then walked out of the house together, hand in hand, to the lake. The little tramp suddenly said quietly, "It's only been a year. Why didn't I expect that you would actually succeed in cultivating the extreme young chapter?" "Auntie, are you a monster?" Shiroyama said seriously. "You're the one." The little tramp perked up and said, I admit I am, but surely your aunt is too. Aunt is the most gifted person I've ever met. Saying that, she sighed softly again and looked down at the plasma-like embroidered shoes she was wearing. So much I want to be with my aunt forever. That way, you'll be able to suck in so much young energy all the time. Shiroyama said, then don't go away. The little tramp said, I have to go and help the lady. When she finished speaking, she tilted her rouged, pale face up and looked at Baek-san. Baishan suddenly fell silent. He inexplicably thought of a movie he had seen in his previous life. The movie. The woman said I have to go to work. The man said not go to work okay The woman said do not go to work. You feed me The woman said, if you don't go to work, you'll have to support me. And the man said, I'll support you. His conversation with the little tramp had the first half of the elements together, but could not be skewed to the second half, because his reasoning told him that the reason why the little plum girl was so attached to him was purely a relationship between the charger and the thing that needed to be charged, which did not involve any feelings at all. All the ambiguities are just the result of May's profession. If little Miss May was a booger-picking, foot-picking hairy bear of a hunk, maybe this hunk would be next to him every day too. Wait a minute, the big man shouldn't have the occupation of the little plum girl, and wouldn't need young energy. Hakusen felt his thoughts getting more and more skewed as he put aside his distractions and walked with the little plum girl to the moonlit lake. On the sand of the lake, there were sleeping waterfowl, and further away, there were hiding deer. The two walked by, but nothing stirred. Little Miss May suddenly stopped in her tracks, turned her head slightly sideways, and gouged out Baishan with her spring watery peach blossom eyes. This glance, seductive, charming, frivolous. Shiroyama asked, what happened to your eyes? Little Miss May laughed, then said, in half a year's time at the latest, the big ship that will receive Master Auntie and Miss Song will depart from Chenjo's Crescent Bay and come to Ice and Fire Country, and the people who will come to receive them will be their own people. When Auntie goes to the capital and settles down, maybe I'll come to see you again. It's just that, when the time comes, I'll probably use a new identity. Baishan wondered, the real Song family actually knows about me and are still willing to recognize me as an aunt? Little Miss May laughed. The relationship here is complicated. Auntie only needs to know that the Great Qin dynasty is not the only country in this world, and not everyone believes in the gods. There are still people who believe in us. Auntie, that trace of Taiyin candle flame in your body is actually your chance. After you adapt to the symbiosis with it, you might be able to borrow its power. When the time comes, you will realize how terrifying this hint of Taiyin candle flame will be. You, perhaps, will be the only one in the heavens who harnesses the Taiyin candle flame. Are the heavens the only two? So I guess there's another one who hurt the lady, right? But, Shiroyama continued, so, why doesn't the lady go and adapt? Because, at Mrs. kind of level, the power is already nearly set, and Miss can only go upwards, not out of knots. But Auntie is different. Auntie, it's only just begun, with infinite possibilities. I see. Then, Auntie will be sent here. By the way, the 4 curse grudge dolls in the house, since Auntie has cultivated the extreme young chapter, you can go and find them directly. After you find them, remember to never throw them into the mustard seed bag, otherwise the power of the spell grudge dolls will dissipate. As for the extreme young badge, I'll leave it here with you for now, and I'll retrieve it when we meet again. Well, the last word has been said. Goodbye, Auntie. Wait, is Auntie going to leave me sleepy? The little tramp's peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent moon as she looked Baishan up and down. However, today's Auntie seems tired, so tired that I can't bear to drain it. She suddenly loosened her hand on Shiroyama's arm, the first time she had ever done so of her own accord without the influence of external factors. Scarlet embroidered shoes left shallow footprints in the sand by the lake. The night wind wrinkles the surface of the moonlit lake. The little plum girl walked towards the distance, but then suddenly stopped, looked back suddenly. Her pupils were smoky and moist, and she frivolously winkingly smiled. Next time, I will make sure that Auntie will marry me. White Mountain waved his hand from afar and laughed. I'll wait for you. Yo, the little wannabe let out a teasing syllable, then laughed geese before turning around. Wei, have disappeared. Laughter as if in, but I don't see her. Only then did Baishan cover his belly as an unspeakable twinge surfaced. He held back for a long time, and the Taiyin candle flame finally came up. The teenager crouched down and sat down directly on the sand again with his knees crossed, beads of sweat oozing out from his forehead and back, followed by turning into a particle of ice that rustled and shook off. However, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, holding back from making a single sound. The next day, morning, Baishan quietly lay on the bed, trying to adapt to the extra Taiyin candle flame in his body. Last night was like a dream. The Taiyin candle flame, the heaven-opening scripture, and the cause of Sister Meow Meow's broken vein, all were too far away from him. Suddenly, the little lady saw him on his side opened her eyes, her long eyelashes blinking, staring at the person on the pillow for a while. suddenly her eyebrows raised, pulling open the silk quilt in front of her to look inside. This look, she immediately pouted. By Sean, what did you secretly do last night while I was asleep? Shiroyama ignored her. Little Miss Song sensed for a moment and suddenly laughed delicately. But it's so comfortable. It feels like my body is so relaxed and my mood is pleasant. Sunga, what have you done to me? Hakusen didn't answer, but said, the lady is gone. She has left your body. Only after the words fell, Song Xianyangzi's entire body froze, as if frozen, and then her big eyes fluttered twice. Her small mouth slightly opened, slowly sucking in cool air. With suppressed glee, she asked, word for word, really? Yes, really? You didn't lie to me? No. Song Xianyangzi suddenly lifted the comforter upwards, picking a part that border pressed between the two of them, and then burrowed into Bai Shan's arms, saying daintily, Xiangong, let's go back to the capital. Can't go back. Why can't we go back? This is still half a month's sea journey from Xinzhou's Jizhu harbor, and it's only farther from Qianzhou. And I'm injured and need to heal for half a year. During this time, I will also be watching over the ships bound for the Great Qian dynasty. Bai Shan made up a reason. Song Xianyangzi directly ignored Bai Shan's hurt, but hummed, sulked, and after a while, she looked for a small pocket, blasphemous clothes to put on, and then looked for a tie, outerwear, and ran out of the room. For the next several days in a row, White Mountain was either lying down or lying down, though he had already reached the limit of ekphrasis, which is the limit for mortals. However, he wanted to completely adapt to the Tai-in candle flame in his body, but it was also extremely difficult. It took about 2 weeks before he was able to walk and think without touching the Tai-in candle flame, and these past 2 weeks have been a rare and relaxing time for him this year. During that time, Bai Shan also discovered something that he hadn't realized before. For example, his neighbors have long since changed, from the original couple of 1 man and 1 woman to 2 men and 1 woman. For example, Sister Mule Mule was actually very familiar with this neighbor. However, because of the presence of the spellbinding dolls in the house, Sister Myrtle was never outside talking to the neighbors either, and Hakusen had such a good ear that he could hear her talking to someone else without having to get close. A few days down the road, and a general understanding of the situation. These 3 new neighbors are from the Ding family in Jinzhou. A middle-aged man named Ding Xuangue, a young girl named Ding Lingxin, and a teenager named Ding Jianxin. The purpose of the 3 coming here didn't seem to be a hidden secret, but rather, it led to a swordsman by the name of Ding Reindeer in the land of First Order Aura. That Ding Reindeer was an extremely talented swordsman, and seemed to have once been a royal envoy, but somehow he didn't take the marrow cleansing pill, and instead ran to this overseas to seek his chance. These 3 people came here either to follow the Ding Reindeer or to try to bring the Ding Reindeer back. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Bai Shan finally completely adapted to the existence of Tai-in candle flame. Even if he went all out and his true chi flowed furiously in his body, he wouldn't touch the Tai-in candle flame anymore. Only, the 3 small danchons that were originally used to store extra true chi became 2, which made his theoretically strongest explosive power drop a bit. It was a beautiful day. On top of the green grass, the teenager had changed into a strong suit and was waving his fists, playing a set of tiger fist. Between opening and closing, the strong wind gusts, suddenly fluttering and flashing, like a vicious tiger in the forest. This set of movements seems simple. Outsiders simply cannot see the name, but in fact, each punch mobilizes all the real chi around the body. These real chi flow ceaselessly, just like the tide of the river. The undercurrent surging, the internal vortex. This is by Shan deliberately, in order to enhance their own degree of adaptation to the Tai-in candle flame, so as to avoid suddenly touching the Tai-in candle flame in the future battle. However, although he only looked like he was playing a set of ordinary boxing to move his muscles, if someone were to touch his body at this moment, they would know the terror within. That person will only feel as if they are pointing to break a high-pressure bag of gas. By Shan around the body of the true chi to find a vent, it will be wildly thin out. If by Shan heart to kill, then the thin out of the true chi will be turned into a poisonous thatch, directly will touch the person pierced, and stained with fire poison. Suddenly, applause rang out from the side. Immediately following the man's voice came, "Good, well played." Shiroyama stopped moving, only to see a long-faced teenager with proper features applauding. This long-faced teenager was none other than Ding Jianxin from the neighborhood. Bai Shan swept his eyes again and realized that on the other side of the room, Sister Miao Miao was handling the vegetables while Ding Ling Xian was talking on the side. These two seemed to have just come back from the outside and circled around to hang out. Ding Jianxin laughed. "I had heard Sister Bai say that she has a brother, but this brother always leaves early and returns late on weekdays. I didn't think that I would actually happen to meet him today, but it's really not easy. These past few days, it seems to me that Brother Bai has been inside the house, so he should be recuperating from his injuries, right? Seeing that the other party was polite, Bai Shan also frankly said, not to hide from Brother Ding, it is indeed recuperating from his injuries, and it has only gotten slightly better in the past 2 days, and he has just been playing a set of punches in order to recover as quickly as possible. Ding Jianxin laughed. As the saying goes, it's hard to fight alone, and it's hard to fight alone, especially in this overseas land. This injury of Brother Bai should also be due to the loss of fighting alone. In the morning, Brother Bai might as well follow me. Before he finished speaking, Ding Lingxin, who was not far away, suddenly coughed and raised her eyebrows. Bai Shan, what realm are you in? Bai Shan said, the 5 realms of martial arts. Ding Lingxin nodded and said, that's not bad. Jianxin, go ahead and talk to him. Hearing that Bai Shan had reached the 5th realm of martial arts, Ding Jianxin couldn't help but give a thumbs up and complimented. Brother Bai is awesome. No wonder Sister Bai always says that you have a good talent for practicing martial arts. I'm only at the 4th realm of martial arts, but cousin Lingxin just broke through to the 5th realm a month ago. Bai Shan humbly said, I have average talent. Ding Jianxin was unimpressed. It doesn't matter if the talent is average. Who isn't already like this? Tomorrow, Brother Bai can follow me to the land of first order auras, and I'll take you to meet a talented swordsman of my Ding family, Ding Reindeer. In this way, Brother Bai will not be bullied when he goes outside again now that he is with us. Bai Shan froze. This Ding Jianxin was afraid that he had mistakenly thought that he had been injured by someone else, and only invited himself to join some small local power after seeing that he was at the 5th realm of the martial arts, right? Before he could respond, Xianyang Song's voice came from the 2nd floor balcony. Song Xianyang was lying on the balcony, smiling cheekily and shouting delicately, Duke Ding, we're going. With that, she looked at Bai Shan again and said, Sagittarius, shall we go? Bai Shan glanced at little Miss Song and thought of the many secrets that seemed to still exist on this ice and fire country. It would have been nice to learn something about the inside through this trip. At the same time, he was able to show little Miss Song that there were no immortals in the land of first order auras, and thus stop tossing and turning every day. With that thought in mind, he nodded and responded, good. Song Shan Yangzi heard him promise, immediately gently laughed gently, a time smile like a peach blossom in the spring, eyebrows moist like cold smoke on the water. Between the look, all is a young woman style. 83. Peer, block, 3, 8K words. Ding Lingxin is a young girl who seems to have a heavy heart, although the eyebrows and eyes are beautiful, but ultimately because they do not like to speak and laugh and appear to have some taut and rigid skin. The temperament is dull, as if it is not open flowers, but ultimately dipped in the light of the young, and show the vitality of the young girl and attraction to the opposite sex. She and Ding Jianxin were siblings, although they weren't real siblings. They were cousins and belonged to a family, which was again different from Bai Shan and Bai Miaochan, perhaps because they were of the same age and both a pair of siblings. Ding Jianxin also seemed inexplicably close to Bai Shan. Bai Shan is so bad at socializing with others, but he is also able to get acquainted with himself to the extent that he doesn't put up any defenses and calls himself brother in every breath. Hakusen had long since gotten used to the interpersonal benefits brought about by MS. Mio. This Ding Jianxin was able to be so familiar with him, and mostly because he was familiar with Bai Miaochan. He glanced at his elder sister who was sitting on a short stool in the grass, trimming her vegetables, and Ding Ling Xin who was laughing and chatting with her next to him. Ding Jianxin came over and said softly, Brother Bai, honestly, in all my life, I have never seen my cousin smile so happily. Shiroyama wondered, how can that be? Ding Jianxin hemmed and hawed, pulling Bai Shan self-consciously to the side to talk. Not far away, Ding Lingxin suddenly felt something and looked sideways, shouting, Jianxin, don't talk nonsense. Ding Jianxin rubbed his head and said, Cousin, can't you say it? Ding Lingxin's brows knitted slightly, but when she saw the smiling Bai Miaochan next to her, she hesitated slightly but said, Forget it, I'll say it, it's really nothing. She paused slightly and said, I was born in the Ding family, but my mother died early, and my father was busy, often not at home, and then my father threw me into the family sword hall, and then left me alone. And then later on, my father took another new love as not much to look for me, and when I was learning martial arts at the family sword hall, the other kids used to isolate me, but I didn't like them either. This continued until, at the age of 15, I opened the great orifices around my body, and my chi flowed like a spring and converged in the dantian. When the Ding family saw that I had broken through the 4th realm of martial arts at such a young age, they looked at me differently and became close to me. It's just, I don't want to be close to them anymore, but after I came here, I realized that Sister White was different from all those people. Really different. So, Kenshin wants to say that I like Sister White so much because she suddenly stuttered a bit, and inexplicably blushed, then said, I consider Sister Bai as a relative. Shiroyama froze. His big sister's affinity was as scary as ever. But, what's there to blush about in words like that? However, his doubts were soon answered. On his side, Ding Jianxin laughed loudly. Cousin, what kind of relatives? Don't think I can't see it. You're treating Sister Bai as your own mother. Ding Lingxin's body was shocked, cheeks bashful red. Between the eyebrows and eyes suddenly flashed a cold aura. The waste of the long sword clang sound will be out of the sheath. Between the flashes of cold light, Ding Lingxin's figure swirled up as deftly as a swallow, swept close to the ground, gritted her teeth and killed the brocade-clothed, long-faced boy. Ding Jianxin let out a strange cry and pulled out his legs to run. While sitting on a small stool, picking the leaves of mixed vegetables, Bai Miaochan was completely dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. In front of the eyes of countless crows seemed to be Gaga flew by. Shiroyama walked over to her. Bai Miaochan touched her face. Bai Shan, am I that old? No, that little girl is only a year younger than me. How could she think of me as a mother? I must be very old. Bai Miaochan was a bit frustrated. What young girl doesn't love her face? Bai Shan laughed. Sister Miao Miao, I've watched you grow up, but you're not old at all. Then why does she treat me like a mother? And a real mother? Bai Miaochan was truly shocked by this statement. Anyone who saw Ding Lingxin's look of annoyance at having her mind read, knew that Ding Jianxin had been right, that the girl who was only a year younger than her was truly drawing motherly love from her. After saying that, Bai Miaochan suddenly reacted again, got up, crossed her arms, and snapped. What do you mean I grew up under your watch? Shiroyama stood smilingly at her side. He did watch Bai Miaochan grow up when she was still young. However, after Bai Miaochan grew up a little, she directly crushed the social scum of his. So, he laughed again. I'm also the one you watched grow up. Sister Miao Miao. Bai Miaochan posed as a young girl and hummed petulantly. That's more or less the same. Shiroyama sat down next to her and squatted on the ground, grabbing the basket of vegetables and silently helping her pack them up together as well. This is a kind of ice and fire country called bisui dish. Pick the edge of the mixed leaves, whether it is stir-fried, hot and cold, or even eaten raw, are very good. High above, little Lady Song watched as her husband actually went to do this kind of work, and unhappiness naturally showed between her overlooking brows as she cried out, Sangong, don't mess with the bisui vegetables. Without looking back, Bai Shan asked, so, are you going to eat for lunch? Eat? Little Miss Song said, but isn't Auntie getting it? Bai Shan said, Auntie can get it, but I can't? Little Miss Song? She grunted, whatever. Then he turned and ran back into the house. The next day, early, Shiroyama woke up his usual early and did a set of punches. In the process of punching, he mobilized his true chi as variously as possible, but the tying candle flame hidden in the small dantian was never touched. He let his heart drop a little. However, one should not be careless yet. I can't digest this power, and once it flows away, it will be difficult to regather it in the dantian. He sat on the ground, using the foreign land as a carpet, closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, using the true chi in his body to keep flushing through the tying candle flame small dantian, and sensing the state of the small dantian during the flushing process. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking into the distance. In the distance, 3 figures appeared, Ding Xuangue, Ding Lingxin, and Ding Jianxin. Ding Jianxin ran over from afar and said, Good morning, Brother Bai. Morning, Brother Bai. We should get going. Shiroyama nodded, got up, patted the dust of grass on his pants, and said, I'll go like this. Then he looked toward the balcony and called out, Ning, it's time to go. But the response was delayed. He shouted again, Ning? A voice came from the depths of the house, coming. But Song Shao Nyang's mouth said coming, but is another half incense time. It was a long time before she pushed her way out. At that moment, Bai Shan was speechless. The reason why little Miss Song is dragging her feet so much is that she's actually dressing up. At this time, Song Shao Nyangzi was wearing a pink-breasted dress embedded with gold and red flowers. The skirt style is tight, this time wrapped in the warm fragrant soft jade-like delicate body. Exquisite convex, curved mountains. The exposed skin is more like cold jade-like noble. That is, a pair of long legs are no fat, round and firm, goose egg face, rouge lightly smeared, but also flavorful, beauty of the woman's unique womanhood at a glance. She stood in the sunlight as if her whole being was radiating light. With this kind of outfit, not to mention Ding Jianxin, even the distant Ding Lingxin, and even that middle-aged man, Ding Xuangue, all looked a little stunned, with a stunning light in their eyes. Ding Jianxin couldn't help but praise, Brother Bai, sister-in-law is so beautiful. For his part, Baishan walked next to little Miss Song and asked, "What's the point of dressing up like this?" Song Xianyangzi delicately said, "Xiangong, it's not so that you can have face in front of the immortals." Baishan said, "Go change into ordinary clothes and don't flaunt them." Little Miss Song said, "But, they've been waiting for us for a long time, so going to change again. It will be delayed." Shiroyama said, "It's okay." Little Lady Song said, "Why are you so inconsiderate of other people's feelings? They've been waiting for so long, do you still want to make people wait?" With that, she angrily ran forward and greeted Ding Jianxin, then walked next to Ding Lingxin, politely smiled and greeted her, and then began to chat about the topic of First Order Aura Land. Considering that this Song Yuning was sister by sister-in-law, Ding Lingxin was not indifferent, but chatted along with her words. Little Miss Song was full of enthusiasm. After talking for a while, the two of them became like best friends. Half an hour later, Little Miss Song couldn't walk anymore. However, thinking of going to a First Order Aura place, he actually gritted his teeth hard and held on. 1 hour later, Little Miss Song was still holding on. An hour and a half later, Little Miss Song felt like her feet weren't her own anymore, but the land of First Order auras was finally in sight. She looked at that spiritual mist, exotic fragrance diffused, just like the clouds on the heavenly palace of the aura of the place. The tiredness in her eyes was swept away. Even the movement had become elegant. Baishan was also a bit wary. Even though the little wannabe had said that most of the people in here were in the fifth realm, there was no guarantee that the others had some undercurrents as well. As he gained a deeper understanding of power, he realized that realm could only be used as a rough measure of a person's strength. In a real live battle, no one knows what will happen. Even he could explode with an additional 2 times his power. Doesn't anyone else have a card? He doesn't believe it. So, he felt he should be cautious. And flailing about in the absence of information and knowledge is the mortal enemy of prudence, and is surely not to be desired. While Ding Xuangue and the other three were walking forward, he grabbed a gray cloak with a hood from his mustard pouch, and with a straightforward flourish, draped it over Little Miss Song. All of a sudden, Little Miss Song's radiance was suddenly hidden. Little Miss Song froze and began to struggle. Baishan raised his hand and grabbed her left shoulder, his true chi slightly stabbing out. At that moment, little Nyonya Song only felt a numbness in her shoulders, and her writhing movements stopped. Her small mouth deflated, her eyes woofing as she said, You used force on me again?" Baishan said, "You can only cause trouble when you come to a place like this dressed like this." "What kind of trouble? What kind of trouble?" Song Xianyangzi argued, knowing nothing about the word death. Baishan said, "If you don't want to, then we won't go in. It's better if you don't go." Little Miss Song said, "I'll go in with Miss Ding and just look for you when I come out." Shiroyama said, "No, why not?" Shiroyama didn't answer. Little Miss Song, her face went cold and the light in her eyes dissipated. She sighed and said quietly, "Aren't you just afraid that someone else will be better than you, and then I'll follow them? You've been learning with that goblin for over a year and you don't have any confidence? Or did you actually learn nothing? It's no wonder. Cultivating immortality is the right way to go. Sagittarius, believe me, today may be where your chance lies. I will help you." Whitehill said, "Shut up." Song Xianyangzi yelled delicately, "You're still not allowed to talk." Baishan said, "If you say another word, I'll take you back immediately." He made up his mind. Song Xianyangzi so good at death. Simply pig teammates in the pig teammates, or do not bring the good. If he wants to spy on the mystery of the ice and fire country, you can wear a mask at night and quietly go out, although there will be more trouble, but ultimately, in and out of the free and easy, there is no cumbersome. However, I don't know if it was just luck or if little Lady Song's intuition as a woman was just too sharp, but she suddenly stopped talking, not saying a single word, and instead nodded her head, tied the ties of her gray cloak herself, and also put on her big hat, then followed closely after Baishan. But even so, there was a flash of anger in her eyes, and in her heart she said, "Humph, don't touch me tonight in bed." She's going to unleash a terrible sanction on the White Mountains. She was going to make Shiroyama regret it. However, she had long since forgotten that other than the first time, Shiroyama had never touched her of his own accord. Away. Seeing that the two did not follow, Ding Jianxin turned around and shouted, "Brother Bai, hurry up." Shiroyama answered, "Coming." It took a group of 5 to walk into the land of auras. In the clouds, a man in white suddenly came out. Behind the man followed 6 swordsmen. The man in white grunted coldly, "The land of aura is full. Don't go inside if you're an unfamiliar face." Ding Xuangue froze and stepped forward to politely say, "Ding Xuangue of the Ding family of Jinzhou has met this gentleman. We are the clan of Mr. Ding Reindeer Ding, and we have already been here a few days ago." "Been here before?" "Yes." The man in white didn't report his family name either, and sneered, "That's because you guys were lucky and weren't discovered. Today, since we are here, it is not allowed. Get lost." As he spoke, he swept over the 5 with his afterglow, and finally suddenly landed on Ding Lingxin's body, and after a brief survey, his eyes lit up, and he said, "This little beauty can stay. The others, get lost." Baishan glanced sideways at the young lady Song beside him. Little Miss Song. She quietly hunched her back and pulled the edge of her hood down, pretending it wasn't there. 84. Bravado. Misunderstanding. 3. 4K words. In front of the First Order or a land, the man in white wore a smile on his face, and with a wave of his hand, the 6 swordsmen behind him swarmed up and pressed in. Other than this little beauty, the others, please. Ding Xuangue froze, obviously not expecting to encounter such a nasty request even in a place like this. This was the land of auras. Which one of the people living here doesn't have money? However, he was a man of honor and was not offended. Clasping his fists, he said, "I have no intention of offending, nor have I lied. Your Excellency need only go and inform Mr. Reindeer, and you will know that what I said is not false." The man in white sneered, "Ding Reindeer? What is that thing?" After saying that, he waved his hand again, apparently not afraid of the outbreak of conflict in the slightest. On the other side, Ding Ling Xian's eyebrows also flashed with cold colors. She was molested by this person. Her heart was extremely unhappy. Holding the hilt of the sword, clang sound, then drew it out. Ding Jianxin was also filled with indignation and stood next to his cousin. Ding Xuangue hurriedly stopped between the 2 waves of people and said, "Misunderstanding? It must be a misunderstanding. It's better to settle an injustice than to tie it up. We have no grievances or enmity with your Excellency. There's no need to come to this." After he said that, he looked behind him at Ding Lingxin again and chided in a low voice, "Lingxin, put away your sword. Don't be impulsive. Kenshin, what are you following and blindly starting?" And Ding Xuangue had only finished his 2 sentences when he saw a sword shadow suddenly and abruptly flung in front of him, and before he could react, he could only feel a pain in his cheeks that burned hotly. Ouch! Ding Xuangue covered her face and took a step back. The man in white then smiled and laughed and tilted his head to slant at him. The sword in his hand flashed coldly in the light of the sky. He was using the back of the sword to fiercely smack the mouth of this Ding family member. The Ding siblings, who were teenagers, were furious and drew their swords to rush out. However, Ding Xuangue was old and prudent and only thought of peace and did not want a conflict to break out in this foreign country overseas. So he endured the pain and shame and hurriedly stopped Ding Lingxin and Ding Jianxin. Away! Baishan stood silently. Song Xianyang shrank behind him and said in a soft voice of frustration, "I didn't realize there were still shrewish scoundrels here. I should have known not to come." However, the people over here were all experts. Which one couldn't hear her? The white-robed man looked over with a smile. "So there's a female child of the Ding family." However, before he could finish his words, he saw the teenager in front of the speaking woman place his left hand silently on the iron pier next to him and then gently press it down. This iron pier has long had a lot of light red floating rust, as to what it was originally used for, but it is no longer clear. As the teenager's palm casually pressed, the iron pier issued a giggling sound, accompanied by boiling smoke. The smoke was hazy and wrapped around the teenager's arm. The teenager's demeanor remained unchanged as he lifted that pressed palm again and wiped it back and forth on the cherry red iron pier in a cloudy manner. Wherever he wiped his palm, it immediately disappeared, as if a painting was being erased by an eraser. The man in white couldn't believe it, rubbed his eyes, hooked his neck, looked closer and when he got a good look at it, his pupils tightened and his throat rolled. The words he was going to say were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Baishan wiped off 3 or 4 inches of the iron pier in one breath. Only then did he put away his hand, as if returning to his senses, and politely said, "This brother, you, to say what?" The man in white stared at the iron pier with a large layer missing. His eyes seemed to be popping out, and it was only when he heard the voice that he hurriedly responded, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's just that I just heard the woman behind your Excellency say some abusive words, so I looked over." White Mountain said, "Then I apologize for my humble words." The man in white cupped his fists and said, "Your Excellency is polite." After saying that, he looked deeply at Baishan again and introduced himself. "I am Fan Zue." Baishan also clasped his fists and returned the salute. "I am Zhao Huayue, Little Miss Song, Ding Ling Xin, Ding Jianxin." The man named Fan Zue secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the other party wasn't surnamed Ding, then smiled and praised. Brother Zhao is good at what he does. Baishan didn't say anything else, nodding slightly as an answer before pulling Little Miss Song out of the way. It really wasn't that he wasn't righteous, but he had already seen that this man named Fan Zue was at odds with the Ding family, was feuding with the swordsman named Ding Reindeer, and this was a deliberate attempt to pick a fight. He wasn't deeply involved with the Ding family either, so there was no need to get involved in someone else's feud. Fan Zue watched him get out of the way and stopped blocking him, instead returning his sight to the 3 members of the Ding family. And just at that moment, the floating spirit mist in the distance suddenly moved. As if a figure had swept in from afar. It appears to be a stroll, but it carries a spiritual mist and is instantaneous. The visitor was a man with a short green coat and a serious face. Fan Zhui immediately crossed his sword as if he were an enemy. The man let out a cold snort, and at Fan Zhui he raised his sleeve and waved it. Snap! In the heavy ringing sound, Fan Zhui, although guarded, but simply unable to respond. The whole person was that fast as lightning, long sleeve pumping up, such as a gyroscope-like rotation. Seeing that the spinning had come to a quick stop, the short-bearded man in green waved his hand again. Snap! Fan Zhui continued to spin. Snap! The short-bearded man in green draws another. Fan Zhui spun faster. On the side, Ding Jianxin clapped his hands and laughed. Good whip, like a big whip on a gyroscope. Ding Ling Xin also revealed a smile, looking at the short-bearded man in green with a hint of admiration in his expression. Obviously, this visitor was the Ding reindeer. After the Ding reindeer finished 3 swipes, he was backing up to the front of the 3 members of the Ding family, waiting for Fan Zhui to spin and fall down on his own. Next to a swordsman rushed to assist, but only touched the spiral-turning Fan Zhui. Just feel a trace of true chi such as thunder and lightning poked over. The swordsman let out a cry of pain, and hastily backed away to the side. After a few seconds, Fan Zhui stopped, flopping dizzily to one side and falling heavily to the ground. It wasn't until this that the swordsman next to him dared to help. Reindeer Ding stroked his beard and said, I, the Ding family, do not mess with the others, but I will not go against the grain either. You slapped Xuan Gui once, so I will return the favor with 3 slaps. Fan Zhui was smacked upside the head and his brain buzzed. While the Ding family siblings and Ding Xuangui saw the short-bearded man in green, they respectfully said, Mr. Reindeer. Ding Reindeer nodded slightly, and then looked at Bai Shan and Song Yuning who were not far away, and then swept a glance at the stone that was still steaming. His pupils contracted slightly, but he stored a puzzled look. He was just about to ask a question when there was suddenly another fluctuation in the distant spirit mist, and a silhouette arrived in a flash with a whistling, vicious wind, and revealed the man's appearance after settling down. This man is not tall, but the majesty is very heavy. His jaw has a gnarled beard, seems to be bold, but his face is cold. His eyes are a little flexible with the overall temperament does not quite match. At this time, the bones are turning, is observing the surrounding scene. Although Fan Zhui was dizzy from the whip, he still recognized the visitor and hurriedly shouted, Righteous Father! Righteous Father! The middle-aged man glanced at him, looked at Reindeer Ding, and said in a cold voice, You beat up my men? Reindeer Ding said in a deep voice, Fan Shujing, it was this righteous son of yours who not only wanted to take people captive, but also struck out at my clan members, and I was only slightly punished. Captive? Fan Shujing's gaze swept, then landed on Ding Lingxin, who was not far away, and swept over that youthful, full-bodied petite body. Ding Ling Xin only felt that the gaze had turned into a cold snake burrowing into her clothes and pants, and it was disgusting. A hidden color of lechery flashed in Fan Shujing's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and then looked at Ding Reindeer, just when the onlookers thought that these two were going to fight. But Fan Shujing suddenly said, This one, press back. Ding Reindeer actually nodded and said, Press back. The brief conversation diffused the simmering tension. Fan Shujing swept his eyes at his righteous son, who was not more than a few years younger than him, and said, Go back with me. Fan Zhui hurriedly got up and led the people away. Reindeer Ding saw those people go away before he said, Xuan Gui, are you alright, Mr. Reindeer? I'm fine, and these people are? Ding Reindeer raised his hand, signaling not to ask first, then looked at Baishan, who was not far away, and asked, Who is this? Baishan clasped his fists and said, My name is Zhao Huayue. Ding Jianxin wondered, But, your big sister is clearly surnamed Bai? How did you get the surname Zhao? Baishan laughed, not being of the same clan, different surnames and siblings, it's normal, isn't it? Ding Jianxin froze, thinking carefully. Sister Bai really did not say what his brother's name was, nor did she say what his brother did. She only said that his brother had good talent and good martial arts, so it was rather him who had a preconceived notion? Bai Shan said, Clumsy is a bit unwell, so I'll take her back first. Ding Jianxin froze and said, Isn't sister-in-law still thinking of coming here? Little Miss Song covered her stomach and said, I don't know what's going on. It's suddenly hard. Reindeer Ding said, Brother Zhao has something to do, so I won't stay much longer, so please go ahead. Baishan made a bow and said, Farewell. After saying that, he took little Miss Son to go far away. Only when the two went far away, Ding Xuangui said, Mr. Reindeer, we are now in a time of need. Although this brother Zhao is young, his strength is not weak. Why not keep him? Reindeer Ding said, he doesn't want to get involved in right and wrong, so what's the use of forcing him? Saying this, he again walked confidently to the iron pier he had just come from. Ding Jianxin said, Mr. Reindeer, just now, Brother Zhao just used his hand to wipe it like this, and the iron pier melted. What kind of skill is that? I was dumbfounded. Mr. Reindeer looked twice, suddenly smiled faintly and said, Jianxin, things in this world are often difficult to judge through appearances. Some things seem arcane, but if they are pierced through they are not worth mentioning. Come on, I'll take you in. Not far from the launch of that great thing. For the sake of this great event, all grudges can be put aside for the time being. Even that Fan Shujing, I can join forces with him. As the Ding reindeer departed, Fan Sujing and the others circled back to the far side. Pu'er, you said that there's another expert named Zhao Huayue in that Ding family? He wiped out this iron pier with his true chi? Fan Zue covered his bruised and swollen face, his mouth leaking as he responded, clothes. Fan Shujing's eyes turned bony. He slightly approached the iron pier, looked at the surface pits, and slightly sniffed, then laughed out loud. Fan Zi was puzzled. Clothes? What's wrong? You are still too tender. Fan Shujing sighed, a look of hatred showing in his eyes, and then said, go over and take a look yourself. Fan Zi was full of doubts and walked over to observe for a while, touching the crushed powder on the surface of that iron pier with his hand, and sniffing again. It was a pity that all he could smell now was the smell of his own nosebleed, and he was unable to sniff out anything. Stupid. Fan Shujing, however, did not point it out, and walked away with his arms folded. Fan Zue stood in place with a confused look on his face. Suddenly, he snapped to the swordsman on the side, beckoning, come and smell what this smell is. The swordsman obediently came and approached the stone pier and sniffed it, then scratched the crumbs on it with his hand and rubbed it, saying, pure brother. It seems to be a corrosive odor. Choking the nose, Fan Zue was stunned, and then immediately slapped the stone pier and roared in a low voice, use corrosive poison. How dare you use this little trick to deceive me? Zhao Huayue. His heart was filled with annoyance at this moment. Just now he thought that Zhao Huayue was using true chi and was stunned. This was really blind. May I ask how in the world can anyone use true chi to just lightly smear an iron pier like this? Ridiculous. He even took it seriously and ended up losing face in front of his righteous father. Zhao Huayue, you despicable and shameless beast. I don't share the same fate as you. Fan Zue roared, and in this rage, even his voice was not crooked.